Long you didn't know what a god position was. It sounds like a qualification to become a god. Obtaining the god position does not mean that he will be able to become a god. No matter what, Long Yu seems to have acquired a kind of extraordinary power. This kind of power is possessed by no one among the human race and the monster race at this stage. That kind of golden power is still stored in Long Yu's dantian. Make his dantian extremely full. There is more golden power stored in the 9 nether prison steel. I don't know how other people can survive. Long Yu shook his head and didn't think much about it. The golden mark, which looked like a group of flames, was directly printed on his forehead. During this process, he had no way to resist, and could only watch helplessly as a flame mark appeared on his forehead. But soon, the flame imprint gradually faded away, as if it was usually hidden. This made Long Yu feel relieved. If the flame imprint was always on his forehead, then the situation would not be good, it would be too high profile. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu didn't experience anything else. It seems that after he killed 3 people in a row, he was teleported to the time-space disordered space where the steel was located, experienced a strange power infusion, saw some strange characters, and survived successfully, and was engraved with a flame mark, which is the so-called divine position. Then, he was sent out with golden light shining all over his body. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw were Hong Ying and Yu Ge. Their faces were full of worries. When they saw Long Yu appearing, they immediately turned their worries into joy, and completely let go of their hearts. In the preparation area of the human race and the monster race, 5 newly promoted gods have appeared. They are Liu Shuang, Concubine Yu, Long Zitian, Yu Feng, and the last middle-aged frost wolf demon cultivator from the demon clan named Lang Shuang. The 5 newly promoted gods were all called by Hua, and they were familiar with the power of gods. At this time, Long Yu hadn't appeared yet. There are even many people who think that Long Yu will definitely not be able to get out. After all, when he entered the Eclipse Moon Ancient Realm, he was only in the 3rd stage of the Martial Dao realm of the Great Master. It would be very good if he could break into the advanced stage. If he wants to come out alive, hope is too slim. No one knew that Long Yu stepped into the 5th area. No one knew that he killed 3 opponents in a row. Therefore, no matter who it is, even Hong Ying and Yu Ge, they feel that Long Yu's fate is getting worse, and they keep holding their hearts, and they can't let go. Is worthy of congratulations, but the 2 women are really unhappy. Because the most important person to them, Long Yu, did not come out from the Eclipse Moon Ancient Realm. Even if the others did not become godlike, they all obtained a lot from the Eclipse Moon Ancient Realm. There were a total of 400 geniuses from the human race and the monster race, and about 230 people survived. Xuanhuan and Jianrenhao, 2 elders from the Jiuyou clan, looked very envious of Concubine Yu becoming a godlike creature. However, these 2 guys still only dared to hang around in the initial area this time, and did not dare to continue to move forward. They even suffered serious injuries this time and managed to escape back alive. As for the benefits, they didn't get any arrive. It seemed inevitable that Concubine Yu would become a godlike creature. But Long Yu was not able to come out, which made these 2 old guys very happy. Because Concubine Yu left the Jiuyou clan because of Long Yu, she didn't even want the position of the Holy Maiden, which made the Jiuyou clan very upset for a while. Fortunately, she found a new Holy Maiden to replace her, but that, compared with Concubine Yu, the prestige and reputation of the new saint is far inferior. This made many senior members of the Jiuyou clan resent the name Long Yu. Now Xuanhuan, the 2 elders of the Jiuyou clan, are of course extremely happy to see that the kid has entered the Eclipse Moon Ancient Realm and cannot get out. But things backfired. When Long Yu appeared in front of them bathed in golden light, it was as if Xuanhuan and Jianrenhao had seen a ghost. They couldn't believe it. This kid, is he not dead? It even appeared bathed in golden light. This means that this kid didn't withdraw voluntarily, but entered the 5th area, just like the 5 gods, and killed 3 alien cultivation geniuses in the final stage. The news is simply depressing. In this way, doesn't this kid also have the possibility of stepping into the godlike world? But fortunately, when the golden light dissipated, what appeared in front of them was Long Yu at the level of the 5th stage master. The realm of martial arts has not changed much. Although it has been improved by 2 levels compared to when it was first entered, it still seems to be a long way from the gods. This made xuanhuan and the 2 of them greatly relieved. It's a good thing, otherwise, if Long Yu becomes a godlike person, then both of them will be pissed off. After all, it was the 3rd time for them to come to Eclipse Moon Ancient Realm, and they still didn't get any good things. However, when Long Yu came here for the first time and entered, he was still at the 3rd stage of the Master's cultivation base, and he had already achieved such an achievement. However, xuanhuan and the 2 thought of a problem instead. The cultivator of the 7th stage master killed 3 in a row in the 5th area, and he was a godlike person when he came out. What about Long Yu? Will there be some other benefits? Long Yu naturally would not pay attention to the thoughts of people like xuanhuan. As soon as he came out, he saw the worried expressions of Hongying and Yuega, which made him quite distressed. The moment Hongying saw him, she rushed over and hugged him in her arms. I really scared my sister to death. I thought you really couldn't get out. Why are you so slow? They are all like gods coming out 5. In this case, other girls would throw themselves into the arms of men. Only Hongying would take the initiative to hug Long Yu into her arms. This made Long Yu a little embarrassed. He wanted to hug this chick at first, but now his hands were hugged by her. It was actually hard to move. You must know that now Hongying has also stepped into the cultivation base of the 6th stage master. In terms of basic strength, it is more than 3 times stronger than Long Yu. Long Yu didn't bother to break free, so he felt the intoxicating fragrance from Hongying's body, and he felt a little relaxed in his heart, and finally came out of the fierce competition in the Eclipse Moon Ancient Realm. Soon, he learned about the current situation from Hongying, and that there would be a death match later. Every time there is a death match in the ancient Eclipse domain, the rewards that the winner can get are extremely high, and can even change the overall strength of a race and affect the division of territories of various races in the star domain. And those who can participate in the deathmatch are the newly promoted gods of each race. The rules of the deathmatch session opened in the Eclipse Moon Ancient Territory are different every time, but what is certain is that for every new godlike god, this deathmatch session is extremely dangerous. After all, as long as you participate, there are only 2 endings of victory and death. After learning the news, Long Yu asked Hongying and Yuga to relax for a while. And he himself was going to look for the godlike vanity. He still clearly remembered that in the scene of chaotic time and space near the Golden Steel, several human races and monster races could not withstand the infusion of golden power, and eventually exploded to death. Long Yu wanted to know about the situation of the human race and the monster race participating in the ancient moon eclipse domain in the past, so as to learn some news from it, and perhaps be able to deduce more things about the ancient moon eclipse domain. But what I didn't expect was that before Long Yu found the godlike vanity, she had already found Long Yu in turn. And, together with the 5 newly promoted gods, they directly came to pick up Long Yu. Godlike Vanity looked at Long Yu with a kind of shock in his eyes. She obviously did not expect that Long Yu could kill 3 opponents in a row from the 5th area, and came out bathed in golden light. Although Long Yu hadn't stepped into the godlike level, he was also required to participate in the deathmatch. The godlike Vanity explained to Long Yu, "This time, you also need to participate in the deathmatch. Although I don't know why, I have received the notification from the ancient domain of the eclipse moon." "You are in the eclipse moon. What did you encounter in the ancient domain?" There seems to be no precedent for this kind of situation on the side of the human race and the demon race. That's why the godlike Vanity is so surprised. Long Yu Shinshing briefly talked about what he saw at the place where the golden steel was, and described the geniuses of the human race and monster race who exploded to death, but it was about the young man who looked like himself and Yi Ziwei. He did not say. You mean, you saw them explode and die? Hearing this, the godlike vanity was shocked. From Long Yu's description, she has already heard that those human and monster geniuses who exploded and died were all geniuses who entered the Eclipse Moon ancient realm before, and they were all similar to Long Yu. In the realm of Duan Grand Master and 6th Duan Grand Master, there are terrifying geniuses who can challenge the strength of the 7th stage Grand Master. But unexpectedly, these geniuses exploded and died in the Eclipse Moon ancient realm. Could it be that the space where the golden steel is located is the 6th floor of the Eclipse Moon ancient realm? Long Yu thought of a possibility, and suddenly frowned slightly. It should be. In the past, people who have never entered the 6th floor can come out alive. I didn't expect you to come out alive this time, and saw how other people died. The godlike vanity sighed with emotion, although it is strange, why you can see things hundreds of years ago, but it should be due to the time disorder. The means of the gods are really beyond our comprehension. It was only then that Long Yu realized that among the geniuses of the human race and monster race that he saw exploded to death, the most recent one had entered the Eclipse Moon ancient realm 120 years ago. These famous geniuses in the history of humans and monster races are all recorded. The earliest ones entered more than 1,000 years ago, and never came out again. At that time even the godlike vanity was not born yet. Unexpectedly, Long Yu was able to see those people with his own eyes. It is a pity that those people all exploded and died in the Eclipse Moon ancient realm, leaving the Eclipse Moon ancient domain with golden light. Long Yu didn't expect that if others killed 3 people in a row, they would all come out as strong men in the godlike realm. But when he killed 3 in a row, he came to a space where time and space were disordered, saw the golden steel, and absorbed the golden berserk power. What surprised him even more was what he learned from the godlike vanity. Those young geniuses from the monster race and human race that he saw exploding to death with his own eyes turned out to be geniuses who entered the ancient realm of the eclipse of the moon hundreds of thousands of years ago. Each of these geniuses is as amazing as Long Yu Yan, at least surpassed many so-called geniuses among the current human race and monster race. It's a pity that those young geniuses couldn't bear the golden power, so they exploded and died. It can be known that if it is the level of the 7th level master, after passing through the 5th area, any race cultivator will become a godlike existence. And if it is the level of the 5th stage master or the 6th stage master, after passing through the 5th area, it will enter the space where time and space are disordered to receive that kind of power. And the cultivators who have successfully endured that golden power will be able to reach the core area of the entire Eclipse Moon ancient domain, climb to the god position, and get a flame mark. This should be the means by which the entire Eclipse Moon ancient region selects the so-called inheritors of the gods. In the eyes of the gods, perhaps only those cultivators who can successfully pass through the 5th area when they are 5th level masters or 6th level masters can be called geniuses, and are eligible to receive the flame mark. Ascension to God. If Long Yu's guess is correct, throughout the ages, and even for a long period of time in the future, there are only a total of more than 100 cultivators who are qualified to accept the flame mark and ascend to the god position. Among them was the young man who looked a lot like Long Yu, and at the same time, that young man also looked a bit like Yi Ziwei. Long Yu really didn't know the identity of the other party. He thought of a possibility. Could it be that the other party is the son of himself and Yi Ziwei, who entered the core space of the Eclipse Moon ancient realm from the future time and space? But this possibility is too small. Because he really didn't think he would have such a deep connection with Yi Ziwei. Knowing from the godlike vanity that those people who exploded to death were the geniuses of the human race and monster race thousands of years ago, Long Yu's mood became a little dull. He didn't say much, but obeyed the arrangement of the godlike vanity, ready to participate in the upcoming death match. Every time the Eclipse Moon ancient territory ends, there will be such a deathmatch link, offering rewards that every race and every cultivator can't refuse, to lure new godlike gods to fight. If it wins, it will be a great change for the entire race. But it is a pity that the number of newly promoted godlike gods of the human race and the monster race in the previous few times of the deathmatch in the ancient eclipse of the moon was too small, and it was too difficult to win the deathmatch, which also caused many new godlike gods to died in the deathmatch. Because of this, the number of gods in the human race and the monster race has not changed for hundreds of years. But this time it was different. This time, the human race and the monster race combined have a total of 5 new godlike gods, and there is also Long Yu, a spirit inheritor who appeared bathed in golden light. Among all the human races and monster races who accepted the inheritance, Long Yu only saw himself and the young man who looked like him, and the others were all from other races. This let Long Yu know that he should be among the human race and the monster race. One of the only 2 people who ascended to the throne of God. Not only in the past and present, but even in the future, there will only be a young man who looks like him and get the flame mark like him. Right now, Long Yu is still unable to use that golden power, so it is almost impossible for him to fight against the existence of the godlike realm. One must know that his current martial arts realm is still only at the level of the 5th rank master. However, once he can use that golden power and activate the flame mark, it seems that he can become very strong. This point, Long Yu didn't know, he still needs time to try. There is still half a month before the deathmatch link officially begins. Others must leave this place one after another during this period of time, because when the deathmatch session begins, everyone will be involved in the power vortex in the eclipse moon ancient realm. Except for the newly promoted gods who were selected to participate in the deathmatch, no one could survive such a vortex of power. Even a strong man like the godlike Vanity had to choose to leave before then. For Long Yu, he was also a little nervous. Because he didn't know whether he could master that golden power and flame imprint within half a month, and if he couldn't figure it out, he would become very passive. However, from the mouth of the godlike Vanity, Long Yu learned that he was the one who had to participate among the human and monster races stipulated in the eclipse moon ancient territory, and everyone else could choose to leave, but only Long Yu must stay. This made Long Yu even more puzzled. He didn't know why there was such a rule in the eclipse moon ancient region, but, after half a month, let him follow 5 new godlike gods to fight to the death with those new godlike powerhouses from other races. It's really too difficult. Long Yu can only do his best, because it is impossible to escape, and it is impossible for him, who was named by Eclipse Moon Ancient Domain, to leave here now. Must be careful. After learning this, Yuega and Hongying became worried again. However, it is useless for the 2 women to worry, they must leave here, and even if they stay, they will not help Long Yu, but will distract Long Yu. After all, he needs as much time as possible to comprehend the golden power and master it. Mark of Fire. This process is definitely not that easy, and he can only do his best. Yuega and Hongying knew that they couldn't disturb Long Yu at this time, so they quickly followed the others and left the Lengi galaxy near the Eclipse Moon Ancient Realm, and returned to the godlike gods near the human race's territory. Go to college. Most of the people who survived after entering the ancient eclipse domain have obtained relatively satisfactory results. At least their personal strength has improved a lot. Chinese cabbage appears frequently, so that everyone can get something. Only cowards like Xuanhuan and Jianrenhao would huddle near the entrance of the initial area, without even getting anything. The same is true of Red Warbler and Moon Song. After they decide to go back, they will practice and comprehend non-stop. At least for this time, they can all raise their martial arts realm to the level of the 7th level master. Potential. At least, in terms of basic strength, it will not be much worse than other powerhouses. Only when they have reached the 7th stage of the Great Master can they be said to have truly stepped into the upper echelons of the human race and the monster race. Then they will have almost no opponents who can kill them in the realm below the gods. Even with the golden six wings, it is not so easy to kill them. At least, they all have the means to escape. Just like in the melee area in the fifth area of the moon eclipse, it was not so easy for the golden six wings to kill an opponent. In the end, Long Yu snatched the head away, and finally did not kill any of them. Long Yu killed 3 of them. Among all the cultivators at the peak level of the 7th level master, the basic strength is the same, and most of them have their own unique abilities. Whether one can defeat the opponent depends entirely on the restraint of each other's strength and means, as well as the right time, place, and people. In another place, the outcome might be completely different. After Hong Ying, Yu Ge, and the others left, in the Langya galaxy near the eclipse moon ancient domain, in the preparation area for the human race and the monster race, there were only the 5 new godlike gods, Long Yu, and 1 human-like god left. God Flashy. The godlike vanity is left to guide them to better grasp the power of the gods. As for Long Yu, the golden power in his body can only be explored by himself. In the entire human race and monster race area, only these 7 people remained, and the others all went back. And at this time a burst of strong golden light finally erupted from the center of the eclipse moon ancient domain. This burst of golden light attracted the attention of all the newly promoted gods in the 3 surrounding galaxies. That burst of golden light, like the scorching sun at noon, shone into the 3 surrounding galaxies. Such brilliance is unmatched by any star, and the infinite momentum and power contained in it also fascinates everyone. From that burst of golden light, a total of 100 things appeared in everyone's minds. Because the distance was too far, it was impossible for everyone to see it with naked eyes, but the appearance of those 100 things appeared strangely in the minds of everyone present. The ultimate creation. Among the 100 items, there are at least 50 top-grade creations, which are absolutely impossible for the outside world to obtain, because the top-grade creations are things that can only be conceived by the legendary gods. And a top-quality created object can create a godlike creature according to the rumors. These are the rewards for the deathmatch session. And the best creation is the worst thing among them. Long Yu even saw the source of the power of the beginning similar to the golden pool of the beginning. Possessing any source of primordial power means that the overall strength of a race will be greatly improved. Even for Long Yu, they are extremely attractive. The current Void Galaxy already possesses the golden pond of absolute beginning, but he still needs more things to enhance the overall strength of the Void Galaxy forces. After all, he has seen so many powerful alien races, and knows that with his own strength, even if it is stepping after entering the godlike level, it is also difficult to protect the Void Galaxy. Therefore, the key is to make the entire Void Galaxy itself stronger. Then, the source of the power of the beginning, like the golden pool of the beginning, is very important. In the flashy explanation of the godlike, everyone knows that the key to breaking through from the 7th level master to the godlike level is to initially feel the power of time. In the final stage of the 5th area of the eclipse moon ancient realm, after killing 3 opponents in succession, the cultivators who are at the peak of the 7th stage master can be bathed in golden light, and that burst of golden light is left by the eclipse moon ancient realm for their guidance. What is contained in it is the perception of the power of time. It is precisely because of this that they can break through the shackles they have been in for a long time and directly step into the realm of gods. They have studied many things before, and they know that the key to breakthrough to godlike lies in the power of time, but in any case, they have no external help, and it is too difficult to feel the power of time. If you want to comprehend the power of time purely by yourself, you need an extremely powerful talent, and even someone like Long Yu may not be able to do it. After Long Yu learned about these things, he was a little surprised. Not only can I feel the power of time now, but I can even rely on the 9 nether ball to slow down the flow of time around me. This situation seems to have surpassed other people's cognition. And the 9 nether ball comes from the 9 nether prison steel. Can it be considered that the current Long Yu, as long as he steps into the martial arts realm of the 7th level master, there will be no shackles or bottlenecks between gods and gods? The specific Long Yu is not clear. However, for those who are strong in the godlike realm, the small world has reached a radius of 100 billion miles. The expansion of the small world alone requires a lot of hard work for ordinary practitioners. No matter how it is, the problem Long Yu is facing now is not to break through the godlike, because he is only the master of the 5th stage. The key question he needs to solve now is how to activate the flame imprint he got, which is the so-called divine position. Also, how do you need to mobilize the golden power in your body? Due to time constraints, under such circumstances, Long Yu thought of a way. He went directly to a void far away from other people, and then summoned the ball of the 9 secluded world, and let the ball of the 9 secluded world slow down the flow of time around him. In this way, the time around him was twice as slow as that of the outside world. If 15 days passed outside, Long Yu would be equivalent to 30 days of cultivation. It seems that this is the truth. Long Yu didn't think of it before, but secretly scolded himself for being an idiot. He didn't think of such a rare resource and super powerful cultivation method. However, it is not so easy to let the time flow slowing effect of the 9 Serenity Ball affect Long Yu himself, because the time flow slowing effect originally did not take effect on Long Yu himself. Long Yu fiddled with it for a while, and finally put himself in the area where the flow of time slowed down. In this way, he has 1 month left to practice and comprehend. The golden power, ascending to the God position, should be the strongest power in the world, or at least one of the strongest powers. As long as Long Yu can master one of them, he will have a chance to survive the next deathmatch. If you master a little more, you will be able to achieve better results in the deathmatch. And if Long Yu couldn't comprehend and master it at all, then he was probably dead in the deathmatch, because with his existing strength, he was simply not enough to fight those newly promoted gods. Moreover, Long Yu learned a piece of information from the godlike vanity. That is, once it becomes a godlike existence, then the small world will become its own world, in which the power is endless, reciprocating, so that the godlike strong will not worry about the problem of power exhaustion at all. In other words, any method, any martial skill, any supernatural power can be displayed without limitation. Moreover, after stepping into the godlike state, one of the innate supernatural powers of the practitioner will get a chance to become a god. It was only after Long Yu came out that he learned what is called the deification of innate supernatural powers from the mouth of the godlike vanity. That is in the 5th area. After he kills an opponent, he gets the enhanced effect of innate supernatural powers. That process is called the deification of innate supernatural powers, and the innate supernatural powers that have been successfully deified are called deified supernatural powers. There are 7 innate supernatural powers in total. The godlike realm is also divided into 7 stages. It is the same as the Great Ruler realm, from 1 stage godlike to 7 stage godlike. The difference from the time of the Master realm is that the godlike realms of different stages have similar basic powers. The difference between the god-like realms of each stage lies in the number of deified supernatural powers. Possessing several deified supernatural powers is a few godlike stages. If it weren't for the chance to deify the innate supernatural powers in the Eclipse Moon Ancient realm, it would be extremely difficult to deify the innate supernatural powers outside. And all the new godlike gods in the Eclipse Moon Ancient domain are at least 3-tier godlike gods. Because all the newly promoted gods were promoted by killing 3 opponents, they all have 3 deified supernatural powers. At this time, when he stabilized and started to practice, Long Yu began to think about this issue. I killed 3 opponents, and also 3 supernatural powers were deified. The first one is the 9 Nether Dragon Breath, the second is the 9 Nether Hand, and the other is the Soul Seal Siphon. I don't know, this deified supernatural power has what has changed. After Long Yu thought for a while, he condensed a clone of his own magic dust. Then, he shot directly at this magic dust avatar, first using the magical power of the Hand of Joyo. Originally, the 9 Serenity Hand was an innate supernatural power fused with the essence of shadow, with a mandatory confinement effect of 3 breathing times, but now, this innate supernatural power has become a deified supernatural power, and it is only natural for it to become stronger. The most important thing is that now when the Hand of 9 Netherness appears, a giant figure will appear along with it. This huge figure is the owner of the 9 Nether Hands. But Long Yu couldn't see clearly what this giant figure looked like. It was just a phantom, appearing in the void, connected to the Hand of the 9 Nethers. And the change this brings to the innate supernatural power of the Hand of 9 Nethers is that once Long Yu summons the Hand of 9 Nethers, the Hand of 9 Nethers will continue to imprison the opponent. Under the control of the Phantom of the Giant, as long as the opponent doesn't smash the 9 Nether Hands completely, he will be imprisoned forever. This is a very powerful supernatural power. It is much stronger than before, which could only imprison the opponent for 3 breaths. Not only that, but Long Yu also felt that the powerful Hand of Bones under the control of the giant phantom is the real compulsory confinement. If the previous 9 Nether Hands were used to deal with a strong person in the godlike realm, it might not have any effect. But it's different now. The Phantom of the Giant seems to have the aura of a god that surpasses the godlike spirit. Although it is only a phantom, it can also make the Hand of Joyo a terrifying means that can control the strong godlike. This deified supernatural power became the first means that Long Yu could rely on in the death match. Next, Long Yu tried the 9 Nether Dragon Breath again. The deified supernatural power, the 9 Nether Dragon Breath, is not only 10 times more powerful than before, but also changed the embarrassment of the previous move. You must know that there is a time for the 9 Nether Dragon Breath to erupt, although this time is very short, but it is easy to be avoided by the other party. But now, it can be said that the 9 Nether Dragon Breath directly breaks through the air and lands on the opponent without any time. Although there is no supernatural power-enhancing treasure such as Shadow Essence, the destructive power of the current 9 Nether Dragon's Breath is equivalent to that of Long Yu's Berserker Dragon Fist with 100 layers of Berserk Heaven's power superimposed, and it doesn't need close combat, so it's safer, it is guaranteed, but also comes with a certain degree of corrosion. Things that cannot be destroyed at one time can be completely corrupted by the corrosive force that follows. Endless level high-grade martial arts, for the current Long Yu, it seems that it is not enough. Whether it is the mad battle of the celestial body or the grasp of the boundless, it seems a little powerless in the ancient domain of the eclipse. Now that Long Yu has acquired the divine power, there is even less need to use these 2 martial arts. The boundless grip is okay, it can be used as a means of control and attack, to harass the opponent and directly attack the opponent's body, but the mad battle celestial body is basically useless now. If he is using the Berserker celestial body, he will not even know how he died. In addition to deified supernatural powers, he must keep the octopus bloodline open throughout the whole process, otherwise, he might not even be able to catch a single move from other new gods from other races. Gathering energy, the Golden Sword, has now replaced the 2 endless level high-grade martial arts, and has become the fighting method that Long Yu can rely on most. 9 Nether Dragon Breath, if it is mixed with a Shadow Essence, its destructive power will become even more astonishing. Unfortunately, now he can't get the Shadow Essence to strengthen this magical power. There is also a divine power that he hasn't used for a long time, the Soul Seal Siphon. After this innate supernatural power reaches the supernatural power of the Emperor, it can create siphon totems to absorb all the attacking power from the surroundings. And these totems that have absorbed power can be stored in the Long Yu small world, and these siphon totems can be exploded at critical moments. If it is broken, Long Yu's own strength can be restored. However, this siphon totem still has some effect when it is in the keenly secret realm. When it comes time to dominate the secret realm, no matter the upper limit of the power that the siphon totem can absorb, or the power that can be restored by bursting the siphon totem, it is just a drop in the bucket for the situation encountered by Long Yu. Because of this, he didn't use it much. But now, this innate supernatural power has transformed into a deified supernatural power. This also means that the method of Soul Seal Siphon is once again on the list of methods that Long Yu can use. He tried it. This move can still condense a siphon totem, but behind the condensed siphon totem, there is also a phantom of a giant. It is this phantom of a giant who is holding a siphon totem in his hand, and it can absorb a large amount of attack power. Much more tyrannical. This situation made Long Yu a little surprised. The deified supernatural power 9 nether hands has a giant shadow waving behind it, condensing and controlling the 9 nether hands, making its power suddenly increase. Soul Seal Siphon, there is also a giant shadow behind it, holding a siphon totem, allowing it to withstand more attack power. The 9 nether dragon breath that Long Yu didn't pay much attention to just now actually had the shadow of a giant dragon. It's just that because the 9 nether dragon breath was sprayed from Long Yu's mouth, he didn't notice the giant dragon's shadow condensed behind Long Yu at first. It was only when he discovered that the giant phantom appeared in both Jiuyo's hand and Soul Seal Siphon that Long Yu deliberately observed it, and found that when he used Jiuyo Dragon Breath, there was really a giant phantom behind him. What exactly are these shadows? Long Yu didn't know this, but the appearance of these phantoms made his 3 magical powers extremely powerful, especially the hand of Jiuyo that was fused with the essence of shadow, which would become Long Yu's strategy in the next battle. Sexual means. Long Yu spent the next 3 days getting familiar with this deified magical power. Although these 3 magical powers have become much stronger, it is still impossible to compete with the existence of the godlike realm. Over there, the godlike being is flashy, teaching 5 new godlike things to familiarize themselves with the power of godlike things. Long Yu thought to himself that when the battle to the death was about to begin, he could compete with each of them to see how strong he was. As for now, it's still too far behind. He must first become familiar with and understand the Golden Power and Flame God's Mark. These 2 powers seem to come from the same source, but Long Yu can't use either one now. Although the Golden Power is stored in Long Yu's Dantian, he can't use it at all, as if it's silent in his body. He could feel the power of the Golden Power, but if he couldn't use it, everything would be empty talk. Fortunately, he still has nearly a month to get familiar with this power and try to feel and understand it. With the help of the 9 nether sphere, his time was twice as long as that of others, which was about 15 days. This was his advantage alone. He actually wanted to let the 5 newcomers from the human race and demon race Jin Lei Shen also came together, but after thinking about it, he decided not to do it. The time flow slowing effect of the 9 nether ball is really amazing. If it were revealed, it would be extremely detrimental to Long Yu. Although some alien races in the 5th area, such as Golden 6 Wings, already knew about Long Yu's ability, they were all alien races after all and could not have much impact on Long Yu. After all, Long Yu has not fully grown up yet. If someone from the human race or the demon race gets the news and tries to do something against him, Long Yu will still be in big trouble. 1 month is neither long nor short. If it were other forces, Long Yu would have had some clues after spending a month. But he discovered that a month later, that is, 15 days in the outside world, had passed, and he had no understanding of the Golden Power and the mark of the Flame God. This is a bit sad. What follows is a life and death battle between the new gods. If Long Yu cannot understand this Golden Power and activate the mark of the Flame God, how can he fight against the new gods of alien races? You are simply looking for death. The closer it was to the start of the deadly battle, the more anxious Long Yu became, but it was useless for him to be anxious. The Void Dragon Blade and the Ancient Dragon Skeleton Tower are also very anxious, but they can't help much. Even in the death battle, it is difficult for them to have any big effect. After all, they have faced each other in the 5th area before. For those who are at the peak of the 7-stage masters, the 2 rarely have any effect. No matter what, participating in the deathmatch session is a must. Before participating, Long Yu must be familiar with his opponents in the god-like realm. He found Concubine Yu. Among the 5 newly promoted godlike people, Lu Shuang and Yu Feng were both from the godlike academy, but Long Yu didn't want to trouble them, and there was also a Long Zitian and another demon cultivator, so it was even more impossible for him. When to find it? Concubine Yu would naturally not refuse Long Yu's request for a discussion. The two of them were far away from the others, and came into a void of space. Concubine Yu raised her hand to lay a layer of barrier around them so that the people around them could not see the battle between herself and Long Yu. It's not to guard against other new gods from the human race and monster race, but to prevent being looked at by other alien races. After all, no one knows whether other alien races have any weird methods to see other races' preparations. Situation in the region. You failed to grasp that power? When Concubine Yu heard about Long Yu's situation, she frowned and must have felt a little strange. Logically speaking, Long Yu's comprehension ability is definitely not bad, and the golden power was actively instilled into Long Yu's body. Logically speaking, he should be able to gain some comprehension during this period, right? Even a little bit is okay. But the current situation is that Long Yu doesn't understand it at all, which is a bit embarrassing. Well, there's no way. There's still 1 day left, and the death match is about to begin. I must be familiar with the power of a strong person in the godlike realm before it starts. Long Yu nodded in a deep voice. There was nothing he could do now. He had to compete with Concubine Yu to see how big the gap between the power of a god and his was. Otherwise, he would probably be killed instantly by the first opponent he met in the death match. Already? Then be careful. Concubine Yu solemnly said, after stepping into the realm of God, I feel that my basic strength has increased at least 10 times, and there are changes in germplasm. You can feel it next. As soon as she raised her hand, the black and white fairy and devil energy finally emerged from her body. Cold sweat began to appear on Long Yu's body, because he clearly felt that the power of this black and white immortal and demonic energy was at least 10 times stronger than before. For him who was only in the 5th stage of the realm of Great Master, it had unimaginable power. The pressure. White fairy energy and black demonic energy rolled toward Long Yu from both sides. Concubine Yu also mastered the divine martial arts, but she has not used it yet. She knew that if she used the divine martial arts from the very beginning, Long Yu would probably be killed directly by her. Therefore, now she did not use any martial arts and magical powers, she just mobilized the power in her body and moved towards Long Yu Gai with absolute momentum. Immortal and demonic energy is coming. Long Yu felt great pressure. Even though Concubine Yu did not use any martial arts or magical powers, for Long Yu, these powers alone were already difficult to withstand. Soul Seal Siphon. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, a giant shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, and then a siphon totem appeared in his hand. The siphon totem appeared and directly began to absorb the immortal and demonic energy coming from the opponent. However, it can be seen that most of the immortal and demonic energy could not be absorbed by it. Even though the giant shadow continued to work hard, the immortal and demonic energy could not be absorbed by it. The demonic energy was still pressing towards Long Yu. The next moment, Long Yu started the assimilation stance. Under the influence of the assimilation stance, the incoming immortal and demonic energy finally began to be weakened, but not much. It seems that after becoming a god, Concubine Yu's power is not only much stronger, but also tenacity has been enhanced many times. In other words, many martial arts and magical means to absorb power and defend against resistance are ineffective against Concubine Yu's strength. It has had too big an effect. In this case, where is the hand of Joyo? Without any hesitation, Long Yu directly activated the magical power of Joyo's hand, and another giant shadow appeared directly behind Concubine Yu. Then, the giant's phantom arm turned into a gloomy white bone, and Jiuyo's hand grabbed it directly towards concubine Yu. If it were to deal with a non-godlike being, if Jiuyo's hand were to seize it like this, even the 7th level master's pinnacle existence would be destined to be completely imprisoned. But now, facing concubine Yu, a new deity, surrounded by the aura of immortals and demons, concubine Yu's figure actually used a little force to break free from the hands of Jiuyo, and raised her hand, and the aura of immortals and demons attacked, completely destroying Senbai's Jiuyo hand. And the giant shadow behind Jiuyo's hand also dissipated all of a sudden. The gap is really too big. Even Long Yu's most powerful method can't have any impact on the gods. This is not because the basic strength of the two sides is too different, but because the nature of the strength of the two sides is different. Concubine Yu has now been promoted to a godlike existence. Whether it is her aura or strength, it is suppressive to cultivators below the godlike level. For example now, no matter what method Long Yu used, it would have little effect on concubine Yu. This is not because the difference in basic strength is too big. Even if Long Yu feels that he has opened the Baji bloodline and his basic strength has increased 8 times, he cannot pose any threat to concubine Yu because the opponent's strength level is different. Realm suppression. There is a reason why a godlike person can become a godlike person. Under the pressure of the godlike realm, Long Yu now has no chance of winning. Under such circumstances, Long Yu had some doubts about himself. Is it really because he couldn't understand the mark of the flame god and the golden power that he couldn't do anything about concubine Yu? Otherwise, since Eclipse Ancient Realm asked him to participate in the death battle, it would be impossible to arrange such a battle without suspense. He shouldn't have played. Because the gap is really too big, not to mention that he is now a 5th level master. Even if he has become a peak 7th level master, he can only be a little cannon fodder in such a battle, and he is not even a cannon fodder. He poses no threat to the strong men in the godlike realm at all. As you can see, concubine Yu looked solemn. After becoming a god, all my powers have undergone qualitative changes. Although the flashy god did not explain it, I secretly think that the stability of these powers has been enhanced and they have become less easy to be defeated. Absorbed, etc. After concubine Yu's explanation, Long Yu finally understood the specific gap between them. This is like comparing a pound of cotton with a pound of steel. Although both weigh 1 pound, a pound of cotton will easily dissipate when blown by the wind, while a pound of steel will be much more difficult to defeat. This is the difference between the current Long Yu and Yu Fei, or in other words, the difference between Long Yu and other powerful people at the godlike level. The power of Long Yu is like a pound of cotton. The basic strength of these new gods is 100 pounds of steel. Because of this, Long Yu felt helpless when facing concubine Yu. No matter how well he used the power equivalent to a pound of cotton, he could not defeat steel. This is the power of the godlike realm. Even though Long Yu's 3 magical powers have become deified, they are still only made of cotton and are completely vulnerable to steel. Even if he is now promoted to the peak of the 7th level master, his strength has only changed from 1 pound of cotton to 10 pounds of cotton, and his situation will not change at all. After realizing this, Long Yu felt very embarrassed. Because how can he participate in a death match in the divine realm? No matter what kind of opponent he encounters, he will never survive. Concubine Yu didn't have anything to say about this. She thought for a moment and then said, "The key lies in the golden power. Although we are also the gods bathed in golden light and broke through, this golden light was not absorbed by us, but was given to us. Our perception of time allows us to step into a godlike realm. But you have absorbed these golden powers. It stands to reason that if you can master these golden powers, it is possible to fight against new gods like us. However, it seems to be quite difficult. Not only is it not small, it is simply extremely difficult." Long Yu had been busy for a month, but failed to comprehend this power. He even had a feeling that even if he was given another year, he might not be able to comprehend this golden power. Maybe he should start with the flame god mark first, but he tried calling the flame god mark, that thing never appeared on him again. What are the rules for the deathmatch segment? Only then did Long Yu ask. He has been studying in seclusion and doesn't know the specific rules of the death battle. Concubine Yu explained it to him. All the newly promoted gods of a race move together, moving from the periphery of the current Eclipse Ancient Territory to the center of the Eclipse Ancient Territory. One of the 100 reward items will appear at intervals. On the road, there will be friction and fighting between different races. If you want to leave the death battle area, there are only two ways. The first is to get one of the 100 reward items, and the second is to kill a new alien god. These two methods can only allow one of the cultivators to leave the deathmatch area at a time. In other words, if 6 new gods like the human race and the demon race participate in the deathmatch session, they must get at least 6 reward items, or kill 6. Only a new alien race god can escape unscathed. Of course, whether you get a reward item or kill a new alien god, the practitioner can choose not to quit and continue to move forward. In this case, as long as there are no other aliens within 100 feet, the person can exit the deathmatch area at any time. The 5 new gods from the human race and the demon race have already agreed to advance and retreat together. They will not withdraw together until all 6 of them are qualified to withdraw. Otherwise, the probability of surviving the remaining new gods in the deathmatch is extremely slim. Finally, 5 new gods appeared in the Eclipse Ancient Territory this time. This is a great opportunity for the human race and the demon race to rise together. It is very likely that after the battle in the deathmatch area is over, the human race and the demon race territory will be able to expand in a circle toward the outside. This kind of opportunity has never happened in thousands of years. In the past, if 2 or 3 newly promoted gods participated in the deathmatch, they would basically end up being wiped out, but it would not work if they did not participate. Although these new godlike individuals can choose not to participate in the deathmatch, if no one from a race participates in the deathmatch, then this race will lose the qualification to participate in the Eclipse Ancient Realm next time. Unless this race doesn't have any new gods this time, then they can't be blamed. Next time the Moon Eclipse Ancient Domain can participate as usual. Long Yu's combat effectiveness was determined by Concubine Yu to be basically 0. This is not good news for the human race and the demon race. But even so, they still have to protect Long Yu. It is best if all 6 of them can get rewards from the deathmatch or kill their opponents and return safely. Although Long Yu's combat ability is worrying, there is no doubt that since he participated in the death battle, he is a member of the human race and the demon race. More importantly, Long Yu is likely to be the hope for the real rise of the human race and the monster race. After all, from ancient times to the present, only Long Yu has entered the 6th area of the Eclipse Ancient Domain and come out alive, and has also absorbed that golden power. As for the situation where the human race and the demon race are counted together, the senior leaders of the human race and the demon race have been studying it for so many years. It is initially believed that in addition to the fact that the territories of the 2 races are connected together and the personnel are complicated, more importantly, the human race there are still many similarities between them and the demon clan. For example, no matter what kind of monster they are, they can all take the form of humans, and their bodies are made of flesh and blood, just like humans, and the monsters all have hearts in their bodies, unless they are monster cultivators transformed into plants. But even if they are plant demon cultivators, they have many similarities with the human race. It's different for other alien races. For example, the Ice God clan is entirely made of ice. The Earth God clan is entirely made of stones. The machine race is entirely made of metal, etc. At least, the human race and the demon race are both flesh and blood, so the Eclipse Ancient Territory simply regards the 2 as the same race. Not only are the preparation areas connected together, but even the death battle links can be grouped together. But now is not the time for Long Yu to think about this. He was thinking, does he really have to rely on the other 5 new gods to survive the death battle? It seemed like there was no other way now, but he really didn't want to be so cowardly. Especially among the 5 newly promoted gods, there is another person named Long Zitian, who is unwilling to admit that he is his father. Of course, for Long Yu, the fact that Long Zitian refused to admit that he was his father did not do any harm to him, but it only made Bei Yuyao sad. Now Bei Yuyao stayed in the Void Galaxy and did not know how to cultivate. How's it going? Long Yu shook his head, not thinking about so many things. Although there was still a little time left, Long Yu continued to practice, and tried to summon the mark of the Flame God. Once the Flame God mark appears, it is likely to help Long Yu realize that golden power, but obviously, it is not that easy to summon the Flame God mark. At least Long Yu can do it in just one day. It is definitely impossible to do it inside. The deathmatch session will officially begin soon. Godlike Flashy finally left. Except for the participants in the deathmatch, everyone else, even gods, must leave these 3 galaxies. Otherwise, there is only one way to die if they are involved in the ancient domain of the eclipse. Everyone, come on, the future of the human race and the demon race is up to you. Before leaving, Luo Shenfuhua left these words. And she still has the same expectations for Long Yu. Although dragon control seems to be extremely weak now, Godlike Flashy has a feeling that dragon control will play a big role in this death match. She didn't know where this feeling came from, but since she had this feeling, it couldn't be wrong. Eclipse Ancient Territory wanted Long Yu to participate by name. It was impossible for him to just go out and make soy sauce, right? Perhaps, this will be the most critical opportunity for Long Yu. There were only 6 of them left in the preparation area of the human race and the demon race. Among them, there are 5 newly promoted gods, carrying the hope of this life and death battle, plus a dragon master who is currently useless. Even though Long Yu had worked very hard to summon the mark of the Flame God, and had tried for a month to comprehend that golden power, it had been to no avail, and he had nothing to do about it. On the last day, the deathmatch session is about to begin. 6 people gathered together. The leaders of the 2 factions, Liu Shuang and Yu Feng from the seminary, still seemed to dislike each other and stood farthest away from each other. Concubine Yu and Long Yu stood together. Long Zitian was alone. The new demon cultivator Qin Shuang is also alone. The 5 gods have become familiar with each other in the past half-month, and have some understanding of their respective fighting methods, but it is still difficult to say how well they will truly cooperate. The 5 new gods have not tried to compete with each other, but the good news is that they have a larger number this time. They are not particularly afraid of encountering a small team of new alien gods. After all, there are more than 100 in total. Among the races, basically only half have new godlike races. Among the dozens of races, there are not many that have more than 3 new gods. Therefore, in terms of numbers, the human race and demon race have an absolute advantage. Unless they are facing the strongest racial teams in the entire star field such as the 6-winged race, the machine race, and the sword race, otherwise, there will basically be no chance of any defeat. What is the problem? Just relax, don't be so nervous. Seeing the awkward atmosphere in the field, Long Zitian coughed and said, "We are now considered acquaintances. If we can go back alive, we will be the leaders of the human race and the demon race in the future. So, have more confidence in yourself. After all, we all already know that after stepping into the realm of God, the power is much stronger than before." The combination of 6 people from the human race and the demon race can be said to be unprecedented. On the one hand, it is already very rare for 6 people from a race to participate in a death match, not to mention that among these 6 people there is a boy who is a 5th-level master. In a deathmatch battle between newly minted gods, what use can a kid from the 5th-level master do? Nobody knows. But now on the human and demon side, Concubine, you must ensure Long Yu's safety no matter what, and so do Liu Xuan and Yu Feng. Although Liu Xuan and Yu Feng belong to different camps, at this time, both of them are representatives of the seminary and belong to the pinnacle of the human race and the demon race. They are very optimistic about Long Yu, a rising star. As for Long Zitian, although he didn't talk to Long Yu at all at this time, he didn't even look at him. But if Long Yu is in danger, it may be difficult for him to do nothing to save him. Therefore, Long Yu's safety can basically be guaranteed. As long as everyone else is not dead, Long Yu can survive. Even if Long Yu is not satisfied with hiding behind others, under the current situation, he has only this way to go, otherwise if he is allowed to fight against other alien gods, he will be completely dead. The 6 of them were ready. Only the newly promoted demon cultivator, Lang Qingshuang, was not very familiar with Long Yu, and this guy always maintained a cold expression, quite like keep away from strangers. He never said a word unless someone called him. As time continued to move forward, the 6 people were ready. A golden whirlpool of power finally appeared from the direction of the Eclipse ancient domain. That's the rumored death battle vortex. After the death fight vortex is opened, all living beings left near the Eclipse ancient territory will be sucked into this death fight vortex, and the power in this vortex is very powerful. For the new species in the Eclipse ancient territory, for gods, it can play a protective role and send them safely to the place where the fight to the death occurs. For others, this death battle vortex is undoubtedly a standard death vortex. Even if a powerful godlike person is sucked in, there is no possibility of survival. Because of this, except for Long Yu and the other 6, everyone else from the human race and monster race has left. At this moment, I am afraid that many people are in the seminary, waiting for news about Long Yu and the 6 of them. When the death fight whirlpool appeared, Long Yu noticed that Long Zitian's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and this murderous intent seemed to come because of someone's death. Is it Qi Beifei? Long Yu thought in his heart. Qi Beifei's death made Long Zitian very concerned. Although he didn't say anything on the surface, it was obvious that Long Zitian had been depressed these days. It was only now that the murderous intent burst out, making him look more energetic. It seemed that Long Zitian blamed Qi Beifei's death on the new alien gods of other races, and wanted to eliminate as many new alien gods as possible in this life and death battle. Long Yu could only say sorry secretly. It was impossible for him to tell the other party the truth, but under the circumstances, he had to kill Qi Beifei. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to Old Man Tianhua when he went back. Since he had promised Old Man Tianhua, he would definitely do this. Besides, Qi Beifei himself is indeed not a good person. In any case, the deathmatch session was finally about to officially begin. The 6 people united by the human race and the demon race were sucked together by the golden power of the death battle vortex, and were pulled into it one by one, preparing to be sent to the starting point of the death battle session. I don't know why, Long Yu was put at the end, maybe it was intentional, by Eclipse ancient territory. But even if he is put to the end, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the 6 of them will appear together in the death match. Seeing the others being sucked into the golden power vortex one by one and disappearing one by one, Long Yu suddenly felt that something was wrong. The closer he got to the golden vortex, the more he felt that something was about to burst out of the sky on his forehead, just like the golden vortex of power. This situation made his heart tremble. Could it be the mark of the flame god? Just as Long Yu was thinking this, he subconsciously tried to call out the flame god mark, and then he felt that the flame god mark emerged from his forehead, and then the golden light flashed and connected with the golden vortex. Got a piece? This situation shocked Long Yu. He didn't know what happened. He just felt that when the mark of the flame god emerged, his whole body seemed to be bathed in bursts of golden flame light. All the power in his body, illuminated by the light of this golden flame, is rapidly becoming stronger. Double. Until 10 times, 20 times, or even 100 times, this transformation process is not over yet. At this time, Long Yu had completely passed out and was swept into the middle of the golden whirlpool. He was the last one to be pulled into the golden vortex, released from the ancient domain of Eclipse Moon. No one except himself had seen such a vision. Not only the other 5 people from the human race and demon race did not see it, but also the new alien gods who were drawn into the golden whirlpool in other directions did not see such a scene. Long Yu passed out. The 5 newly promoted gods from the human race and monster race, who were the first to be drawn into the golden whirlpool, were the first to wake up. They woke up and looked around directly, and found that the place they were in was a silent and dark void. In this void, in the distance, the light of some stars was constantly shining. There are 100 of these star lights in total, and they are obviously the rewards for the 100 death battles. The light of these 100 stars was all in one direction of the 5 people. They seemed to have come to the edge of a spherical void, and the reward items were all in the center of the spherical void. The light of the stars, closest to the 5 people, was about 10,000 feet away. As for the most precious treasure, in the center of the entire spherical void, it was 100,000 feet away from them. According to the rules of the Eclipse Ancient Domain, any being can only teleport up to 100 feet in the spherical void. Therefore, they need to teleport at least 100 times to reach the vast distance. The precious treasure in the center, which is hundreds of thousands of feet away, requires teleporting 1,000 times to reach it. As for wanting to fly forward quickly, it's not possible without using space teleportation. If it were in the outside world, any godlike person could fly freely and fly hundreds of thousands of feet in one breath. However, in the Eclipse Ancient Domain, their extreme speeds were restricted, and they would not be able to cross hundreds of feet in one breath at the fastest. Based on the density of the spherical space, every time we advance approximately 10,000 to 20,000 feet, we will encounter a team of alien gods. We must be careful. Concubine Yu said solemnly. Lu Shuang and Yu Feng both nodded. Although they didn't like each other, they could only adopt a cooperative attitude at this time. But Long Zitian suddenly said in a deep voice, "That kid didn't come in." That boy? When the other 4 people heard this, they were immediately startled. They each looked back, and sure enough, there were only 5 of them gathered together now. Where was the trace of that guy Long Yu? Where are the others? Yu Feng frowned slightly. I don't know. He was clearly following us just now and got involved. Lu Shuang's expression was solemn. She looked back just before she was sucked in. She clearly saw Long Yu and several of her being sucked into the golden whirlpool. Why was Long Yu missing now? There shouldn't be any accidents. Let's wait for a while. If he doesn't show up, we will have to move forward as 5 people. Concubine Yu shook her head and said worriedly. Among the 5 people, there is no doubt that Concubine Yu cares most about Long Yu, but at this moment, it was Concubine Yu who first said the words to abandon Long Yu and move forward. This is not because Concubine Yu wants to leave Long Yu behind. But she knew very well that Long Yu was different from the 5 of them. It is very likely that the entire Eclipse Ancient Territory has other arrangements for Long Yu. After all, according to previous speculations, it is really impossible for Long Yu to directly participate in the death battle and fight against the newly promoted alien gods. It makes sense, because it is impossible to win. Not to mention winning, even trying to survive in the hands of other godlike alien races is extremely difficult. Even with the protection of the 5 of them, some alien attacks were completely unpreventable, and they could even kill the dragons around them without making any sound. From this perspective, Concubine Yu felt that Eclipse Ancient Territory might have other arrangements for Long Yu. However, it is not ruled out that Long Yu came in a little late, so she still had to wait there for a while. Everyone else followed this suggestion. After all, the battle to the death was a race against time. If Long Yu never showed up, they would not be able to wait forever. Anyway, after they leave, if Long Yu appears here again, he will definitely move towards the light of the nearest star, and should be able to catch up with them. After waiting for about half an hour, Long Yu still didn't show up. By now they knew very well that Long Yu must have been lost when the golden vortex was sucked in and transported, and there was no need for them to wait any longer. The 5 people finally set off and embarked on a real life and death battle. Being half an hour behind caused them to lose a lot of opportunities. It was very likely that the nearest treasure in front would be used by other alien races. The godlike team snatches it first. They had to move on as quickly as possible. What they didn't know was that while they were waiting for Long Yu had already arrived in this dark and silent void, but he was not in the same corner as them. The place where Long Yu appeared was in the very center of the entire spherical void. Everyone else appears at the outermost edge of the spherical void. Because the 100 reward items are all set in the center of the spherical void, for other new gods, the goal is to seize these reward items. As long as they get one, they can safely exit the death match. Successfully stepping into the realm of gods and obtaining so many treasures, it is definitely a very good deal for those new alien gods. Even beings at the level of Golden 6 Wings would probably not take risks to gain more things in this spherical void, because the danger is simply too great. After all, everyone is a quasi-god, and they are all new quasi-gods. No one feels that their mastery of the power of a quasi-god is ahead of others. Basically, in this life and death battle, everyone quits at the first opportunity. You must know that those who can participate in the death duel are the elites of each race. Everyone wants to get out alive and does not want to die in the death duel in the Eclipse Ancient domain. Many racial cultivators have been at the peak of the 7th level master for a long time, and now they have finally reached the level of gods. How can they be willing to die like this? Therefore, survival is the first priority for all new gods participating in the death match. But for Long Yu, his mission is to protect these 100 treasures. This was the message he received when he came to the center of the spherical void. However, this message did not make him frown, but made him eager to try. Because the current Long Yu is no longer the previous Long Yu. While being sucked by the power in the golden vortex, the flame god mark on Long Yu's forehead had already emerged. After the flame god mark was activated, it not only caused the golden power in Long Yu's body to boil, but also transformed his power into a power called Golden Flame Divine Power. Whether it is the 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions, the Forest Demon Divine Inscriptions, or other types of divine inscriptions, they are all directly transformed into the divine power of the Golden Flame. The divine power of the Golden Flame is a power that only gods can use. Now, Long Yu naturally did not really master this power. He only temporarily obtained the right to use these powers with the help of the golden vortex, but even so, it was enough to make him happy. This is the power of the gods. Now, he knows better than others what the power of gods is like. The divine power of the golden flame is completely different from the powers he has comprehended before. This is the true power of the gods. Whether it is destructive power, creativity, or any other ability, it has reached the pinnacle that Long Yu can imagine. Now, not to mention those new gods, but also the older generation gods like Fuhua, the current Long Yu is sure to fight against them. With the mark of the flame god, one can activate the divine power of the golden flame. This divine power only belongs to one god, and that is the golden flame young god. Every god has its own original divine power, which is the fundamental condition for a god to become a god. The golden power that Long Yu absorbed was the divine power of the golden flame. But now Long Yu has absorbed and comprehended this golden flame divine power before, because he did not activate the flame god's mark. Now, during the death match, the Eclipse Ancient Realm will activate the mark of the flame god for him, allowing him to use these golden flame powers after leaving the death match. These golden flame powers of Long Yu will dissipate, but at that time, he could slowly begin to understand the magical power of the golden flame in his body. If you want to leave this spherical void alive, you will naturally have to fight against alien gods, one after another. The information Long Yu got was that after all the new gods had withdrawn from this death match, the remaining treasures in the entire spherical void that had not been taken away belonged to him alone. This made Long Yu so happy, so how could he not try his best? He can clearly feel that his current power is no less powerful even against Concubine Yu, who has stepped into the godlike realm. There is no reason to retreat, not to mention, he will not have any chance to retreat. If he didn't go out to stop the new alien gods and cause some trouble for them, then it is very likely that many new gods would gather in the center of the spherical void in the end. Wouldn't it be possible to see him in the center at that time? The siege of all the new alien gods? What's more, this is a good opportunity for Long Yu to become familiar with Jinyan's magical power. It's just that now I look like a flame giant. Even if Concubine Yu and the others see me, they won't recognize me, right? I don't know which direction they are in. It's best not to meet them. Long Yu thought in his heart. His entire body is now covered in golden flames, and his body is much larger than before, taking on the shape of a flame giant. Although he has the shape of a human being, with a head, hands, and feet, if Concubine Yu and the others saw him, they would definitely not think that he was human. This is a bit embarrassing, but fortunately, Long Yu's perception has become extremely sharp now. Even the other new gods, in this spherical void, the range of spiritual perception is probably only about 1,000 feet. But Long Yu can reach 10,000 feet. As the guardian of the entire spherical space, Long Yu naturally has some unique advantages. Just because the range of spiritual consciousness is 10 times wider than that of other new gods, it is enough for Long Yu to handle it with ease. The deathmatch session has officially begun. Long Yu did not act immediately, but was thinking about something. Up to now, he can be said to be the person closest to the gods among the entire human race and monster race, but it is still too early to say that he has obtained the inheritance of the so-called Golden Flame Young God. But he remembered that in that stone monument space, which was the 7th floor of the Eclipse ancient domain, he also met hundreds of other cultivators of various races who had successfully obtained the mark of the Flame God. Most of the hundreds of racial cultivators are from different races. Long Yu doesn't believe that every one of them is a person from the future. There must be other guys who got the mark of the Flame God earlier, just the Machine Tribe, the Six-Wing Tribe and the Sword Tribe. There is a genius who has or will receive the mark of the Flame God in the past or in the future. This also means that maybe some races know that he will become the guardian of the entire death battle space. You know, at that time, when Long Yu was at the cultivation level of the 5th level master, he killed 3 people and left, bathed in the golden light. There were many aliens. Among them, the one that worried Long Yu the most was the golden 6-headed man. Wing. Now Long Yu doesn't know whether the golden 6-winged one has entered the godlike realm and has become a new godlike person and has come to this space. But to be fair, there is a possibility that he will see the golden 6-winged one in the void. Very big. What would the other party do if they knew? Come directly to kill Long Yu? Not too possible. The golden flame giant in the form of Long Yu squinted his eyes, thinking about all possible situations. Anyway, he is not very clear about the purpose of Jinyan Yangshan now, but since he has gained such a strong power, it is good to experience it first. And the most important thing is that his current image is that of a golden flame giant. Even if he kills the new alien gods, those alien races will not know that it was a boy from the human race who killed their talented new god. The Terrans bring trouble. The time has come to do whatever you want. Long Yu saw that next to him was one of the most precious rewards in this fight to the death. This reward was a pool of golden water. In the golden water, there seemed to be a shining sun, and what was contained in it turned out to be eternal level divine text. It is definitely impossible for the golden flame divine power to appear as a reward. However, the eternal divine inscriptions are already the most powerful power that can be mastered except by the gods, and the shining sun in this golden water is the source of the divine inscriptions. In the realms of humans and demons, the sources of divine inscriptions are basically original-level divine inscriptions. There is not even an apocalyptic source of divine text in the human and demon territories. Even if there is one more apocalyptic source of divine text, the overall strength of the human and demon territories can be at least doubled. And more powerful beings will emerge in the clan. Not to mention, what kind of transformation opportunity would it be for the human race and monster race if they obtained this eternal source of divine texts? It's a pity that Long Yu can't directly take this thing into his pocket now. He does not have the power to take away these things, only the power to kill other new alien gods. When all the new gods withdraw, the rest belong to Long Yu. So there is only one way before Long Yu kill. The worst-case scenario is that some powerful races know the rules of the inheritance of Jin Yan's divine power and will unite, so Long Yu must curb this possibility. Now, other alien races should be rushing towards the center. It's 100,000 feet away, so it's not that easy to get here. Long Yu's speed is about 10 times faster than others in the spherical void, so he still has plenty of time. When other new alien gods advanced 10,000 feet, Long Yu could advance 100,000 feet and meet each other from the center of the spherical void. However, Long Yu must choose the right direction, otherwise, if he encounters Concubine Yu and others, he will be miserable, not only wasting his time, but also very likely to let Concubine Yu and others attack him. Fortunately, Long Yu received the news that a total of 82 races participated in the entire death battle. There are 15 races among them, and there is only one newly promoted god, so they can only participate. Otherwise, their races will not be qualified to enter the Eclipse Ancient Domain next time. Even if they die, they will have to come in and try. For this kind of race with only one new godlike creature, they only need to get one item before they can leave here and go home safely, so they must move towards the nearest reward item as quickly as possible. 1 in 82, the possibility of meeting Concubine Yu and the others is really slim. Just choose any direction. Long Yu thought in his heart. The transformed golden flame giant finally took action. In the spherical void in the center of the maelstrom in the Eclipse Ancient Domain, the golden flame giant began to take action. Every time golden flames explode from behind him, he can teleport 1,000 feet away, 10 times faster than other new gods in the void. Long Yu randomly picked a direction and then moved quickly in that direction. His target is the light of the outermost stars in this direction. The treasures at that distance are the earliest treasures that the new gods in the void can obtain, so they will definitely attract competition. There may be competition, and there may be exclusive access. Long Yu was very fast, and he believed that he could catch up, and his luck was not that bad. In this direction, a newly promoted god would just get the treasure and exit. The golden giant moved quickly in the void. And the 82 races, a total of about 200 new gods, all started to move when Long Yu started to move, and they all wanted to get the light of the stars as quickly as possible, which was the hundreds of people in this death battle. One of the treasures. I'm afraid only Concubine Yu and the other 5 of them were delayed for half an hour, waiting for Long Yu. But this is also good for them. Because if they come out later, the possibility of meeting Long Yu will be even smaller. Long Yu kept moving forward, and the golden flames shone but disappeared quickly. In the void, they could spread quite far, about 10,000 feet away. This is not good news for Long Yu. Because this means that other people can see him from 10,000 feet away, and his spiritual perception range is exactly 10,000 feet. This situation is a bit embarrassing. When Long Yu can sense the other party can also see him. Of course, what the other party saw was the golden light coming out of him. Generally speaking, it was impossible for these new gods to know what the golden flame light was. Even if they discovered it, they would just make some routine preparations for combat. Soon, Long Yu advanced a distance of 90,000 feet, and then he felt that two new alien gods appeared in front of him. The two new alien gods had already obtained a treasure, and then in heading deeper into the spherical void, hoping to obtain a second treasure so that they can all leave here. At this time, Long Yu sensed them, and they naturally saw Long Yu. However, they don't know what dragon control is. The two new alien gods were still rushing towards Long Yu's location, using their fastest speed. Long Yu stayed near the second treasure, waiting for them, and did not take the initiative to attack. Anyway, now Long Yu can teleport thousands of feet, and can run away even if he cannot be beaten. Besides, now he feels that it will be easy to deal with one Yufei level existence, but it is hard to say if there are two. Because of this, he wanted to try to see if he could defeat these two new alien gods. Soon, the other party approached. During this process, Long Yu clearly discovered that the treasures shining with the light of stars around him were being taken away one after another. More than half of the 50 outermost creations have been taken away. There is no way around this. Even if Long Yu now obtains the divine power of the golden flame and transforms into a golden flame giant, it is impossible to stop so many new alien gods at the same time. After all, he does not have the ability to clone himself now. He is a golden flame giant. He is no longer Long Yu, so he can no longer use methods such as the demon dust clone. As for the remaining half that has not been taken away, there must be two or more alien races competing for the best creation, and the winner cannot be determined for a while, so there is a stalemate, and Long Yu returns. There is a chance to rescue those top-notch creations. However, for Long Yu, the most important thing is to face the two new alien gods in front of him. This is an alien race, with two metal spears. In the final melee area of the fifth area, Long Yu once saw such a foreign race, a guy who fought against the Golden Six Wings, but he didn't know what happened to him afterwards. Two aliens from this Metal Spire alien race have stepped into the ranks of new gods, but neither of them looks like the one Long Yu encountered before. Perhaps, that end has been killed by the Golden Six Wings. The two alien metal spears came through the air, and could move forward 100 feet each time they teleported. Not long after, they crossed a distance of 10,000 feet and arrived in the void not far from Long Yu. Next to Long Yu's current position, there is a source of revelation-level divine texts. Of course, this source of divine writings is sealed by some kind of golden liquid. It is the same thing that sealed the source of eternal divine writings before. This golden liquid can actually contain the source of divine writings, allowing practitioners to carry the source of divine writing as an object. There is such a treasure beside Long Yu. For the two Metal Spire aliens in front of them, the value of this treasure is secondary. The key is that if they get this treasure, both of them can leave the death battle and get out alive. Only in this way can they make greater contributions to their own race as new gods. You must know that any godlike creature is a valuable resource for any race. Even for powerful races such as the Six-Wing tribe and the Mechanical tribe, the number of godlike warriors among them is only in the 3 digits, and the life of each of them is extremely precious. Not to mention, for races like humans and monsters. If Concubine Yu and the other 5 can get out alive this time, then the overall situation around the borders of the human race and the demon race will be completely changed. In front of him, there was bound to be a battle between Long Yu and the two alien races with metal spears. One of the two alien metal spires rushed directly towards the golden flame giant transformed by Long Yu, and split into 4 metal spire clones at the same time. First, 4 metal spire clones came to Long Yu. These 4 metal spire clones each exerted the power of the primordial metal system, condensing an extremely powerful binding array, trying to trap the golden flame giant transformed by Long Yu within it. In this way, the two of them can directly take away the source of the apocalyptic divine text, and then choose to leave this life and death battle. They regard Long Yu as another new alien god. However, seeing that Long Yu did not take away the source of the revelation-level divine text, the two Metal Spire aliens were also extremely cautious. They felt that the Golden Flame Giant might be very strong, so they did not directly surround Long Yu, but instead adopted delay tactics. The four Metal Spire clones came around the Golden Flame Giant transformed by Long Yu, but as soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the Golden Flame's divine power exploded, condensing into 4 pillars of flame, and bursting out of the air. Each pillar of flame accurately hit one of the Metal Spire clones. Before the opponent's binding circle took full effect, the 4 Metal Spire clones were completely blown to pieces. This scene shocked the Metal Spire aliens who were preparing to obtain the source of the apocalyptic divine text. They felt the violent power of Long Yu's 4 flame pillars, and immediately knew that Long Yu was not something any of them could handle. They would either join forces to deal with Long Yu, or one of them would run away. However, they finally became godlike beings, so how could they be willing to escape like this? What's more, if one of them holds Long Yu back and the other takes the opportunity to withdraw from the deathmatch, who will hold Long Yu back? The guy who came to hold Long Yu back must have died. And the other person can leave this void and become a winner through a top-quality creation that he obtained before. No matter what, it is impossible for these 2 Metal Spire clones to be willing to die. Their last choice is to join forces to fight. This result surprised Long Yu. He saw 2 alien metal spears attacking at the same time and rolling towards him. The power of the golden element burst out with extremely dazzling light. This is the other party's magical power. One of the metal spears used the alien's divine power to condense into a golden stick with the power of the beginning of the metal system, and crashed down towards Long Yu. Behind the golden stick, a huge golden pagoda actually appeared. A big stick of golden light emerged from the shadow of the golden pagoda, and instantly fell on the head of the Golden Flame Giant. The next moment, it looked like it was going to smash Long Yu into meat pies. However, Long Yu did not waver at all. As soon as he raised his hand, the Golden Flame Giant's arm suddenly rose up, bringing with it a burst of golden flame divine power, which instantly completely shattered the golden stick. The opponent's golden stick deified magical power was much more powerful than the 9 nether dragon breath that Long Yu used on Concubine Yu at that time. The most important thing was that the density of the opponent's body was higher than that of Long Yu, who was a 5th level master at that time. Yu is much stronger. At that time, the strength in Long Yu's body was like the difference between cotton and steel, compared with that of the godlike Concubine Yu. And now, the power of this alien metal spire, compared with the golden flame power that Long Yu currently possesses, is also the difference between cotton and steel. However, the power of the Metal Spire alien god is equivalent to cotton, and Long Yu's golden power is also the difference between cotton and steel. The power of flames is made of steel. This difference in power density leads to a huge difference between the two. It seems that since entering the realm of gods, what cultivators pursue is no longer the size of power, but the tightness of power, that is, density. But now, Long Yu has transformed into a golden flame giant, and the golden flame divine power used is undoubtedly much higher than the power density of the godlike alien race. Long Yu smashed the golden stick with one punch, and then his body flashed, and the golden flames flashed past. His entire huge body came directly in front of the Metal Spire alien, and instantly spanned a distance of 200 feet. This made the Metal Spire aliens instantly startled. How could this golden flame giant suddenly cross a distance of 200 feet in the space of the Eclipse Ancient Domain? This is unscientific. Long Yu didn't give the other party a chance to be surprised. The golden flame divine power is concentrated on the fist of his golden flame giant, and he punches the opponent suddenly. If this punch hits, the opponent will definitely die without a burial place. With the density of the golden flame divine power, it can completely break through use any defensive means on the other side. However, the opponent still reacted extremely quickly. After all, he was a newly promoted godlike being. Both his combat experience and reaction speed were completely impeccable. When this alien metal spire saw the golden flame giant flashing in front of it, it directly activated the power of the space divine text, and then flashed 100 feet back. Not to mention, it was in order to prevent Long Yu from attacking. Continuing to pursue him, he actually moved and flashed again. At the same time, a white light flickered above the head of the alien metal spire. This means that this metal spire alien actually chose to quit. The top-quality creation they had just obtained was actually on the body of this metal spire alien. At this moment, it seemed that they were unwilling to fight against Long Yu because they had seen the power of Dragon Yu's incarnation, the Golden Flame Giant. He actually chose to escape. This made the other metal spire alien extremely angry. There is no doubt that the feeling of being betrayed at this critical moment is never pleasant. The key is that it was a little slower at that time, allowing the other party to take away the top-quality creation. Of course, there is no reason to take out what was taken away. However, the other metal spire alien race did not sit still and wait for death. Seeing that Long Yu was chasing his companions, he flew directly towards the source of the revelation-level divine text, wanting to take away the source of the divine text, and then immediately exit this place. After all, it would be too difficult to stay. Too dangerous. From the punch of the flame giant that Dragon Yu had just transformed into, they all could see that Dragon Yu's level was at least one level higher than them. Just like the gods are one level higher than the 7th level master, they are one level lower than the Dragon Emperor. But what they don't know is that although the dragon control is powerful now, it doesn't have any special means. No matter its magical powers, martial arts secrets, they don't exist. So if they really want to fight, they still have a chance to join forces. Opportunity. Unfortunately, Long Yu's punch knocked them unconscious, and they did not dare to continue fighting with Long Yu. They haven't even thought about this problem anymore. If you can leave, leave. There is no need to make a sacrifice in vain. This was the decision made by the first metal spire alien. As for giving up his companions, there was nothing he could do about it. If it didn't leave, I'm afraid neither of them would be able to leave. It is now choosing to withdraw while staying away, which gives its companions a better chance, a chance to obtain the source of the apocalyptic divine text, so that it is more likely to escape from the opponent's hands. Unfortunately, this metal spire alien race was too naive. Once they are separated and act alone, they are no match for Long Yu, and they cannot even last 10 breaths. Teleport. Long Yu instantly shuttled to the opponent's side. Without much energy, the golden flame giant punched directly, sending the opponent flying instantly. He could feel the defensive barrier formed by the power of the golden element on the opponent's body, and was struck by this attack. The fist smashed into pieces. Then Long Yu continued to follow up. Such a simple golden flame fist wave made the opponent completely unable to resist. Long Yu ignored the metal spire aliens who wanted to take away the source of the apocalyptic divine text. Because the metal spire alien in front of him chose to withdraw first, Long Yu could only deal with it first. Of course, Long Yu's idea was not to let any of the other people escape. The golden flame giant transformed by Long Yu Shua has a very monotonous attack method. It was just like punch after punch. In fact, it was impossible for him to completely kill the opponent with one punch. After all, the opponent's defense was still very strong. Therefore, if another new alien god came to harass him and attack him at this time, it is also difficult for him to balance both. It's a pity that in order to survive, the other party suddenly turned from joining forces into fighting independently. Perhaps, they thought they could withstand Long Yu's 10-breathing attack. It can only be said that the other party lost because they didn't know what kind of state Long Yu was in now. If they knew that Long Yu was just a half-baked guy who couldn't even use martial arts and magical powers, then they probably wouldn't give up so easily. In the face of death, these two alien metal spears have to compete for the right to survive. These two alien metal spears are both about 5 feet high, like an upright octopus or squid, but they don't have so many tentacles, and their bodies have a metallic luster, and they seem to be made of some kind of metal element. The flame giant transformed by Long Yu is also about 5 feet tall, which is equivalent to the height of 4 or 5 floors. The two sides fought in the void. Every few rounds, Long Yu completely blew up the metal spire alien with a punch, even burning the core of power in his body. The next moment, he focused his attention on the other metal spire alien. On the body. The metal spire alien had already obtained the source of the revelation level divine text 3 breaths ago, and then directly chose to quit. At this moment, after another 7 breaths, it will be sent out and can survive. Seeing that its companion was completely killed by Long Yu's 3 punches, it felt a burst of schadenfreude in its heart. Who made the other party abandon it and prepare to escape? But I didn't expect this giant to be so terrifying. One of them could be killed with just 3 or 2 punches. In these 3 breaths, it teleported a distance of 300 feet. Thinking about it, even if this flame giant can teleport further, it can only teleport 200 feet at most, right? If it delays for a while, it should be able to get out alive. Unfortunately, it guessed wrong. The maximum distance of Long Yu's teleportation is 1,000 feet, which means that he can reach the opponent instantly. Long Yu didn't hesitate. After killing one of them, he teleported towards the other end and waved his flaming fist again. Without any suspense, Long Yu killed the new gods of the 2 alien races in the metal spears. This feeling is really super satisfying. If possible, he would like to take this opportunity to eliminate more new members of the race who may be hostile. Godlike. For example, the already hostile Ice God clan, Vulcan God clan, and other Outer God clan, as well as other powerful races in the Langia Star territory, Shinshui clan, Silver Stone clan, Soul clan, Yuan clan, etc. But it's a pity that Long Yu doesn't know if there are any new gods from these races. Even if there are, he doesn't know where the new gods of these races are now. This is probably the power of the gods above the Eclipse ancient domain. It may have been deliberately arranged by the author. It is impossible for a successor to the divine throne like Long Yu to avenge his personal revenge in this life and death battle. Otherwise, every successor to the divine throne can kill most of the hidden opponents in such a life and death battle, resulting in the future is smooth and there are no big threats. This is also quite detrimental to the cultivation and growth of the inheritor of the divine position. Long Yu killed the 2 alien metal spires, and then discovered that a top-quality creation object and a source of revelation-level divine writings that had been taken away by them fell out again, but they did not shine again. Out of the starlight. Long Yu tried it, and he was able to get both of these things in his bag. Although the Golden Flame Giant cannot use magical powers and martial arts, there is still a small and empty world. After killing the aliens who have obtained the treasures, they can take possession of those treasures again. This made Long Yu suddenly happy. In this way, he seemed to be able to get more treasures than expected. Everything inside is priceless. Among them, the cheapest top-quality creation is rumored to be able to cultivate a godlike creature, which shows how much energy it contains. Not to mention the source of revelation-level divine texts. Although the source of apocalyptic divine texts cannot cultivate existences at the godlike level, it can allow more people to understand the apocalyptic divine texts and increase their combat effectiveness by at least several times. For a race or force as a whole, it has a great effect. It is definitely far from a top-quality creation. In other words, the source of the apocalyptic divine text is more effective than a strong godlike person. This is not surprising. After possessing the source of the apocalyptic divine text, it is very likely that more powerful people with the potential to become godlike will emerge among races and forces, which is equivalent to providing a strong reserve force for the race or force. At least now, there is no source of revelation-level divine texts in the realms of humans and monsters. It can be seen that in the past life and death battles in the Eclipse ancient territory, the human race and the demon race have never been at an advantage. Now that a dragon has appeared, it is a big change for the human race and the demon race. However, it is impossible for Long Yu to give all the things obtained here to the humans and demons. He will definitely keep a large part for Void Galaxy. For Long Yu, it is better to promote his own power than to promote the humans and demons. It's important to come. You know, when the galaxy and the void expands, it is your own power. But if the human race and demon race become powerful, will they listen to Long Yu's words? It is even possible that there will be a conflict with Long Yusheng. After all, the population and the territory of the human race and the demon race is too large, too mixed, and too chaotic for Long Yu to control. In order to fight for the right to survive, the two Metal Spire alien races were killed one by Long Yu, and the treasures they had obtained were taken away. Then, Long Yu set his target on a nearby treasure light. That place is about 20,000 feet away from where Long Yu is now, but the light of the treasure in that direction has not disappeared for a long time. It can be seen that the fighting there is very fierce. If Long Yu rushes there now, he can fish in troubled waters. There are a total of nearly 200 new gods from 82 races. It is naturally difficult to compete for 100 treasures. On average, 1 out of every 2 newly promoted gods will die in battle. What's more, this time in the Eclipse ancient territory, there is an existence like Long Yu, which is even more unfavorable to other new alien gods. No matter what, even if it was just to get more treasures, Long Yu had to kill as many new alien gods as possible. And some powerful foreign races are likely to know about existences like Long Yu. After all, there are many 7-level masters of many races who watched Long Yu leave the melee area with the cultivation level of a 5th-level master. The 6 Wings are one of them. And the 6 Wings are likely to notify other races. In that space, Long Yu saw a genius from the 6-Wing clan, Sword clan, and Mechanical clan who had received the mark of the Flame God, but he didn't know whether it was the past or the future. If it were in the past, then he would definitely know the situation in the current deathmatch, and Long Yu might still be in danger. Apart from anything else, even if 3 new gods attacked him at the same time, it would be difficult for him to resist them. Although his teleportation speed is very fast, which can be 10 times faster than all other new gods, but if those new alien gods use some means to trap him, then he will not be able to escape. Long Yu knew this very well, so he was extremely cautious when rushing to the nearby treasure point 20,000 feet away. He approached the treasure point about 10,000 feet away, and then sensed the situation there first, which was also one of his advantages. He discovered that there were actually 3 new alien gods fighting there. In total, there were 8 new gods in total. These 3 aliens seemed to have some grudges against each other. When they met, they would fight fiercely without giving each other any way to survive. However, no alien could go and take away the treasure on the treasure spot. The 8 new alien gods restrained each other, and the battle was extremely fierce. Among them, 2 aliens seemed to have obtained the best creations on the edge, and they still participated in the battle at this second treasure point, just for the other 2 new gods of the same race, and wanted to take them out alive. The golden flame giant in the form of Long Yu appeared thousands of feet away, and of course it was observed by them all. But they all ignored Long Yu. Because the guys who are thousands of meters away can't affect their fight with each other, now they are red-eyed, and they have reached an extremely critical moment. Long Yu slowly approached, and as he continued to approach, he observed the battles of the 8 new alien gods, and learned more and more about the fighting methods of each of them. This is something that the new gods don't know at all. Because their own spiritual perception can only sense the specific situation within 1,000 feet around them. Who would have known that the golden flame giant Long Yu could sense the situation within 1,000 feet? These 8 new godlike aliens come from 3 different races and are not from the Languestar territory. However, this does not prevent Long Yu from considering them as targets. After all, if he can kill these 8 guys, Long Yu can retrieve 3 more treasures. Of course, retrieving these 3 treasures is much more difficult than retrieving the 2 treasures just now. Even one who is not careful may fall here. It all depends on how Long Yu fights. Anyway, now he is equivalent to a reckless man with huge power. He does not have any martial arts or magical powers. He still has to be careful when fighting. The main thing is that he still doesn't know how strong the golden flame giant body he transformed into can withstand. Although the golden flame is very powerful, the body of the golden flame giant is not necessarily very strong. Once the new godlike alien race takes advantage of the opportunity and directly bombards the golden flame giant, it is likely to cause the dragon to be injured or even die. And he didn't know what the consequences would be if he died in the golden flame giant state. Will he really die? In other words, your consciousness can return to your body. Nothing is known. So he didn't dare to take risks. He teleported 100 feet at a time and slowly approached the melee area without any rush. Now he can't get up even if he wants to, because he doesn't want those guys to find out. He can teleport 1,000 feet away, which will be a huge reliance on him when he hunts down those alien gods later. 1. Long Yu's goal was to steal the 3 treasures, not to kill the new godlike alien races, so there was no need for him to rush up and grab the heads and let them kill each other first. The 8 new gods and aliens didn't think much of the golden flame giants that were getting closer. Among the 3 races, there are at least 2 new gods. A single golden flame giant is really not taken seriously by them, but they still pay a little attention to it. Each of them must be deducing what will happen later. Possible situations. When Long Yu was still about 5,000 feet away from the treasure point, one of the 8 newly promoted gods and aliens was finally completely killed. One of the best creations on it also fell out directly and fell into the hands of another new alien god. Fortunately, there were 3 aliens in total. After getting 2 of the best creations, they did not choose to leave. Instead, they began to move towards the treasure point with all their strength. The 3 new alien gods gathered together. Seemingly invincible. This alien race with 3 remaining members is the Abyss race that Long Yu has a little impression of. The Abyss tribe is different from the Abyss tribe. The Abyss tribe is named because of their racial abilities and talents, which are the ability to create space-time abyss and their innate special sensitivity to the power of the space divine script. As for its appearance, it looks like black worms, but these black worms are very huge, each one is 3 feet long. The human race is completely insignificant in front of it. The 3 abyssal worms moved quickly towards the treasure spot. The remaining 4 new gods belonging to 2 races quickly blocked the path of the 3 abyss worms. Of course, they could not let the abyss succeed so easily. Therefore, 2 different races are united at this moment. One of them is the Phantom Butterfly clan, a foreign race that is good at spiritual attacks. The alien god with 2 blue butterfly heads has already laid out layers of magic formations condensed from the power of the wood element in that space. There were originally 3 members of the Fantasy Butterfly clan in this place, but one of them had just died in the hands of the Abyss clan, so one can imagine their determination. It would be impossible for the 3 Abyss clan members to pass smoothly to get the treasure point. Of treasure. The treasure seemed to be a modified godlike source product. The so-called modified godlike source products are ones that surpass the existence of ordinary godlike source products, and are several times more powerful than ordinary godlike source products. The golden little sword of Long Yu is just an ordinary godlike source product. The treasure on the treasure spot is actually a blood-red silk thread entwined with each other. It is a modified godlike source product, and its power is beyond the limit. The golden sword is doubled. As for who modified this type of divine source product, no one can know. Anyway, this is a very good treasure. Its value is no less than a revelation-level divine source. Not to mention, if the Abyssal tribe were allowed to obtain this modified god-like source product, all 3 of their members would be able to escape alive. Another alien tribe is the Black Mist tribe that Long Yu has seen before. He killed an extremely powerful Black Mist tribe. In the advanced area, the 2 Black Mist tribes he saw now were probably not as talented as the one he killed at that time. However, these 2 Black Mist tribes have now had the opportunity to reach the level of gods, and are much stronger than the Black Mist tribe back then. The Black Mist tribe is also a race that is good at stimulating spiritual attacks. Cooperating with the Phantom Butterfly clan, it produced an excellent effect. The Black Mist clan was hidden in the mental attack arrays of the 2 Phantom Butterfly clan. When the Abyss clan worms passed through the contact array, they suddenly burst out. The 2 sides joined forces and directly produced extremely powerful destructive power. The spirit and soul of one of the abyssal worms was immediately severely damaged. This situation made Long Yu feel something was wrong. Because he discovered that the abyss worm whose spirit and soul suffered severe damage happened to be the one that did not get the best creation. The other 2 who were not injured were holding a top-grade creation in their hands, which meant that they could choose to leave at any time. It seemed to confirm Long Yu's guess. When one of the abyssal worms was severely damaged in spirit and soul, the other 2 abyssal worms immediately chose to abandon their severely injured companion and quickly retreated towards the rear. At this time, Long Yu was still about 2,000 feet away from the treasure point. The 2 abyss worms just retreated towards where Long Yu was, which made Long Yu sigh in relief. In this way, it will not be so easy for the other party to escape. White light flashed directly above the heads of the 2 abyss worms, and it seemed that they were about to escape from here. How could the Fantasy Butterfly clan and the Black Mist clan allow such a situation to happen? For new gods and aliens attacked from all directions, following the 2 fleeing abyss worms, and rushed to the direction of Long Yu. On the other hand, the abyss worm whose spirit and soul had been severely damaged was still trying its best to rush towards the treasure point. Unfortunately, its spirit and soul had been severely damaged, and many of its magical powers could no longer be used, and it was even a little confused. I can't even tell the direction. Other alien gods are too lazy to pay attention to this guy. The distance between Long Yu, the fleeing Abyss clan worms, the Phantom Butterflies clan and the Black Mist clan is rapidly approaching. The Abyss worms could even see the approaching Golden Flame giant, but they did not panic. In their eyes, Long Yu was just a new godlike creature, and it would be difficult to kill both of them within 10 breaths. In fact, the 2 abyssal worms had some exchanges with each other, and seemed to be preparing to join forces to deal with Long Yu with 2 against 1. It seemed that they had a good chance of winning. Anyway, they were about to leave the void, and they had to kill one before leaving. Foreign races are also good. The only thing that's a little strange about them is that they don't seem to have seen the Golden Flame giant race during the previous battles in the Eclipse Ancient territory. Of course, there are so many races participating in the Eclipse Ancient territory, it is normal for them to see some of them. 2 abyssal worms are ready to take action. This is exactly what Long Yu meant. There is no doubt that in a head-on conflict with Long Yu, these 2 abyss worms would hardly be Long Yu's opponent. Long Yu had just observed their fighting methods from a distance. Basically, they used the power of shadow and space attributes. There were several apocalyptic divine words. If used to activate the deified magical power, the destructive power would still be very high. Strong. But it is still impossible to fight against Long Yu. A wave of shadow light spurted out from the shadow of a giant worm. This was the deified magical power of one of the opponent's abyssal worms. This shadow broadcast almost tore the space apart, and with the addition of the giant worm's shadow behind it, it exploded with extremely terrifying destructive power. If it were Long Yu's body here, I'm afraid he would be killed thousands of times in an instant, because it would be impossible to withstand it. But now, he raised his hand and punched the shadow light wave directly. The divine power of the golden flame was concentrated on his fist, and with a terrifying explosion, the shadow light wave was smashed in half by a punch. The golden flame's divine power spread out, and the golden flame giant took advantage of the situation and jumped directly in front of the abyssal worm. There are still 5 breaths left. Long Yu was still nearly 700 feet away from the opponent, but now it's too late. If he wants to get back those 2 top-quality creations, he must teleport there at once. At this moment, the 2 abyss worms were shocked. They didn't expect that the golden flame giant in front of them could jump a distance of 700 feet at once. This reminded them of a rumor they heard from other races in the Eclipse ancient domain: if someone could jump less than 700 feet, with the Master Duan's cultivation, through the 5th and final area, it is possible to obtain the true inheritance of the gods. And the guy who gets the inheritance of the gods will become the incarnation of the gods and appear in the death match. This incarnation of the gods has the power and ability to surpass all other new gods. Now, all the new gods can only teleport 100 feet at a time in this void. But the golden flame giant in front of him crossed 700 feet in an instant. Doesn't this mean that this guy may be the incarnation of a god? Escape. Without any hesitation, the 2 abyssal worms ran away in 2 different directions. One of them flew overhead, and the other dropped downwards. The reaction was extremely fast. 4 breaths left. Long Yu is not going to let anyone go. The golden flame giant's fist once again condensed the golden flame's divine power, and then its entire body teleported to the abyss worm above. 1 punch. 2 punches. The golden flame divine power quickly swallowed up the abyss worm. When there were still 2 breaths left to teleport out, it was completely killed by Long Yu, and the top-quality creation fell directly. As for his body was also recovered by the Eclipse ancient territory. With 2 breaths and 2 punches, he defeated a new godlike worm from the abyss. There is another one next, and there are still 2 breaths left. If nothing happens, we can just kill it. Without any hesitation, Long Yu teleported down again, directly spanning a distance of 400 to 500 feet, and punched another abyssal worm with 1 or 2 punches. The divine power of the golden flames roared, filling the entire void. The abyssal worm wanted to resist desperately, but neither its shadow attribute divine script nor its space attribute divine script could delay Long Yu's time at all, because Long Yu could teleport to other directions at any time to avoid the opponent's defense. With 2 punches, the golden flame's divine power exploded, completely swallowing up the abyssal worm. Another top-quality creation fell out. These 2 top-quality creations fell out, causing the remaining 2 fantasy butterfly tribes and the 2 black mist tribes to have thoughts. However, seeing that Long Yu, the golden flame giant, had such tyrannical strength, they naturally did not dare to come and make any plans. They were all hesitant: should they just leave like this, or should they go and rob Long Yu? It didn't take them long to make a decision. One of the Black Mist clansmen flew directly towards the first top-quality creation. It wanted to get the top-quality creation quickly and then choose to leave the void. After all, the Black Mist clan has deep spiritual attainments, and may be able to stop the golden flame giant from taking 10 breaths. Anyway, if it doesn't get the created object, it won't be able to leave, so it's better to buy some time. The other Black Mist tribe flies directly towards the Abyss tribe worm that has suffered severe mental damage. It wants to kill that guy and then be qualified to leave the space. Although it cannot get any treasures in this way, at any rate able to survive. As for the 2 Phantom Butterfly clan, the situation seems to be better than that of the Black Mist clan. Because one of the Phantom Butterflies, when he discovered that Long Yu could teleport 700 feet, a white light appeared directly on his head. This Phantom Butterfly clan's new godlike creature had killed his companions before, so he had the choice to leave. Qualifications. Originally, there were 3 members of the Phantom Butterfly tribe fighting in the melee. One of them was seriously injured by the Abyss tribe worm and was in critical condition. At the critical moment, this Phantom Butterfly tribe took the initiative to reach out and completely killed its companions. This may be a good way to prevent the opponent from escaping while giving oneself a chance to leave the space. When Long Yu saw this scene, he was quite shocked. The dead Phantom Butterfly clan did not resist at all, but seemed to be killed by its companions on its own initiative so that its companions could escape. It is really rare to be able to step into a godlike existence and possess such a fearless spirit. Anyway, this is the first time Long Yu has seen such a human being who is willing to sacrifice himself for others. The other end of the Phantom Butterfly tribe went straight to the treasure point 1,000 feet away. The twisted blood-red thread was a modified god-like source product. It must have good power, and might be able to block the golden fire giant for a certain amount of time. The 4 surviving new alien gods use their own methods, and the only thing they want is to survive. No matter how strong Long Yu is, there is only one person after all. It will take time to kill a new alien god. It is difficult for him to kill all 4 aliens in front of him. And Long Yu's choice naturally prioritizes those treasures. With almost no hesitation, Long Yu made up his mind to kill the closer Black Mist tribe first. That Black Mist tribe wanted to get its hands on the first-rate creation that fell out, and of course Long Yu would not allow it. The opponent had just flown over and snatched the top-quality creation, and then a white light appeared above his head. He obviously chose to exit this space immediately. However, Long Yu dodged and came to the side of the Black Mist tribe, punching out directly. This punch carries a strong golden flame, divine power. If it were in existence like the previous Abyss clan worm, it would have been seriously injured with one punch, and it would have been completely destroyed by the golden flame divine power with 2 punches. But now, his punch against the Black Mist clan was in vain. The Black Mist body of the Black Mist clan immediately dispersed into a sheet of black mist. After the golden flame's divine fist was smashed down, it scattered in all directions. Long Yu did not cause any damage to it. The Black Mist clan is similar to the Soul clan. The Soul race is born without a body and is a life form of pure spiritual power. As for the Black Mist clan, they can transform into pure spiritual life forms anytime and anywhere, making their bodies completely disappear. This made Long Yu a little embarrassed. Could it be that this golden flame divine power cannot cause harm to the spiritual soul? That's not good. Because doesn't this mean that he can't kill existences such as the Soul clan and the Black Mist clan? Long Yu didn't believe in evil, so he continued to punch him. He did not wave his fist randomly, but attacked where the white light was. That wisp of white light was exactly the white light that shone above the head of the Black Mist tribe after he chose to withdraw from the void. Where is that white light? The spiritual soul of this Black Mist tribe should be there, right? The punch seemed to have an effect. Long Yu could feel that the spiritual soul power of this Black Mist clan had been weakened to a certain extent. Of course, the divine power of the golden flame is not very destructive to the spiritual soul, and it is simply impossible to deal with the abyssal worms, but Long Yu is still sure to kill the opponent within 10 breaths. It just takes a lot of time. This also means that Long Yu will definitely lose a treasure this time. Or, he gave up this top-quality creation to kill the new godlike creature from the Fantasy Butterfly clan and keep the transformed godlike source product. But after thinking about it, Long Yu still didn't take the risk. Because the heads of the phantom butterflies who had obtained the godlike source product over there were already flashing white light, and they would be able to leave this space in about 7 breaths. Long Yu was afraid that the Fantasy Butterfly clan had some means to stop his killing, or that if those divine source items had any special functions, he would probably lose both treasures. So he chose a safer approach. That is to kill this Black Mist clan and keep this top-quality creation. As for the other Black Mist tribe, it had already killed the Abyss tribe worm that suffered severe mental damage. The other two Phantom Butterfly tribes were also qualified to leave, and their white light was already shining. Long Yu couldn't kill these guys anymore, so he could only give up, along with the godlike source product. Long Yu persisted in using the divine power of the Golden Flame, and soon completely killed the Black Mist tribe, and received the top-quality creation in his hands. This time, he got 2 top-quality creations, and the harvest was pretty good. Although 2 Phantom Butterflies and 1 Black Mist tribe were let go, and the modified godlike source item was also given up, the result was already quite good. You must know that there were 8 alien tribesmen in this battlefield at the beginning. The existence of a new kind of god. With Long Yu's current ability, being able to snatch back 2 of the 3 treasures is almost the limit, and this is when the other party is relatively cooperative. Long Yu pocketed all 2 top-quality creations. Then he continued flying towards the next treasure point. He looked around and saw that in the entire void, the starlight of at least 50 treasure points had disappeared, which meant that more than 50 treasures had been taken away by the new alien gods. Among these 50 treasures, nearly 40 are top-quality creations. The top-quality creations are on the outermost edge, closest to the treasures of the new godlike alien races. Therefore, in comparison, these top-quality creations disappear the fastest. They are basically taken away by those alien races, and then withdraw from this world. Space. Long Yu was destined not to leave all the treasures behind. He faced so many new alien gods on his own, and it was already remarkable that he could keep 1/3 of the treasures, and 1/3 might not be able to be kept. In the entire spherical void, 100 treasures were divided into 5 layers. The outermost layer is of course those top-grade creations, 50 in total. Then there are the treasures on the second level, with a total of 20 treasure points. Among these treasures, there are modified divine-like source products, apocalyptic divine sources, and some ancient special elixirs, etc., whose effects are certain it is more powerful than the Baji blood pill that Long Yu took. Of these 20 treasure points, more than half have been taken away. Long Yu's next target is not the treasure points on the second level, but the treasure points on the third level. There are a total of 15 treasure points on the 3rd floor, and the things are more precious than the treasures on the 2nd floor. Now some new alien gods have arrived at the 3rd floor, which means they have advanced 45,000 about 10 feet away. Long Yu flew directly towards the nearest 3rd-level treasure point. The star light at that treasure point seemed to flicker twice, which meant that there were new alien gods fighting and competing there, causing the treasure to sometimes appear and disappear. When he disappeared, he was taken into the small world by the new alien god. Once the new alien god is killed, the treasure will fall out again and be obtained by other alien races. I wonder how many aliens are fighting over there. When he was 10,000 feet away, Long Yu teleported 1,000 feet directly and quickly approached it. When he was within 10,000 feet, he began to slow down and teleported 100 feet at a time. At the same time, he began to sense the battle situation near the treasure point. When Long Yu came within 10,000 feet of the treasure point, the situation in that place suddenly surprised him. It turned out to be Concubine Yu and the others. Yu Fei, Lu Shuang, Yu Feng, Long Zitian, and Lang Qingshuang, the 5 of them were extremely fast and had reached the 3rd treasure point on the route. The treasures on the previous 2 treasure points had obviously been 5 people took it. In other words, at least 2 of these 5 people can choose to withdraw at any time. However, Long Yu didn't know how many of these 5 people had killed the new alien gods. Judging from the fact that they haven't left yet, the 5 of them together shouldn't be able to kill 3 aliens. Otherwise, 2 plus 3 would be enough for all 5 of them to exit this place. Without any hesitation, Long Yu teleported 100 feet at a time and flew towards the place where the 5 people were. Concubine Yu and their opponents came from 2 different races. There are also a lot of new gods from these 2 alien races. Now they have 4 and 5 heads, respectively. However, looking at the treasure dots flashing, it seems that some aliens died nearby. I don't know what the initial battle situation was like. Anyway, now, the treasure that shines with the light of stars is in the center of the 3 directions, and no one can go and seize it. After all, there are 3 races in the field. If any race wants to obtain the treasure, the other 2 alien races will attack them. The same goes for Concubine Yu and the others. If they make any move, the other 2 alien races will definitely join forces to deal with them. In this case, they will definitely not be able to resist. Long Yu knew very well that if he appeared in front of Concubine Yu now, it would be impossible for her to recognize him. Therefore, if Long Yu wants to get closer and help Concubine Yu and the others, he still needs to use some means. Anyway, he can't just rush forward. Otherwise, he would probably be attacked by Concubine Yu and the others. Because now, Concubine Yu and the others are probably only 1 treasure away, or 1 head, before all 5 of them can leave the space. Under such circumstances, if they saw Long Yu appearing alone, they might still target him. If they were attacked by the 5 of them, it would be really tragic for Long Yu. He couldn't fight back anyway. Can only escape. If he escapes, his ability to teleport 1,000 feet will be discovered, and if he wants to attack the other 2 alien races, a total of 9 new gods, the other party will be very wary. All in all, Long Yu is taking a detour. He circled around in the void, getting closer to the direction of the other 2 new alien gods. In this case, it shouldn't be Concubine Yu and the others' turn to make plans for him. This time Long Yu's combat goals have changed from before. Before, he wanted to keep as many treasures as possible, but this time, his goal was to protect and support Concubine Yu and the others from the side, at least to allow them to leave the space first. On the other hand, Long Yu didn't want other aliens to see the relationship between him and Concubine Yu. Otherwise, the human race and the demon race might cause a lot of trouble in the future. This is a situation that Long Yu doesn't want to see. He avoided the direction of Concubine Yu and the others, and then gradually approached the location of the treasure point. The other 2 alien races, a total of 9 new gods, were also very cautious at this moment. Of course, they noticed Long Yu who was constantly approaching and detouring, and they became a little wary of the alone golden flame giant. However, they didn't know what the golden flame giant was, so they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, each of their races had 4 or even 5 new gods. A single golden flame giant shouldn't be able to deal with them. At this time, Long Yu seemed to discover something. These 2 different alien races seemed to be pointing their fingers at Concubine Yu and the other 5. It seemed that it was just because these 2 alien races came from the Quangsha Star territory and they had met each other several times. One of these 2 alien races is the Silk race. The appearance of the Silk clan is a long silk thread. At one end of the thread is something similar to a brain, and the other end is the core of their power. The divine power used contains 8 attributes of the divine script. Extremely weird. In the field, there were a total of 5 newly promoted gods from the Silk tribe. Another alien tribe is the Yunbei tribe. This race looks like a shell, and it has extremely strong defense power at first glance. Its physical strength is one of the best among the 3-star fields near the Eclipse ancient territory. I am afraid that only the Machine tribe and the Yuan tribe can compete with it. Incarnate. The abilities of the Yunbei clan also have 8 attributes and divine texts. Their abilities are mixed, just like the human race and the demon race, and they have broad development directions, so it is still difficult to deal with them, because every individual of the Yunbei clan has different abilities. The power they hold is different. There are a total of 4 new gods in the Yunbei tribe, and one of them has just been killed by Yu Fei and the other 5, which has led to the current situation in the field. When Long Yu was still 5,000 feet away from the treasure point, the Yunbei tribe and the Silk tribe finally decided to join forces and kill the 5 of them first. After all, the Yunbei tribe and the Silk tribe are both races from the Guangsha Star territory, while the Human Demon tribe is from the Langyus Star territory. In comparison, of course they choose to unite with those they can trust. As a result, Concubine Yu and the others suddenly fell into an extremely terrible disadvantage. The 9-headed alien race's newly promoted god launched an offensive against the 5 of them from all directions. Whether it is the Yunbei tribe or the Silk tribe, their individual abilities will not be inferior to those of the human and demon tribes. 1 or 2 of them are even stronger than Yu Fei and the others. After all, they can pass the test of the Eclipse Ancient Domain. A genius who has stepped into the god-like realm. Together, the new gods of the Johto Yunbei tribe and the Silk tribe basically have all the 5 elements of Tai Chu, as well as the 8 attributes of divine power. They have various attack methods, but one thing is the same. That is, it is very difficult to defend against the opponent's offensive. Long Yu, who was approaching from a distance, suddenly became a little nervous. This situation was really beyond his expectation. The Yunbei tribe and the Silk tribe actually united together to kill Concubine Yu and the others first. This made him all plans were disrupted. Now, he could either teleport over and help Concubine Yu and the others kill all the 9 new gods and aliens. Or act according to the original plan, but in that case, it is likely to lead to the death of 1 or 2 of Concubine Yu and the others. After all, it was 9 new gods who gathered together to attack and besiege them. The 9-headed god, this is the strongest strength of any race in the current human race or demon race. There are currently only 7 strong men in the godlike realm among the human race and the demon race. But now, Concubine Yu and the others are facing the new gods of the 9-headed alien tribe, and they don't know much about the Yunbei tribe and the Silk tribe. On the one hand, they are not familiar with each other's fighting methods, and on the other hand, they don't know each other's where are the key weaknesses. If you just stare at the core of the opponent's strength, the opponent must have a strong defensive mentality. Without relevant combat experience, Concubine Yu and the others were helpless in fighting. Facing the opponent's first wave of offensive, Concubine Yu and the others could only choose to defend. Concubine Yu's aura of immortality and demon has become much denser after she stepped into the realm of God. However, for the time being, Long Yu doesn't know how to describe her strength density. After all, Long Yu has not yet stepped into the category of godlike, and he does not particularly understand some terminology at the godlike level. However, when she was promoted, other new alien gods were also promoted. The 4 new gods from the Yunbei tribe and the 5 new gods from the Silk tribe surrounded the 5 of them from all directions. Various means emerge endlessly. There was a new godlike creature from the Yunbei tribe, his whole body glowing with terrifying fire, and he casually waved a powerful revelation-level divine inscription with the attribute of fire, sweeping towards Liu Shuang. Liu Shuang's deified magical power exploded instantly. She had already obtained 6 ice essences and integrated them into 6 of the innate magical powers. Now 3 of her magical powers have become deified magical powers. When combined, the increase in strength is almost unimaginable. A blizzard rolled out of Liu Shuang's body and instantly enveloped her and the space near her. In this blizzard, the Yunbei tribe god who activated the fire attribute apocalyptic divine text actually had nothing to do with her. Method. The blast of flame attributed revelation-level divine words quickly dissipated in the blizzard without causing any damage to the convection frost. On the other side, the 2 newly promoted gods of the Silk tribe joined forces to attack Yu Fengdong. One of the Silk clan used the means of the shadow attribute divine text, the other Silk clan used the light attribute divine text. The power of the two, one white and one black, conflicted with each other, but it is precisely because of the conflict that they condensed into each other. Only when they work together can they unleash extremely terrifying power. Whether it is a shadow attribute divine text or a light attribute divine text, they are both revelation-level divine texts. The method used by Yu Feng was also the deified magical power activated by the apocalyptic divine inscriptions. With one movement of his body, he condensed countless hurricanes and tornadoes, and used the shadow attribute divine inscriptions and light attribute divine inscriptions displayed by the opponent's two Silk tribes. Wen has been shrouded in it. This is the divine power of elemental attributes, and the wind attribute among them is rare, but its power is also extremely terrifying. The three forces were mixed together, making the space in the void seem to explode. Yu Feng and the two Silk gods were directly forced outside the main battle area, opening up another small battlefield. Beings who can become godlike, whether they are the aliens in front of them or Yu Feng, Yu Fei and others, all have mastered the revelation-level divine inscriptions, otherwise they just want to kill 3 opponents in a row in the final melee in the 5th area. It's not that easy. Apocalyptic divine writing is already the most basic requirement. As for the more advanced eternal-level divine texts, they can only be obtained in the Eclipse Ancient domain. There are very few people who can comprehend them in the Eclipse Ancient domain like Long Yu. Long Yu now has a mysterious pattern recorded on a gray stone engraved in his mind, so his understanding of various powers has surpassed ordinary people, and that kind of mysterious pattern has few similarities in the entire Eclipse Ancient domain. Rewards. Even if there are other mysterious lines, after they are engraved in the mind, they will produce different effects. If you want to understand the ancient divine text in a short period of time, there will basically be no one else but Long Yu. But there are exceptions to everything. Now, Long Yu felt the aura of the eternal divine text, and the audience was shocked. That breath of power actually belonged to Long Zitian. With the addition of the eternal-level divine text, Long Zitian's figure instantly grew in size, and he turned into a giant 3 feet tall. He was surrounded by golden divine dragons, and he faced 2 silk-headed gods all by himself. Golden divine dragons surround Long Zitian. Once any enemy force comes close to him, it will be completely swallowed and absorbed by these golden divine dragons, and turned into Long Zitian's own power. The golden divine dragon is Long Zitian's magical move. With the help of the ancient-level divine power, Long Zitian was the most relaxed one in the field. He fought against 2 Silk tribe gods alone and completely suppressed the opponent. There is no doubt that among the 5 of them, Yu Fei, Long Zitian's strength can definitely be said to be one of the best. Before entering the Eclipse Ancient realm, everyone was pretty much the same. But after leaving the Eclipse Ancient territory, there seemed to be some gaps between everyone. Of course, people like Concubine Yu, Lu Shuang and others still obtained some treasures in the Eclipse Ancient domain, but they had not yet had time to turn them into their own fighting power. It seems that he is not as good as Long Zitian now. If he can get out alive, the situation will definitely change after a while. Concubine Yu's immortal and demonic aura also allowed her to resist the 2 Yunbei tribe gods on her own, but the resistance was more difficult. The 2 Yunbei tribe gods were revelation-level divine texts that had mastered the attributes of fire and ice respectively. Together they are quite powerful. It would be relatively easy for Concubine Yu to fight against one of them with her immortal and demonic aura, but it would be really difficult for her to resist the opponent from both ends. The remaining wolf Qingxuang has long since turned into a giant cyan wolf, which is his demon cultivator body. At this moment, he keeps howling Qingxuang, relying on the divine power of sound wave attributes to fight against a god of the Yunbei tribe, and a god of the Silk tribe. In the melee between Lang Qingxuang and the 2 alien gods, it can't be said that they were 1 against 2. The Yunbei clan and the Silk clan gods did not completely trust each other, so the pressure on Lang Qingshuang was higher than that of the other people. Both are much smaller. Of course, less stress does not mean less danger. On the contrary, Lang Qingshuang is the more dangerous one, because there is still some mutual suspicion between the Yunbei tribe and the Silk tribe gods. Once Lang Qingshuang is injured, the Yunbei tribe and the Silk tribe will not hesitate and will definitely kill Lang Qingshuang first. Long Yu is still getting closer. He did not teleport 1,000 feet at a time, but still maintained a distance of 100 feet at a time. He really wanted to get there quickly at first, but later he found out that Concubine Yu and the others were in good condition, and they were not suppressed and beaten by the 9-headed alien gods. This was a blessing among misfortunes. Especially Long Zitian, who was able to have such a powerful force that he could suppress and beat the 2 Silk gods. This was really beyond Long Yu's expectation. But if this continues, it's not an option. After all, although Concubine Yu and the others can resist for the time being, they are unable to resist at all. It is extremely difficult to kill any one of them. Long Yu must go up and help. If the golden flame giant he transformed into entered the battlefield, he would definitely seize the opportunity to kill one of the aliens instantly. At this time, Long Yu could feel which of the 4 Yunbei tribe and 5 Silk tribe gods was carrying this treasure in the void, which also allowed him to determine which one he needed to kill instantly. Target. Long Yu's goal in this battle was not only to allow Concubine Yu and the others to get out smoothly, but also to obtain as many treasures as possible, so when they could choose, they would naturally choose those alien gods who carried treasures. When Long Yu approached the battlefield less than 1,000 feet away, he found that the one closest to him was actually the battlefield between Lang Qingshuang, a Silk tribe, and a Yunbei tribe. At this time it is too late to take a detour, and there is no need to take a detour. The Silk god among them carries a treasure. If Long Yu can kill it, then the treasure will fall out. If this treasure is obtained by one of the 5 of them, Concubine Yu, it will give them one more person who can leave at any time. Anyway, now, they have 2 treasures with them. Another person killed a Yunbei tribe. Concubine Yu had a treasure on her body, and Lu Shuang also had a treasure on her body. As for who killed the Yunbei tribe god before, Long Yu didn't know. Anyway, if the Silk tribe is killed now, Lang Qingshuang is very likely to get the treasure. In that case, it will be very beneficial to the overall situation. Long Yu didn't hesitate and flew directly towards the battlefield where Lang Qingshuang was. The appearance of the golden flame giant made Lang Qingshuang, the Silk clan human god, and the Yunbei clan human god all nervous. At this time, these 3 actually formed a simple alliance, standing in different positions. Those 3 positions can all attack Long Yu immediately. This wolf Qingshuang, forget it, there is nothing we can do. Long Yu was a little embarrassed, but he couldn't express his identity as Long Yu now, because the form of the golden flame giant couldn't speak at all, nor could he have thoughts. He had no way to inform others. No matter what, he should kill the Silk god first. The golden fist swung up, teleported directly over the last 100 feet, and crashed down towards the Silk god. Seeing this situation, Lang Qingshuang did not rush to attack the golden flame giant transformed by Long Yu, but retreated a distance towards the rear. He originally had some difficulty in dealing with the 2 alien races joining forces, but now he is naturally extremely happy to see this situation. At first, he was subconsciously wary of Long Yu, and that's why he stood at odds with the 2 alien races. But now that he saw the golden flame giant directly attacking the Silk race gods, there was no need for him to get involved. Of course Lang Qingshuang knew that the Silk clan was carrying a treasure. Therefore, he did not retreat too far, but instead lingered near the Silk tribe and the golden flame giant. So smart. Long Yu couldn't help but admire him in his heart, and then his golden fist fell directly on one end of the Silk clan god. He didn't know which end was the core of his power or his head. Anyway, with one punch, the golden fist fell directly on one end of the silk god. The flame power actually smashed it directly. You must know that this is the golden flame divine power. The power density is originally higher than that of these new gods, not to mention that the other party did not expect that this golden flame giant was so powerful. However, the opponent was not killed directly. The vitality of the gods is still very powerful, and the most important thing is that they have many methods. The head of the silk god was blown off by Long Yu's punch, but it was not known that its head was destroyed. His whole body emitted bursts of white light, which was some kind of apocalyptic light divine power. At the same time, a piece of Taichu divine artifact flew out. It was a stone-shaped Taichu divine artifact, with emanating light from it. Very strong breath of life. The divine power of life attributes. After the stone flew out, it was completely decomposed and turned into extremely pure revelation-level life attribute divine power, which was integrated into the body of the silk god whose head was blown off, and the brain was restored and reshaped once again. Just like Long Yu cultivated the heart of demon dust. Even if his head is blown off like this, he can reshape it instantly, and it is impossible to cause fatal damage to him. But now, this silk race god suffered a blow from Long Yu. He had obviously felt the terror of Long Yu and chose to withdraw without hesitation. Except for the life attribute divine text above his head, it was still glowing with white light. And the white light that marked the exit from the Eclipse ancient realm after 10 breaths also flickered directly. This situation shocked the other gods around them. This golden flame giant is so powerful that it only made the silk god of the silk race so scared that he wanted to withdraw with just one punch. This is undoubtedly a wake-up call for the remaining silk clan gods. At the same time, both the Yunbei tribe and concubine Yu were now extremely wary of the golden flame giant transformed by Long Yu. There is no way that the silk clan just chose to quit casually. Because its companions are still here, it is impossible for it to choose to quit before the critical moment. But now, a white light flashed above its head. In other words, it feels like it will die if it doesn't quit. This is the only possibility that can scare the Silk clan into quitting immediately, and this also shows the power of the golden flame giant. Lang Qingshuang now had some hesitation. Should he go up and try to covet the treasures of the Silk clan? Now he's in a great position. While the Silk clan chose to withdraw, they retreated in a direction away from the golden flame giant, and this direction happened to be the direction of Wolf Qingshuang. He could completely block the escape route of this silk god, but in that case, the golden flame giant would probably set him as his next target. In this case, it would be impossible for Wolf Qingshuang to withdraw even if he wanted to. Because he has no treasures on him and has never killed other alien gods, he is not qualified to withdraw. Because of this, Lang Qingshuang was a little hesitant. However, Long Yu didn't pay attention to what Lang Qingshuang was thinking. He just chased after the silk god, raised his fist, and blasted directly towards the other end of the silk clan. The terrifying golden flame divine power once again fell on the silk race. Long Yu didn't show that he could teleport over 100 feet, because he was chasing the opponent anyway, and it didn't matter whether the Silk tribe was killed by him or Wolf Qingshuang. The next moment, the Silk clan actually left an afterimage on the spot. No, it's not an afterimage, but more like it has shed its shell, like a poisonous snake shedding its skin, leaving a layer of snake skin in place. This Silk tribe used some means to let the layer of snake skin stay in place. The cortical tissue instantly burst out with tyrannical tearing force, tying up the entire golden flame giant. The Silk clan itself continued to run towards the distance, with a white light on its head. It can be felt that this Silk tribe seems to be much weaker after choosing to shed its skin, and it will undoubtedly be easier to kill it. The direction in which it fled began to deviate from that of the Wolf Qingshuang. And this also gave Wolf Qingshuang a message: this Silk tribe is afraid of him. Lang Qingshuang glanced at the golden flame giant. The golden flame giant transformed by Long Yu was temporarily entangled in the shed skin of the Silk tribe and was unable to escape. This was a good time for him to take action, to kill the Silk tribe. This was of course an opportunity Long Yu deliberately created for Lang Qingshuang. If he wanted to, he could break through the entanglement of that layer of sloughing at any time. After all, the golden flames were very powerful and could easily burn away this layer of sloughing. But he didn't. Instead, he pretended to be trapped and waited for Wolf Qingshuang to kill the powerful Silk clan god. In this case, no matter what the situation was before, Concubine Yu and the other 5 people will definitely be able to leave safely. Long Yu thought to himself, the Silk clan were already so seriously injured, should Lang Qingshuang have no problem dealing with them, right? Soon, Lang Qingshuang caught up with the Silk god, just as Long Yu expected. But what happened next made Long Yu feel depressed. Because the Silk race god actually retained some extremely powerful means and did not use them. This Silk race god actually directly sacrificed a godlike source product in the shape of an iron lock, a modified godlike source product. This is obviously the treasure obtained by the Silk race god in this space. At this moment, it actually used it directly. As soon as this godlike source product in the shape of an iron lock appeared, it completely entangled the body of Lang Qingshuang, who rushed over, and then the iron lock unexpectedly exploded with an extremely dense power, even more powerful than the godlike one. The strength level of the strong man still needs to be improved. This situation confused Lang Qingshuang. He didn't expect that such a situation would happen. The Silk clan actually had a last resort. This iron-locked godlike source product contained extremely strong sealing power, and its power density was extremely high. It completely overwhelmed the wolf. The power in Qingshuang's body suppressed it. He did also get a divine source product, and he also had the Taichu divine product that had awakened to the 12th level. At this moment, he used all these methods without any hesitation. That godlike source product was something like a bunch of bamboo sticks connected together. Now that he activated it, it shot out like a goddess scattering flowers. His Taichu divine item is a wolf-tooth sword. After flying out of his small world, he directly explodes the 12th level of awakening skills. 5 wolves eat the sun. The phantoms of 5 giant wolf monsters appeared from the nearby void, and suddenly there was a terrifying momentum. This was the 12th level Taichu divine awakening technique of a powerful godlike person. The 5 giant wolf demon phantoms bit the iron locks wrapped around Wolf Qingshuang's body in the next moment. Those iron chains glowed red, tightly trapping Lang Qingshuang's body, making it impossible for him to use any power in his body, and his innate magical powers could not be activated. He could only rely on the godlike source products and the Taichu divine products. The 5 wolves eating the sun, and the series of bamboo sticks shot out, almost defeated the modified godlike source product, but in the end it was still a little bit short and could not completely get him out of the predicament. Immediately afterwards, the silk-like god emitted a burst of white light all over his body. This burst of white light almost covered all the scenes in the nearby void, and then suddenly fell on Lang Qingshuang. This is an attack method targeting the spiritual soul. There is no suspense. After Lang Qingshuang was imprisoned with all the strength in his body, he could only hold on to withstand the opponent's soul shock. He also practiced some martial arts secrets that could shield part of the shock wave of the spiritual soul. But now, the opponent's offensive is too strong. It was so strong that even Long Yu had no time to react. Long Yucai burned up the golden flame power on his body and got out of the sloughing lair. Just as he was about to teleport over to rescue Wolf Qingshuang, it was already too late. Lang Qingshuang's entire body was shrouded in white light. Without any pain, Lang Qingshuang's entire spiritual soul was instantly destroyed. As for his physical body, he survived, but the next moment he was recovered by the Eclipse ancient territory. The golden flame giant transformed by Long Yu didn't stop at all. now Lang Qingshuang's death has become a foregone conclusion. He can't undo it, and he doesn't want to see more people die. Whether it's concubine Yu, Lu Shuang, Yu Feng, or even Long Zitian. Long Yu doesn't want to see it. Until any one of them dies. The flame giant arrived with a bang and teleported a distance of 700 feet to the dying silk god. Then, the fist burning with golden flame, divine power, hit the silk race god. Aha! 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 At this moment, the primary transformed godlike source product, the iron lock, was directly locked on Long Yu's body, causing all the strength in his body to fall into a sealed state for a moment. This iron lock glows with red light, and its sealing effect on power is extremely terrifying. Its suppressive power is beyond the power level of ordinary gods, and is not far behind the golden flame power that Long Yu currently has. This made Long Yu temporarily unable to use the golden flame divine power, and he could only watch helplessly as the Silk clan was teleported out of the Eclipse ancient realm after the time was up. Also being sent out at the same time was this set of iron-locked divine source products, which were sent out as treasures obtained by the Silk clan. Long Yu secretly cursed. This Silk tribe is not a simple character like before. He actually mastered the use of this godlike item in a short period of time, and relied on various means to trap the golden flame giant in the form of Long Yu. Before leaving, he killed a wolf, Qingshuang. With such a mind, he is worthy of being a true powerhouse in the godlike realm. It can only be said that although Lang Qingshuang has stepped into the realm of gods, his trump cards are still too few. Compared with the real strong ones, he is still unable to fight. This is just like the 7 gods from the human race and the demon race. If they were to deal with the super gods from the machine race, 6-wing race, and sword race, they would definitely not be able to defeat them because their backgrounds were different and the opponents would be stronger. For Long Yu, this was a complete accident. If he hadn't pretended to be trapped by that layer of sloughing, he would still have had time to help Lang Qingshuang. Although this will reveal that he is on the side of the human race and the demon race, it is better than the death of a god, right? Every godlike creature is an extremely valuable asset to both the human race and the demon race. After experiencing Lang Qingshuang's accident, Long Yu decided to use all his strength. He was still scheming here and there before, hoping to get as many treasures as possible, but now it seems that if he continues to scheming, it is very likely that even Concubine Yu and the others will encounter unpredictable accidents. You know, these are all godlike powerhouses in the field. Each one of them is a top genius among those races, definitely no worse than Concubine Yu and the others. The reason why Lang Qingshuang died was entirely because Long Yu underestimated these new alien gods. Turns out, none of these guys are easy to mess with. Long Yu would never let something like this happen again. Even if it is revealed that he has joined forces with the human race and the demon race, so what? Anyway, now that he is in the form of a golden flame giant, it is impossible for the other party to know his true identity. Unless he encounters the golden 6-winged head, some information may be exposed. Now, he only faced the Yunbei tribe and the Silk tribe. In the final analysis, the overall strength of these two races is not particularly strong, at least it cannot be compared with the machinery race, sword race, and 6-wing race. Long Yu has not seen the Yunbei race in the space where he has obtained the mark of the flame god. And practitioners of the Silk clan. This also means that Long Yu does not need to be afraid of them. Kill. Long Yu didn't hesitate at all. When the Silk tribe disappeared from in front of him, he directly attacked the nearest Yunbei tribe, the guy who originally attacked Lang Qingshuang with the Silk tribe. Seeing the dragon-controlling flame giant approaching them, the Yunbei tribe hurriedly fled towards their own large army. This Yunbei clan has no right to opt out. Long Yu showed no mercy, and in the next moment he teleported a distance of 800 feet and arrived in front of the Yunbei tribe. The god of the Yunbei tribe was shocked. Just now he discovered that this golden flame giant could break through the 100-foot teleport limit in the Eclipse Ancient domain. It already felt bad, and now it feels even more disaster is coming. Fortunately, the other two Yunbei tribe gods near it immediately gave up attacking Concubine Yu, and instead came to support their own Yunbei tribe god. 3 against 1. This time, these 3 Yunbei tribe gods seem to have seen some of the characteristics of Long Yu. Since the golden flame giant appeared, it has just waved its fists constantly. As long as such attacks are flexible enough, it can be completely dodged. Dropped. Therefore, these 3 Yunbei clan gods wanted to join forces to kill Long Yu. What a pity, how could Concubine Yu just watch her opponent slip away? Since they want to deal with the flame giant together, then Concubine Yu is happy to kill the 3 Yunbei tribe with the flame giant, or in other words, she only needs to kill one of them. Now that Lang Qingshuang is dead, although Concubine Yu is a little depressed, she still has to try to get all the remaining 4 people to escape. But now, all that's left is a head or a treasure. You go first. At this time, Long Zetian roared out. He saw how powerful the golden flame giant was and didn't want Concubine Yu and the others to take this risk, so he wanted Concubine Yu and the others to escape first. When Long Yu heard Long Zetian roaring, he knew that the 3 people in the field except Long Zetian should be qualified to withdraw from this place. In this case, as long as Long Zetian gets a treasure or kills if one opponent is lost, the remaining 4 humans and demons can all exit. However, Concubine Yu obviously did not listen to Long Zetian's words. She continued to chase the 2 Yunbei tribe gods. She had a feeling that the golden flame giant in front of her seemed to be here to help her. This feeling was by no means groundless. Judging from every move of the golden flame giant just now and the behavior of Lang Qingshuang after his death, it was very possible this golden flame giant is an existence that has some connection with the human race and the demon race. This golden flame giant is undoubtedly special. After all, it can teleport directly over the extreme distance of 1,000 feet, which is 10 times what ordinary gods can do in the space of the Eclipse Ancient domain. This particularity just corresponds to the particularity of Long Yu. Long Yu participated in this life and death battle. Concubine Yu can be sure that she has been thinking about how the Eclipse Ancient territory arranged Long Yu after the death match started. It was possible to follow them to fight together, but after coming in, Long Yu waited for half an hour without seeing his shadow. Therefore, Concubine Yu definitely guessed that the Eclipse Ancient territory had other arrangements for Long Yu. Now that the golden flame giant appeared, combined with its various performances, Concubine Yu couldn't help but guess, could this guy be Long Yu? This is unlikely. But Concubine Yu couldn't help but think in this direction, or it could be said to be a woman's intuition. After all, she was very familiar with Long Yu and knew a lot about each other. The golden flame giant in front of her was still Concubine Yu really saw some shadow of Long Yu. No matter what, Concubine Yu decided to kill these 3 Yunbei tribe gods together with the golden flame giant. Now that she has the bold idea that the golden flame giant is Long Yu, she will naturally find a way to confirm it. If this is true, then it is very likely that she can help Long Yu in some way. On the other hand, Liu Xuan and Yu Feng, the former was carrying a treasure, and the latter had killed a Yunbei tribe god, so they were both eligible to withdraw directly. After hearing Long Zetian's words, a flash of white light appeared above their heads, which meant that they would be teleported out in 10 breaths. Concubine Yu did not leave. She killed the 2 Yunbei tribe gods, and the immortal and demonic aura condensed into 9 shining black and white stars in the void. This aura turned out to be the martial arts of gods. It seems that Concubine Yu also got a lot of benefits and learned a lot of tricks in the Eclipse Ancient domain. Jiuyachenxing is the divine martial skill obtained by Concubine Yu. Now it is used for the first time. Although it has only been cultivated to a small level, it still fills the field with a destructive aura. 9 shining black and white stars directly surrounded the 3-headed Yunbei clan. The terrifying power exploded instantly, and the black and white energy instantly eroded into the bodies of the three-headed Yunbei clan. Even Long Yu stopped. Godlike power, combined with divine martial arts, would definitely destroy the world. Although Long Yu was sure that his golden flame giant body could withstand it, there was no need for him to try. He must always pay attention to whether a certain Yunbei tribe god will suddenly rise up, or display some powerful means to pose any threat to Concubine Yu. To be honest, it's okay that Lang Qingshuang is dead. At least Long Yu didn't know the other party. But if Concubine Yu died here, he might never forgive himself in this life. You must know that he and Concubine Yu are inextricably linked. He is where he is today entirely because Concubine Yu has been there since the beginning. The mark of the 9 nether dragon was carved into his chest. What's more, Long Yu still has a question that he hasn't asked Concubine Yu clearly. Why did Concubine Yu choose Long Yu as a chess piece in the 9 nether realm in the first place? Long Yu was certain that his coming from Earth to this world had nothing to do with Concubine Yu, because Concubine Yu did not have the ability to pull people from a completely different time and space. But Concubine Yu noticed the difference in him, and she came to the world of Shenwu in the Joyo realm. When he was a child, he had the Joyo mark carved on his chest. This is a bit intriguing. No matter what, Long Yu would not let Concubine Yu die. When the power of Jiuyao Qinxing burst out, the 3 Yunbei tribe gods each used their own methods to resist this terrifying divine martial arts. At this time, Long Yu seemed to have seen the scene where the Black Tiger God and the Dragon Wing God joined forces to deal with the other 3 alien gods on the alien battlefield. The current level of power of Concubine Yu, the gods of the Yunbei tribe, etc., is the same as that of the Black Tiger gods and the Glorious gods. They just have less deified powers than them, and there is no difference in their basic strength. The destructive power of the various methods they used can already be matched. One of the 3 gods of the Yunbei tribe activates the Mad War Divine Inscription and condenses a layer of golden Mad War defense shield. This is also a divine martial skill, but it has only reached the beginner level and there is no way to resist Concubine Yu. The 9-Earring Star. But then, in the small world of the Yunbei clan gods, 3 divine items from the beginning appeared. This guy actually owned 3 divine items from the beginning. 2 of the Taichu divine artifacts condensed defensive barriers one after another, and appeared under the golden battle defense cover, forming a 3-layer defense that completely withstood the terrifying destructive power of Jiuyao Qinxing. And another piece of Taichu divine artifact disappeared from the place in an instant. Careful. Long Yu could only roar out this sentence in his heart, but he couldn't really remind Concubine Yu. But at this time, his figure had already moved. The huge body of the golden flame giant came directly to Concubine Yu. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The big hand, burning with the divine power of the golden flame, directly pulled the black ball-shaped ball from the void. The Taichu divine product was captured. This divine item from the beginning is condensed with extremely strong explosive power. The god of the Yunbei tribe simply wants to rely on the self-destruction of this divine item from the beginning to cause certain damage to Concubine Yu, even if he cannot completely destroy her. Killing her would seriously injure her. Long Yu didn't know if Concubine Yu felt in danger, but he moved directly without giving the other party any chance. In his hands, the divine power of the golden flames flowed freely, and with a sudden force, the black ball-shaped Taichu divine artifact was crushed to pieces. This situation almost made the Yunbei clan god collapse. Its 3 primordial artifacts are not easy to come by. They are not born with them like some geniuses. They are condensed through a special secret method and experienced many hardships. I originally wanted to try my best to self-destruct to kill or seriously injure an opponent so that I could be eligible to withdraw. However, I didn't expect that my Taichu divine artifact was directly crushed to pieces by the golden flame giant. When the golden flame giant transformed by Long Yu teleported over and crushed the Taichu divine artifact, Concubine Yu was almost certain that her guess was correct. this golden flame giant is definitely on her side. Even if this golden flame giant is not Long Yu, it is still related to Long Yu. Anyway, it is something arranged by the Eclipse Ancient Domain. It is either Long Yu or an existence controlled by Long Yu. Concubine Yu was happy now. Now that she is sure that the golden flame giant is helping her, many things that will follow will be much easier to handle. After Long Yu crushed in Taichu divine item, he directly destroyed the plan of the 3 Yunbei tribe gods to kill Yu Fei. Then he rushed straight to one of the Yunbei tribe human gods and waved his fist. The infinite golden flame divine power was condensed and fell on the Yunbei clan god. The Yunbei clan god seemed to be the weakest among the 3 heads, but at this time, it burst out with extremely terrifying power on the verge of life and death, and saw that its whole body began to be filled with a layer of light blue water vapor. One pattern after another appeared on this layer of light blue water vapor. This is a fantasy picture. If it were Long Yu's true form, he would basically not be affected by such an illusion, but now that he was transformed into a golden flame giant, the martial arts secrets of the purifying body were effectively ineffective. Almost instantly, Long Yu's spirit was pulled into this light blue illusion. He felt that he had come to a light blue world, with water vapor constantly emerging from all around, and then completely trapped him in this fantasy space. Long Yu knew that the situation was not good, so he immediately burst out with all the golden flame power in his body, closed his eyes directly, and then let the golden flame power tilt forward. Without any suspense, Long Yu's explosion instantly broke through the illusion map, and then blasted away the Yunbei clan god who had displayed the illusion map. The golden flame's divine power eroded it inside his body, destroying at least half of his body. The Yunbei tribe's illusion skills were indeed powerful, but their physical strength and defense were not very good. After being approached by Long Yu, he was seriously injured. Even though the other 2 Yunbei clan members wanted to help, they were completely trapped by Concubine Yu's divine martial arts, Jiuyaqinxing, after she came back to her senses with the spirit of the immortal demon, leaving them with no chance to help. Long Yu and Yu Fei joined forces, and their fighting power was extremely strong. The main reason was that Long Yu transformed into a golden flame giant and blocked the front, which put too much pressure on the 3 Yunbei tribe, leaving them no time to take care of Yu Fei on the offensive. In fact, Concubine Yu's attack cannot be ignored. After all, Jiuyaqinxing is a divine martial skill, and it is activated by the extremely dense immortal and demonic energy. It is not that easy to resist. Long Yu took advantage of the victory and pursued him. Since he beat the Yunbei tribe human god to half a disability, there was no reason to let him go. Seeing the golden flame giant and Concubine Yu cooperating like this, the remaining Yunbei and Silk tribes couldn't bear it anymore. They could confirm that this golden flame giant was with the human race and monster race, otherwise, how could it be possible? Tacit agreement? Are they all races from the Langiustar territory? Or is this golden flame giant some kind of special existence? The Yunbei tribe and the Silk tribe have never seen such a situation, so they have no way to judge the current situation. However, one thing is certain, that is, the golden flame giant is extremely powerful. If they confront it head-on, they will know one is its opponent. Therefore, under such circumstances, the joint front of the Yunbei tribe and the Silk tribe collapsed immediately. The newly promoted gods of the Yunbei tribe and the Silk tribe who were eligible to withdraw directly chose to withdraw, while the others began to unite together and besiege the place where Long Zitian was. Now that Long Yu and Yu Fei are united, there is definitely no way to make a breakthrough here, and Long Zitian is far away alone, so he can give it a try. If he can be killed, he will have a chance to exit. This is the deathmatch area. As for Lu Xuan and Yu Feng, white light flashed above their heads just now, and there was no doubt that they would be teleported out soon. Moreover, the strength of the 2 of them is not weak, and now they are united together at a critical moment. It is not a simple matter to kill either Lu Shuang or Yu Feng, and they have to do it in just a few days. It is simply impossible to kill them within one breath. Therefore, this also caused Long Zitian to bear the greatest pressure alone. Long Yu and concubine Yu ignored him for the time being, but first killed the 3 Yunbei tribe gods in the field one by one, and then went to help Long Zitian. At this time, Long Zitian was basically unable to support him. Live. Fortunately, Long Zitian's strength is still slightly stronger than that of ordinary new gods. The deified supernatural power of his golden dragon, surrounding his body, makes his defensive ability very strong. Although the opponent is several new aliens, Jin Leishan joined forces, but they were unable to cause any fatal harm to him. As Long Yu and concubine Yu came over, the situation suddenly became one-sided. Those alien races are no match for the 3 of them together. Concubine Yu and Long Zitian were already powerful beings, and with the addition of a golden flame giant whose power level far exceeded that of the new gods, they could basically unite against any of the new alien gods, and they would be able to defeat the opponent. Instant kill. Although Long Yu is not very willing to join forces with Long Zitian, it has to be said that with him here, this battle has become much easier. Otherwise, it would still be very difficult for him and concubine Yu to clean up the battlefield, and it is likely that some of them will be killed. The alien god ran away. Lu Shuang and Yu Feng had just been teleported out. Before exiting, the two seemed to have a good relationship with each other, not at all like the hostility usually seen in seminaries. After all, at this time, they are on the same front to fight against this new alien, godlike creature. If they survive, they will become powerful godlike creatures between humans and monsters in the future. They will definitely be more powerful when they cooperate than when they fight against each other. The 2 of them seemed a little surprised by the help from the golden flame giant. They are also very smart. Judging from the cooperation between the golden flame giant, concubine Yu, and Long Zitian, it is absolutely impossible for the golden flame giant to say that it has nothing to do with Long Yu. Because if it were any other alien race, it would be impossible for him to leave his back to concubine Yu so confidently. This made Lu Shuang and Yu Feng feel a little regretful. If they didn't quit, they would probably get more treasures in this spherical void by cooperating with this golden flame giant. You must know that every treasure here is real. Divine items, good things that are simply not available in the outside world. But of course they have no choice but to stay after they have chosen to quit. They can only pray that concubine Yu and Long Zitian can achieve better results in the future. In that case, the overall strength of the human race and demon race will become stronger, which is also a very favorable situation for them. Not long after, Long Yu, together with concubine Yu and Long Zitian, kept all the Silk and Yunbei tribes in the field and completely killed them. In the end, a total of 2 Silk race gods and 1 Yunbei race god escaped. There was nothing we could do about it. These new alien race gods fled separately and were teleported out by the Eclipse ancient territory. With Long Yuzhen alone, it's really hard to block them all. After all, these alien races are all godlike beings, and each has some very good life-saving methods. It is not 100% possible to kill the other within 10 breaths of time. After cleaning the battlefield, Long Yu left all the treasures to concubine Yu and Long Zitian. Except for the 3 people, there were no other creatures in the field, so he could do such a thing with confidence. Although the golden flame giant he transformed into was unable to communicate with concubine Yu and Long Zitian, his actions were able to gain their deepest trust. Apart from the incarnation or control of the Dragon Master, who else would give up the precious treasures in hand? Such a thing must only be done by oneself. Then, this golden flame giant is 100% connected to Long Yu. Concubine Yu and Long Zitian wanted to continue to follow Long Yu to deal with other new alien gods and strive to get more treasures, but Long Yu did not give them a chance. He waved his hand and asked concubine Yu and Long Zitian to exit first. the next battle will definitely be more dangerous. If it's just Long Yu, he can just teleport away if he can't beat him. But if he brings Concubine Yu and Long Zi Chen, it will be really troublesome when he gets into trouble. After the Golden Flame Giant left a few treasures behind, he teleported directly towards the central treasure point, teleporting 1,000 feet away in one go. Concubine Yu and Long Zi Chen were a little worried about Long Yu. But seeing Long Yu walking so simply, they couldn't keep up. In this space, their traveling speed was only 1/10 of that of the Golden Flame Giant. Whether they were rushing or fighting, no one can follow in his footsteps. If they can keep up, Long Yu doesn't mind letting them follow. After all, the more people there are, the stronger the combat effectiveness. They can also exit this area at any time. The danger is there, but not particularly great. It's a pity that what Long Yu is going to do next is very fast-paced. After fighting here and changing over there, the speed of teleporting hundreds of feet will definitely not be able to keep up with him, so they can only let them retreat first. And Long Yu, although he had just fought a victorious battle, was not too careless. It was just a treasure point on the 3rd floor. As he goes further and reaches the treasure point on the 4th floor, the opponents he encounters will obviously become more powerful. Just now, he encountered some relatively strong opponents, such as the powerful Silk Clan God who instantly counterattacked with Wolf Qingxuang, and the Yinbei Clan God who possesses 3 Taichu divine artifacts, etc. Next, something like, there must be more powerful people who are beyond his expectation. In particular, Long Yu is now very worried about meeting the Golden Six-Winged One. After Concubine Yu and Long Zi Chen exited, they soon saw Lu Shuang and Yu Feng. They were waiting in the preparation area and didn't know how long it would take for Concubine Yu, Long Zi Chen and Long Yu to come out, but they didn't expect Concubine Yu and Long Zi Chen to come out so soon. He won't let us follow him. He's going too fast. After Concubine Yu came out, she saw the confused looks in Lu Shuang and Yu Feng's eyes, so she sighed and explained. That's not bad. He appears in the form of the Golden Flame Giant, or controls the Golden Flame Giant. No matter which one it is, after encountering other alien races, he will not associate it with us humans and monsters. Long Zi Chen said in a deep voice, it's better to wait for him to come out from inside. I believe that he will not die in there. His current strength is stronger than us. Let's first integrate the resources we got this time. After we go back, we can all be regarded as leaders of the human race and the demon race. There are some things that we must prepare in advance. Yu Feng said in a refreshing voice. His voice is inspiring, and he is a natural leader. This time he stepped into the godlike realm, and his strength improved a lot. Most importantly, he also got a lot of good things. The 4 of them combined, there are 4 of the best creations alone. It is rumored that the best creation can create a strong godlike being, so the 4 of them are thinking about who to give this best creation to. Concubine Yu thought of her own candidate. In addition to containing extremely rich creative power, the most important function of a top-quality creation is to deify one of the cultivator's innate magical powers. This is undoubtedly a benefit for cultivators who cannot enter the Eclipse Ancient domain. Extremely rare opportunity. With the power of deification, you have the opportunity to step into the realm of gods. Of course, there is another prerequisite for understanding the power of time. No outsider can help with this. However, the best creations happen to contain some kind of power of time. As long as the understanding is sufficient, the cultivator can you can jump from the level of the 7th level master to become a god. If these 4 top-grade creations can all become a godlike creature, then this time's eclipse of the ancient realm will be of great significance to the human race and the demon race. This is equivalent to 8 more at once. Named God. It's a pity that Lang Qingxuang died in the death match, otherwise there would have been a total of 9 new gods. Of course, not everyone can enter the godlike realm with the best created things. If you want to use the best created things to be promoted to the godlike realm, the practitioner's own understanding and talent must reach a certain level. Otherwise, no matter how many top-quality creations there are, it will be difficult for them to become godlike. Of course, this exquisite creation can also be used by yourself. If concubine you and the others use it themselves, they can further upgrade their remaining magical powers into deified magical powers and enhance their own strength, but to be honest, this will not greatly improve their combat effectiveness. If there are people they trust enough to help them step into the godlike realm, it will be of much greater help to them. In addition to these 4 top-quality creations, they also got a revelation-level source of divine writing from Long Yu. This thing was first given to Long Zi Chen, who was a member of the Battlefield Legion. After obtaining the source of the revelation-level divine text, it can be used to enhance the combat effectiveness of the entire Battlefield Legion. The increase in peak combat power alone cannot allow the territories of the human race and the demon clan to expand outward. The most important thing is to improve the overall strength of the battlefield legions of the 2 races. I don't know how many cultivation resources Long you can bring out this time, but at least it will be more than what we have now. Concubine you thought in her heart. Of course, she can arrange the best creations on her body by herself. As for the source of the revelation-level divine text, she has no intention of coveting it, because she knows very well that Long Yu can bring out something from that space at will. Anything is better than these things. By then, most of what Long Yu gets will definitely stay with the Void Galaxy forces, which will enhance the overall strength around Concubine Yu in disguise. Concubine Yu was relieved now that she had finally entered the godlike level. After returning to the Void Galaxy, she could join forces with the 9 Nether Dragon body to destroy the statues of the multi-winged clan at the godlike level. In that case, another powerful godlike creature equivalent to the Void Galaxy does not have to be sealed in the ancient ruins of the many-winged clan, but can be liberated. It can be said to be crucial to the development of the entire Void Galaxy. The 4 of them have begun to consolidate their strength outside and digest everything they got in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. After they are fully absorbed and used, their strength will definitely become stronger. But Long Yu, in the spherical void where death battles took place, also encountered unprecedented trouble. The range of his spiritual perception is within the surrounding area. When he was flying towards a certain treasure on the 4th floor, he suddenly noticed that from 3 directions far away from him, there were actually some new alien gods surrounding him. These 3 directions are exactly the 3 races that Long Yu is most afraid of. The Machine Clan, the Sword Clan, and the 6-Wing Clan. The other party entered within his bounds and surrounded him from different directions. It was obvious that he had discovered his existence, or that he had sensed his position through some method. This is not good news for Long Yu. Moreover, Long Yu seemed to feel that the encirclement surrounding him was far more than just these 3 races. These 3 races are the strongest races in Langya Star territory, and there are also some powerful races in Kwangsha Star territory and Tiangang Star territory. At this moment, they are also making preparations. It seems that they know something, which also makes it possible for these races to know the existence of Long Yu. Under such circumstances, Long Yu's situation became quite serious. However, facing this situation, he still did not panic, because if he was panicking now, it undoubtedly meant that he had lost. The opponent attacked from 3 directions, which was not a bad thing for Long Yu. Because this means that the distance between the other parties is still very far. With his ability to teleport 1,000 feet at a time, Long Yu can definitely fight guerrilla against these guys. If he takes the lead in one of the directions, he can kill the guys of that race first, and then deal with the remaining 2 races, which will be much easier. As for the persimmons, of course you have to pick the soft ones first and pinch them. Long Yu could sense from a distance that the Machine Clan had 5 new gods, the Sword Clan had 4 new gods, and the 6-Winged Clan had 7 new gods, including a golden 6-winged one, it was the guy Long Yu had met twice in a row before. Kill the Sword Clan first, and then escape. Long Yu didn't hesitate at all. When he discovered the encirclement of the three races, he immediately chose the direction of the Sword Clan and began to teleport 1,000 feet in one go. Dealing with two new gods at the same time should not be too stressful for the current Long Yu. But to deal with 4 new gods at the same time, and they are new gods from the Sword Clan, it is hard to say whether Long Yu can do it. But now he has no other choice. There is no doubt that these guys want to kill Long Yu and prevent him from leaving here alive. As for Long Yu, of course there is no option to quit, and if he just quits like this, will he be worthy of the mark of the flame god he got? What's more, if he quits now, wouldn't all the things in this space have nothing to do with him? He is still counting on these things to expand the Void Galaxy and make his own strength stronger. No matter what, fierce fighting is inevitable. Long Yu flew straight to where the Four-Headed Sword Clan was. The new god of the Four-Headed Sword Clan obviously saw the direction of the Golden Flame Giant's movement in the void, and quickly reacted. The 4 alien gods that looked like long swords scattered around one after another. Instead of staying together, they dispersed and each began to set up formations in place. Long Yu didn't have any timidity. Because if the other party gets together to fight him, he may not be able to kill them. But the opponent actually separated, which gave Long Yu the opportunity to defeat them one by one. As long as Long Yu kills one of the Sword Clan before the opponent's magic circle destroys him, he can take advantage of the situation and kill the other 3 newly promoted gods of the Sword Clan without any suspense. If the other party acts alone, they will not be able to build any powerful array in a short period of time, unless their array is a joint array. Therefore, in this case, Long Yu only needs to kill one of the Sword Clan. The Golden Flame Giant he transformed into quickly teleported forward in the void, flying thousands of feet at a time. After just 10 breaths, he had already arrived not far from the Four-Headed Sword Clan. The new godlike teams from the Machine Tribe and the Six-Wing Tribe are rushing here quickly, and they will arrive in about a stick of incense. Before that, Long Yu must kill all the new gods of the Four-Headed Sword Clan. Once he is accidentally dragged by the opponent, death is likely to be waiting for Long Yu. Long Yu selected one of the Sword Clansmen and prepared to strike first. But before he could take action, he suddenly felt something was wrong in the space around him. Countless sword lights suddenly appeared from the dark void. These sword lights actually formed a surging torrent, like countless swimming fish. Flashed out of the void and instantly enveloped Long Yu's entire body of the Golden Flame Giant. The array prepared by the Four-Headed Sword Clan was actually in such a remote location, but precisely because of this, Long Yu was caught off guard. Countless sword energies enveloped the Golden Flame Giant. The Golden Flame's divine power exploded. Although the array of endless sword energy enveloped the Golden Flame Giant, a gap was opened by the Golden Flame Giant's punch. Then Long Yu quickly broke out of the gap and quickly descended on one of the new members of the Sword Clan. In the presence of God. These are all newly promoted experts in the godlike realm. If they go out, each of them can become a giant, but now in the Eclipse Ancient domain, facing the Golden Flame Giant transformed by Long Yu, they can only fight together, and they may not be his opponent. The golden divine flames exploded like endless stars, condensing on the 2 arms of the Golden Flame Giant, and then crashed down towards the body of the Sword Clan. Once again, countless sword energy rose up from the new gods of the Four-Headed Sword Clan, and instantly condensed into layers of sword energy barriers, blocking the Golden Flame Giant's golden fist and forcing the Golden Flame Giant back. Drive away. Long Yu's heart moved. The Four-Headed Sword Clan set up not an attack formation, but a defensive formation. And with the combined strength of these 4 sword clans, the sword energy defense array is watertight. No matter which sword clan new god he wants to attack, he will be defended by the sword energy barrier, thus blocking the offensive. Even though the golden flame divine power that Long Yu now possesses is much more powerful than other new gods, when the opponents unite together, the defense generated is not something that Long Yu can break through. Long Yu kept trying, changing directions, but found that he really couldn't break through the defense of this sword energy barrier. This troubled him a little. But soon, he thought of something and recalled the feeling when the flame god's mark was activated on his forehead. According to that feeling, he felt that the golden flame giant he was now incarnated also had such a flame god mark on his forehead. At this moment, he felt that the golden flame power in his body had become stronger. Break it for me. Long Yu didn't hesitate anymore. The only way to go next was to fight head-on. He had to kill all the new four-headed sword clan's new gods before the arrival of the new gods from the Machine Clan and the Six-Wing Clan, otherwise if so, he will lose without any doubt. Long Yu doesn't know what the consequences of defeat will be, but it is very likely to be death. Regardless of whether the physical death of the golden flame giant will affect the physical death of Long Yu, he can be sure that these new gods cannot let go of his spiritual soul. Once his spiritual soul is destroyed, then he is truly dead. Even if his physical body is still there is nothing he can do to save him. After all, the spiritual soul is the foundation of a person, and now his spiritual soul is in the body of this golden flame giant. He began to attack one of the new gods of the Sword Clan, who seemed to be the weakest. Stronger golden flame divine power was condensed on the fist, and it was continuously bombarded towards the new god of the Sword Clan. Sword energy barriers continued to condense in front of it, and then resisted Long Yu's fist that condensed the golden flame divine power. However, as Long Yu punched down one punch after another, the speed of the sword energy barrier seemed to be unable to keep up, which made the newly promoted god of the four-headed Sword Clan feel a little nervous. The new gods of the Machine Tribe and the Six-Wing Tribe are still 5,000 feet away. Each time they teleport 100 feet, they have to teleport 50 times, which is 50 breaths of time, to reach here. Now you just need to hold on for these 50 breaths. But will Long Yu give them a chance? As Long Yu continued to blast out his fists, the divine power of the golden flames made the sword energy barrier defense array tremble continuously. The birth speed of those sword energy barriers could no longer keep up with Long Yu's destruction speed, becoming more and more rapid every time. Weak. Finally, when the Machine Tribe and the Six-Wing Tribe were only 3,000 feet away from here, Long Yu completely blasted through the sword energy barrier with one punch. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the golden flame power all over his body exploded, condensing into a golden flame dragon on his fist, and suddenly attacked the new god of the Sword Clan in front of him. This is a move that Long Yu has been brewing for a long time. Although he can't use any magical martial arts now, he can secretly gather the golden flame divine power, and then when breaking through the opponent's sword energy barrier, he can directly use the gathered golden flame divine power to kill one of the new members of the Sword Clan. God. The new god of the Sword Clan was shocked when he saw this. It didn't hesitate at all. White light flashed above its head, and it actually chose to exit the spherical void. After all, it was a powerful new class god of the Sword Clan. Of course, it had obtained treasures or killed other new alien species before. God has the qualification to exit the spherical void at any time. But, how could Long Yu let it escape? The head of this newly promoted god of the Sword Clan flashed with white light, and then the whole sword-like body flew away into the distance. As soon as it left, the entire sword energy defense barrier completely collapsed, but it couldn't survive if it didn't leave. Because if it doesn't leave, the golden flame divine dragon will completely devour it, not even the dregs will be left. Then the sword energy defensive barrier formation will still be shattered because of this, and there will be no difference. Rather than making a meaningless sacrifice, it is better to try to ensure your own life. Unfortunately, what it didn't expect was that the strength of Long Yushua's incarnation as a golden flame giant far exceeded its imagination. The golden flame dragon landed at the original location of the new god of the Sword Clan, and directly destroyed the defensive array at that place. Then Long Yu teleported 300 feet directly to the escaping sword, next to the clan's new class god. The golden flame's divine power instantly condensed into a bunch. This is the martial art of gathering spiritual light. Long Yu had just tried it. Although he could not use other martial arts and his own magical powers, and even the secret martial arts techniques could not be used because they were not in his body, this move of gathering aura was a martial skill that could be used. Divine martial arts. Of course, it is a method that can be activated by the power of the gods. Being able to use concentrated spiritual light is another great improvement for Long Yu, which allows him to instantly explode 4 or 5 times the power of his original punch. The concentrated spiritual light suddenly shot out and fell on the newly promoted god of the Sword Clan, completely shattering the physical body of the Sword Clan. The entire long sword-shaped body was instantly torn apart and turned into dust in the void. The first Sword Clan was finally killed. But now, the new gods of the Machine Tribe and the Six-Wing Tribe are still 2,500 feet away from Long Yu. And for the strong ones at the godlike level, even if they are restricted by the Eclipse Ancient Domain, and can basically launch an offensive within 1,000 feet. In other words, Long Yu now only has the last 15 breaths left to kill the remaining new gods of the Three-Headed Sword Clan. He didn't hesitate at all. After killing the first Sword Clan, he teleported towards the other new Sword Clan god. Then he condensed the golden flame power with his left and right fists and attacked the Sword Clan from 2 directions. New kind of god. The Sword God wanted to run, but couldn't. A white light also lit up on its head, but it was impossible to escape. Under such circumstances, this Sword Clan was also very sacrificial, and actually rushed directly towards the golden flame giant transformed by Long Yu. Come over. Endless sword light shines out from the void. The attack capabilities of any Sword Clan are extremely powerful, let alone the new gods of these Sword Clans. The first one just now was purely thinking about escaping, so Long Yu seized the opportunity and instantly killed him with the divine martial arts of gathering spiritual light. But the new god of the second Sword Clan is not that easy to fool. When it saw the death of the first Sword Clan, it understood that it was impossible to escape from being targeted by Long Yu. In such a situation next, of course what it wants to do is to hold back the Golden Flame Giant as much as possible and prevent the Golden Flame Giant from killing other companions. The sword light rises, the void is forbidden, and the glory is scattered. The entire body of the Golden Flame Giant was shrouded in sword light, and then these sword lights pierced into the Golden Flame Divine Power on the surface of his body, extinguishing part of the Golden Flame Divine Power on his body. Immediately afterwards, the Golden Flame Giant took out a modified godlike source product directly from the small world. It was an extremely smooth stone. The surface of the stone was completely transparent, and it could even reflect the image of Long Yu's Golden Flame Giant in it. This godlike source product is also the essence left behind after the death of a strong godlike person, but it has undergone primary transformation. Now, Long Yu probably knows the levels of godlike source products, which are mainly divided into damaged and complete, and then there are primary transformation, intermediate transformation, advanced transformation, and so on. Because in the space of this death battle in the Eclipse Ancient Realm, there are 3 intermediate-level transformed godlike items, but they are all treasures on the 4th level, and no one should be able to get them yet. The newly promoted god of the Sword Clan directly took out the stone, which was the primary transformed godlike source product. Xuanhuan, the newly promoted godlike wolf of the Monster Clan, died under a primary modified godlike source product, and then the red line-like godlike source product was taken out by the strong man from the Silk Clan. Now, another elementary modified godlike source product appeared in front of Long Yu. However, Long Yu did not give it a chance to use this divine source item. Gather the aura. The flame god mark on Long Yu's forehead lit up again, and the golden flame power all over his body condensed into light, shattering the void and falling on the newly promoted god of the Sword Clan. The next moment, the physical body of the Sword Clan was shattered into pieces, but it was just a clone. Long Yu didn't expect this, and was bought by the other party for an extra breath, and because of this, the elementary modified godlike source product finally showed its effect. Countless mirrors jumped out of the smooth stone. Together, they formed a mirror city, trapping the golden flame giant entirely within it. The golden flame giant transformed by Long Yu was surrounded by countless translucent mirrors. He tried to wrap his fist with the golden flame power, and then smashed it towards these mirrors, only to find that these mirrors could reflect the power of his golden flame power. The rebound power even caused the golden flames on his golden flame giant's body to rise. All dimmed a little. Gather the aura. Long Yu had no other choice. He had to get out of the trap as quickly as possible and kill the new god of the Sword Clan, otherwise the whole situation would be very bad. The concentrated spiritual light took action, and with the 5 times the concentrated power, the mirrors were finally unable to resist, and were shattered by a concentrated spiritual light beam. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu pinpointed the location of the new god of the Sword Clan and teleported over. The new godlike creature of the Sword Clan also wanted to trap the golden flame giant for a period of time with the help of the primary transformed god-like source product, and then take the opportunity to exit this space. But Long Yu broke through too quickly. In less than 3 breaths, the golden flame giant once again came to the front of the newly promoted god of the Sword Clan. It immediately used all its strength, and infinite sword light burst out, falling on the golden flame giant. However, this did not cause any harm to the golden flame giant. The golden flame's divine power spread out in waves, blocking all the sword light from his body, and then dissipated under the bombardment of the golden flame's divine power. The concentrated spiritual light once again condensed, activated, and with the force of shattering the sky, it fell directly in front of the newly promoted god of the Sword Clan. This time, Long Yu kept an eye on it, and before the result appeared, he immediately condensed another aura of concentration and came out. Sure enough, just after the first concentrated spiritual light bombardment hit, the newly promoted god of the Sword Clan was shattered into pieces, and turned out to be another illusion. The second concentrated aura, prepared by Long Yu, worked. His spiritual perception is extremely strong in this space. After he killed the illusion of the new godlike creature of the Sword Clan, there was no longer anything that interfered with his spiritual perception. He suddenly found the existence of the opponent's true form, although it was hidden. In the void, he was still bombarded by the dragon's concentrated spiritual light. The next moment, the golden flame's divine power exploded. The newly promoted god of the Sword Clan was killed by Long Yu in this way, and the primary modified godlike source product, that is, the smooth-looking stone, fell directly into Long Yu's hands. The mirror stone. Long Yu's heart moved. He could now use this elementary modified godlike source product, which seemed to solve his urgent need. Because originally, he had been delayed for too long by this new god of the Sword Clan, and it would be basically impossible to kill the remaining 2 sword clans. But with this elementary modified godlike source product, he could still give it a try. The Stone of the Divine Mirror, the image of the Divine Mirror, manifest. The golden flame giant incarnate as Dragon Master held the Divine Mirror stone tightly in his left hand, and then activated the effect of this kind of divine source product, and countless mirror-like planes suddenly condensed out of the void. These mirror-like planes, just like the mirror city that had just trapped Long Yu, directly blocked the new gods from the Machine Tribe and the Six-Wing Tribe, and blocked the remaining 2 new godlike gods from the Sword Tribe. Escape routes among those 2 racial groups. This shocked the 2 sword clans, and a white light lit up directly above their heads. They felt that they could not escape, so they chose to exit directly. At this time, they did not run away in panic, because they knew very well that running away would have no effect. If they did not join forces now, they would definitely be killed by Long Yu separately. In 10 breaths, it is very likely that they would have been killed. Enough. After all, the death of the two sword clans just happened in front of them, making them dare not take any chances. Let's die together. Long Yu thought in his heart, looking at the two new gods of the sword clan whose way was blocked. The next moment the Golden Flame's divine power came with a bang, and with the help of the power of the godlike source products, the Golden Flame's divine power was condensed into a city of mirrors. A mirror city burning with golden flames was built like this, shrouding the two sword clans who wanted to deal with Long Yu together. Then, the mirror city exploded into pieces. Without any suspense, the two newly promoted gods of the sword clan who were trapped in it were instantly wiped out. They could not resist the combined means of the golden flame divine power and the divine mirror stone. The remaining two sword clansmen were killed so easily, which made Long Yu feel a little incredible. This primary modified godlike source product is indeed very good. It can actually borrow the divine power of the golden flame, and then burst out with tyrannical power. Its destructive power is several times stronger than the concentrated aura. This is naturally a good thing for Long Yu, and it also makes him look forward to seeing how much better his strength will be if he gets other better god-like origin products, such as the advanced modified godlike origin products on the 5th floor. There is only one high-level modified godlike source product in the entire deathmatch, which is the central reward. Long Yu saw it from the beginning, but the inheritor of his divine status mark could not get the reward directly. He could only wait for others to take it away and then kill them before he could get it back. In other words, before others get that reward, drive out or kill all the other new alien gods, so that the remaining treasures belong to Long Yu alone. No matter which one it is relatively difficult for Long Yu. If you want to kill an opponent who has received an advanced modified godlike source product, Long Yu is probably not able to do so in his current state. It's not that he can't deal with a new alien god, but that he can't deal with that advanced transformed godlike item. Source product. As for driving all the new alien gods out of this space, before someone gets that thing, that's even more unrealistic. Now he has just killed 4 new gods from the Sword Clan, and there are still 5 new gods from the Mechanical Clan, and 7 new gods from the Six-Wing Clan. For Long Yu, he is still a very important person. Big challenge. Although Long Yu now has a primary modified godlike source product in his hands, among the remaining 12 individuals of the opponent, it is very likely that they also have such a thing, or even have more than one. Long Yu killed the new god of the Four-Headed Sword Clan, and his pressure was slightly reduced. The next thing he knew, he turned around and ran away. He did not choose to fight against the 12 individuals, because he saw that even the mirror city he had condensed with the divine mirror stone was destroyed by the 12 individuals of the opponent in less than 1 breath. Therefore, it is simply impossible for him to confront the opponent head-on. Before the opponent could surround him, Long Yu immediately turned around and ran away, fleeing crazily in the void in the other direction. In this void, he left the shadow of a golden flame giant, leaving the remaining mechanical clan, and the newly promoted god of the Six-Wing tribe felt something strange. This guy, so powerful, would actually think of running away? It seems that this golden flame giant is very aware of its own strength. Although it can kill 4 or 5 new gods, it is completely impossible to resist more than 10 new gods at the same time. As a result, they became more confident in their alliance, and then continued to pursue them in that direction. The golden flame giant, in the form of Long Yu, was walking further and further away. Because he can fly 1,000 feet in one teleportation, while other new gods can only move forward 100 feet in this space. Unless Long Yu can be trapped in some kind of powerful magic circle, it is simply impossible to block or even kill him. However, the people of the Machine Tribe and the Six-Wing Tribe are not in a hurry. This time, even if the 2 clans directly withdraw from the void now, it will not be a loss at all, because the 4 new gods of the Sword Clan are already dead. In the entire Langya Star territory, the Sword Clan, the Mechanical Clan, and the Six-Wing Clan stand in harmony. It can be said that they control more than 50% of the resources in the Langya Star territory. Now the 4 new gods of the Sword Clan are dead. However, the other 2 tribes still have so many new gods left. When this trip to the Eclipse Ancient territory is completely over, the Machinery Clan and the Six-Wing Clan will further suppress the Sword Clan and obtain more training resources. The only thing that needs attention is the Golden Flame Giant. Because of the Golden Six Wings, they knew the identity of the Golden Flame Giant, but only the Golden Six Wings knew it alone, and it did not tell anyone else the news. It has its own plans. Soon Long Yu flew away from them by a distance of more than 10,000 feet, so that they could no longer find the figure of the Golden Flame Giant, but they continued to chase in the direction where Long Yu disappeared. Because soon they will encounter the Golden Flame Giant again in the direction ahead, the 2 strongest races in the Quangsha Star territory are fighting against each other. If this Golden Flame Giant wants to break through, no matter how strong it is, it will not be easy. The Machine Tribe and the Six-Wing Tribe can take their time and catch up slowly, waiting until they are almost beaten before appearing again, just in time to reap the benefits. This abacus was very good, but it was a pity that Long Yu's actions were too fast, so fast that they couldn't guess at all. Of course Long Yu felt it. There were 2 powerful alien groups fighting against each other at a distance of about 10,000 feet in front. But in his feeling, the battle between the 2 powerful alien groups has come to an end. If Long Yu appears now, it will be time to clean up the mess. This is undoubtedly an excellent situation for him. Anyway, any new alien godlike creature that appears in this space is Long Yu's enemy. Just kill everything you can. If Long Yu wants to achieve the greatest results, he must not let go of any killable alien. Now many treasures have been taken away by the new alien gods, which means that he has lost so many treasures. This is Long Yu's most rapid attack. The 2 races in front of him at the end of the battle are both super races in the Quangsha Star territory. Their status in the Quangsha Star territory is almost similar to the Sword Tribe, Mechanical Tribe and Sword Tribe in the Langya Star territory. Because the race preparation areas of the 3 star regions are located in the 3 galaxies surrounding the Eclipse Ancient domain, the races in each star domain are basically separate. The people Long Yu had just been passing through were basically from the Langya Star region. Of course, there were exceptions, but there were not many, such as the Yunbei tribe and the Silk tribe. Generally speaking, when entering this death battle void, the location is random, but generally speaking, it will be divided according to the location of the 3 star fields. Because of this, the Sword Clan, Mechanical Clan, and Six-Wing Clan were able to fly towards Long Yu's location at almost the same time. They could not feel Long Yu's presence from very far away, but they could do so when they were dead. Before the fight begins, we agree to move toward the center of the area together. In this case, there is a high probability of encountering the Golden Flame Giant transformed by Long Yu. Of course, for the new gods of the Machine Tribe and the Sword Tribe, they do not know the true identity of the Golden Flame Giant. They were only informed by the Six-Wing Tribe that a very big figure will appear in this death battle. A special existence. If you kill that special existence, there will be great benefits. In order to ensure that this was not a conspiracy set by the Six-Wing Clan, the Sword Clan and the Mechanical Clan secretly joined forces. But I didn't expect this to be true. Moreover, when the 3 newly promoted human gods of the 3 tribes were heading towards the center, they really encountered the so-called special existence, and the Golden Flame Giant was so powerful that it was able to kill the 4 newly promoted human gods of the Sword Clan in a short period of time. Kill all the gods. The remaining Mechanical Tribe was very hesitant, but this made them believe that killing the Golden Flame Giant would bring huge benefits. In fact, this is also the case. If the Golden Flame Giant that Long Yu incarnates in this death battle is killed, then the 10 newly promoted gods who remain in this death battle will roughly divide the remaining ones equally. All treasures. This is also a very good temptation. However, only the Six Wings clan knows this news now. Because, before this, only the Six-Winged tribe had a genius like Long Yu, who also became a golden flame giant in the death battle. This news is only known to the senior leaders of the Six-Wing clan and will not be revealed at all. And the strong man among their Six-Winged tribe who had transformed into a golden flame giant has now gone into seclusion. It is said that he is studying the level of breaking through to the realm of gods. It has not appeared for hundreds of years, but everyone knows that it still exists. Still living in this world, and is the last powerful guardian of the Six Wings. If the Six-Wing clan encounters a crisis of genocide, then that strong man will definitely be able to clear all obstacles when he appears. This is the greatest heritage of the Six-Wing clan. Even the Machine clan and Sword clan didn't know the news. What Long Yu saw in that space, the young geniuses from the Machine tribe and the Sword tribe were selected and imprinted with the mark of the Flame God, all in the future time and space. Of course, Long Yu doesn't know about all these things now. When he saw the two alien races in the Quangsha Star territory confronting each other, he immediately rushed over. He did not hide his strength in any way. Every time he teleported, he reached a distance of 1,000 feet. In just a few ups and downs, he came close to the place where the two alien races were confronting each other. The reason why Long Yu approached so boldly was because the two alien races were fighting against each other, and there were only 6 new human gods left in total, and these 6 new human gods were all injured, each one neither can exert 100% of their power. These two alien races had a deep hatred for each other, and their fight was too fierce. Different from the situation here in Langistar territory, if the 3 clans stand together, they will have restrictions and checks and balances on each other, resulting in not so much real shopping. But the situation in Quangsha Star territory is different. The rest of them are relatively weak races, but only these 2 races are really too powerful. Just taking this Eclipse Ancient domain as an example, these 2 races have 11 and 13 members respectively. A new kind of god. This number far exceeds that of the 3 races, the Sword clan, the Mechanical clan, and the Six-Wing clan. Of these 2 races, one is the natural race. Individuals of the natural clan, like the Monster clan, are divided into many categories, but each of them is a plant, or in other words, a plant in the eyes of humans and Monster clan. Of course, the power controlled by the natural clan is as comprehensive as that of humans and monsters. They are a complex race that can fully master various divine texts and the power of the beginning. This race is also subdivided into many types and many departments. I don't know the specific Long Yu. Anyway, the relevant information is not fully recorded even in the seminary, let alone what Long Yu knows. He only knows that these guys are all new gods, and the strength of the new gods is not as good as the golden flame giant he is now incarnate. That's enough. However, he needs to always be careful about the power of these guys when they explode with all their strength. After all, although their power is not particularly powerful, if there is any kind of divine source product on them, or there is some weird martial arts secret method, Long Yu will still encounter some trouble. And once there are too many troubles, it will be difficult even for him to solve them. Another race is called the God Envoy clan. Basically, every individual is a ball of light. If the individuals of the God Envoy clan are gathered together, they will be groups of light of various colors crowded together. If they are individuals of the same color, they can even merge and become a new individual. This is the strongest point of the God Envoy clan. They can quickly improve their martial arts realm through fusion. Because of this, the God Envoy clan calls themselves messengers of the gods. Only they, as messengers of the gods, can have the ability to improve their martial arts realm so quickly. Of course, in the territory of the God Envoy clan, the most common thing is not the mutual fusion of the two, but the unilateral devouring of the weaker party by the stronger one. This makes the entire territory of the God Envoy clan filled with an atmosphere of killing. This also leads to the fact that every individual of the God Envoy clan is very powerful. Because if you are weak, you will be swallowed up, and you will not even have the power to retain your own consciousness. This time in the Eclipse Ancient Domain, there are a total of 13 beings from the God Envoy clan who have stepped into the godlike realm, while there are 11 strong men from the Natural clan who have stepped into the godlike realm. Among all those who participated in the eclipse among the nearly 200 races in the Ancient Domain, these two races are extremely powerful. Long you didn't see many members of these two races in the Advanced Area and the Fifth Area. That was because they were advancing very fast. Long Yu stayed slightly behind in each area and waited for a while before taking action. Therefore, it was a good thing for him to miss the competition between these peak experts. Otherwise, he would probably not get the mark of the Flame God. Of course, Long Yu still doesn't know if this Flame God mark will do any harm to him, but at least, getting this thing can enhance his strength, this is for sure. Long Yu felt that even if he was now restored to his true form, he would be able to gradually master the divine power of the Golden Flame, because he had learned how to activate the mark of the Flame God on his forehead. At this moment, there are still 3 individuals of the Natural family and 3-headed divine envoys remaining in the field. The good news is that the remaining individuals of the 3-headed God Envoy clan are all of different colors, namely blue, purple, and white. This means that they cannot improve their strength through fusion with each other, but it also means that 1 or 2 of the 3-headed gods are likely to have been fused together by 2 new gods. In that case, their individual strength will be much higher than other new gods. Long Yu didn't pay too much attention to this. Anyway, his current strength is not even a little bit higher than that of the new gods. Even the fused God Envoy clan cannot withstand his attack. After all, there are only 6 opponents left, and there is still a blood feud between the 2 races. Basically, it is impossible to join forces to deal with Long Yu. The first person Long Yu approached was a new deity from the Natural clan. This new godlike creature of the Natural family is composed of some brown branches, with countless twisted brown trunks, and a lot of brown liquid flowing on it. It looks like it has been seriously injured, and it is constantly flowing out from the wound. Same as blood. Long Yu went straight to Huang Long, without giving this new god of the Natural family any chance. Although the overall strength of the Natural clan and the God Envoy clan is particularly strong, this does not mean that every individual among them is very strong. After all, we are all new gods. Why should they be stronger than other new gods? The 2 new gods of the Natural clan were aware of the arrival of the Golden Flame Giant and made preparations, respectively. However, they never expected that the Golden Flame Giant would rush over so decisively and smash it with fists. Come down. Admittedly, they were surprised that the Golden Flame Giant could teleport thousands of feet at a time, but they had always been proud and thought that only the God Envoy clan was their opponent, so they did not escape or withdraw immediately. This space. In fact, the 6 remaining new gods are not qualified to withdraw from this space. Although the Natural clan and the God Envoy clan fought fiercely, most of those who were qualified to withdraw have already quit. There are too many of them, and it is impossible for them to win the qualifications for everyone to leave like other races. Then they left together. Go as long as you can, without stopping at all. If you can't leave, you will find a way to kill other aliens or seize other treasures. This is the cruelty between the 2 races. Long Yu rushed directly to the old brown tree of the Natural family. The divine power of the Golden Flame had already been concentrated on his fist, and then it was blasted out using the method of gathering aura, directly hitting the guy. Without any suspense, the Golden Flame divine power condensed by this punch penetrated directly through the body of the brown old tree, causing a large hole to appear in the center of its body. But the Natural family's strongest point is recovery. The movement of this old brown tree is a bit slow, but its recovery ability is extremely terrifying. Even if it was damaged by the golden flame's divine power, it completely recovered within a breath of time. Only the brown juice that continued to flow out of its body meant that it was still seriously injured. But this serious injury was not caused by Long Yu, but by the God Envoy clan before. After all, it is a race that has been fighting against the natural clan for countless years. The God Envoy clan knows that the natural clan has extremely strong recovery capabilities, so of course there are some special methods to deal with them. By now, although Long Yu has mastered the tyrannical golden flame, he was surprised that the divine power could not cause effective damage to him. However, Long Yu did not stop his offensive against the natural clan. The divine mirror stone appeared in his hand, and he continued to condense the divine power of the golden flame into the divine mirror stone. Then, through the divine mirror stone, he attacked the guy from the natural clan in a special way. The mirror city formed by the divine power of golden flames directly surrounded the old brown tree, and then the entire golden mirror city exploded. Now Long Yu feels that the most enjoyable part after transforming into a golden flame giant is that the power in his body is close to infinite, because any power he consumes can be quickly replenished from the nearby void. Although it is said to be void, in fact, every inch of space contains 5 kinds of primordial forces. The space is composed of the 5 primordial powers with different structures. The body of the golden flame giant can naturally transform the 5 primordial powers into powers that it is familiar with. This is the power of the godlike realm. Of course, Long Yu felt that the strength of this golden flame giant was not only at the godlike level, but had even surpassed the godlike level. As for what level it was, he didn't know because he had never heard of this kind of strength. Level. Above the gods, there are gods, but in fact, Long Yu doesn't think that this golden flame giant has the strength of a god. The golden mirror city exploded, forming a golden vortex of power in the field. Although the brown old tree's recovery ability was extremely terrifying, at this moment, it was completely submerged in the vortex of power. There wasn't even a bit of dregs left. The horror of this method undoubtedly frightened the remaining 2 natural clans. In fact, the natural clan is quite easy to deal with. Because the mobility of this race is generally relatively slow, the main reason is that they do not have a strong grasp of the space attribute divine text and the power of the wood element. They are not as spiritual as other races, so their flexibility is insufficient. Don't think that since most of the natural family are plants, they can easily master the power of the wood element. The reality is that it's just the opposite. No one knows why this is, but it is a fact. If you really want to explore it, you have to study the ancient history of the natural family, and even trace it to the level of gods. This is impossible for anyone to do now. Arrived. The biggest advantage of the slow-moving natural clan is its extremely strong recovery ability. Even if the God Envoy clan finds a special way to deal with the natural clan, it is still difficult to completely kill a powerful natural clan. When both sides have similar cultivation levels, if they want to kill an individual of the natural clan, at least this can only be achieved by consuming all the opponent's strength. But there is a very simple way. That is, crush it with a force that is several times stronger and dozens of times stronger. In this case, the recovery ability of the natural family will be completely useless. Therefore, the natural clan are basically tyrannical individuals stationed at the border, which is different from the human race and monster clan that rely on the number of legions. There are some powerful individuals guarding the boundaries of the natural clan, at least 7 stage masters, and even gods will personally station at the borders. As for its territory, there are many strong people, but most of them are relatively weak descendants of the natural clan. The strong ones of the natural clan are using their lives to create a better environment for their descendants to practice and improve. Under the protection of the strong men of the natural clan, few foreign enemies can invade the territory of the natural clan. Godlike is already the most powerful existence in the nearby star field. Once you reach the level of the natural godlike race, you can basically say that you are immortal. Even a natural race god can fight alone against the three-headed gods and the three-headed godlike race without dying, for at least one day. One day was enough for other nearby natural gods to arrive to support him. To put it simply, this natural family is the type that bullies the weak and fears the strong. If you encounter a weak one, you can't kill them no matter what, but if you encounter a strong one, you can easily crush them and kill them with absolute strength. This is the situation of Long Yu now. He was able to kill the old brown tree with absolute power, which meant that his strength was far beyond that of the old brown tree in the godlike realm. As expected of an existence that can teleport thousands of feet in one go. The remaining two natural clans were filled with grief and anger, and immediately joined forces to attack the golden flame giant transformed by Long Yu. Eternal level divine writings, the heart is afraid of divine writings. Divine martial arts, split body violent killing. The two natural clans each used their most powerful methods. One of the gray-white tree roots directly activated the ancient level divine script. It turned out to be a spiritual shock divine script, a heart fear divine script. This ancient grade divine script combined with its spiritual attack method actually eroded into Long Yu's mind in an instant. On the other side, the natural clan suddenly dispersed all over their bodies and quickly decomposed into small particles that were invisible to the naked eye, surrounding Long Yu from the void. Then, each of these decomposed small particles exploded with extremely terrifying destructive power. Compared with Long Yu's explosion of the Golden Mirror City just now, it was not much different. The Golden Flame Giant was stunned for a moment. Long Yu's spirit and soul were controlled by the other party's fear script, and he couldn't break free for a while. He felt as if he was trapped in an endless black hole, and then continued to fall into the black hole. Come down. Come down. There is never an end. This endless feeling made Long Yu's spiritual soul sink deeper and deeper, but he still maintained his ultimate sobriety after all, constantly reminding himself that he could not sink like this, otherwise he would be doomed. And the divine martial arts, split body violent killing, produced infinite explosive power, submerging the huge body of the golden flame giant from all directions. Fortunately, with the protection of a layer of golden flame divine power on the surface of his body, the golden flame giant did not suffer any serious injuries. However, the golden flame outside his body was much dimmed, so that the power he could exert was all weakened a bit. Of course, Long Yu could feel that his weakened strength was rapidly recovering. The most critical problem is that his spiritual soul was sucked into the black hole by the ancient level divine text of fear, and he was unable to wake up for a while. Even though his willpower is infinitely determined, he needs to break free from the endless black hole. Allow at least 3 breaths. In these 3 breaths, many things can happen. But fortunately, in addition to the 2 new gods from the natural family, there are also 3 new gods from the envoy family. When they saw that one of the new gods of the nature clan was killed by the golden flame giant, and then the remaining 2 directly attacked the golden flame giant, the 3-headed gods made the new gods of the clan extremely excited. Purple light, blue light, and white light, the new gods of the 3-headed god envoy clan, acted at the same time, each displaying their own deified supernatural powers, using at least apocalyptic level divine inscriptions, and all kinds of fierce offensives crashed towards the 2 natural clans. And here it comes. They are very aware of the threat posed by the golden flame giant to them. It seems that this golden flame giant wants to kill all life in the field regardless of the target. However, because of this, they will not hesitate to attack the natural family. Unless these 2 natural tribes are killed, they will not be able to escape from this space. The strongest members of the God Envoy clan and the Natural clan, as well as the luckier ones, have already left. The remaining 6 new gods from both sides must kill an opponent or obtain a treasure before they can escape from this place. Space. Due to the mutual hatred between the two sides, they did not find other alien races as opponents, but fought to the death here. The arrival of the Golden Flame Giant changed the entire situation. The two natural clans wanted to kill Long Yu and avenge their companions. As for the Three-Headed Angel clan, they want to quickly kill the two natural clans, and then leave this space to win the right to survive. These guys are all new gods, and no one wants to die in a death match without being able to show off their power. Therefore, getting out alive is the first priority of the Three-Headed Envoy clan. Even for the heads of two natural tribes, the three-headed gods and angels are still competing with each other. After all, 3 people compete for 2 heads. In the end, only 2 will be able to get out alive, and the remaining one will either if you find an opportunity to kill other aliens, you will most likely die here. Long Yu fell into the black hole of his soul, caused by the fear of the divine text. Fortunately, the 3-headed gods helped him and gave him some time to breathe. Although he might not die if he persisted for 3 breaths, he would eventually lose a lot of strength and wanted to recover. Coming here is quite troublesome. Long Yu got some breathing time. As for the 2 new gods of the Nature clan, the situation has become extremely bad. They have just launched an offensive against the Golden Flame Giant, but behind them there are new gods of the Three-Headed God Envoy clan who want to capture them. Head. The attacks of the God Envoy clan were extremely fierce. In an instant, there was endless divine power, which enveloped the 2 natural clans. The sound of explosions was endless, and the void was constantly flashing with divine lights of various colors. Blue, purple and white, the new gods of the Three-Headed God Envoy clan, use different powers. The blue divine envoys use the divine power of thunder and lightning, the purple divine envoys understand the power of life attributes, and the white divine envoys control the power of space. The 3 attacked at the same time, making it impossible for the 2 new gods of the natural family to stop them. His body continued to suffer serious injuries. Although he was recovering quickly, he could not keep up with the extent of the damage. After all, the God Envoy clan had its own way of dealing with the natural clan. At this time, Long Yu was still trapped in the infinite black hole, created by the fearful divine text in his spiritual soul. However, the black hole in front of him became brighter and brighter, and the golden flame gradually appeared in front of his eyes, saving him from this endless black hole. At this time, 3 breaths had passed, and they were all a little worried whether their golden flame giant body had suffered heavy damage. When he woke up, he found that the natural clan and the divine envoy clan were already fiercely attacking each other. This surprised him, but he also had a better understanding of the hatred between the 2 races. Even if these 5 guys unite to suppress the golden flame giant transformed by Long Yu at the same time, it is impossible for these 5 guys to unite with each other. For the new gods of the Nature clan, even if they want to avenge their dead companions, they will not join forces with the God Envoy clan. The reverse is also true. No matter what, even if there are real foreign enemies, they will not join forces with each other. This is naturally good news for Long Yu. But if he had known this was the case, he would have been too lazy to come here. There were no treasures in this place. The treasures had been taken away by other aliens and then exited the space. Even if the dragon can't come, these gods and natures won't take away more treasures, right? Most of them will fight to the death here, killing everyone they can and leaving. In the end, they will die until no one is left, or they will kill their opponents and choose to quit. When Long Yu woke up, the 2 sides were fighting in full swing. After thinking for a while, he retreated directly into the distance. Instead of participating in the opponent's battle, he chose to watch the battle thousands of feet away. He wanted to ensure that all these guys died. Anyway, there is still some time before the Machine Tribe and the Six-Wing Tribe catch up, so there is no rush to escape so quickly. The 2-headed Nature clan were suppressed and beaten by the 3-headed God Envoy clan, and had almost no power to fight back. However, the natural clan's terrifying recovery ability allowed them to still stick to the spot. It seemed that they were really difficult to kill. Of course, the three-headed God Envoy clan has no pressure anymore, and it is basically impossible for them to be overturned by the natural clan. Originally, it was very likely that the remaining three new gods from the God Envoy clan and the Nature clan would have to stalemate with each other for a long time before they could decide the winner. However, when Long Yu transformed into a golden flame giant, he jumped in and killed a Nature clan member. After that, the overall situation became one-sided. The Natural clan is in a very bad situation. However, they did not escape, but used all their strength to fight to the death with the three-headed gods. This kind of spirit made Long Yu quite admired, and it also made him sigh how big the hatred between these two clans is. Of course, they probably won't be able to escape now. You must know that the natural family is not fast. If they can't be beaten, they basically have to wait for death, but before they die, they will also pay a heavy price to the guy who killed them. However, the three-headed Divine Envoy clan cooperated extremely well, using all kinds of divine and cultural means, and then constructed layer after layer of defensive barriers to withstand the counterattack of the Natural clan before their death. However, although they tried their best to defend, the two natural clans used the secret martial arts inherited by the race, and their bodies began to burn. While burning life, one's own combat effectiveness will continue to increase, and eventually it can even cross the first level of martial arts to deal with the enemy. The cost of using the secret martial arts method is its own vitality. Unless it is at a critical moment, the natural clan will definitely not use it. A means. But now, they have been used. Because they can see that they are going to die here today anyway. Instead of being killed by the God Envoy clan, they might as well burn their lives directly. On the one hand, they may cause some damage to the other party, and on the other hand, they may burn themselves. Life leads to death, resulting in the opponent not being able to get the head, and thus being unable to exit this death battle space. Long Yu looked at the scene with great interest. If the two natural clans all spontaneously combusted to death, wouldn't it mean that the three-headed angel clan would not be able to leave? In the end, Long Yu had to do it himself. Long Yu shook his head. It seemed that he should just kill the other party directly, so as not to delay the time here. If you waste time, it is very likely that other new godlike aliens will take away more treasures during this period of time. Long Yu did not hesitate and once again broke into the battlefield in a flash. Teleporting over 1,000 feet at once, Long Yu raised the golden flame giant's fist and displayed the concentrated spiritual light, and a golden light wave rolled out instantly. His target is one of the divine envoys, that is, the white divine envoy who controls the power of space divine inscriptions. This guy is very flexible. If Long Yu doesn't kill him, the opponent is likely to cause some damage to him. Trouble. The concentrated spiritual light blasted out, condensing 5 times the destructive power of the golden flame's divine power, and fell on the white light body of the guy. This family of divine envoys were completely light beings, and the light was their bodies. Because Long Yu appeared at an extremely terrifying speed, he was at his side in an instant, and the concentrated spiritual light was directly prepared in advance, so that the white divine envoy clan did not have any time to react, and was directly penetrated by the golden flame divine power. Body. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu stretched out his hand, and the golden flame power that penetrated his body suddenly exploded. This is a usage that Long Yu realized when he first used the divine power of the golden flame. As he became more and more familiar with the divine power of the golden flame, he was able to display the divine power of the golden flame in various forms, so that he could deal with various different situations. The divine power of the golden flame exploded, causing the white divine envoys to die instantly, leaving no possibility of survival. After all, the remaining guys who were left behind did not get any treasures. Although they have become gods, their combat effectiveness is still inferior to that of the real elites of the two races. At the critical moment, it doesn't matter. Special life-saving means. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu took out the divine mirror stone again, and used the divine power of the golden flame to construct a mirror city, directly surrounding one of the natural clan. It is conceivable that the next moment, the mirror city explodes directly, and the golden flame divine power fills the nearby void. The natural clan that has been seriously injured and burned with life will definitely be completely killed like this, and even the bones will not appear again. In front of other people. At this time, the purple divine messenger clan suddenly did something, that is, it swallowed the blue divine messenger clan next to it, and the endless purple light exploded. The blue god envoy clan did not react and were swallowed directly, and then the two began to merge with each other. This is a means of forced integration. It is difficult for the God Envoy family to fuse different colors with each other, because there will be mutual repulsion and various side effects. Even if the fusion is successful, the new fused individual will not be particularly skilled in using the original power of the two. But there is no other way now. The two divine envoys watched as the white divine envoys were killed with one move, and then the next natural tribe was killed by Long Yu. They knew that if they wanted to survive, this was the only way they could go. In fact, they can indeed successfully escape. Just before Long Yu detonated the entire mirror city, they had successfully fused forcefully, and then used the terrifying power after the fusion to instantly kill the remaining natural clan. The natural clan was seriously injured and could not withstand the forced fusion of the God Envoy clan. Although there will be many sequelae in the future, now, the power of this forced fusion of the God Envoy family is extremely powerful. After killing the natural clan, white light emitted directly from the heads of the forced fusion of the divine clan, indicating that they were about to leave the space. As long as they took 10 breaths, they would be able to get out alive. Only now did Long Yu activate the golden flame divine power in the City of Mirrors, causing it to burst out and kill the last remaining natural clan. He could feel the terrifying power of the forced fusion of the God Envoy clan, and even in a short period of time, it was comparable to the power of his golden flame giant. Of course, the color of this forced fusion of the divine envoys has changed to blue and purple, and their power is also in the process of rapidly declining. Since they are forced to fuse, their power is not stable, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Long Yu didn't want to provoke this thing anymore. If you are injured by the other party's terrifying power, the gain will outweigh the loss. Anyway, the other party doesn't have any treasures with him, so just let him withdraw. Long Yu glanced at the blue and purple light, then turned around and teleported 1,000 feet away, far away. Long Yu left the group of divine envoys who were forced to merge. Anyway, after 10 breaths, they would be sent out. As for the side effects of this forced fusion on the God Envoy clan, it is not something that Long Yu needs to pay attention to. Anyway, it will definitely not be easy. For Long Yu, if there is a big fight with the God Envoy clan outside in the future, if there is any conflict in the world, there will be some benefits. At least, the combat effectiveness of this forced fusion of the God Envoy clan is probably not as good as those of the naturally fused God Envoy clan. Long Yu glanced around. Now in the entire spherical void, the 50 treasures on the first level have been taken away, losing the shining light of stars. These are top-quality creations. Among them, Long Yu only got 4, and gave them to Concubine Yu and the others. Taken out. As for the outermost treasures, Long Yu has no way to fight for them. Because no matter how powerful he is, he can only be alone, and when this death battle began, nearly 200 aliens poured in from all directions, and the top-quality creations scattered in all directions were basically taken away first. After taking away the top-quality creations, more than half of the new alien gods chose to withdraw, which made it impossible for Long Yu to obtain this part of the top-quality creations. But what happens next is much better. Most of the new alien gods will struggle with the treasure points on the second level for a period of time, thus giving Long Yu the opportunity to get the treasure back. However, at this stage, Long Yu did not seize the opportunity, mainly because he happened to encounter it. Concubine Yu and the others have been fighting for too long. But then comes the competition for treasure points on the 3rd level. For Long Yu, this is the most rewarding time, now, that is, during this time period. Basically, the vast majority of the alien races are near the treasure points on the 3rd floor, fighting for these treasures, and the casualties are quite heavy. It can be said that there are only at most 50 new godlike beings left in the entire spherical void. Some of the strongest ones probably want to win the best reward in the death match, the advanced transformed godlike source product. So now, there should be many powerful aliens confronting each other near the central treasure point. Among the remaining 50 new godlike aliens, at least half are tyrannical guys who rely on their own strength to win more treasures. The person Long Yu is most likely to encounter next is such a guy. Generally speaking, these guys are already qualified to exit this void. If they can't be beaten, they can run away, so they have greater security. To be honest, it is not easy for Long Yu to kill these guys. Apart from anything else, as long as the opponent possesses a primary modified godlike source product, it will not be that easy for Long Yu to kill the opponent. No matter what, Long Yu could only continue to move forward. He had to fight until there was no one left in this space. So before that, he must do his best to kill those new alien gods. If he kills them one by one, he can also get more treasures. According to current estimates, Long Yu will only be able to save a quarter of the 100 treasures in the end, or even only 1/5 is possible. Under the premise that the quantity cannot be guaranteed, Long Yu will of course have to strive for the quality of the treasures left behind. The central piece of high-grade modified godlike source product, Long Yu must get it. He flew directly towards the center. It feels like those new gods who are rushing towards the center should be almost there, and Long Yu is still about 20,000 feet away from the center. This time should be just in time. As for the mechanical tribe, six-winged tribe, etc. that were following him, Long Yu didn't bother to pay attention to them. If they want to chase me, just go ahead and chase them. Your speed is 10 times faster than theirs, so it's surprising that they can catch up. However, it should be noted that Long Yu does not want to be surrounded by these guys during a fierce battle with other powerful aliens, so he must always remain vigilant during the battle. Once something comes within 10,000 feet of him, you must activate your spiritual perception to find out the identity, movements, and intentions of the other party. He kept getting closer to the center of the entire spherical void. On the way, we passed a treasure spot on the 4th floor, which was very likely to be the source of the eternal divine text. This thing may be very useful to other races, but for Dragon Yu, it is definitely not as useful as a high-grade modified godlike product. After all, a godlike source product can enhance his strength a lot, but the eternal level divine source will not make any qualitative change in his combat effectiveness. No matter what, Long Yu must obtain that advanced modified godlike source product. In the center of the spherical void, there is definitely a bloody battle. Long Yu has long been mentally prepared for this, and he is now incarnating the golden flame divine power. Among all the creatures in the void, he is already the strongest being. If he doesn't dare to compete, then he still has what kind of face is inherited by the gods of the Eclipse ancient domain. Soon, the central treasure point is within easy reach. Long Yu originally appeared in the center. After going around in a circle outside, he ran back again. However, the gains from this circle were not small. He also obtained a primary transformed godlike source product, the Divine Mirror Stone. It greatly improved his combat effectiveness. The most important thing is that the safe departure of Concubine Yu and the others has been ensured, and Long Yu feels relieved. He can fight for the treasure by himself without having to worry about other people. Although Lang Qingshuang was killed, there was nothing that could be done about it. It was good to be able to get 4 of them away. After leaving the Moon Eclipse ancient territory, the overall strength of the human race and the demon race will definitely become much stronger. You must know that after the Ice God clan, Vulcan clan, and other foreign gods nearby the human race came to participate in the Eclipse ancient territory, not many new gods appeared. Before leaving, godlike Fuhua deliberately went to several nearby preparation areas to check. Unless the other party could hide them, there were basically only one or two new godlike creatures among the races of the outer gods. Although the combined number still exceeds that of humans and monsters, these outer gods can no longer be regarded as a race. What's more, these new gods from the outer god clan may not be able to get out of this life and death battle alive. Long Yu had already arrived within 10,000 feet of the central treasure point. He began to check the situation in the field. This time he was surprised, because in the center of the spherical void, there were actually a dozen powerful alien newcomers. The gods are confronting each other. These dozen or so powerful new alien gods are roughly divided into 3 camps, of course divided according to the star field. Long Yu saw that there was an Ice God clan, an Earth God clan, and a Sword clan whose positions were not much different. They should have formed a temporary alliance, and there were also 2 Yuan clan. This time, the Yuan clan seemed to have good results. Good. The strength of these 2 Yuan tribes is extremely powerful, otherwise they would not have the confidence to come to this central location to compete for the best treasure. Long Yu could feel that one of the 2 Yuan clansmen had obtained a primary, modified godlike source product, which made Long Yu pay a little attention. If it was convenient to kill this guy later, he could kill it first. Kill it and get that kind of divine source product. Now Long Yu discovered that in addition to divine martial arts, if he wanted to unleash more of the power of the golden flame, he had to use divine-like source products. Therefore, these divine source products are also his main targets. Among them, there are even many new gods who have the best creations in their hands. At least 5 of them are concentrated here. After these guys got the best creations in the outermost layer, they moved towards them non-stop. He ran over from the center, so he could reach the center of the spherical space at this time. The time left for Long Yu is indeed not too much. As a claimant, Long Yu can only try his best to ensure that he can get the advanced modified godlike source product this time. This is already the worst result he can think of. If he can't get the best thing this time, treasure, then his loss will definitely be huge. He quickly observed the situation on the field. In the Langya Star territory, there is an Ice God clan, an Earth God clan, a Sword clan strongman, and 2 Yuan clan strongmen, a total of 5 new gods. In both the Quangsha Star territory and the Tiangang Star territory, there are a total of 4 new gods. Their strength is definitely not bad. It depends on who performs well in the competition for the best treasure, and who performs poorly. Being targeted again, who was left out again. The situation changes instantly. When the difference in strength between each individual is not large, it is basically impossible to 100% win the best treasure. Of course, except Long Yu. Long Yu's strength is superior to each of these new alien gods. As long as he is not besieged by everyone on the other side, it is still possible for him to finally obtain this treasure. Before Long Yu could get close to the central space, some of these guys suddenly took action. It's that Earth God clan. The entire body of the newly promoted god of the Earth God clan was a huge stone ball, and white light emitted directly from the top of his head, indicating that he would be teleported out after 10 breaths. When the white light lit up on its head, it rushed directly towards the best treasure spot in the center, about 1,000 feet away. This guy's idea is to exit the space when he just takes the treasure, so as to get the best treasure in the entire space. Now, even the other foreign races in the Langya Star territory are not happy. Especially the Sword clan. The Sword clan gave up many other things to come to the center just for the best treasure. How could it be possible to watch it being snatched away by the new gods of the Earth God clan? When the head of the Earth God clan lit up with white light and rushed toward the best treasure in the center, the powerful men of the Langistar region, including the Sword clan, all moved at the same time, because they were the closest to the Earth God clan. Naturally, we want to prevent him from snatching the best treasure. Although the new gods of every race in the star field have subconsciously formed an alliance, it does not mean that they are completely on the same side. In this case, it is impossible for anyone to eat alone. The new god of the Sword clan took action, and infinite sword light snatched the soul out of the void. It instantly cut off part of the spiritual soul of the new god of the Earth God clan, and then completely eliminated that part of the soul. This turned out to be a direct attack on the spiritual soul. There were 2 Yuan tribesmen who started to attack at the same time, each relying on their terrifying physical strength, like Mount Tai pressing down on the top, pressing towards the new Earth God tribe's new deity from both sides. Their momentum alone had already blocked that guy's momentum towards the center. What happens next is nothing to see. This new Earth God is too naive. His strength is not particularly strong. He is just a little stronger than ordinary new gods. He is able to catch up all the way just by relying on his relatively fast speed to this place. But if they really want to compete with other new gods, this Earth God clan can't beat them at all. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the central treasure was not taken away. He remembered the scene when he first came to this death battle space. At that time, he saw that the treasure in the center next to him was a pool of golden divine water. In the golden divine water was an ancient level divine text. Source. But now, the eternal source of divine inscriptions has been moved to the treasure point on the 4th floor, and the one in the center has become an advanced modified divine-like source product. After Long Yu observed it for a while, he discovered the reason. It turns out that the 5 treasure points on the 4th floor, as well as the best treasure point in the center, are all moving slowly, and when they are attacked, a strong defensive shield will be generated, making it not so easy. Taken away. Long Yu walked around from the center to the outside, basically not paying attention to the location of the treasure point in the center. Now, the treasure point of the source of ancient divine texts is different from the advanced modified godlike source that was originally on the 4th floor of the treasure point. Pin has changed its position. This situation is undoubtedly beneficial to Long Yu. Because the longer it takes for others to take away the treasures, the more time Long Yu has to keep the treasures. The advanced modified godlike source product currently on the central treasure point is still moving slowly. As this best treasure moves, more than a dozen new alien godlike products around it also move closely. Long Yu discovered that during this process, there was a 4th level treasure nearby, which was approaching. It seemed that it wanted to exchange positions with the central treasure point, just like the previous exchange of the source of ancient divine texts and the advanced modified godlike source products. The location is the same. The things that alternate positions and come to the central treasure point are definitely not ordinary. But now Long Yu can't see clearly what that thing is. After all, it's still more than 10,000 feet away from him, and he can't even feel it with his spiritual sense. Long Yu kept rushing towards the advanced modified godlike source product in the center. At this time, of course, the new gods around were aware of the arrival of the golden flame giant, but they did not pay too much attention. The appearance of this golden flame giant is a bit unfamiliar, and it seems that they have not seen it before, causing the new gods in the field to wonder, which race in the star field does this golden flame giant come from? No one knows that the golden flame giant does not belong to any star field, but is a separate individual. Although Long Yu is from the Langistar territory, he will not join forces with the new alien gods from the Langistar territory. His purpose is to drive away all these guys from the field. Of course, before that, he had to wait for these guys to take out the treasure in the center. In that way, Long Yu could start snatching it. After he got it, he felt relieved. He didn't have to worry about the treasure being taken away inexplicably. If he didn't put the treasure on himself, Long Yu would never feel relieved. He teleported forward 100 feet at a time, and soon stopped 2,000 feet away from the treasure point. The other newly promoted gods are a little strange. Why does this golden flame giant stop there and not join the camp of his own star field first? But just when many new alien gods were paying attention to the golden flame giant transformed by Long Yu, another guy in the field took action. It was a new alien god from the Quangsha star territory, a ball of red light. It's a clan of divine messengers. The red light on his body kept flashing, and the white light on his head also flashed out. At this moment, he rushed towards the central treasure point. At the same time, the red light condensed several arrow-like lights on his body, and in an instant Jian Pekong rushed towards the central treasure point. This is to destroy the defensive barrier around the treasure point. Although it may not be successful, the necessary attacks are definitely needed. This Red God Envoy is one of the strongest among all the powerful ones in the God Envoy clan this time. Unlike the Earth God clan guy just now, this God Envoy has really strong combat power. As soon as the guy from the Earth God clan made a move, part of his spirit and soul was cut off by the strong man from the Sword clan. Then when he was dizzy, he was attacked by two Abyss clan, and his body collapsed and shattered. But now, when this Red God Envoy clan started to take action, he actually blocked 3 other new gods from the Quangsha star territory beside him, and the red light condensed into a cage, trapping them all. He was at the same place, unable to do anything for a moment. This made the remaining 8 new alien gods in the Tiangang Star region and Langya Star region suddenly become nervous, and finally rushed toward the center, and the melee was about to begin. Long Yu slowly approached the center, and finally stayed within 1,000 feet of the central treasure point. The other new alien gods did not know that this golden flame giant could teleport out of 1,000 feet at a time. This is Long Yu's biggest leverage when the time comes, and also his biggest trump card if he wants to snatch the treasure. The red light body of the God Envoy clan quickly approached the central treasure point, and the red arrows it condensed were faster and landed directly on the defensive barrier around the treasure point, one after another erupting with terrifying penetrations. With such force, the defensive barrier made of golden flames penetrated through several gaps. The red divine envoys quickly approached, and at the same time, a layer of red light barrier broke through the air around it and the central treasure point. This layer of red light barrier actually blocked out all the other new alien gods. The red arrows continued to condense, breaking through the air attack and rolling in, continuously penetrating and destroying the remaining golden flame barrier around the central treasure point. It seems that it won't take long for the Red Divine Messenger family to take away the treasure, which is the advanced modified godlike source product. But there are 8 new alien gods approaching outside. How long can the red light barrier resist them? Moreover, the 3 new alien gods who were originally trapped in the Quangsha Star region by it finally broke through its ban and chased towards the central treasure point. Under the joint bombardment of the 8 new alien gods from the Langya Star region and the Tiangang Star region, the red light screen barrier only lasted for 2 breaths, before cracks appeared first and was about to be broken. But at this moment, a burst of scarlet light suddenly shone out from within the body of the Red Divine Envoys. An intermediate-level modified godlike source product was dispatched from his body. This is a string of scarlet beads connected together, emitting a blood-like light and looking extremely strange. When this intermediate-level transformed godlike source product appeared, the surrounding red light barrier was immediately blessed with a layer of scarlet color, and it actually possessed extremely terrifying defensive capabilities. This type of divine source product is different from the previous ones. Long Yu's heart moved, and the golden flame giant began to slowly approach the center. He keenly felt that the intermediate-level modified godlike source item that the Red God Envoy clan took out was not obtained in this death battle, because the 5 treasure points on the 4th floor were still there. Well, it wasn't taken away. In other words, this intermediate-level transformed godlike source product was brought in from the beginning by this Red Divine Envoy clan. If it dies here, then this thing will be recovered by the Eclipse Ancient Realm as one of the rewards after the next opening of the Eclipse Ancient Realm. However, how could a strong man with an intermediate transformation, divine source product, die in the Eclipse Ancient domain? Unless you are attacked by too many people. Even now, the defensive capability of the red light barrier blessed by the intermediate level transformed godlike source product has suddenly increased sharply. It was once shaky, but now it suddenly becomes impregnable again. If this situation continues, the central treasure may really be taken away by the Red Divine Messenger family. The intermediate level transformed godlike source product it has now stimulated, that is, the string of 13 scarlet beads, since they were brought in from outside, must have some kind of compatibility with it. For example, the golden sword that Long Yu obtained before was a divine source product. He could only exert 1/10 of its power for the time being. Now that he has obtained the divine mirror stone, if he wants to truly exert its power, it must be activated by divine power, otherwise he will have to spend time to adjust it. It is obviously impossible for this red divine envoy to comprehend any divine power, but it has spent a lot of time getting used to it, and the power it can now exert far exceeds that of the newly promoted human beings who have just obtained the divine source product. God. This has also led to the fact that the Red God Envoy clan is now far more powerful than other new gods. I am afraid that it was the God Envoy clan who left the Eclipse Ancient territory one time before and handed this godlike artifact to this Red God Envoy clan, hoping that it would achieve better results in the Eclipse Moon Ancient territory this time. And he has fulfilled his mission, and now he is about to take away the central treasure. The 8 newly promoted gods in Langya Star region and Tiangang Star region were anxious. They really didn't expect that this red-headed God Envoy clan would be so despicable. They actually brought in an intermediate-level modified godlike source product and displayed a strength far beyond their current capabilities. However, in Long Yu's view, this situation is just right. Because at this time, the attention of all the new gods around are focused on the Red God Envoy clan. Once one link is not handled well, the Red God Envoy clan will suffer huge losses. And this can be regarded as giving Long Yu an excellent opportunity to take action. If it were me, I would hold back until the very end before I reveal my trump card. There is a great possibility of snatching this treasure away. Does this family of divine envoys feel that they are infallible? Long Yu thought in his heart, quite amused. If it weren't for him, then this red group of divine envoys might really succeed and take away the advanced modified godlike source product. But it's a pity that the golden flame giant transformed by Long Yu is here. At this time, he was already close to the scarlet light barrier, which was less than 500 feet away. He raised his hand and used the concentrated spiritual light. The golden flame divine power condensed into a terrifying light wave, which suddenly fell on the scarlet light. Above the barrier, the other 8 new alien gods are bombarding the scarlet light barrier, but they are unable to destroy it. Now Long Yu took action and immediately broke the scarlet light barrier. The concentrated spiritual light condensed several times the power of the golden flame, and exploded with extremely terrifying penetrating power, surprising all the new alien gods in the field. But this situation is a good thing for them. Because this means that the Red Divine Envoy family will not be able to take away the central treasure so easily. The scarlet light screen barrier was directly blasted by Long Yu to create a gap. Then 8 other new alien gods continued to attack, and finally tore the light screen barrier completely apart, and then flew in towards the center. The other 3 new alien gods from the Quansha Star territory also arrived and launched an offensive towards the Red God Envoy clan. Before the gods of the God Envoy clan could completely break through the golden flame defensive barrier around the treasure point, its scarlet light barrier was broken. This surprised it, and at the same time it had a profound impact on the golden flame giant transformed by Long Yu. Deep alert. It wanted to retreat a little bit first, not to let itself become the target of public criticism, but the white light above its head told it that it absolutely could not retreat. Once it retreated, it would completely miss the central treasure. If it leaves the central treasure point, other new gods will not pay attention to it, but it will not be able to obtain the central treasure. The central treasure is its biggest goal on this trip. So it didn't move back. It wants to fight one last time. On the string of 13 scarlet beads beside it, 13 red rays of light instantly appeared. They turned out to be the 13 clones of the Red Divine Envoy clan. Of these 13 clones, 11 of them were. He rushed towards the 11 new alien gods around him. There were 2 more clones, which actually came straight towards the location of the golden flame giant transformed by Long Yu. The red light swept over the entire place instantly. These 13 scarlet beads are an intermediate-level modified godlike source product. They have many powerful effects. The ability to condense clones is one of them. Of course, this effect requires the owner of the god-like source product to master it. Only when you are very familiar with it can you display it. It can also be seen that this kind of divine source product is 100% brought in from outside by the sky, otherwise it would be impossible to use such methods. The method of condensing these 13 clones is actually more powerful than Long Yu's demon dust clone, because the strength of these 13 clones of the Red Divine Envoys is exactly the same as themselves, and they do not need to consume their own energy. Strength. In other words, after reaching the godlike state, there is no such thing as consuming power in the body. The 13 clones of the God Envoy clan that were condensed in an instant blocked all surrounding opponents, while the Red God Envoy clan itself continued to condense red arrows and bombarded the golden flame barrier around the central treasure point. Just 2 breaths after the 13 clones condensed, the golden flame barrier was finally completely shattered by it. Then, the Red Divine Messenger family went directly to the center and received the treasure into their own small world. After 2 more breaths, the white light above its head will take it directly out of this space. At this time, in order to obtain the central treasure, other new gods also worked hard. The 2 Yuan tribes disintegrated into 7 metal water droplets. One of the metal water droplets dragged the red clone of the God Envoy tribe. The other 6 metal water droplets shattered the space at extremely terrifying speeds and crashed towards the center. The Red Angel clan. The new god of the Sword clan took on countless incarnations, and instantly transformed into countless sword shadows, penetrating through the body of the clone of the Red Divine Envoy, completely exploding it. This move is already the super powerful skill of this sword clan. It uses the ancient divine power to condense the countless sword shadows, and displays its strongest move to deify the magical power, so that it can defeat the Red Divine Envoy clan. The clone was instantly broken open. Immediately afterwards, the sword shadow shattered the void, fell from the sky, and stabbed towards the Red God Envoy family in the center. The new deity of the Ice God clan could not break through the blockage of the red clone for a while, but he could condense the endless power of the Ice Divine Script, the same eternal level Ice Divine Script, which should also be from the eclipse moon this time. I realized it in the ancient realm. None of the new gods who can insist on coming to this place are weak. Even this inconspicuous new god of the Ice God clan has comprehended the power of the ancient level divine script. This divine power instantly condensed into a physical form. Ice and snow covered the entire area of 1,000 feet, completely forming a world of ice and snow. The power of the eternal ice divine text slowed down the movements of the red envoys and other gods by at least half. It was extremely clumsy for them to use any defensive means to resist the attacks of the Sword clan and the Yuan clan. The 2 Yuan tribes came with a strong attack, and the Sword tribe also stabbed down quickly, descending like a god of death. There are also 7 new alien gods from the Quansha Star Territory and Tiangang Star Territory. At this time, they are also using formal methods. All kinds of divine texts, divine martial arts, and godlike origin products are pouring into the center from all directions. The Red Angel Clan. The God Envoy clan had anticipated this situation. But as long as it persists for 2 breaths in the end, the final best treasure will belong to it, and it will be the biggest winner of this eclipse ancient domain. Of course, this is what it thinks. Next moment. With only one last breath left, this red divine messenger was finally surrounded by endless attacks. All kinds of destructive means fell on it, causing its red body to be instantly wiped out, without the slightest ability to resist. However, the best treasure in the center did not fall out and appeared in front of the other new gods. This is just an illusion. The new alien gods around them all reacted, but there was still time to breathe. How could they find that guy again? At this stage, only the golden flame giant incarnated by Long Yu remained calm. When the other newly promoted alien gods were besieging the Red God Envoy clan, he did not move. Instead, he focused all his attention on spiritual perception, in order to prevent the other party from using any weird methods. Escape. Facts have proved that Long Yu guessed correctly. Just when the other people's offensive fell on the Red God Envoy clan, Long Yu clearly felt that there was an invisible force flying out from the center towards the periphery, and quickly fled towards the distance. That must be the hidden true form of the human god of the Red God Envoy clan. With the same keen sense as Long Yu, there is also an ice and fire tribe from Quangsha Star territory. Half of the body of the ice and fire clan is made of light white ice, and half is made of fiery red flames, which together form a living entity. Like the God Envoy clan and the Natural clan, they come from the Quangsha Star territory. The one who reacted fastest was the new god of the Ice and Fire tribe, who launched an attack directly towards the hiding place of the Red Divine Envoy clan. Ice and Fire, 2 divine powers with completely different attributes, exploded directly in the void. Light white and fiery red reflected each other, forming a violent whirlpool of ice and fire. This was a deified magical power, and it was used in combination received the power of 2 revelation-level divine texts. Although they only used the power of revelation-level divine texts, the terrifying thing about the Ice and Fire clan is that the intersection of the divine powers of ice and fire, 2 different attributes, can explode several times under the control of their exclusive martial arts secrets. Strength. If it is an engraving-level divine power, it can explode the power of the original level divine power. If it is the current revelation level divine power, it can explode the power of an eternal level divine power. It is hard to imagine that if a strong man from the Ice and Fire tribe could simultaneously master an eternal level ice attribute divine script and an eternal level flame attribute divine script, what kind of strength would they be able to exert when combined? A large whirlpool of ice and fire was created instantly, sucking everything in the nearby space into it, and suffered a horrific baptism in the ice and fire. The body of the Red Divine Envoy was instantly blasted out. In the whirlpool of ice and fire, its whole body flashed with red light. The ancient divine inscriptions activated, bursts of red light spread out, constantly counteracting the ice and fire divine inscriptions that bombarded it. Force. If it continues like this, even though the ice and fire whirlpool is powerful, it can't stop this group of gods from being teleported out. It was at this time that Long Yu finally moved. When the newly promoted gods of the Ice and Fire clan were unable to defeat the Red Divine Envoy clan using the power of 2 revelation-level ice and fire divine texts, the golden flame giant transformed by Long Yu finally moved. He teleported to the opponent's side in an instant, and then the power of the divine mirror stone was activated by the divine power of the golden flame, almost condensing into a city of mirrors in an instant. The Golden Mirror City completely enveloped the Red Divine Envoy clan. Then, the Golden Flame's divine power exploded. Endless golden flames burst out from the void, directly raising the temperature in the surrounding void. All the new alien gods nearby felt as if they had entered a purgatory, and the terrifying high temperature almost made them melt. One can imagine what the situation is like for the Red Envoy clan surrounded in the center of the Mirror City. The golden flame giant transformed by Long Yu ignored the terrifying whirlpool of golden flame divine power in the scene, stepped directly into it, and grabbed the advanced modified godlike source item inside. As for the Red Divine Envoy clan itself, the intermediate level transformed godlike source products they brought in were recycled by the Eclipse Ancient Territory. Originally, Long Yu was quite fond of the 13 dark red beads, but since they were recycled by the Eclipse Ancient Territory, it was impossible for him to get them. Fortunately, he finally got this advanced modified godlike source product. After getting it, Long Yu didn't hesitate and teleported away in the distance. He just used teleportation and moved several times in an instant. Baizhang must have been seen by these new gods present. If he stayed, he would undoubtedly become the target of public criticism. Even someone as powerful as the Golden Flame Giant would not be able to survive among so many new godlike experts. He could only avoid the edge, temporarily. Although he wanted to kill the Ice God tribe, the Sword tribe, and the 2 Abyss tribes in the field, he was really unable to do so now. It is very likely that these 4 guys will become the development of the human tribe and the monster tribe in the future. Rivals on the road. It is conceivable that now the human race and the demon race will definitely enter a period of development. The first ones to bear the brunt are the Yuan tribe, the Ice God tribe and other outer gods. By then, the Ice God tribe and the 2 new gods of the Yuan tribe are likely to. It causes a lot of trouble to humans and monsters. After all, every godlike creature is super strong. In the outside world, Long Yu is still just a young monk who is a 5th level master. He cannot affect the battle between gods and gods at all. It will take at least a year for him to truly step into the realm of gods. As for the bottleneck, there won't be any, because Long Yu is very sure that he has fulfilled all the conditions for becoming a god in advance. The key is the understanding of the power of time and the evolution of deified supernatural powers. Now Long Yu has 3 deified magical powers. The 9 Nether Ball has the effect of slowing down time. As long as he can absorb enough creative power, it will be a matter of course for him to enter the godlike realm. Of course, the realm cannot be continuously improved, otherwise the effect of the improvement will be poor. Even if he has enough creative power, he will at least need it took a year for Long Yu to enter the realm of godlike beings. The Golden Flame Giant obtained an advanced modified godlike source product and slipped away, running far away. This made the dozen or so new alien gods in the field almost want to vomit blood. How long had they waited, how much effort had they put in, and how many other things had they given up to compete for the opportunity to compete for this advanced modified godlike source product? As a result, someone else suddenly snatched it away? How unreasonable. But they saw that the Golden Flame Giant could teleport 1,000 feet at a time. After 2 teleports, they were completely unable to sense the existence of the Golden Flame Giant. They could only see the Golden Flame Giant still fighting with them from a distance. A distant golden figure. They can't catch up. The speed of the Golden Flame Giant was so fast that they lost all hope of competing with it. At the same time, some people began to wonder, why does the Golden Flame Giant have such a terrifying teleportation ability? Is this guy really the godlike person who was promoted in the Eclipse Ancient Realm this time? The terrifying power of the Golden Flame just erupted was still fresh in the memory of all the new gods. They could have erupted with such terrifying power no matter what. For example, the deity of the Ice and Fire clan has a revelation level of ice and fire divine inscriptions. When combined with the deification power, it can kill the ordinary new deity in an instant. However, it was defeated by the Red Divine Envoy clan. To resist. It can be seen that the Red Divine Envoy clan is very powerful. But even such a powerful clan of divine envoys was killed instantly by the giant Golden Flame. Many gods began to doubt the identity of the golden flame giant. But no matter how they guessed, they couldn't guess Long Yu's true identity. After losing the competition for the advanced modified godlike source products, they dispersed one after another, but they did not leave the space directly. Now they are really not willing to let them retreat like this. Therefore, they scattered and flew towards the remaining 4 nearby treasure points. Just when they were competing for the advanced transformed godlike source product, one of the 4th level treasure points 10,000 feet away was taken away, so only the last 4 were left. The contents of these 4 treasure points were also, "It's very good," so they also want to fight for it. The golden flame giant flew towards one of the treasure points. The remaining gods of different races from the 3-star regions flew towards the other 3 treasure points. They did not want to encounter the golden flame giant again, and even the red gods with their own intermediate level modified godlike products, the entire clan of divine envoys had been killed by this golden flame giant. If they encountered each other, they would definitely be dead. So they all flew in 3 other directions. He didn't know what was in the treasure point that Long Yu flew to. He hoped that it would be the source of the eternal divine text. In that case, he could get the source of the divine text this time, the ancient eclipse moon. The trip to the domain was absolutely perfect. But soon he discovered that there were 3 new alien gods competing for the treasure point he was flying to. From a distance of 10,000 feet, he felt that the treasure on this treasure point was an intermediate level modified godlike source product. It was not clear what it was exactly. It would only work if the golden defensive barrier of the treasure point was broken. Long Yu cannot break this barrier and seize the treasures directly. He can only let other new gods break the barrier first. Therefore, Long Yu is destined to be the Oriole behind the mantis, hunting down the new gods who have obtained the treasures. After he arrived at Wanzhong, the 3 new alien gods facing each other could see the figure of Long Yu's golden flame giant. So Long Yu began to move forward 100 feet and 100 feet, slowly teleporting. Anyway, it seemed that these 3 alien gods would have to confront each other for a long time before they started to attack the golden barrier around the treasure point. The arrival of the golden flame giant obviously made the 3 alien gods a little nervous. Of these 3 aliens, one of them turned out to be a soul clan. If it weren't for the Dragon Yu's powerful spiritual sense, there would be no way of knowing its existence. However, the other 2 aliens were close together, so they obviously knew about the existence of this new soul clan godlike creature. There are also 2 alien races, one of which is a 5-foot-long fish race. There was a poor guy from this race who was killed by Long Yu when he entered the advanced area. I thought this race was not strong, but I didn't expect that there was a powerful being who could persevere until now and participate in the 4th level treasure point. Coming in for grabs. There is also an alien race, which is composed of countless black spheres, looking like building blocks put together. This is the 7-Ball clan. The body of the 7-Ball clan is made up of 7 black spheres condensed together, hence the name. It is also slightly recorded in the seminary. What this race is best at is the divine power of the shadow attribute. For those who hide and sneak, Means is very good at it. The 7-Ball clan, the 5-foot-long fish clan, and the soul clan. The 3 new alien gods almost had the same reaction when they saw the golden flame giant appear, that is, they started attacking the golden barrier at the treasure point. Originally, they were facing each other, and they were considering whether to deal with the other 2 guys first, kill them, and then slowly break the golden barrier of the treasure point. But when the golden flame giant appeared, they knew that if they continued to confront each other, there would probably be another competitor. If they can deal with the other 2 opponents within 100 breaths, then there is no need to deal with the 3rd opponent, which is beneficial to them. After all, 1 more opponent means more risks. They joined forces to attack the golden barrier at the treasure point. As for who can get the treasure, it depends on their own methods. Anyway, break the golden barrier first. Seeing this, Long Yu sped up a little. He originally teleported 100 feet at a time, but now he teleports 120 feet at a time, and gradually increased it to 150 feet at a time. In this way, the other party may not be able to detect his increase in speed. After all, the other party only relies on the naked eye to see him now, and the naked eye's ability to distinguish things that are thousands of feet away is very weak. The spiritual perception of these new gods in this death battle space can only be felt by things within 1,000 feet. Things beyond 1,000 feet can only be sensed by the naked eye and cannot be sensed by the spiritual sense. Therefore, Long Yu slowly increased his speed and flew up, without arousing the alertness of the three new gods. When Long Yu was still 5,000 feet away from the treasure point, the golden barrier outside the treasure point was finally broken. Superior. Without any hesitation, Long Yu immediately began teleporting with all his strength, 1,000 feet at a time, and began to rush towards the treasure point at high speed. At this time, the three aliens felt the abnormality of the golden flame giant, but it was already too late. It would take at most 5 breaths before Long Yu could get close to them, and at that time, they would have at least 5 breaths before they could exit the space. Long Yu just picked this time, leaving all three aliens feeling in a dilemma. Square root. But they have no other choice now. Almost at the same time, a burst of white light appeared above their heads, indicating that these three aliens all chose to withdraw at almost the same time. They clearly sensed the abnormality of the golden flame giant, and then became alert in their hearts. Let them make the most correct judgment. Of course, they would not just give up that treasure. The three of them flew towards the light where the treasure point was almost at the same time, and then the 7-ball clan was faster. The power of the world enveloped the treasure point, and then took it into their own small world. The 5-foot-long fish god and the Soul clan launched an attack on the 7-ball clan almost at the same time. The apocalyptic power of the wind element exploded from the 5-foot-long fish god, forming 3 terrifying hurricanes that swept towards the 7-ball tribe from 3 directions. The Soul clan used spiritual shock waves to directly attack the 7-ball clan. The 7 pitch-black spherical bodies of the 7-sphere clan emitted an ancient-level shadow attribute divine text at this moment, forming a tyrannical defensive barrier. This defensive barrier not only withstood the 3 terrifying hurricanes, but also withstood the spiritual shock wave of the Soul clan, preventing the 7-ball clan from suffering any harm. But the next moment, the golden flame giant had arrived. The divine power of the golden flames quickly condensed in the field, and the golden mirror city condensed and formed again, wrapping the 7-ball clan in it. This situation made the new gods of the Soul clan and the 5-foot-long fish clan retreat back. They each felt the terrifying aura coming from this mirror city, and had a premonition that if they still stayed in place, is likely to be affected by this attack. Although they really want to take away the treasures from the 7-ball race gods, in the end, they are not as important as their own lives. The golden mirror city exploded suddenly in the next moment. The divine power of the golden flames exploded earlier, and the godlike person from the 7-ball clan couldn't resist it at all. The treasure fell out directly, but except for Long Yu, it was impossible for other aliens to enter the center of the mirror city to obtain the treasure. The golden flame giant teleported over, took the treasure away, and then did not leave. He teleported directly to the side of the soul-like god, and punched it with golden flame power. The soul-like god didn't expect that the golden flame giant had such hatred for him, so he came directly to launch an offensive. He was a little panicked, but he reacted quickly, activated a burst of pure spiritual power, and condensed into a barrier to protect oneself. It's a pity that the power of golden flame is completely beyond the ability of ordinary gods to withstand. With just one punch, the Soul clan's mental barrier was completely shattered, and the next punch completely hit the Soul clan's spiritual body. Obviously, Long Yu couldn't kill him with one punch. But he immediately used concentrated spiritual light. This divine martial skill condensed a golden flame of divine power and shot out of the air, directly penetrating the spiritual body of the entire Soul Clan. The newly promoted god of the Soul Clan died. Long Yu mainly considered that the Soul Clan was very close to the territory of the human race and the Demon Clan, and was also right next to the Void Galaxy, so he took advantage of the opportunity to kill it and killed it directly to avoid future troubles. As for the new deity of the 5-foot-long fish clan, Long Yu also wanted to kill him, but it was a pity that he didn't have enough time. When he just happened to kill the new god of the Soul Clan, 10 breaths of time were up. The new god of the 5-foot-long fish clan was directly shrouded in white light and sent out of this space by the Eclipse Ancient Domain. At this point, Long Yu had obtained another treasure and also killed a new soul-like god. The results were pretty good. Of course, as time passed, the light of the stars on the other 3 treasure points had all dimmed, and it was obvious that new alien gods were already fighting over them. Long Yu flew towards the nearest treasure spot, but it was already too late. The nearest treasure spot was 20,000 feet away from him, and it would take him 10 breaths to get there, but within 20 breaths, the winner would probably have been decided there. Long Yu finally tried, but still couldn't catch up. Before he arrived near the treasure point, the aliens there were already dead. If he quit, the treasure naturally disappeared. Long Yu could only sigh. In the spherical void where the battle to the death began, there seemed to be not many new gods existing, and the treasure points were almost dimmed. The few remaining treasure points that no one is fighting for are relatively far away from Long Yu, at least 5 to 60,000 feet away. He wanted to go over and have a look, but he had no chance. Because of the news from the Eclipse Ancient Domain, he stopped. This deathmatch has officially ended. Except for Long Yu, all other new alien gods have left this void. This actually surprised Long Yu. Didn't the Six-Winged Tribe and the Mechanical Tribe have a lot of fun chasing him before? Why is it all gone now? If the Golden Six-Winged One knows my identity, then the Six-Winged Clan, the Mechanical Clan, and the Sword Clan are likely to attack the territories of the human race and the Demon Clan soon. Long Yu thought of such a possibility, and it was a very high possibility. In this case, the human race and the demon race simply cannot resist it. The only better situation is that the territory of the human race and the demon race is at the edge of the Langus Star territory. It still takes a long time to get from the center to the edge. What's more, there are many other alien races in the middle, which may not make it easy for those 3 races. Pass. In addition, even if the 3 tribes come to attack the human race and the demon race, they still have dissatisfaction with each other and cannot be monolithic. Moreover, it is impossible for them to send all their troops to attack the territories of the human race and the demon clan. In this case, the human race and the demon clan, now that their overall strength has been improved, may still be able to withstand the attacks from those 3 major races. What makes Long Yu most tangled is that the location of the Void Galaxy seems to be on the way to the 3 tribes attacking the territory of the human race and the monster race. In this case, wouldn't it mean that the Void Galaxy would bear the brunt? Let's talk about it when we get back. Long Yu shook his head and didn't think much about it. It was useless to make these meaningless guesses now. The specific situation was probably completely different from what he thought. Anyway, all in all, Long Yu gained a lot from this life and death battle. Because there are still many treasures and stars left in the entire void. These remaining treasures belong to Long Yu alone. But before Long Yu could start to count the treasures he had obtained, his vision suddenly went dark and he fainted. Outside the Eclipse Ancient territory, there is a joint preparation area between the human race and the demon race. Long Yu's figure appeared in front of Concubine Yu, Lu Shuang, Yu Feng and Long Zitian, and it was at this time that he regained his consciousness. Of course, what he was most concerned about was the treasures he got during the death match. He quickly checked his little world and found that, including the advanced, modified godlike source product, all the remaining treasures had arrived in his possession. In a small world. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. A smile appeared on his face. Concubine Yu and others were overjoyed when they saw Long Yu appear. Originally, they were all worried about Long Yu. Now that Long Yu finally appeared, it has to be said that it was a happy ending. Although one wolf Xuanhuan died, there is nothing we can do about it. All in all, during this trip to the Eclipse Ancient Territory, the human race and the demon race gained a lot by joining forces. The biggest reward is that 5 of them entered the godlike realm and came out of the death match alive. Every human god is the most precious wealth of each race. Now that the human race and the demon race have 5 more human beings at once, the strength of the 2 races has undoubtedly been greatly improved. However, there is a strange thing. The 5 human beings who have successfully stepped into the human race this time are all from the human race. Xuanhuan, the only newly promoted godlike wolf of the demon clan, died in the battle to the death. This can only be said to be a coincidence. Long Yu took a brief inventory of the treasures in his small world, and found that there were 14 items in total, including a high-level modified god-like source product he finally got, and an intermediate-level modified god-like source product. There are also 12 treasures in his little world. Including the 4 top-quality creations brought out by Concubine Yu and the others, the total number is nearly 20, which is 1/5 of the number. There is no doubt that the biggest winner of this Eclipse Ancient domain is Long Yu and his group. And Long Yu is the winner among winners. The results are good, but this time, we are likely to provoke hostility from the 6-wing clan. Everyone should be careful. Long Yu said to everyone. Concubine Yu nodded. Anyway, we now have a lot of gods, and our overall strength will rise to a higher level after we go out. For the time being, let them not rush to expand. After all, the situation has not stabilized yet. Your identity, and may also be known by some powerful alien gods. This is what I'm afraid of. What Long Yu was most worried about was the golden 6 wings. In the death battle in the void, the group of strong men from the Machine Tribe and 6-wing tribe led by Golden 6 Wings did not continue to pursue them. It was obvious that they all withdrew. When they exited, it was impossible that they had given up on causing trouble for Dragon Yu, but they had figured something out. Instead of fighting the Golden Flame Giant in the Void of Death, it would be better to cause trouble for the human race after they left. In comparison, the latter is much easier than the former. Even if the armies of the 3 tribes press forward, the entire human race will be destroyed without any suspense. With the end of the Eclipse Ancient Territory, for Long Yu, the overall situation did not become easier for him, but instead became more tense. Through the ancient time and space teleportation array, the 5 people were teleported back to the seminary near the borders of the human race and the demon race. This time, a total of 400 people from the human race and demon race participated in the Eclipse Ancient realm, but in the end, less than 250 people were able to come back alive. The loss can be said to be very heavy. If no god can return in the end, then this trip to the Eclipse Ancient Territory will be a huge loss for the human race and the demon race. Hong Ying and Yu Gu are looking forward to it, and they are still very confident in Long Yu. However, in the final remaining battle to the death, is it really possible for Long Yu, who is only at the 5th level of Master, to fight against so many powerful new alien gods? In the past few days, Hong Ying and Yu Gu were extremely worried about Long Yu, and even their own cultivation fell behind. For Hong Ying, Long Yu is her man. For Yu Gu, Long Yu is her very good friend. Even the fact that she was able to reach today's level of cultivation so quickly was entirely because of Long Yu's help. From Long Yu, Yu Gu saw a bright hope. Including the godlike flashiness, this female god of the Sky Bat Monster clan also had great expectations for Long Yu, especially when the new god was just born. When the Great Master's cultivation realm appeared bathed in golden light, she knew that Long Yu was destined to be different. It is very likely that the human race will rise completely because of him. This is not impossible. Often, the rise and fall of a race is due to the rise and death of one of its individuals. In this star field, such things are not uncommon. I don't know how many times it has happened. Let's just say it is the Six-Wing clan. It was also because an extremely terrifying genius once appeared and swept away the opponents in the central area of Langya star field. Today with the Six-Wing clan. In their thoughts day and night, Long Yu finally appeared. Also appearing together were Yu Fei, Lu Shuang, Yu Feng, and Long Zitian, a total of 4 human gods. This scene made all the human and demon cultivators waiting in the mission hall of the human seminary cheer in unison. Got up. At this time, the students in the seminary were no longer hostile to each other because of their factions. Many powerful people from the human race and the demon race who had some quarrels with each other in the past also put aside their former hatred and cheered. For gods, humans, and monsters, for more gods are coming out at the same time. On the other hand, Long Yu, who is behind the 4 gods, is still only at the cultivation level of the 5th level master. He seems very inconspicuous. Not many people know about it. On the contrary, this inconspicuous little guy is the most important one among them. Red Warbler. When Long Yu saw the beauty he had been waiting for, he didn't think about anything else. He ran across the crowd and hugged her in his arms. This time he really hugged Hong Ying, which was different from the previous situation, because now, Long Yu was finally sure that he could beat this little goblin. From the time she met Hong Ying until she joined the Eclipse Ancient Territory, Hong Ying's martial arts realm has been suppressing Long Yu, which means that her combat power is definitely not much lower than Long Yu. But now, Long Yu can be sure that I can suppress her now. This is good news. At least for Long Yu, this means that at certain special times, he can do whatever he wants. Ahem. Thinking of this, Long Yu blushed inexplicably. Yuga watched the two embracing each other, but did not bother them, although the pair looked a bit strange. A human is a human, a demon is a demon. However, even though Hong Ying is a demon cultivator, her relationship with Long Yu cannot be faked. When Long Yu and the 4 gods returned, a carnival broke out in the seminary. In the past, every time the eclipse of the ancient domain ended, the human race and the demon race had never had such a revelry, because only this time, the human race and the demon race really saw the hope of rising. Of course, during the carnival, many people were still in a bad mood. This even includes Long Zitian, who has entered the godlike realm. Because, even though this time the Eclipse Ancient Territory had a lot of harvests, so many people still died after all. Among them was Long Zitian's longtime friend, Qi Beifei. There is even another hidden relationship between Long Zitian and Qi Beifei that no one knows about. Qi Beifei's death made Long Zitian depressed and kept drinking. Long Yu took the time to glance at Long Zitian and narrowed his eyes slightly. During the life and death battle, Long Zitian's fighting prowess far exceeded that of ordinary new gods. It can be seen that Long Zitian also hides many secrets. These secrets are probably the same as his original ones. Disappearance is related to amnesia. In addition to losing his memory, there must be many things that Long Zitian didn't tell Long Yu. But that doesn't matter. Anyway, he has no feelings for his father. At most, he is his mother Bei Yuyao. And now Bei Yuyao has also started his own life in the Void Galaxy, and is constantly working hard to practice. Anyway, for the time being, Long Yu doesn't need to care about what Long Zitian is doing. He took a brief inventory of the 14 treasures he had obtained. An advanced modified godlike source product, this thing must be used by himself. Every eclipse in the ancient realm only produces 1 treasure of this level. For him, it can also improve his strength a lot. There was also an intermediate level modified godlike source product. Long Yu thought about it and gave it directly to Hong Ying. Among the remaining 12 pieces, 3 are primary transformed godlike source products, or simply referred to as primary source products. These 3 primary source products are also valuable things. For Long Yu, it's impossible to just give it away casually. At least Yu Ge and Yu Fei must have one. This time, although everyone got a lot of good things in the process of advancing in the Eclipse ancient territory, the real good things still lie in the treasures that Long Yu finally obtained. There are also 3 sources of revelation-level divine texts. This is easier to distribute. Just give one to the human race, one to the demon clan, and the other to the void galaxy. The source of revelation-level divine texts is still relatively important to the human race and the demon race. In the past, the human race and the demon race did not have the source of the revelation-level divine writings. As a result, it was very difficult for both human and monster cultivators to comprehend a revelation-level divine writing. But now there are 3: the source of the apocalyptic divine text. The strength of many powerful people from the human race and demon race will be improved to a higher level. Of course, the energy that the source of divine writing can produce at the same time is limited, and it is impossible for everyone to have the opportunity to comprehend it. However, the only ones supporting the human race and the demon race were the powerful elites. The remaining 6 treasures are more complicated. Among them, Long Yu has not yet decided who to give to 2 of the best creations. People with high talents can break through the threshold of God-like objects after absorbing them. Simply put, it is very possible to create 2 godlike objects. If nothing else goes wrong, one of the Dragon Royals will be given to Hong Ying, and the other one will be given to Yu Ge. If Yu Ge is willing to go back to Void Galaxy with him to develop, then it would be great to give Yu Ge another one. If both Hong Ying and Yu Ge can enter the godlike realm in a short period of time, the strength of the entire Void Galaxy will change. Much more powerful. There are also 4 treasures, including 2 elixirs with unknown effects, a gray stone engraved with mysterious patterns, and a method for practicing the ancient god's forbidden art. Long Yu doesn't know the effects of those 2 pills yet. He will wait until he goes back to show them to Liao Lele for appraisal. The mysterious lines on the gray stone didn't know what their effect was, but Long Yu knew that they were the same as the lines he had engraved in his mind before, but now the lines in his mind seemed to be completely engraved and he could no longer carve this mysterious pattern into it. As for the ancient god's forbidden technique, Long Yu hadn't even figured out the 4 phases of killing prison yet, so he was even more lazy to take care of it. He could only store it first, or let concubine Yu, Hong Ying and Yu Ge try to understand it. Anyway, the method of cultivating the ancient god's forbidden technique is not only available to one person. Everyone can try to watch it. However, whether they can successfully practice it depends on their understanding and talent. As for the gray stone, Long Yu had to figure out what it was before deciding its ownership. It is very likely that it is another good thing that can enhance his own strength, so he has to use it himself. Only his own strength makes him most assured. Long Yu did not go to the carnival held by the seminary, because his time is very tight. He must digest all the power and treasures obtained from the Eclipse ancient realm as quickly as possible, convert them into his own strength to the maximum extent, and then return to the Void Galaxy to organize a wave. Next, we must prepare to deal with threats from alien races, mainly the Golden Six Wings. That guy gave Long Yu the feeling of a very strong threat. It is very likely that the 3 major races of the Six-Wing tribe, the Mechanical tribe and the Sword tribe are already discussing how to attack the human tribe. There is not much time left for Long Yu. At least if possible, he wants to stop the armies of the 3 races in the Void Galaxy. This is not impossible. As long as preparations can be made as soon as possible, then with the current overall strength of the human race and the demon race, it is still possible to block other races near the Void Galaxy. Anyway, it is impossible for those 3 major races to use all their strength to attack the human race. Long Yu returned to his personal space alone, and then began to study the high-level source item first. The Dark Flame Ghost Cord, this advanced modified godlike product, is an iron lock wrapped in black flames. The shape of the iron lock is uncertain and can be long or short. It contains the power of some kind of ancient divine text. It's a pity that Long Yu can't understand it yet. He can only temporarily use this high-level source item, the Dark Flame Gueso. For him, even 1/10 of its power is enough, which can completely allow him to defeat all those under the godlike realm. Exist. Even against some weaker gods, he might still be able to rely on this Dark Flame Ghost rope to defeat them. Long Yu has not yet been able to improve his martial arts realm. It's not that he doesn't have enough created things. In fact, after coming out of the Eclipse Ancient Domain, he has 2 of the best created things on his body. As for the supergrade created things, and those heavenly crystal level created things, there are too many to use up. For ordinary people, this is a huge fortune, but for Long Yu, it just makes it easier for him to improve his martial arts realm. With these created objects, he no longer needs to complete seminary-like tasks and experience, but he can obtain enough created objects to improve his martial arts realm. The main reason now is that Long Yu has not been in the 5th level of Master for long enough, and his realm is not stable enough. If he forcibly improves his martial arts realm, the improvement effect will be poor. Once his basic strength falls, he will never be able to make up for it in the future. Therefore, the martial arts realm still needs to be put aside first. Long Yu was alone in his personal space and began to study everything he had gained in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. Among the things he can use, there is mainly a high-grade source product, the Dark Flame Guesua, and 2 other items, the Elementary Grade Divine Mirror Stone, and the Ordinary Divine Grade Golden Sword, which are both for Long Yu. It can be regarded as an improvement in his combat skills. The Divine Mirror Stone was quite easy for him to use in the death duel, especially the structure and explosion of the Mirror City, which was extremely powerful. However, after coming out, Long Yu found that he could not use the full power of the Divine Mirror Stone. This was restricted by his current martial arts realm. Even if he reached the godlike realm, it was impossible to fully use the godlike power at the beginning. The power of source products. Of course, if it is an ordinary godlike source product, such as that golden little sword, then as long as it reaches the level of godlike, you can easily use all its power. But if it is a modified godlike source product, the more advanced the modified godlike source product is, the more tempering time it will take. The so-called tempering actually just requires the cultivator to use this type of divine source product to fight. Naturally, he can use more and more of the power of this type of divine source product. Now Long Yu's body has never used the divine mirror at all. Stone and Dark Flame Gueso. These 2 transformed godlike items are still in a state that is basically unusable for Long Yu. Even if they can be used, they cannot exert much power, and are not as powerful as the Void Nether Dragon Blade and the Ancient Dragon Skeleton Tower. Therefore, he needs more time to become familiar with these 2 divine source items. Compared to the Nether Dragon Blade of the Void and the Ancient Dragon Skeleton Tower, which have now become Dragon Control's partners, these god-like products will not give birth to self-awareness anyway, so they are more like fighting tools. As long as it can exert its certain power, Long Yu can use these 2 weapons to defeat opponents that were difficult to defeat before. Of course, he can't do it yet. In addition to the godlike source products, Long Yu also gained many things in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. Once the temporarily invisible mark of the Flame God on his forehead is activated, he can begin to comprehend the divine power of the golden flame in his body. This is the power of the gods that surpasses the ancient divine inscriptions, and is even higher than the power of a god. However, the current level of Long Yu martial arts has not reached that of a god. It seems that it is very slow to comprehend this kind of golden flame divine power. The spiritual martial art of gathering spiritual light is also a very common method for Dragon Yu. It has even surpassed the previously commonly used unbounded grip and crazy battle celestial body, because the spiritual martial art of gathering spiritual light is very simple and crude, and it can be used very quickly. It's fast and powerful, making it easier to defeat opponents in battle. In his mind, special lines from the gray stone were engraved, which made his comprehension speed of various powers increase several times. He didn't know what kind of existence this special line was. Therefore, after he sorted out his gains in the Eclipse ancient domain, he ran to ask about godlike flashy. Godlike vanity has a lot going on right now, including compiling the information of cultivators who died in the Eclipse ancient domain and then distributing it to various departments such as the battlefield legions. These matters need her to handle. When Long Yu came to find her, she was busy. Fortunately, Yugu was helping her, and the efficiency of the two women's work was greatly accelerated. Long Yu explained his problem directly. When Fu Hua heard this, he was a little surprised. You have actually opened the ancient god's brain? The ancient god's brain, what is that? When Long Yu heard it, he felt that this thing seemed very powerful. This is something that every cultivator can potentially open. However, in the history of our human race and demon race, there are only a few cultivators who can open the brain of the ancient gods. Each one has left his name in history. Fu Hua said with a solemn expression, let's talk about the effects of the ancient god's brain first. Generally speaking, the abilities of us cultivators are limited. It is said that after the ancient god's brain is opened, some ancient god's patterns and seals can be carved into the ancient god's brain. The former can strengthen oneself. Special abilities in certain aspects, the latter can enhance the effects of specific martial arts secrets. As for the method of opening the ancient god's brain, we human race and demon race don't have it at all. It can only be said that we can only open the ancient god's brain by chance. However, even if the ancient god's brain is opened, if you want to get the ancient god's brain, the patterns and seals of the ancient gods are also quite difficult, and some can be produced in the Eclipse ancient domain, but not in large quantities. After some explanation, Long Yu understood how lucky he was. He actually opened the ancient god's brain that few people in the human race or demon race could open. It can even be said that opening the ancient god's brain is more difficult than entering the godlike martial arts realm. This means that the cultivator will receive an additional improvement in strength. So, the mysterious lines on that gray stone are the lines of the ancient gods. Long Yu thought in his heart. He has engraved a pattern of the ancient god in the brain of the ancient god, occupying about 1/5 of the brain space, and can increase his speed of understanding various powers. Perhaps this pattern of the ancient god can be called the pattern of understanding. Now he still has a gray stone on his body, which is a treasure from the Eclipse ancient realm, and it was a treasure obtained during the death match. Perhaps the effect is more obvious than the previous mark of comprehension. Now, Long Yu's ancient god's brain has a total capacity of about 500 spaces. To say it is space is just a rough description. In fact, the ancient god's brain is a very abstract existence. Long Yu only knows that it is in his own mind, and it is difficult to determine where it is specifically. And now that he has opened the ancient god's brain, the 500 spaces are basically occupied. The seal of the ancient god that enhances the body of the pure world comes from the 9 Nether Prison Monument. There are a total of 198 mysterious patterns, occupying 225 spaces. Long Yu engraved them all on the brain of the ancient god. Within the domain, the seal of the ancient god, which enhances the martial arts secrets of the heart of demon dust, temporarily occupies 132 spaces. There are also 100 spaces that are engraved with patterns of comprehension. Now Long Yu doesn't know how to expand the ancient god's brain. Anyway, he doesn't even know about godlike flashiness. In this case, he has to remove the ancient god's seal from the body of the pure world before he can try to engraving the new pattern of the ancient gods. There are 9 levels of ancient god's seals that enhance the body's pure body, with 22 in each level. However, among the 198 ancient god's seals, each ancient god's seal has different enhancements to the martial arts secrets of the pure world body, although each ancient god's seal occupies an ancient god's brain area. Space, but the effect is different. The seal of the ancient god is in line with the 9th level of the pure world body. Each seal of the ancient god can increase the effect by nearly 1/10. But if it is the seal of the ancient god that is in line with the first level of the pure world body, it can only increase the effect by 1%, which is a difference of nearly 10 times. Long Yu calculated that even if he removed all the 132 seals of the ancient gods from the first 6 levels, the overall improvement effect of the purifying body would still be more than 5 times greater. So he then came up with an idea: could he only retain the 3 layers of the ancient god's seal of the purifying body at the back, and remove all the 6 layers of the ancient god's seal that were in the front? The ancient god's brain is an unknown field and a special existence for Long Yu and other human and demon races. Now, even the other strong men in the godlike realm of the human race and the demon race have not opened the ancient god's brain. If you want to find relevant information about the ancient god's brain, you can only go to the library of the seminary to find out if there is any relevant information. Long Yu did not stay at the godlike vanity, but directly chose to go to the library. Anyway, he got a lot of things in the Eclipse ancient domain. Taking these things out casually can make the boy in the library find enough information for him. When Long Yu came out of the library of Lay Seminary, there was a trace of confusion on his face. Because in the entire library, there is only a little information about the brain space of the ancient god, and there is no way to improve the brain space of the ancient god. This made him quite distressed. It seemed that he could only give up part of the enhancement effects of the pure world body for the time being. In addition, now that Long Yu's martial arts secret technique, Demonic Heart, has reached the 9th level, he can begin to understand the next 3 levels of the seal of the ancient god to enhance the martial arts secret technique, Demonic Heart. However, in the information in the library, he found a way to control the ancient god's brain, including adjusting the ancient god's pattern and ancient god's seal. It is also possible to remove the ancient god's seal from his mind. It just requires relatively strong willpower. And now, Long Yu's willpower is definitely not weak. The body of the pure world is equivalent to a barrier for Long Yu, which can protect him from some control methods and mental attacks. However, now he can only endure the pain and first remove part of the ancient god's seal from the body of the pure world. Taking it down will weaken some of its effects. The next step is a relatively long training session. Of course, Long Yu cannot stay in the seminary to practice, but is preparing to return to the Void Galaxy. Now that Concubine Yu has become a strong person in the godlike realm, if she returns to the Void Galaxy, she can liberate the girl Jitao from the ancient ruins of the Multi-Wing clan, so that she no longer needs to guard the godlike realm. Stone statue of the Multi-Winged clan. Combining the Joyo Dragon Emperor's body occupied by the girl Jitao and Concubine Yu who had just stepped into the godlike realm, the 2 of them should be enough to completely destroy the stone statue. Now, Long Yu can finally understand why there are so many corpses of powerful godlike people in the ancient ruins of the Multi-Wing clan, because there are already many godlike realms in this starry sky. It's just that in this small place where the human race and the demon race are located in a corner, it seems a bit shabby. Long Yu did not stay at the godlike academy for too long, and he also told godlike Black Tiger and godlike Fu Hua about the attacks that might come from the Six-Wing clan, Machinery clan, and Sword clan, as well as the specific mobilization of the human race and Monster clan. The 2 of them can handle it, and there is no need for Long Yu to meddle in his own business. What's more, even if Long Yu wants to take care of it, some people are still not happy. Senior Concubine Yu, are we going back to the Void Galaxy now? Long Yu took Hong Ying and Yuge to find Concubine Yu and asked Concubine Yu to go back. Of course he didn't ask Concubine Yu to go back, he just asked. If she had other plans, it would be the same for Long Yu to go back by himself first. Well, let's go back first. There are a lot of things that need to be dealt with, and we have gained a lot this time. We must make the entire Void Galaxy stronger in a short time. At least, there must be more godlike strong men in our forces. Aren't there a total of 3 top-quality creations? Concubine Yu smiled and said. Long Yu nodded. He has 2 top-grade creations on his body, which can allow 2 people with sufficient talent to directly break through the bottleneck and step directly from the level of the 7th level master to the godlike realm. The candidates that Long Yu has in mind are of course Hong Ying and Yuge. After all, in the entire Void Galaxy, he is no one who is more sure that he can step into the godlike realm. If even Hong Ying and Yuge have the talent, if it is not enough, then most others will not be able to meet the requirements. As for who Concubine Yu would give the top quality creation to, Long Yu didn't know, and he didn't need to think too much about it. Concubine Yu would make the decision on her own anyway. At the beginning, Long Yu gave all 4 of the best creations to Yu Fei, Yu Feng, Lu Shuang and Long Zitian, just to let them choose more people with good qualifications, so that the human race and the demon clan could be used in a short time. More godlike experts emerged. If Long Yu made the selection himself, to be honest, his circle is a bit narrow and he may not be able to select some top talents. It is true that Long Yu gave up a great opportunity to strengthen his power, but for Long Yu, there will be many such opportunities in the future, and there is no need to rush. This time when he returned to the Void Galaxy, he had a lot to do. First of all, Long Yu chose a source of revelation-level divine texts and decided to take it back. The source of the apocalyptic divine text he selected contained the power of the thunder-breaking divine text derived from the power of the primordial element of the metal system. The shattering divine rune is a kind of strange thunder and lightning. Its destructive power is far beyond the ordinary power of the thunder and lightning attribute divine rune. It is just enough for the boys in the Void Galaxy to understand and practice. After all, there is an Taichu golden pool in the Void Galaxy, allowing them to understand the power of the Taichu of the metal system. After comprehending the power of the metal system's Taichu, it will be much easier to comprehend the shattering divine inscriptions, and the power it can exert will be much greater. The other 2 sources of apocalyptic divine texts brought back by Long Yu, one of them contains space attribute divine texts derived from the primordial power of the water system, and the other contains fire attribute divine texts derived from the primordial power of the fire system. Galaxy as a whole doesn't fit in particularly well. As for guys like Chi Hua, if they want to comprehend the revelation-level flame attribute divine power, Long Yu will certainly have a way to get them a place to go to the other 2 divine sources to comprehend it. This time, Long Yu can be said to have returned with a full load. The harvest is mainly divided into 2 batches. The first batch is the income from the Eclipse Ancient Domain, and the second batch is the income from Long Yu's incarnation as the Golden Flame Giant in the death fight in the Void. The latter has basically been distributed, while the former can be taken back directly by Long Yu. Give it to others in Void Galaxy. Basically, the things obtained in the Eclipse Ancient Domain include a lot of godlike origin products and broken godlike origin products, as well as a small amount of divine martial arts, first-grade heavenly crystal level, super-grade, top-grade creations, etc. Wait. Long Yu only left behind the creations he needed to ascend to the godlike realm. He planned to distribute the other creations to other people in the Void Galaxy. After saying goodbye to Lei Shenfuhua and others, Long Yu and the 3 girls officially left Lei Shen College. Also coming to say goodbye were Lu Shuang and Yu Feng, former students of the godlike school. But now, they can be said to have graduated from the godlike school. They have successfully entered the realm of godlike and completed the godlike realm. Purpose of the college. Maybe they will become mentors at the seminary, or maybe they will directly participate in the racial affairs between the human race and the demon race, but this has nothing to do with Long Yu. But Long Zitian didn't come to see them off, and of course Long Yu didn't need him to see them off either. In terms of time, this eclipse of the ancient domain ended just right. Because after returning, Long Yu and others only rested for 7 days, which happened to be the time for the girl Jitao to open the spacetime tunnel leading to the Void Galaxy. 3 months had passed since the beginning of the eclipse ancient territory. After 3 months, he returned to the Void Galaxy again. Long Yu was in a pretty good mood. The main reason was that his martial arts realm had improved a lot compared to before he left. Moreover, after returning, there was no bottleneck between him and the godlike realm. It only took about 1 month. If you spend years consolidating it, you can be directly promoted to godlike status. After reaching the level of God, Long Yu's goal is to sprint to the gods. After all, he is a person who has obtained the mark of the flame god. If there is anyone in this world who can sprint to the gods, Long Yu is definitely one of them. After returning to the Void Galaxy, Concubine Yu went directly to help the girl Jitao completely destroy the godlike stone statue of the multi-winged clan. Long Yu, on the other hand, gave 2 top-quality creations to Hongying and Yuiga respectively, asking them to wait until their current realms were consolidated, and then try to absorb the power and break through to the godlike realm. This process, I'm afraid, it will still take several months. During this period of time, the 2 women will basically be in seclusion. Long Yu took the 2 special elixirs and found the alchemist in the Void Galaxy, Liao Lele. Now Liao Lele's martial arts realm has been upgraded to the 3rd level of master, and he has already mastered the power of the flame attribute divine language. He even has an understanding of the power of the fire element. Between the human race and the demon race, Liao Lele is definitely considered a strong person now, and is no longer as weak as before. And along the way, the Sea of Bitter Medicine cauldron that Long Yu gave her at the beginning helped her a lot. It was the Sea of Bitter Medicine cauldron that allowed her to refine a variety of precious elixirs, and then rely on them on her own. These elixirs can help you improve your martial arts level faster. The higher the level of martial arts, the higher the level of elixirs can be refined. All this is a virtuous cycle. In the beginning, it was just an ancient-level bitter sea medicinal cauldron war soldier. No one could have imagined that it would have such a big impact on her, and it would not only affect her, but also other people in the Void Galaxy. Influence. The various elixirs she refined were distributed to many friends in the Void Galaxy force, which greatly improved the martial arts realm of others, especially after Long Yu brought back various elixir materials, which were basically produced by Liao Lele. There is an endless supply of elixirs. Now she can not only refine elixirs that can be taken by humans, but also elixirs that can be taken by monsters. More importantly, she can directly refine elixirs that can be taken by both races. The Bitter Sea Medicine Cauldron is not only, it is a weapon used for alchemy, and it contains a lot of alchemy knowledge. When Liao Lele and the Bitter Sea Medicine Cauldron reached an unparalleled level, giving birth to her own spiritual consciousness, her knowledge of alchemy improved by leaps and bounds. As long as she had the materials, she could even refine more special elixirs similar to Baji Blood Pill. Come. All in all, Liao Lele is no longer the immature little girl she used to be. Long Yu found her and asked her to help identify 2 special elixirs brought from the Eclipse Ancient Realm. These 2 elixirs are universal elixirs for all races. Of course, pure elixirs like the Soul Clan spiritual life forms may not be able to take this kind of elixir. Brother Long, you are finally back. I am worried to death. Let Xiaodan take a look at this elixir. He should be able to recognize it. The first time Liao Lele saw Long Yu, her bright eyes lit up with joy. She took the 2 pills and then carefully placed them in the Bitter Sea Medicine Cauldron beside her. This bitter sea medicine cauldron is what she calls Little Dan. He has gained self-awareness and seems to be a sunny and cheerful young man. Now that Xiao Dan is with Liao Lei, she won't feel lonely, and she doesn't miss Long Yu that much anymore. Long Yu was happy to see this situation. He didn't know how far he could go on the road of martial arts, but he hoped that he would try his best not to have too deep bonds with other people, lest something go wrong with him and make others feel sad. Anyway, although Long Yu now knows that he has the qualifications to advance to the level of a god, he is still in a very dangerous state. Those 6 golden wings were like a chokehold to Long Yu. He might appear in front of him at some point and cause him irresistible trouble. Before that, he must improve his own strength as much as possible, or in other words, improve the overall strength of the entire Void Galaxy. Long Yu threw the 2 special elixirs into the bitter sea medicine cauldron and let the self-awareness Xiao Dan identify them. Anyway, Long Yu didn't know the use of these 2 special elixirs at all, and as the awareness generated by the alchemy cauldron, even if Xiao Dan couldn't tell what these 2 elixirs were, he should still be able to see their general effects. Amidst the expectations shared by Long Yu and Liao Lei, Xiao Dan quickly came to a conclusion. His conclusion was told directly to Liao Lei. After all, he and Liao Lei had the same mind and there was no obstruction between them. Then Liao Lei told Long Yu, these 2 pills are both magical pills with divine power. As for the specific effects, they are very simple. One of them can double your power density, and the other can enhance your strength, times physical strength. These 2 pills turned out to be magic pills. Oh? Xiao Dan seems to know a lot. Does he still have the memory of the bitter sea medicine cauldron? Long Yu was a little surprised. Good. Liao Lei pursed her lips and smiled. Although he is a spiritual consciousness born after me and Wu Shuang, he knows about the previous owner of the bitter sea medicine cauldron, and even told me about the density of power. Of course, there is also something I'm afraid there's something that even you don't know about the Alliance of Sufferers. If it's convenient, tell me? Long Yu laughed. If Brother Long wants to know, there is no problem. Liao Lei chuckled and nodded. Now in the 3-star fields near us, the Alliance of Sufferers no longer exists, and the real birthplace of the Alliance of Sufferers is from another star field far away, but now that the star territory seems to have suffered some kind of catastrophe, which is why all the suffering people have left our place and returned to their hometowns. Speaking of this, Liao Lei looked a little sad. Xiao Dan also wants to find other people from the Alliance of Sufferers. He followed his previous master and was trapped in the 9 Nether realm by the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor tens of millions of years ago, and he has never gone back. After that, I don't know what the situation is over there now. Another star field. Long Yu looked solemn. He only knew before that there were 3 main star fields around the Eclipse Ancient Territory as the center. As for the more distant places, they all seem to be separated by space cracks. Now, the 3-star fields where they are located seem to be, it's like being isolated from the world. Long Yu is not very clear about the specific situation, but both the records of the seminary and the rumors he has heard all show this. 3 enclosed star fields. Among them, there are many relics of gods similar to the Eclipse Ancient Domain, and the Eclipse Ancient Domain is just one of them. Long Yu is still very clear about this. In the records of the seminary, there are many relics of gods similar to the Eclipse Ancient Domain. There are at least 10 inheritance relics near these 3-star regions. However, not every human race and demon race are eligible to visit every divine ruins. The Eclipse Ancient Domain is one of the god ruins that is friendly to humans and monsters. Some god ruins have extremely strict entry conditions. They are not even allowed for groups of practitioners to enter, but only one individual is allowed to enter at a time. There are all kinds of things like this. When I step into the realm of God, or break through to a higher level, I will definitely explore the outside world. No matter what the situation is, I will always figure it out. I also want to visit the birthplace of the Alliance of Sufferers. Long Yu nodded and said solemnly to Liao Lele and Xiao Dan. This is not a joke. Just looking at the effects of these two magic pills that Xiao Dan now recognizes is enough to show how powerful the Alliance of Sufferers is. This thing, whether the human race or the demon race, has basically never been exposed to. Therefore, it is not without reason that Long Yu yearns for the Alliance of Sufferers. By the way, I don't know what the power density is exactly. Can Lele tell me? Long Yu never thought that there would be a day when he would ask Liao Lele for questions, but he was not ashamed of it. If you didn't know anything, just ask. Anyway, there are so many complicated and mysterious things in the world, and not everyone knows. I'll understand anything. Liao Lele was happy to answer Long Yu's questions, and she was very happy that she could help Long Yu. The density of power is similar to the difference between steel and cotton. The power density of a cultivator is exactly the same at the beginning, but when you enter the godlike realm, the power density of a cultivator will begin to increase. Liao Lele nodded and said, from the realm of the 7th level master to the godlike level, the power density can directly increase 10 times. This also leads to the fact that cultivators in the realm of the Great Master cannot compete with any cultivators at the godlike level. Those who confront it. Then it is more difficult to increase the power density. The power density of some gods that Xiaodan knows about is 10 times that of godlike power, which is 100 times that of ordinary practitioners. In addition, it seems that the power of the gods cannot increase the density. Its power density has reached the extreme in this world. At its peak, it is already the strongest existence. After listening to what Liao Lele explained, he finally understood what power density was like. If the power density at the godlike level is 10 times that of ordinary practitioners, then if he takes this magic pill now, when he steps into the godlike level, will he be able to have 11 times the power of ordinary practitioners? Power density? As long as there is 100 times the power density, it seems that it can become the power of a god. Of course, Long Yu knew very well that the power he possessed now seemed to be of many kinds, but in fact there were only a few that he could use. One of them is, of course, the strongest golden flame divine power. Now he has not comprehended it. Even if the mark of the flame god is turned on, it will definitely take a lot of time to comprehend the golden flame divine power. If he does not comprehend the golden flame divine power 100%, in other words, the power displayed by Long Yu is not as strong as ordinary power. The second of them is the eternal level divine power that Long Yu finally obtained in the Eclipse ancient territory, the prison-shaking divine script. This kind of divine power is of shadow attribute, which is quite suitable for Long Yu. As long as he can completely master it, then this will definitely be his strongest power. Moreover, compared with the divine power of the golden flame, the hell-shaking divine inscriptions are much less difficult to comprehend. If Long Yu uses that divine elixir to enhance the hell-shaking divine inscriptions, the effect should be good. At least the power density is twice that of other cultivators, so except for the strong men in the godlike realm, he does not need to have any fear when encountering any other existence, even with the strong men in the godlike realm. The gap will also be narrowed a lot. There are many other kinds of power in Long Yu, mainly those at the revelation level, mainly the forest demon divine rune, the dark current divine rune, and the 9 nether divine rune. Long Yu has long understood the power of these 3 divine runes, but now it seems that it is no longer so powerful when used, and can almost withdraw from the stage of history. As long as Long Yu fully comprehends the hell-shaking divine inscriptions, Long Yu will almost never use these 3 revelation-level divine inscriptions. For Long Yu, the power he usually uses is of course the strongest power. If Long Yu obtains the power of other eternal-level divine words, he can use them interchangeably with the prison-shaking divine words. After all, each divine word has different special effects. When used in different situations, it may be able to change some deadlocks. But now Long Yu has only obtained the hell-shaking divine inscriptions, so this is the only kind of power he can use. Therefore, Long Yu planned not to take the magical elixir that could enhance the density of power, at least until he had fully understood the hell-shaking divine inscriptions. It is very likely that Long Yu will also be able to obtain other ancient-level divine powers. It is hard to say. He can still choose carefully when the time comes. As for the other magic elixir, which could double the physical strength, Long Yu had no scruples and took it directly. You must know that Long Yu's physical strength has reached a bottleneck now. Whether it is Death Realm body refining or mad battle with celestial bodies, there is no way to improve it. If he wants to improve his physical strength, he can only start from other aspects. This magical elixir just solved his urgent need. After Long Yu practiced the secret martial arts in the heart of Demon Chen, he was eager to obtain more body-refining martial arts. He could increase his physical strength as much as he could. You must know that as long as his body is more resistant to beatings, it will be more beneficial to the heart of Demon Chen. Of play. As long as he can resist breathing for one more time, it is very likely that the heart of demonic dust will be able to regenerate and reshape his body, making him an existence that is difficult to kill. Moreover, if the strength of the physical body increases, the demon dust clone will not be killed so easily by the opponent. Long Yu swallowed the magic pill directly. What he didn't expect was that the physical strength enhanced by this magical elixir was actually his overall physical strength, which doubled than before, rather than doubling the basic strength. The difference between them could be said to be astronomical. Different places. Long Yu's previous physical strength was mainly enhanced by about 20 times through the improvement of 2 body-refining martial arts. He originally thought that the effect of this magical elixir would be to increase his physical strength to 21 times its base level. But he didn't expect that after taking the divine elixir, his physical body would be completely transformed. From the looks of it, after the transformation was completed, his physical body would be 40 times stronger than a practitioner of the same realm. This made Long Yu a little surprised. Is the effect of another magic elixir the same? If this is the case, then this magical elixir should be saved for last use. You must know that if he takes it now, it will only double the basic strength density. If he takes it in the future, it is likely to increase the physical strength by 20 or 30 times the force density. Divine pills are rare. This can be seen from the situation in the Eclipse Ancient Territory. Even in the death match in the Eclipse Ancient Territory, the total did not exceed 5 divine pills. Long Yu was able to get 2 of them, which is already quite good. The effect of the divine elixir was extremely good, allowing Long Yu's physical strength to reach a new level. However, it is still impossible to fight against a strong godlike person with this physical body. For Long Yu, the most important thing next is to improve the martial arts realm, at least to reach the 7th level of master. In that case, his basic strength and basic physical strength can be increased by about 10 times, which is a big improvement for him. After taking this magical elixir, Long Yu took another magical elixir and said goodbye to Liao Lei. There is also a magical elixir that increases power density. He does not plan to take it for the time being. If nothing else happens, he plans to wait until he reaches a godlike level before taking this magical elixir. Next, before starting to practice in seclusion, he has to check the status of the entire Void Galaxy to ensure that most people in the Void Galaxy are in a state of rapid progress. After all, the Void Galaxy will soon face a war. The Six Wings tribe, the Mechanical tribe and the Sword tribe are all watching with eager eyes and cannot easily let go of Long Yu. The Void Galaxy is the outpost of the human race and the Monster tribe. They can rely on the spirit barrier at the edge of the Void Galaxy to fight with each other as much as possible. Keep going around. The opponent can't attack, but as long as the opponent relaxes even a little bit, Long Yu can lead people out and give the opponent a hard blow. No matter what, the two aspects of peak combat power and overall combat power need to be carefully grasped. In terms of peak combat power, there is now concubine Yu who has become a god, and the girl Jitao has controlled the body of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. They are all beings who can stand alone. With these two godlikes together, at least Void Galaxy can stop the enemy. It's been a long time. Next, there are mainly two girls, Hong Ying and Yu Ge. Long Yu gave them the best creations and asked them to absorb the power. In a few months, they should be able to step into the godlike level. And there is one from Concubine Yu. Long Yu didn't know who Concubine Yu had given the top quality creation to. Anyway, in a few months, more godlike experts would probably appear. To sum up, Long Yu's time to become a god is later than that of Hong Ying and Yu Ge. By then, he will probably not be the opponent of the two women, unless he can comprehend 10% of the Golden Flame's divine power. Otherwise, in terms of power density alone, the two women would be able to suppress Long Yu. The main forces in the Void Galaxy are still those. The first one is the White Feather Monster clan led by father and son Shi Tianlei and Shi Qingfeng. There are more than 300,000 clan members in total. Some elites have been selected from them for special training. There are already 4 or 5 strong men at the 7th level of Great Master alone, and the number of White Feather Demon clan who have reached the realm of Great Master has exceeded 1,000. This is an extremely terrifying number. Just these 30, from the remaining 10,000 members of the White Feather Demon clan, 20,000 people can be selected to form 2 dominating legions. This is the more important conventional combat power in Void Galaxy, very important, and they also got most of the cultivation resources that Void Galaxy exchanged last time, including created things and so on. The second force is the Ghost Shadow Tribe from the Jiuyou clan, which has been following Concubine Yu. There are more than 100 people in total, but now basically every one of them is a tyrannical existence with a 5th level master or above, and their combat effectiveness is still a great master far beyond ordinary. Because each of these more than 100 strong men of the Ghost Shadow Department are proficient in hiding their whereabouts, and have basically fully understood the power of the Taichu Golden system in the metal system. Within such a long time, the existence of the Taichu Golden Pool has made many voids the cultivators in Xinghe have improved greatly, and the ones who have improved the most are the more than 100 members of the Ghost Shadow Department. There are also 3 factions, namely the Blood Demon clan, the Violent Bear Demon clan, and the Fox Fairy Demon clan commanded by Demon Cultivator Xuelua, Ba Xiong, and Su Yuqing. Originally, these 3 factions were all 10,000 Emperor legions. But now, they have all been promoted to become the dominant army, and their overall strength has increased at least 10 times. This is the result of abundant cultivation resources. As long as they have enough cultivation resources and created objects, many cultivators can quickly improve their martial arts realm. That is, it will be slower when encountering bottlenecks, but it will still be much faster than ordinary cultivators. At least, they don't have to spend time on other mundane things, they only need to practice. When they focus, their cultivation will naturally increase greatly. In the current Void Galaxy, there is a relatively special force, which is the group of people who have been with Long Yuzu from the beginning. Chihua and Huameyer, a pair of fire fox demons, and Man Xian, a young general originally from ancient Mongolia. These 3 people have practiced very hard. Not only have they reached the level of 4th and 5th level masters in martial arts, but they have also mastered the golden skills. All of them have understood the power of Taichu. Bai Yunzong, Xing Xing, Yan Huanma, Yu Shuiyun, Yu Xingshi, Lu Guanming, Ling Han, Ling Yiyue, and others who came out of Xintian sect are a little bit worse. Their talents are not as good as Qi's. Hua and Manqin have just reached the level of a great master. Of course, this speed is already quite good. Later, Gu Yixin, Gu Wenshan, Nan Meningxia, and Xiao Ziying met in Beishua dynasty. Now, except for Gui Xin, who has reached the 5th stage of Grand Master, the others are a little behind, but they have all entered the stage of Grand Master. Realm. The cultivation progress of Emozhaitian, Huiyuan Bai, Sihanshan, Xingwu, Duguijian and others is also very fast. After having enough cultivation resources, everyone has made rapid progress. What surprised Long Yu the most was the 3 girls, Xiang Wu, Xu Chan, and Feng Yusin. Their own strength and talent are not weak, and now they have reached the realm of the 6th level master, and they have surpassed Long Yu. This is of course good news for Long Yu. The talent and strength of the 3 women are all top-notch, and Xiang Wu and Xu Chan inherited the ancient Palace of Death and the ancient Temple of Shura respectively. Their improved strength will even help Long Yu. Long Yu still remembers that outside the White Feather Star, he absorbed the power of 4 ancient palaces, thereby annihilating more than a dozen opponents at once that were impossible to eliminate. These 4 ancient palaces can even help Long Yulai understand the ancient god's forbidden technique of 4 phases of killing prison. Next, the practice of the ancient god's forbidden technique, the 4-phase killing prison, was of course put on the agenda by Long Yu. This method surpassed the martial arts of the gods. If he could fully master it, he would definitely become a great killing weapon. It is impossible for other cultivators to have it. He did get a method to practice the ancient god's forbidden technique from the Eclipse ancient domain, but the difficulty of the practice was not to mention. There are still 4 ancient palaces in the 4-phase killing prison, which can provide inspiration for Long Yu, but there is nothing suggestive about other ancient divine forbidden arts. If you want to practice it from scratch, it will be absolutely impossible to succeed without a few years of effort. Therefore, Long Yu will definitely not touch the new ancient god's forbidden technique for the time being. On the other hand, Qin Yashuang and Zi Su, beyond Long Yu's expectation, were selected by old man Tianhua to become his disciples and began to learn weapon refining techniques. This naturally made Long Yu relieved that he no longer had to learn weapon refining from old man Tianhua. Now he didn't have the time to learn weapon refining. After Long Yu got to know everyone's status, he returned to his own small world to check the status of the small world. Everything was fine in Xinwu's world, and when he came back this time, he deliberately visited 2 people. The first person is naturally Yu Hanqin. She is a very important person to Long Yu, so Long Yu has always remembered her. The current Beishua dynasty, or Beishua Empire, has become one of the largest forces in the Xinwu world. It has become a place that countless practitioners yearn for. It's almost time for Yu Hanqin to come out. Long Yu found this girl and showed off his current strength, which made Yu Hanqin give up his last concern. She wanted to govern the Northern Snow Empire well, and this matter has been completely achieved. If she continues to stay in Long Yu's small world, it is really possible that she will not be able to keep up with Long Yu and the others. Now, due to the lack of training resources, Yu Hanqin has only just stepped into the secret realm of domination. This is because Long Yu will throw some creations into his small world when he has time, specially given to Yu Hanqin for her to practice. Otherwise, she would only be at the level of an emperor in Long Yu's small world now. According to the talent of Yu Hanqin, if she has enough training resources, her martial arts level will definitely surpass that of Long Yu, and it is not impossible to even be stronger than Xiang Wu and Xu Chan. Long Yu also found another person in his own little world. This person is also a genius. He was stronger than Long Yu at first, but later he was crushed by Long Yu. This person is called Heidao. This young man has been practicing in Long Yu's small world, but he has not received special care from Long Yu, so he is still only at the level of an emperor. But even so, Heidao practiced alone and reached the level of a 6-star emperor in the deep mountains and old forests. If this were placed in the previous world of divine martial arts, it would definitely be said to be unprecedented and unprecedented. Heidao's talent, like Yiziwei's, was not fully revealed at first. Yiziwei was taken away by concubine Yu, and then embarked on a journey of great progress. As for the black sword, it still refused to be soft to Long Yu, which was a bit embarrassing. Long Yu didn't want this man's talent to be buried. He even came to give him a chance before and let him out. However, this kid was extremely proud and refused to hand over the secret martial arts he had practiced. Long Yu still remembers that the martial arts secret technique had the effect of enhancing the power of the shadow attribute divine spell several times. This is definitely a powerful martial arts secret for Long Yu, and Black Sword has always refused to hand it over. This time, Long Yu came over and did not suppress his cultivation. He directly gave him a choice: either hand over the martial arts secrets and follow him, or he would be trapped here forever, become a part of Long Yu's small world, and finally die here. Anyway, in Long Yu's small world, it is impossible for Heidao to obtain enough training resources to be promoted to the secret realm of domination and take the initiative to break through the space barrier and leave his small world. Therefore, Long Yu can be said to be confident and easy to take care of. Finally, after thinking about it for a period of time, the young man named Heidao gave in. He saw that Long Yu had become so strong and had even moved towards the godlike realm, but he was still lingering at the emperor level. He finally couldn't stand it anymore. He could only follow what Long Yu said: hand over the secret martial arts technique that enhanced the shadow inscriptions, and then follow Long Yu out of his small world. Otherwise, the gap between him and Long Yu will only get wider and wider, until in the end it will be impossible to catch up. Even so, Heidao still has a quite hostile attitude towards Long Yu, or he has the intention to compete with him. This makes Long Yu quite surprised. This kid's willpower is not weak. You must know that now he and the opponent, the gap between them is as big as clouds and mud, but the other party has not lost confidence. It can be seen that his mentality is very stable. Although this guy has fallen behind in martial arts realm now, he may not be able to catch up in the future. After Long Yu obtained the secret martial arts training method, he left his small world with Yu Hanqin and Heidao. However, Heidao still kept an eye on it. The secret martial arts training methods he gave Long Yu were only the 1st to 6th levels of training, and the subsequent 3 levels of training methods were not disclosed. Long Yu didn't force it. If he had the 6th level cultivation method, he should practice it first. As for the last 3 levels, he could think of a way later. At least he could exchange things with the black knife. I believe that by then he would face a critical bottleneck. Such a request will not be refused. The name of this martial arts secret is Shadow Source. Each additional level of martial arts cultivation can double the power of the shadow attribute divine inscriptions. Cultivating to the 6th level can increase the power of the shadow attribute divine inscriptions by 6 times. Now Long Yu mainly uses the ancient level prison level divine inscriptions, which are also shadow attributed inscriptions. After he fully comprehends them, combined with the martial arts secrets of the Shadow Source, he will exert extremely terrifying power. As for the 3 shadow attribute divine scripts at the apocalyptic level, they can still be used under certain special circumstances, such as the Forest Demonic script, the 9 Nether divine script, and the Dark Current divine script. Together with the Source of Shadow, they can still exert a powerful effect. It is based on the power of the ordinary eternal ancient level prison, shaking divine text. Long Yu brought Heidao and Yu Hanqin out and ignored them. Yu Hanqin went straight to the gathering place of Man Xian, Qihua, and others, and integrated into the group. As for Black Sword, Long Yu had given him restrictions anyway, and he could not leave the Void Galaxy, so he could just go wherever he wanted. After leaving Long Yu's small world, Black Blade felt free, but in this Void Galaxy, the power of creation still does not exist. For Black Blade, if he wants to improve his martial arts realm, he must finally ask for help from Dragon Yu. Let Long Yu provide him with training resources. Therefore, even after coming out of Long Yu's small world, Black Sword's situation has not changed. he still can't quickly improve his martial arts realm. And if he wants something created, then Long Yu will definitely let him use the last 3 levels of the secret martial arts in exchange. Of course, Black Knife may have some means to get some created things from other people. That dragon, you can't control it. Anyway, Man Xian and Qihua will not give Heidao training resources so easily. As for the dominant legions of other demon cultivator races, Long Yu has nothing to do with them. Heidao may be able to get something with those demon cultivators. It would not be a bad idea to exchange members of the Dominator Legion at equal value. Long Yu left everyone and went directly to the ancient ruins of the Duoying clan. Now concubine, you should have gone to help the girl Jidao to destroy the god-like stone statue of the multi-winged clan. However, when Long Yu came to the ancient ruins, he saw a scene that surprised him. This godlike stone statue of the multi-winged clan has not only been perfectly solved, but it has also been solved in an unusual way. This stone statue has been used by concubine Yu. Among the ancient ruins of the multi-winged clan, all those yellow sandstorms have been cleared away, leaving only the Taichu golden pool in the center, and the multi-winged clan godlike stone statue guarding next to the Taichu golden pool. Concubine Yu was manipulating the stone statue and making it perform various strange movements. She was obviously making sure that the stone statue was obedient and would not suddenly escape her control. The body of the Jiuyo Dragon Emperor controlled by the girl Jitao turned into a black dragon, curled up and resting, looking very relaxed, squinting and closing its eyes to rest. Senior concubine Yu, how did you do it? Long Yu was a little surprised when he saw the godlike stone statue of the multi-winged clan being so obedient, and flew forward to ask. It's my deified magical power. The previous magical power was able to control some powerful unnatural beings. Now it has become a deified magical power. And I have also entered the realm of godlike, and I can actually control this godlike stone statue. Concubine Yu smiled and explained. Long Yu nodded when he heard the words, "It's awesome, now our overall strength of Void Galaxy has been strengthened." For the time being, with the addition of this godlike stone statue, Void Galaxy has 3 godlike realm beings. If they are drawn out to fight against the enemy at the critical moment, they will definitely not be weak. Even if the Ice God clan and the like come to attack Void Galaxy, they will definitely be able to defeat them. Return in vain. The problem now is that Jitao still cannot use the innate magical power of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. Otherwise, her fighting power will be stronger, and she will not be suppressed by the godlike stone statue for so long. Concubine Yu thought for a while and said to Long Yu, "Just think about it and see if there is any way." Hearing this, Long Yu glanced at the giant black dragon body of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, and shook his head helplessly. The fruits of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's innate magical powers are all in the 9 Nether realm, and have been swallowed up by the 9 Nether prison monument, became my 8th magical power. This process should be irreversible, that is to say, this 9 Nether ball can no longer be transformed into the 7 innate magical powers of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, which is a pity. It's not that he is reluctant to part with the 9 Nether ball, but that this thing was not under his control from the beginning. It is completely controlled by the 9 Nether Hell Monument, and it is simply impossible to restore it now. It's a pity. In this case, Jidao's combat effectiveness will be reduced a lot. After all, for gods, deification and magical powers are still a very common fighting method. Concubine Yu felt a little pity. It doesn't matter. I have divine martial arts here, the cultivation method of gathering spiritual light, and even an ancient divine forbidden technique that has not yet been activated. Everyone can practice it when the time comes, and it should not be any weaker than ordinary deified supernatural powers. Long Yu said, directly throwing the jade slip that gathered the spiritual light to Jitao. Jitao doesn't have any martial arts skills or magical powers at the moment. She's just using her physical strength to fight with her Revelation level 9 Nether divine inscriptions. The same is true when she fights against the god-like stone statue. If she can cultivate the power-gathering aura, then just using the power-gathering aura to activate the 9 nether divine inscriptions will be very powerful. After all, she is already at a godlike level, and her power density is already that of ordinary practitioners. 10 times more. Ordinary godlike level experts may not have even obtained divine martial arts, which already gave Jitao some advantages. What's more, Long Yu also has the ancient god's forbidden skills, which would be even more terrifying if he could master them. Unfortunately, it is impossible to master the ancient god's forbidden technique in a short time. Now Long Yu can only take one step at a time. He doesn't have too detailed plans for the next training. Everything depends on what is in the lower layer of the core space of the 9 nether prison monument. Since there is nothing going on here, I will go and practice on my own first. Long Yu said to concubine Yu and Jitao. Go on, I have to start practicing. I got a lot of things in the Eclipse ancient domain, but I haven't had time to digest them yet. Concubine Yu smiled and nodded. Jitao began to study the spiritual martial arts that summoned the aura of power. Long Yu has now cultivated the power-gathering spiritual light to the level of great achievement. Although after giving this jade slip to Jitao, he will not be able to continue his studies, but for the time being, he does not want to practice this divine martial skill. His mind was on higher things. The forbidden technique of the ancient god, the 4-phase killing prison, the pattern of the ancient god and the brain of the ancient god, the advanced transformation of the godlike dark flame ghost cord, and the ancient level hell-shaking divine inscriptions. These were the first things he had to find a way to get. In the space of the ancient ruins of the Duoying clan, Long Yu found a remote corner and took out the 9 nether prison monument. Then he entered the inner space of the 9 nether hell monument and prepared to start practicing. If something happened outside, someone would definitely remind him. Long Yu left the void dragon blade and the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda outside and let them play with Jitao. After all, Jitao is just a girl. She has been alone for thousands of years. Now that she has finally escaped from the trap and her situation has improved, it would be too bad for her to continue to be lonely like this. Long Yu entered the second level of the core space of the 9 nether hell monument. He continued to engrave the seal of the ancient god on Mo Chen's heart. When he entered his mind of the ancient god, he still had the last 3 layers of Mo Chen's heart left, and a total of 66 seals of the ancient god were not engraved. But it takes a long time to engrave these 66 ancient god seals. Of course, with the improvement of his martial arts realm, his understanding of various powers, and the mark of understanding engraved in his mind, he will continue to engrave these 66 ancient god seals faster than before. More than 10 times. It only takes about 7 days to imprint all the 66 ancient god seals into the ancient god's mind. Long Yu thought in his heart, without thinking much, he immediately entered into intense training. Long Yu's ancient god's brain now has a total of 500 spaces. The pattern of comprehension obtained from the Eclipse ancient domain can increase his ability to comprehend various powers and imprint the pattern seal of the ancient god by at least 10 times, which occupies 100 of the spaces. Long Yu then processed the seals of the ancient gods in the body of purification and the heart of demonic dust, directly clearing out the 132 seals of the ancient gods in the first 6 levels, leaving only the last 3 levels. Seal of the ancient god. In this way, only 232 spaces were occupied in his ancient god's brain. Moreover, the effects of the purifying body and the demonic heart have been increased by more than 5 times due to the 66 seals of the ancient god respectively. They are already very good. For the current stage of Long Yu, it is enough for the time being. In 7 days, he engraved all the ancient god's seals in the heart of demonic dust into his mind. After adjusting it, he took out another gray stone obtained from the Eclipse ancient domain. This stone also has an ancient god's pattern attached to it. It's unknown how many ancient gods' brain spaces it will occupy, so long you didn't absorb it directly. After all the seals have been processed, let's try to engrave this ancient god's pattern. Xuanhuan pattern. Long Yu learned the name of this ancient god's pattern, but from the name, he didn't know what the effect of this ancient god's pattern was. He can only know it if it is engraved into his ancient god's mind. In the second layer of the core space of the Nine Nether Prison Monument, Long Yu did not continue to move deeper for the time being, but stayed here and began to carve the Xian brand pattern. Ancient God's Brain Domain, open. Traces of the mysterious lines of the ancient god's mark are constantly being engraved in his ancient god's brain, occupying his ancient god's brain. Moreover, this Xuanhuan mark actually occupies more space in the ancient god's brain than the previous mark of comprehension. More to come. As the gray stone disappeared directly from Long Yu's hand, he found that in his ancient god's mind, the Xian brand pattern actually occupied 200 spaces. Fortunately, he had cleaned up the world-purifying body and the demon dust first. The seal of the ancient god in the heart, otherwise nothing might happen. It is very likely that the Xuanhuan mark will fail to be imprinted, which would be a very bad situation. When the Xuanhuan pattern was completely engraved into Long Yu's ancient god's mind, he finally learned the specific effect of the Xuanhuan pattern. It turns out that this is a battle pattern of ancient gods. The previous mark of comprehension was to increase Dragon Yu's comprehension of various powers tenfold, which was very helpful for his practice. There are also the ancient god's seal of the purifying body and the heart of Demon Chen, which enhance the effects of these two martial arts secrets. The purifying body directly enhances Long Yu's resistance to mental attacks and control methods, while Demon Chen, the seal of the ancient god in the heart, enhances Long Yu's physical body reshaping ability. Now that he has obtained the Xuanhuan pattern, as the ancient god's pattern, it occupies the brain space of 200 ancient gods, and the effect is naturally more terrifying. After possessing the mark of Xian brand, any attack method of Long Yu that touches other people's power can weaken the density of the enemy's power by half. This is an extremely terrifying ability. In other words, even if a strong man in the current godlike realm appears in front of Long Yu and launches an offensive against Long Yu, his power density will not be 10 times that of Long Yu, but only 5 times that of Long Yu. It is equivalent to weakening the opponent's strength by half. If he was facing an ordinary cultivator, Long Yu could easily weaken the opponent's power density by half, making him unable to even reach the ordinary power density, and it would be impossible to be an enemy of Long Yu. Just this Xian brand mark doubled Long Yu's combat power. There are too many good things in the Eclipse ancient realm. It's a pity that Long Yu doesn't have any more ancient gods patterns now, and he doesn't have enough ancient gods brains to imprint more ancient gods patterns to strengthen yourself. It seems that if you want to continue to improve your own strength in the future, you still have to find a way to start from the ancient god's brain. The effect of the Xuanhuan mark was completely beyond Long Yu's expectation. It was much better than he imagined. Although it occupied the brain space of 200 ancient gods, it was definitely cost-effective for him, at least compared to adding the remaining seals of the ancient gods in the pure world body and demonic heart are much more cost-effective. At this time, Long Yu's ancient god's brain had been basically filled up. 432 spaces had been occupied, and there were still 68 spaces left. Long Yu thought about it and decided to leave it for the time being. There are a total of 66 seals of the ancient gods of the 456th and 3rd levels of the pure body. In this case, the effect of the purifying body is increased 3 times, which is more important than strengthening the demonic heart. After all, Long Yu's demonic heart reshapes the physical body. Now it only takes 2 breaths, which is fast enough. In battle, half a breath faster will not have much impact, and the body of purification it's different. Maybe just a small amount of resistance to mental attacks will put him in a situation where he will never recover. When the Xuanhuan pattern was completely engraved into the ancient god's mind, Long Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. As his strength gradually improved, he also knew very well that there were so many ways that cultivators in this world could improve, so much so that it was dazzling. If there is a cultivator who can completely elevate these aspects to the peak, how powerful would that be? When the ancient god's brain is opened, there will be 500 spaces at the beginning. If all 500 spaces are engraved with the battle ancient god's pattern like the Shanluo pattern, how powerful will the cultivator be? Apart from the brains of the ancient gods, the most powerful combat weapon is the godlike origin product. At least so far, the strongest combat weapon Long Yu has seen is this advanced modified godlike origin product in his hand. Yanguesua. Some genius cultivators from other races will definitely possess this level of godlike source products. In terms of martial arts, the most powerful ancient god's forbidden art, in such a vast starry sky, there must be some powerful beings who have mastered the ancient god's forbidden art. In terms of power, the eternal divine inscriptions are generally the strongest power, but there may not be any cultivators who are ahead of Long Yu and have mastered part of the divine power similar to the golden flame power. There are many other special situations that arise. For example, there are magic pills here in Long Yu that can double the power density, as well as magic pills that can double the strength of the physical body. They are all good things that can be encountered but cannot be sought. If a cultivator can reach the peak in all aspects level, how strong can it be? I'm afraid we are not far away from the true level of gods. Long Yu thought to himself, and then began to make up his mind and step into the third layer of the core space of the Nine Nether Prison Monument. Only after engraving all the ancient gods' seals on the heart of demon dust, he could continue to move forward and reach the third level of the core space of the Nine Nether Prison Monument. Now he finally stepped in. Now in this space, it turned out to be a dark space. In the space, there were 4 dark stone tables. From these 4 dark stone tables, Long Yu felt their different but somewhat familiar powers. Death, Shura, xuanhuan, Hell. 4 different powers were respectively contained in these 4 dark stone tables, which made Long Yu's heart move. Could it be that the third floor of this core space was the place where the ancient gods' forbidden arts and the 4-phase killing prison were originally placed? Based on these 4 stone tables, Jiuyo Dragon Emperor created 4 ancient palaces, and then trained the 4 envoys of Jiuyo to control these 4 powers respectively. However, the power controlled by the 4 envoys of Jiuyo is only the power of the original level divine script. The Death divine script, Shura divine script, xuanhuan divine script and Hell divine script are all based on the 4 dark stone tables on which the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. The power derived from one's own deduction is definitely not as powerful as the 4 stone tables themselves. Long Yu could feel that the power on these 4 stone tables was the power of revelation-level divine writings. Whether it was the Death divine writings, the Shura divine writings, or the Underworld and Hell divine writings, they were all revelation-level divine writings. It is much stronger than the source-level divine texts currently obtained by Xu Chan, Xiang Wu, Duguijian, and Yan Huanma. Just apocalyptic? Long Yu was a little confused, because the ancient god-forbidden technique, the 4-phase killing prison level method, was really too high, so high that Long Yu felt that even if it wasn't for the eternal level divine text, it wouldn't be able to exert its full power. However, thinking about it, it is very likely that the third level of the core space is just the place where the 9 Nether Prison Monument allows practitioners to initially practice the 4 phases of killing prison. The real ancient level divine texts are still deeper in the core space. In any case, Long Yu has arrived here now, so the next training will focus on the ancient god's forbidden technique. But he didn't start immediately. Before officially starting to delve into the ancient god's forbidden technique of 4 phases killing prison, he first left the core space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument to find Xiang Wu, Xu Chan, Duguijian and Yan Huanma. Together, Long Yu temporarily took back the 4 ancient palaces. He wanted to try to understand the 4 phases killing prison from them first. After all, these 4 ancient palaces contained the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's understanding of the ancient god's forbidden art of the 4 phases killing prison, and his understanding of the dragon. It is still very useful for reference. What surprised Long Yu was that when he brought these 4 ancient palaces back to the 3rd floor of the core space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, he found that he could rely on these 4 ancient palaces to summon Sunset Dance and them all in. The 4 of them could not stay in the core space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, but they could stay in their respective ancient palaces. Then Long Yu placed these 4 ancient palaces on the corresponding dark stone tables. The revelation level symbols on the dark stone tables, the divine power was immediately absorbed by the 4 ancient temples, and became able to be absorbed and understood by the 4 people. This is a good opportunity for the 4 of them to understand. Revelation-level divine texts are still rare in the current Void Galaxy. And Long Yu seems to have gradually understood something through the flow of 4 revelation-level divine texts in the space. Although the comprehension is very slow, it is much better than before. If this situation continues, it may not take long for him to be able to formally understand the 4 phases of killing prison and become a beginner. Long Yu stayed on the 3rd floor of the core space of the 9 Nether Hell Monument, facing the 4 dark stone tables and the 4 ancient palaces, constantly comprehending the methods of using the 4 phases of killing prison. Originally, he only realized one of the branches, which could condense many death lines to erode the opponent and make the opponent die. But now, he gradually began to comprehend the other 3 branches, namely, the 3 powers of Hell, Underworld and Shura. When all 4 powers are comprehended and can be displayed according to the rules of the 4-phase killing Hell, he can successfully perform the real 4-phase killing prison. Even if it is just the 4 phases killing prison in the beginner stage, as an ancient god's forbidden art, its power is much higher than that of ordinary martial arts. Even compared to the martial arts of gods, it is definitely much more powerful. This is also the reason why Long Yu has temporarily given the power-gathering aura to the girl Jitao to practice, and he has not practiced the divine martial arts yet, because he can comprehend the ancient divine forbidden technique first. During the process of cultivation, the patterns of understanding in Long Yu ancient god's brain continued to circulate, bathing his whole body in an extremely mysterious aura. His understanding of the 4 powers of death, underworld, Shura, and hell continued to grow. Is growing rapidly. After obtaining the pattern of comprehension, Long Yu's cultivation level has been greatly improved, including the comprehension of various powers, the initial mastery of martial arts, and the speed of engraving the seal of the ancient god. Many aspects have been improved. To him, it is definitely no less important than the Xianluo pattern. It's just that after he has understood everything, the effect of this pattern of realization will not be much. If he gets the pattern of other ancient gods, he will definitely replace it. As for now, Long Yu is still in the process of training, and the role of the pattern of comprehension is indispensable. Without the pattern of comprehension, he would never be able to comprehend the 4 phases of killing prison to a beginner's level in a short period of time. The cultivation levels of ancient divine forbidden arts and divine martial arts are similar to ordinary martial arts. From beginners, to small achievements, to great achievements, and then to the peak, perfection, naturalness, and transformation. Even if it is just the beginner's level of the forbidden technique of the ancient god, the power of the 4-phase killing prison is higher than that of those endless-level high-grade martial arts that have been cultivated to the level of transformation. Therefore, although it is difficult to practice, if you get the forbidden technique of the ancient god, it is best to still have to try to understand it. Even if you only understand it for the first time, it is already a huge killing weapon. Before, it took Long Yu a total of 7 days to carve the seal of the ancient god into Demon Chen's heart, and then he spent even more time practicing the forbidden technique of the ancient god, the 4-phase killing prison. Unknowingly, the 4 of them, Long Yu and Xiang Wu, stayed in the 3rd level of the core space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument for a month. In this month, Xiang Wu, Xu Chan, Du Guijian, and Yan Huanma have made great progress. They have almost completed the comprehension of their respective apocalyptic divine texts, including the divine texts of death, the divine texts of Shura. Wen, Xuanhuan divine Wen, and Hell, divine Wen, are still very important means of combat for them. The key is that after comprehending their respective revelation-level divine texts, the four of them have reached a higher degree of compatibility with the ancient temples they own. Moreover, the four ancient temples have also begun to undergo some kind of transformation, because they have absorbed the power of the revelation-level divine texts. So the four ancient temples began to ascend towards a higher level of existence. Even, it is faintly moving up to the level of absolute beginning divine grade and endless level, which is somewhat similar to the current existence of the void nether dragon blade. However, this process is still far away. If they only absorb the power of the corresponding divine texts of the apocalypse level, these four ancient temples can only become the best warriors of the endless level at most. If they want to truly transform into a special existence like the void nether dragon blade, they may have to wait until they absorb the eternal level. Divine text. Once it succeeds, it will be a warrior existence that is no less than half of the divine source products. Although the godlike source product is powerful, for Long Yu, in the later stages, it is still not as good as his own void nether dragon blade. You must know that he can awaken to the 12th level with the void nether dragon blade. Now it has only awakened to the 2nd level, so its power is not as powerful as a godlike source product. Of course, if the advanced modified godlike source product can be fully mastered, its power will not be inferior to that of the fully awakened void ghost dragon blade. However, if Long Yu wants to fully master the advanced source product of dark flame Guesua, I'm afraid it will take more time than it takes to fully awaken the void nether dragon blade. In any case, after this month, the strength of Sunset Dance and the four of them has improved many times compared to before. If combined with their respective ancient palaces, their combat effectiveness is already very strong. Although there is no way to compare with Long Yu, but against other cultivators of the same realm, he can definitely crush them easily. For Long Yu, this month is even more important. The pattern of comprehension was running all the time, always shrouding Long Yu in a layer of mysterious aura, allowing him to comprehend the four phases of death prison to an unimaginable level. In just 1 month, he finally understood, come to the other three aspects of strength. The four powers of death, Shura, Hell, and Underworld are understood together. It is not a big problem for Long Yu. These four apocalyptic divine texts were comprehended by him one after another, and then according to the jade slips recorded in the 4 phases of killing prison by stimulating the method, a 4-phase murder prison can be initially constructed. In the 4-phase killing prison, no matter which force it is crucial. The 4 forces complement each other and promote each other. The lethality is more than 100 times stronger than the single death line at the beginning. Long Yu made his own estimate. As long as he condenses the 4-phase killing prison, builds it, and traps his opponent in it, the lethality of the 4 powers will even surpass his mad fighting dragon fist with nearly 200 layers of mad fighting heavenly power. At this point, Long Yu can clearly determine that it is time to eliminate the martial art of crazy fighting celestial body. Of course, it is still essential to improve the strength of the physical body, but this is passive, and Long Yu does not need to use this martial skill. As for there is another infinite-level high-grade martial skill, which is the boundless grip. It may still be of some use to Long Yu, but I am afraid there are not many places where it can be used. The 4-phase killing prison move, an ancient divine forbidden technique, is not only extremely lethal, but also has the effect of binding and sealing. The 4 forces alternately entangle the opponent, making it extremely difficult for the opponent to deal with it. In the process of being bound and sealed, among them, he was alternately eroded to death by 4 forces. After successfully learning the 4 phases of killing prison for the first time, Long Yu felt that his realm was almost consolidated. He has been at the level of the 5th level master for a long time. Now it is time to improve his martial arts realm again. From the 5th level master to the 6th level master, Long Yu's basic physical strength and basic power can be improved. Triple it again. The improvement of basic strength brought by the improvement of martial arts realm is the simplest and most straightforward enhancement. For Long Yu, the current improvement of martial arts realm is only a matter of time. It only took another day for Long Yu's martial arts realm to successfully rise to the realm of the 6th level master. He already had enough training resources and had collected many creations. Now it took him a day to absorb one. The creation of the first-grade Tianjing level directly expanded the small world to a radius of 10 billion miles, and then raised the realm. After being promoted to the 6th level of master, Long Yu temporarily stopped cultivating. Because news just came from the outside world, the current situation in the Void Galaxy seemed to have been discovered by aliens. There was an alien patrol team that wanted to come to the vicinity of the Void Galaxy to investigate. This situation made everyone in the entire Void Galaxy immediately be alert. Because everyone knows that the location of the Void Galaxy is between the 3 foreign territories of the Silver Stone Tribe, the Xuanhuan Tribe and the Soul Tribe. If the location of Void Galaxy is exposed, it is likely to be besieged by these 3. The consequences are definitely not something that can be dealt with easily. Therefore, this first alien patrol team must be dealt with in the most secure manner. First, they cannot be allowed to discover the existence of humans and monsters in the Void Galaxy. Second, if they have discovered this situation in the Void Galaxy, then we can't let them go back alive. Others informed Long Yu about this matter, but they did not want to let Long Yu handle it. After all the major forces in the Void Galaxy are already very strong, and a mere alien patrol team has not yet been taken seriously by them. But Long Yu took the initiative to lead the attack. He is mainly suspicious of one thing, that is, the people in the Void Galaxy have never left this area. At the edge of the Void Galaxy, there is a divine barrier guarding it, and ordinary people cannot enter or get out at all. Unless it is the 12 veteran-level figures of the Void Galaxy who have obtained the miracle fragments. Shortly after they discovered the Void Galaxy, they obtained a total of 12 miracle fragments, and then opened the divine barrier defense barrier to block anyone's entry and exit. Under such circumstances, the aliens would find something abnormal here, and they must have discovered the defensive barrier of this divine barrier. This Void Galaxy is extremely desolate and vast, and the 3 alien races have never paid attention to it before. After all, there are too many such desolate galaxies in the starry sky. Who has the mind to shuttle through the endless void? Even if there were, it would not be such a coincidence that he just found the miracle fragment and learned that it was a Void Galaxy. That is to say, concubine, you will know the specialness of this area only after she has been to such a Void Galaxy and obtained miraculous fragments. When the miracle fragments were combined to create a defensive barrier, it was quite good that this place could remain undiscovered by the aliens for more than a year. But now, the overall strength of the Void Galaxy is enough to resist those aliens. Knowing that the patrol team from the Xuanhuan tribe was approaching, Long Yu was immediately ready to lead the team out. He didn't know the specific strength of the patrol team, so he still brought some people with him. Moreover, he had just finished practicing the 4 phases of killing prison, so he just went out to practice his skills and test its power. This time when he went out to deal with the patrol team of the Xuanhuan tribe, Long Yu brought many people with him. There is definitely no need for the 2 godlike beings, Yu Fei and Jitao, to appear, because it is impossible for godlike people to appear in the patrol team of the Xuanhuan tribe, and killing chickens does not require the use of a butcher's knife. And Long Yu, Qihua, and Man Xian haven't fought together for a long time. Now that they have caught up with the martial arts realm, it's just time to take them out to play together and see what their current strength is. Geometry. Long Yu selected a total of 6 people to be with him, namely Qihua and Huameir, the Fire Fox Demon Clan couple, Man Xian, a cheerful man, and Feng Yusen, Feng Xiaofei, and Feng Haofeng. The rising star of the New Style family. The current Xinfeng family is also developing quite well. Except for Feng Yusen, who has reached the 6th level of Master, Feng Xiaofei and Feng Haofeng have both entered the 3rd level of Master Cultivation realm. Most of the other Xinfeng family have also reached the level of Cultivation. He has entered the level of dominating the secret realm. Taking these 6 people with him, Long Yu held the miraculous fragments and quickly reached the edge of the entire void galaxy, and then used the miraculous fragments to open a door on the spirit barrier. A group of 7 people filed out of this door. I have been in the void galaxy for so long, and this is the first time I have left the realm of the gods, hee. Feng Xiaofei was very arrogant and started to inquire about the situation as soon as he came out. Feng Haofeng patted him on the shoulder and said steadily, "Be careful, follow Brother Long and don't run around." "Aren't you talking nonsense? It's hard to fight with Brother Long, how can I run around?" Feng Xiaofei chuckled. Qihua and Huameyer were tired of being together, Man Xian was also looking around, and Feng Yusen was following Long Yu, very quiet and sweet. When you encounter the patrol team of the Xinshui tribe, you should take action first. I will see how strong you are first. Don't worry, I will watch the situation from the side and won't let you make any mistakes. Long Yu said with a smile. Come on, Brother Long, you are only a 6th level master now. Although you came back from the Semitic school and the Eclipse ancient domain, no matter how strong you are, you can't be stronger than the 6 of us combined, right? Feng Xiaofei chuckled. Feng Yusen is already in the martial arts realm of the 6th level master, and is the strongest existence in the circle of Long Yu. Moreover, Qihua, Huameyer and Man Xian are also 5th level masters, and they all have leapfrog levels. The ability to challenge, so Feng Xiaofei has not seen Long Yu for a long time, and it is normal for him to wonder what his current strength is. Then you can take a look later. I hope that the patrol team of the Xinshui tribe is not too weak or too boring. The corners of Long Yu's mouth raised slightly, but he did not speak to refute, because speaking had no meaning, and the specific strength can only be known through fighting. The Shadow Realm. Feng Yusen remained silent at this time and raised her hand lightly. A burst of golden Taichu power emerged from her hand, and it actually condensed into an invisible field. The 7 figures within this range disappeared, at least it is completely invisible to the naked eye. Even with the use of spiritual perception, their existence cannot be sensed from far away, because the power aura on their bodies is shrouded in the shadow realm and weakened to an extremely low level. Even with the method of Long Yu applying the light of balance to himself, that level of spiritual perception would probably only be able to sense the existence of this shadow realm within a range of 10 miles. This method is very good. Long Yu's eyes lit up. It seemed that it was right to bring Feng Yusen and the others over. In this way, they would be able to discover the Xinshui tribe's patrol team first and take various measures, depending on the situation. Most of the Shadow Attribute divine texts are derived from the power of the metal system's Taichu. In the absence of apocalyptic level shadow attributes to comprehend, Feng Yusen only comprehended the power of the primordial metal element, but she has completely comprehended the primordial power of the metal element. This is not an easy task. Fun. Bar s equals _plus math dot random dot t 36 dot slice 2 dot right window dot slot byte up equals window dot slot byte up dot push ID 2801611 Tainer S size 25 display inlay fix. Even with the help of Taichu Jing Qi, if you want to fully understand the power of Taichu in the metal system, you still need extremely high understanding and talent. Otherwise, it will be easy to get stuck when you understand 80% of it, and you will be unable to make any progress. The 7 people quickly flew towards the outside world under the cover of the Shadow Realm. Outside the Void Galaxy, there is still a void of dark space. You have to go very far away to see the stars, which belongs to the territory of the nearest Xuanhuan tribe. Therefore, it is normal for the Xuanhuan tribe to discover the divine barrier here first. After sensing the existence of the divine barrier from a very long distance, they sent a patrol team to investigate, which was also a very correct action. Unfortunately, they did not. What we know is what kind of powerful people exist in the Void Galaxy. It was the first time to dispatch a patrol team. It was impossible for the Xuanhuan tribe to dispatch the godlike people. After all, although a foreign race like the Xuanhuan tribe was slightly more powerful than the human race and the monster tribe combined, the total number of the godlike people still did not exceed 20, 15 at most. 6 or so. Godlike experts are of strategic significance and cannot be used to patrol a sudden barrier. So when the 7 Longyu people found the patrol team of the Xuanhuan tribe, they found that the patrol team had a total of 12 members, including 1 7th level master, 4 6th level masters, and the remaining 7 were all 5th level members. The powerful alien race of the Great Overlord. These 12-headed water gods looked like 12 water stains moving forward in the void. They looked very inconspicuous, but they were still noticed by Longyu and the others. The 7 Longyu people kept a distance of 10 miles from the patrol team, and then began to discuss countermeasures. I'm afraid you 6 won't be able to cope with the opponent's lineup. Let's do this. Longyu thought for a moment, squinted his eyes and said, leave the 7th level master and the 2 6th level masters to me, and leave the rest to you. Is that okay? In addition to a 7th level master and 2 6th level masters, there are only 9-headed gods and water tribes left in the field, including 2 6th level masters and 7 5th level masters. For Manqin Chihua and the others, it is an existence that can be dealt with. In such a battle, Feng Xiaofei and Feng Haofeng were slightly inferior. It was basically difficult to face any of the aliens alone. They are in the martial arts realm of the 3rd level masters. Although they are stronger than ordinary practitioners, they may still be unable to compete with the aliens who are the 5th level masters. Mainly relying on the pair of Chihua and Huameyer, as well as Man Xian and Feng Yusin. In the same realm, it shouldn't be a problem to fight 1 against 2. Brother Long, will you have no problem dealing with the Xuanhuan tribe who is the 7th level master? And you also have to contain the 2 6th level masters. Feng Xiaofei was a little skeptical. Haha, you haven't fought with me for too long, so you don't know my current strength. Let's go and watch. You follow me. Long, you didn't explain much, just smiled, and then his whole body flashed and teleported out. He carried the Void Nether Dragon Blade with him, because when fighting in the outside world, the Void Nether Dragon Blade's teleportation was very useful. It could fly over extremely long distances in one go, not to mention that it was only 10 miles away from the Xuanhuan tribe patrol team. Distance. In the blink of an eye, Longyu stopped in front of the patrol team of the Xuanhuan tribe. In fact, let him deal with a 7-level master and 2 6-level masters, even if he were to kill all the 12-headed gods of the water tribe, he could do it easily, but in order to test the barbarian believing in their strength, Longyu only planned to deal with 3 of them. The appearance of Longyu startled the 12 patrolling aliens of the Xuanhuan tribe, but sensing that Longyu was only a 6th-level master, they reacted immediately. The leader of the 7-stage master Xuanhuan tribe, his whole body suddenly swelled up, forming a golden bubble. It expanded instantly and actually enveloped Longyu in it. The bubble contained a strong corrosive power, trying to destroy the dragon. Yu's body was completely corroded and melted. It's a pity that this guy underestimated Longyu's physical strength. Now Longyu's physical body has even far exceeded the physical strength of ordinary 7th-level master practitioners. He didn't pay any attention to the corrosive power brought by the shining golden water bubbles. These corrosive powers could only erode the surface of his body. Then the heart of the demon dust quickly reshaped the skin of his body, which would not let the dragon at all. You was hurt at all. Of course, this process will still bring considerable pain, but even the pain of the skin being corroded and melted is nothing to Long Yu. It can only be said to be a daily occurrence. He did not defend against the offensive of the 7th-level Master Shinshui tribe, but instead targeted the other 2 cultivators of the 6th-level Master Shinshui tribe and directly activated the unbounded grip. He only used the ordinary Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions, but with such a move, he pulled the 2 6th-stage masters of the Shinshui tribe to his side, and they were also immersed in the golden water bubbles. Suffered from corrosive forces. This made the Shinshui tribe, the 7th-level master, immediately disperse the golden bubbles. It did not want to corrode and melt its own people to death, not to mention that it also discovered that Long Yu's physical strength was extraordinary, and this method would definitely not be able to deal with it. Long Yu got it. Long Yu followed up with another move of unbounded grip, this time using the Revelation Level Dark Current Divine Text, directly pulling the 7th-stage Master Shinshui tribe to his side. These 7th-stage Great Masters of the Shinshui tribe patrolling cultivators are not considered to be peak powerhouses. There is a big gap between them and the peak 7th-stage Great Masters Long Yu encountered in the Eclipse Ancient Domain, let alone the current ones. Long Yu is stronger than when he was in the Eclipse Ancient territory. Therefore, he has no pressure at all to deal with these guys. 3 times of boundless grasp directly pulled the 3-headed gods and aliens of the Water tribe to Long Yu's side. At the same time, the 7th-stage Great Masters of the God Water tribe also suffered from the terrifying effects of the Dark Flow Divine Script, and their power began to be drained away quickly. 12-star prison. Long Yu directly used this method that had not been used for a long time, and then trapped the 3-headed god Shui tribe into it, and then Long Yu began to enter the movie-watching mode. As early as when Long Yu teleported over for the first time, Qi Hua and Man Xian did not stay where they were, but rushed here one after another. The distance of 10 miles was nothing to them, because they all understood the divine text of space attributes. Although it is only an origin-level space attribute divine text, it is still very easy to teleport 10 miles. When Long Yu was being corroded, melted, and eroded by the golden water bubbles, they were still a little worried, but seeing Long Yu immediately pull 2 of the 6th-stage Master God Shui tribe to his side, and then the golden water bubbles were dispersed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. They could see that Long Yu was indeed very capable. In the previous confrontation, Long Yu had completely suppressed the 3-headed god Shui tribe, before even using any real attack methods. This allowed Man Xian and Qi Hua to concentrate on dealing with the opponents in front of them. Qi Hua and Hua Meier immediately found trouble with the 2 remaining 6th-stage masters of the Shinshui tribe. Both of them are demon cultivators of the Fire Fox demon clan. They transformed into their true bodies when they met each other. The 2 flame foxes appeared in the void, and each used their innate magical powers to fight against the 2 6th-stage great rulers of the Shui clan. The abilities used by the Shinshui tribe are mainly corrosive powers, which are basically the divine words with the shadow attribute or the divine words with the elemental acid attribute. When facing Qi Hua and Hua Meier, both of these powers will completely suppressed. Whether it is a corrosive liquid or a shadow attribute divine inscription, when it attacks Qi Hua and Hua Meier, most of it will be evaporated by the flames on the surface of their bodies, and then the rest will be resisted by the 2 people's defensive barriers. It has no lethality to them at all. God Formation, Meteor, and Sky Fire. Not long after Qi Hua entered the battle, he began to use a 2nd-grade divine formation. This was an extremely powerful method, and it was also the strongest divine formation method he could use now. Countless meteors and sky fires were born from the void, and then came from all directions toward the 2 6-segment great masters of the Shui tribe in the center. These countless meteors and sky fires were indeed pouring in from all directions, And they also blocked the nearby space at the same time, so that the Xuanhuan tribe, the two six-stage masters, had no way to avoid it and could only resist. The acid barrier appeared around the Xuanhuan tribe, who were the six-stage masters, at both ends. They tried to block the meteor and sky fire, but they couldn't do it at all. The power of the meteor and sky fire was too manic, and instead, the several layers of acid liquid were blocked. The barrier completely evaporated. The fire ruler is shocking. Not to be outdone, Huomaier directly took out an endless-level supergrade weapon. This weapon seemed to have just been forged not long ago. It was a long ruler with fluttering flames. At this moment, she was urging her to move it. When he got up, the ruler instantly grew larger, like a terrifying flaming sword light, and instantly slashed at the two divine water tribes. Is this soldier the latest forged by old man Tianhua? Long Yu watched on the side and squinted his eyes. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the old man Tianhua could already forge endless-level supergrade soldiers. This was a great progress. When would he be able to forge endless-level soldiers? The ultimate warrior, old man Tianhua's weapon refining skills can be said to be at the pinnacle. As for the higher-level godlike origin products, it is impossible to forge them. Soldiers of this level can only be condensed after the death of powerful godlike origin products. They cannot be forged by forging. But if old man Tianhua can get the Taichu furnace, he can forge a combination of Taichu divine items and endless-level top-notch weapons, such as Long Yu's Void Nether Dragon Blade. If Long Yu awakens the Void Nether Dragon Blade to the peak of the 12th level, it will definitely surpass any other soldier, and can even reach the level of an advanced modified godlike source product. Of course, the difficulty of awakening the Void Nether Dragon Blade is too difficult. I'm older, and I haven't awakened to the second level until now. Continuing to look towards the battlefield, Qi Hua and Huomaier had completely suppressed the two Xuanhuan tribes who were in the realm of six-stage masters. Fun. Var s equals _ math random t 36 slice 2 right window slot byte up equals window slot byte up push ID 2801611 Tainer, S. Size, 25. Display, inlay fix. This made Long Yu a little disappointed. This patrol team of the Xuanhuan tribe was really weak to the extreme. They were basically just ordinary practitioners. Each Xuanhuan tribe did not have the ability to fight beyond the level. When encountering red fire and fire, of course it's impossible for guys like Mayer to resist. Qi Hua alone has reached the ultimate level of comprehension of the Flame Divine script. He even comprehended a kind of revelation-level power of the Flame Divine script. It seems that he understood it naturally because of his talent. It has to be said that it is extremely powerful. Talent. As for Huomaier, the endless supergrade soldiers in her hands also gave her an advantage in fighting opponents of the same realm. Unless the opponent had some special means, they would not be able to withstand her violent offensive. Together, they are even more invincible. Man Xian is even more direct. He faced alone the Xuanhuan tribe, which was dominated by 3 heads and 5 sections, but he was not afraid at all. He opened and closed a magic sword in his hand, and various innate magical powers were exerted through the magic sword. At the same time, he was also accompanied by a magic sword. The powerful sword technique. At first glance, this sword skill is an endless-level martial skill. It is probably part of the inheritance of the magic sword, but it will only appear after he reaches a certain level. This also prevents Man Xian from mastering such sharp skills before. With endless-level martial arts in hand, Man Xian doesn't need any skills at all to fight. In addition, the magic sword warrior in his hand has also taken on a new look, becoming a powerful warrior of the endless supergrade. Perhaps it was transformed by the old man Tianhua. The endless-level magic sword combined with the endless-level sword technique allowed him to chop directly towards the three-headed god Shui tribe. The power of each sword light was different. Sometimes it was smooth, sometimes it exploded. When his sword light exploded, it was 3 times stronger. When the power was tripled, a 5th-level master of the Shui tribe fell. They simply cannot withstand such a powerful offensive. On the other side, Feng Yin Zi's fighting style is much gentler. She has learned many control methods, and most of the divine formations and martial arts she has practiced have control effects. The remaining 3-headed and 5-level masters of the Shui tribe were all tightly controlled by her. They were basically unable to move, let alone launch a counterattack against her. Looking back, Feng Yin Zi had not used any real means at all. After Man Xian dealt with his opponent, he immediately turned around and came to help her. There is also a 5th-level master who is playing with Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei. There is no doubt that Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei have many methods, but the gap in martial arts realm makes them unable to kill the 5th-level master. They can only use some means to hold it back. Feng Haofeng resisted the Shui tribe from the front, and Feng Xiaofei assisted from the side. Both of them fought very seriously. Although their martial arts levels are a bit behind now, they still understand the use of various martial arts, and they are both very good. This allowed them to not be hurt by the Divine Water tribe at all, and they even made the Divine Water tribe spin around. Long Yu still remembered that when he was a 3rd-level master, it was a bit difficult to deal with a 5th-level master. It was already quite good for these 2 people to be able to do this. If they had a 5th-level master or a 6th-level master, the cultivation level of the Great Master is no worse than that of Qihua Manqin and others. Feng Haofeng and Feng Xiaofei have very different fighting methods and styles, but they work together seamlessly. Under the control of the 2, the Shui tribe, the 5th-level master, spent a lot of power but did not achieve anything. Ways to help other Shui tribes. In the end, he could only watch his fellow patrol teammates being killed one by one by Man Xian, Qihua, and others, and then he would also face the attack of these people, and eventually fall into death. The entire Shui tribe patrol team was easily wiped out by everyone. In other words, only the 3-headed god Shui tribe trapped by Long Yu was still alive. But the time is almost up. After all, the 12-star prison is only a means of the 2nd-grade divine formation. If 3 opponents are trapped at the same time, it will be much easier for the opponent to escape. After all the other divine water tribes were killed, the 3-headed divine water tribe finally he also escaped from the 12-star prison. But what greeted them was even more terrifying means. This method is much crueler and more tyrannical than what Man Xian and Qihua used. Qihua and Man Xian killed the Shui tribe very simply. They basically just exploded and killed them one by one. However, what appeared in front of the 3 remaining Shui tribes was an absolute death zone. 4-phase killing prison. Long Yu finally used the forbidden technique of ancient gods that he had successfully learned for the first time. At this moment, the 4 powers of death, Shura, Hell and Underworld emerged in the field, and together they created a field of death. The 3-headed god Shui tribe had just appeared. Was completely trapped in this 4-phase killing prison. The terrifying invasion of the 4 forces left the 3-headed god Shui tribe with no way to resist. In the killing prison, the 4 forces circulated in circles, constantly invading the spiritual souls of the 3-headed gods and the water tribe, as well as their fragile bodies. Whenever they became familiar with one of the forces and wanted to resist it, they would immediately switch to another force to attack them. During this process, the 3-headed water gods were in great pain, because their spirits and souls were being tortured, but they had no way of resisting. Die. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, the 4-phase killing prison was completely closed in. The four forces gathered and exploded at the same time, wiping out the spirit, soul, and body of the three-headed god Shui tribe. This is indeed a forbidden technique from the ancient gods. If Long Yu had not used the four-phase killing prison, Long Yu might have had to use more than one method to kill these three guys, and it would have even taken a lot of effort to do it. However, the four-phase killing prison killed them extremely simply, destroying both body and soul, and leaving no trace behind. This scene left Xihua, Man Xian, and others stunned. Long Yu nodded with satisfaction. Such a four-phase killing prison can be regarded as a real four-phase killing prison. Not to mention the ordinary masters of the Xinshui tribe in front of us, even if there are some strong men at the peak of the 7th level master, for the current Long Yu Lai that said, it is no longer an invincible existence. Okay, the patrol team of the Xinshui tribe has been completely wiped out. We can go back home first. However, after the patrol team is wiped out, the Xinshui tribe will definitely send more tribesmen over. After returning, we must strengthen vigilance in this area. That's it. Long Yu said. Good. Feng Yusin came over and said with a slight smile, there are many detection eyes we have installed nearby. As long as the other party is not particularly hidden, once it comes within 100,000 miles of the void galaxy, it will definitely be discovered by us. Detective eye? Long Yu was a little surprised, because he really didn't know how the people from Void Galaxy discovered this patrol team of the Xinshui tribe. That is something refined by Senior Tianhua Old Man. It is a detection-type soldier with the function of invisibility. Last time, Senior refined 10,000 detection eyes at once and distributed them around the Void Galaxy. Each detection eye, my eyes can detect the void 25 miles away, basically covering all the void within 100,000 miles around us. Feng Yusin explained. I see. Long Yu suddenly realized it and nodded with a smile. It seemed that inviting Old Man Tianhua here was an excellent decision. If it weren't for the detection eye refined by Old Man Tianhua, I'm afraid they would have been attacked by the people of Void Galaxy when they arrived at their doorstep. If the talent is discovered, a lot of fighter opportunities will be delayed. However, even if there is a detection eye, Void Galaxy will definitely face waves of attacks from now on. Whether it is from the Xinshui tribe or other races, as long as the existence of Void Galaxy is discovered, it is impossible to stop easily. After all, this Void Galaxy is next to their territory. Of course, the current Xinshui tribe may not know that this Void Galaxy is jointly occupied by the human race and the demon race. They may think that the Xinshui tribe or the Soul tribe have a base here, so they want to come and investigate. Unfortunately, the strength of the first wave of patrol teams was too weak. They were so weak that they could not even convey any news back, and they were all killed by Long Yu and others. Don't know when the next trial will be? Long Yu didn't know, but he was too lazy to wait here anyway, and he still had a lot of unfinished business. Many of the various forces in the Void Galaxy have not experienced real battles for a long time. If more patrol teams come, then just let others take action. Everyone should practice their skills, so as not to be used to sudden fierce battles. After solving the Xinshui tribe patrol team, everyone returned to the Void Galaxy together. Feng Xiaofei is now completely convinced of Long Yu's current strength. Whether it was before or now, Long Yu is the leading brother among their group. This has been guaranteed. Having not seen Long Yu for a long time, Feng Xiaofei thought that he and others had made rapid progress, but now compared with Long Yu, there was obviously still a big gap. The gap between martial arts realms is not particularly big, but in every other aspect, Long Yu is much better than them. After returning to the Void Galaxy, Long Yu separated from them. He wanted to return to the Nine Nether Prison Monument to continue practicing. Although Long Yu easily defeated the patrol team of the Xinshui tribe, in fact, Long Yu is still very worried about the future. He has not yet encountered a strong godlike person. Once he encounters it, it will be very difficult. Tough stuff. Concubine Yu, Jitao, and the godlike stone statue of the multi-winged clan are only 3 powerful godlike people in total. In addition, Jidao has not yet used his innate magical powers, and the stone statue's combat effectiveness is also limited. Concubine Yu is just it hasn't been long since I first entered the class of gods, and I am afraid that my combat effectiveness is not as good as those of the old class gods. So this especially requires Long Yu to improve himself quickly. Originally, it was basically impossible for him to fight against a strong man at the godlike level. After all, the gap in power density was there. But now that he has the Shanluo mark and the ancient god's forbidden technique, the 4-phase killing prison, he can just go one step further. If so, it may not be impossible to deal with some ordinary godlike strong men. At least it will be no problem to resist them for a while. In addition, he still has many methods that he has not yet begun to practice. For example, the secret martial arts technique obtained from Black Knife, the Source of Shadow. This secret martial arts method of the Source of Shadow is a powerful inheritance that Black Sword has received in the world of divine martial arts in the 9 Nether realm. The secret martial arts method recorded in it, every time the secret method of martial arts of the Source of Shadow is upgraded, all the shadow attribute gods performed by the cultivator when the power can be doubled. For Long Yu, this is an excellent martial arts secret. However, this martial arts secret technique is also quite difficult to practice. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth required is no less than the heart of demonic dust. This shows that this is also a powerful method. Fortunately, Long Yu's small world is integrated with the source of heaven and earth spirits. He has not used the heaven and earth spiritual energy in it for a long time. Until now, he has accumulated a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy, which is completely enough for him to practice the secret martial arts technique of Shadow Source. Of course, it still takes a certain amount of time to practice this martial arts secret. Long Yu plans to practice it in the core space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. In this way, he can also be influenced by the 4 powers of the 4-phase killing prison at the same time, making him faster. He has cultivated the 4 phases of killing prison to a small level of success. The improvement of any martial arts skill from beginner to xiaoqing is not the slightest, especially the ancient god's forbidden technique. However, now Long Yu is still far away from the 4-phase killing prison of xiaoqing. He is not in a hurry. The ancient god's forbidden technique can be learned slowly, and it is certainly impossible to improve it to too high a level in a short period of time. He constantly absorbs the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the small world to infuse it into his dantian. After practicing the secret shadow source of martial arts, it becomes a shadow vortex in the dantian. If you want to improve this shadow vortex now, you have to absorb it. Enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth. The difficulty of practicing the secret martial art is really not much different from that of demonic heart. Long Yu felt a little emotional. He felt a little distressed when he felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth passing rapidly in his small world. After all, these spiritual energy of heaven and earth were slowly accumulated by him in the past days. However, when he thought about it, in addition to being used to practice martial arts secrets, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth were also used to practice martial arts secrets. It didn't have much effect, so he didn't think much about it. In his small world, part of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was directly generated in the Xinwu world, allowing hundreds of billions of creatures to survive and practice, while the other small part was transported to the remaining members of the Bone Clan. What can be supplied to Long Yu himself accounts for 80% of the total production of heaven and earth spiritual energy. You must know that the territory of his small world is getting larger and larger, which will also make the birth of heaven and earth spiritual energy faster and faster. Coupled with the effect of the source of heaven and earth spirit, these heaven and earth spiritual energy can be said to be completely exhausted. Long Yu is considering whether to let more people come to practice in his own small world, so that his power in the world will be stronger and his total power can be enhanced to a certain extent. But for the time being, there is still no time to find more humans or demons to come to their own small world. This idea can only be shelved for the time being. Instead of trying to recruit more people to the small world, it is better to spend this time on cultivation, which is more practical for the current Long Yu. The Shadow Source, a secret martial arts technique, basically maintained a speed of 1 level per day as Long Yu continued to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. By the 7th day, he had finally cultivated the secret martial art of the Shadow Source to the 6th level, basically consuming all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth he had accumulated some time ago. That boy from Black Knife has only cultivated the secret martial art of Shadow Source to the 4th level. He is still far from the 6th level with a huge amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. After all, that boy is only a cultivator at the Emperor level. Without your own little world, you wouldn't be able to have so much aura of heaven and earth. To be honest, Black Sword can cultivate the Shadow Source to the 4th level, which is already very powerful. In the new world of martial arts, this kid must be plundering the spiritual energy of the world everywhere. Only by constantly taking pills and other things can he achieve this level. Such a level, otherwise, it would not even be able to reach the 4th level. Long Yu directly cultivated the source of shadow to the 6th level. In the future, if any shadow attribute divine words are used, the power will be increased 6 times. This is a combat weapon for Long Yu. With the power-increasing effect of the shadow attribute divine text of the Shadow Source, combined with the Xian brand pattern in the brain of the ancient god Long Yu, as long as Long Yu reaches the martial arts realm of the 7th level master, he can still compete with some ordinary godlike strong men. The pattern of Xian Duo can weaken the opponent's power density by half. For Long Yu, the effect of leapfrogging to challenge the gods is quite good. It's a pity that Shadow Source does not have the following 3 levels of cultivation methods. The Black Knife boy is still unwilling to tell Long Yu about it. Long Yu has no choice. He can't kill that boy, right? If you kill him, you won't be able to obtain the next 3 levels of Shadow Source cultivation methods. In the 3rd layer of the core space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, Long Yu sighed. The next thing he had to do was to get familiar with the powerful soldiers he got this time. Dark Flame Guesua, this advanced modified godlike source product, it is definitely impossible for the current dragon control to fully exert its power. But as long as he uses a small part of it, it can bring him a very big improvement. There is no doubt about this. In addition, he is also prepared to get more familiar with the Divine Mirror Stone. Over time, he found that the Divine Mirror Stone was quite useful. Regarding the godlike source products, Long Yu only came into contact with them after entering the Eclipse Ancient Domain, so he knew little about them. Now he knows that every godlike source product basically contains part of the power of the godlike product during his lifetime, and the transformed god-like source product amplifies this part of the power. The power contained in the advanced modified godlike source product is already infinitely close to that of a strong person at the peak of godlike form. If a strong godlike person obtains such a godlike source product, after merging with this kind of godlike source product, it is equivalent to increasing the power of a strong godlike person. However, for cultivation like Long Yu, which is not godlike, for those who use it, the effect is not that scary. Long Yu took out the Dark Flame Ghost Rope, which was considered the strongest weapon in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. This is an advanced modified godlike product, in the shape of a long whip, but this long whip is burning with dark flames, which looks extremely terrifying, and the power in it is actually the shadow attribute. Combination with fire attributes. The secret martial arts effect of the Shadow Source cannot improve the shadow attribute divine inscriptions in the Dark Flame Guesua, because this is not the power of Long Yu himself. The Dark Flame divine power in the Dark Flame Ghost Rope is an eternal level divine power, and it is a godlike power. Its power density is 10 times higher than ordinary power. For Long Yu, this kind of power basically, it is still something that cannot be controlled. But he can try to control some of it first. Even if only 1/10 of the power can be used, it can still exert extremely powerful power, and can be used by Long Yu as an important attack method. Long Yu was on the 3rd level of the core space in the 9 Nether Hell Monument, and began to comprehend the Dark Flame Divine inscriptions in the Dark Flame Ghost Chord. At the same time, Xiang Wu, Shu Chan, Du Guijian and Yan Huanma are also in this space, but the 4 of them are staying in their own ancient temples, constantly comprehending the corresponding apocalyptic divine texts. And is feeling the improvement in the level of the ancient palace he owns. The 4 ancient palaces have completely transformed into endless-level warriors. This was something that the 4 of them had never thought of at first, and even Long Yu had never thought that such a thing would happen. It seems that the former 9 Nether Dragon Emperor did not bring these 4 ancient palaces to this space. Perhaps to the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, the 4 envoys of the 9 Nether are not very close, or they are not beings that can be completely trusted, so the space in the 9 Nether Prison Monument is only for the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor himself. People come in. But Long Yu is different from Jiuyou Dragon Emperor. With his current strength alone, it is difficult for him to fight against powerful races such as the Six-Wing Clan, the Machine Clan, and the Sword Clan. Therefore, while improving himself, he must also improve his trusted friends. The 4 ancient palaces have become the ultimate endless-level warriors, and the 4 of them have also realized their corresponding revelation-level divine texts. The 4 powers of xuanhuan, death, hell, and shura are all extremely powerful means. In addition, if the 4 of them work together and are promoted to the realm of the 7th level master, then they may be able to fight against an ordinary godlike powerhouse. Of course, it can only be resisted for a while. The difference in power density makes it difficult for the 4 of them to defeat a godlike creature, no matter how powerful they are. However, it is quite rare to be able to resist even a little bit. Long Yu still remembers that in the space-time corridor of the alien battlefield, near the territory of the Demon Clan, the gods of the Ice God Clan appeared. The Demon Clan generals of the 7th level masters were completely unable to resist. Now Sunset Dance and the others can resist 1 or 2, it's already amazing. Moreover, this does not seem to be their limit. Long Yu felt that if he cultivated the 4 phases of Killing Prison to the state of great success, then the 4th layer of the core space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument would be opened. What would be in it? If it is still related to the 4-phase Killing Prison, then there is only one possibility, that is, there are 4 ancient divine powers in it. If Long Yu and Xiang Wu all realize it, then the strength will be even higher. In order to cooperate with the actual battle, the 4 of them left the 9 Nether Prison Monument and went to the ancient ruins of the Multi-Wing Clan to discuss with the Multi-Wing Clan godlike stone statue controlled by Concubine Yu. Long Yu himself continued to study the Dark Flame Guesua. Fortunately, he had already opened the ancient god's brain, and the ancient god's brain was engraved with the mark of comprehension. Otherwise, he would have to study for at least a year before he could use 10% of the power of the Dark Flame Guesou. But now, he feels that it only takes a month for him to activate 10% of the power of the Dark Flame Guesua and master the first use of the Dark Flame Guesua. Each divine source item has a different usage, just like when Long Yu transformed into a golden flame giant before, he used the divine mirror stone to build a mirror city and then exploded it. This is the divine mirror stone. A usage of. This method can no longer be used by Long Yu now, because he is no longer a golden flame giant. He is only a 6th level master and cannot control the power of the godlike density. At most, he can only use 10 of them. Just one part. The so-called use of 1/10 of the power of a godlike source product is actually just an abstract statement. In fact, cultivators in the realm of great masters can fully use the power of the godlike source products. However, due to the density of their own power, the power of the godlike source products used by the cultivators of the Great Master is the same density as their own. In other words, once the full power of the godlike source product is released by the cultivator of the Great Master, it will not be a power that is 10 times denser than the godlike one, but will have the same density as the power within the body of the Great Master itself. Even if the power in the dark flame ghost cord is made of steel, now that Long Yu uses it, it will all turn into cotton. However, even so, it is still a very powerful existence. You must know that the dark flame Guesua contains all the power close to that of a godlike powerhouse. Not to mention anything else, at least once used, even if all these powers are cotton, they can easily overwhelm a dominating army. This is the power of advanced transformation of godlike source products. After the first wave of patrol teams from the Xinshui tribe were completely killed, more patrol teams were sent over one after another to find out what was going on here. The second time, the White Feather Demon clan took action in the Void Galaxy. Shi Qingfeng personally led some of the powerful masters of the White Feather Demon clan outside the Void Galaxy to intercept the patrol teams of the Xinshui clan. Due to the failure of the first time, the patrol team sent by the Xinshui tribe for the second time was much larger in number and stronger than before. However, under the siege of hundreds of powerful white-feathered demon clan masters led by Shi Qingfeng, these patrolling gods and water clans still went to hell without a doubt. In the third wave, the one taking action in the Void Galaxy was the dominant legion of the Violent Bear Monster clan led by Ba Xiong. Of course, not the entire Overlord Legion of the Violent Bear Demon clan has been mobilized, but even the large Overlord captains, small captains, etc., together with the powerful bear boss himself, are enough to defeat the third wave of hundreds of gods. The Aqua Patrol team was wiped out. But this time, one member of the Xinshui tribe patrol team seemed to have escaped. The Xinshui tribe, who ran away, was very clever at being invisible, and had no intention of participating in the battle from the beginning. It just followed the patrol team to inquire about the situation, not to mention Ba Xiong, even if Long Yu came in person. Even if you don't, you may not be able to catch the Xinshui tribe. That is the true elite of the Xinshui tribe, a powerful existence that can influence the strategic level. That guy was sent out just to find out the truth. At this moment, the identity of the demon clan in the Void Galaxy may be exposed, but everyone is not afraid. This will at most make them face the siege of the 3 surrounding alien races. The situation is not particularly serious. As Long Yu said, the existence of these 3 major races, the Machine Tribe, the Six-Wing Tribe and the Sword Tribe, is far from being seen, which allows them to rest assured for a while. After the third wave of patrol teams were annihilated, there was no movement outside the Void Galaxy for half a month. At this time, Long Yu had almost understood the power of the Dark Flame Guesua. He had easily mastered 50% of the Eternal Level Dark Flame Divine Inscriptions. As for the Dark Flame Guesua, he was completely able to activate it. Move all the power in it, but its power density is only the same as his own power density. During this process, Long Yu was always urging the 9 nether ball to be beside him, slowing down the flow of time around him. According to this situation, he expected to reach godlike status at least 3 or 4 months in advance. It has to be said that the 8th magical power of the 9 nether ball is really too powerful. Just practicing the function of slowing down the flow of time can make Long Yu more than twice as fast as anyone else. Coupled with the effect of the Mark of Comprehension, his comprehension of the eternal divine texts was also extremely fast. There are 2 types of ancient-level divine texts he has comprehended now. The first one is the prison-shaking divine inscriptions obtained in the Eclipse ancient domain. Now he has fully understood that when the flow of time is slowed down, the effect of the pattern of comprehension is abnormal. Of significance. There is also a second kind of dark flame divine text, contained in the dark flame ghost rope. Any divine power can be compressed into a godlike power with 10 times the power density, but only the eternal level divine power has the strongest destructive power after it transforms into a godlike power. Long Yu knew that concubine Yu was also practicing crazily now. But he didn't know what the effect would be. Just when Long Yu was able to successfully mobilize the power of Dark Flame Guesua, there was finally a big movement outside the Void Galaxy. The Xinshui tribe, the Soul tribe, and the Silver Stone tribe actually united together, and each dispatch to the dominating army is heading towards the Void Galaxy. 3 foreign master legions came towards the Void Galaxy from 3 different directions. Since the last time an extremely sharp being escaped from the patrol team of the Xinshui tribe, there has been no other movement from the Xinshui tribe. Now, there is finally a new move, and as soon as they come out, 3 alien races are acting together. It can be seen that it was agreed upon. Communication between different races is still relatively difficult. Direct communication is basically impossible, and you have to use some other things. For example, Long Yu can use the spiritual consciousness of the Void Dragon Blade to communicate with other alien races. If the 3 alien races want to jointly act, it still takes a long time to discuss, so this led to their silence for more than half a month. But these 3 aliens definitely don't know that this is what Long Yu is waiting for. The Overlord Legion is basically a unit of 10,000 members. Among these 10,000 people, basically 1,000 are Great Overlords, and the other 9,000 are ordinary practitioners of the Overlord Secret Realm. A combat unit of this size is now Long Yu really wants to see it. Because he possesses the special 8th magical power, the 9 Nether Ball. The magical power of the 9 Nether Ball will increase more after devouring stronger opponents, but Long Yu has never had the chance to specifically improve this magical power before. In the Eclipse Ancient Territory, any opponent who dies will be recycled by the Eclipse Ancient Territory. It is impossible for Long Yu to devour his opponent. Before the Eclipse Ancient Territory, Long Yu only had the opportunity to encounter powerful aliens to devour when completing the seminary-like training missions. However, the number was too rare, and basically he could not feel the magical power of the 9 Nether Ball. Improvement. It's different now. This is the idea of 3 foreign master legions coming to attack the Void Galaxy. If we could kill all the 30,000 foreign races that dominate the secret realm in these 3 dominating legions, how much could the 9 Nether Ball be improved? Long Yu didn't know this either. However, it is not that easy to kill these 3 alien master legions. At least it cannot be something that Long Yu can do alone. Fortunately, it only needs to be eaten by the alien corpses. When Void Galaxy discovered that the 3 dominating legions were approaching, they immediately began to gear up. In order to avoid losses, Void Galaxy cannot let the Dominator Legion fight against the opponent's Dominator Legion and push each other. After all, Void Galaxy cannot compare with those foreign races. Those 3 alien races add up to a Dominator Legion of not 1,000 but 800. This is only 3 of them. But for Void Galaxy, there are only a few Dominator Legions in total. Killing hundreds of people at a time is at least a minimum. It is simply not enough to die like this. Therefore, Long Yu planned to take action personally. In the current Void Galaxy, apart from godlike beings, the only one who has the ability to fight against a dominating legion on his own is Long Yu, and Long Yu does not want godlike beings to appear on the battlefield so quickly. After all, once Concubine Yu or Jitao appears, the 3 alien races will definitely send strong men with a godlike realm over. This is not a good thing for Void Galaxy. So he planned to rely on his own strength to completely block these 3 dominating legions from the Void Galaxy. This task is very difficult, but after being able to initially use the Dark Flame Gueso, it is not impossible. The only key is that no one can escape, so Long Yu needs the help of some people. As assistants, the main thing is to pay attention to relatively powerful beings such as the Legion commanders in the opponent's dominant legion. For these beings, Long Yu may not be able to kill the opponent with the indiscriminate attack of Dark Flame Guisua. So we need help from people to stop these guys. Then, someone needs to block the other party from behind, lest the other party use some group space teleportation method to send away all the people in the Dominator Legion. In that case, Long Yu will not only expose his own strength, but also get no benefits. This requires Long Yu to select some more appropriate people to help. Anyway, it's impossible for a few people to do it, and Long Yu can only fight against the alien Master Legions in one direction at a time. Someone must hold back the Master Legions in the other two directions. All in all, this time the three alien races each sent a dominating army, which was enough to mobilize the entire Void Galaxy. The ones about to be dispatched this time are mainly the Violent Bear Demon Clan Legion and the White Feather Demon Clan Legion. The main task of the members of these two Domination Legions is to hold back the Alien Domination Legions in the other two directions. As for those who acted with Long Yu, they were members of the Ghost Shadow Department led by Diao Fei and Xuanhuan Bai, with a total of 100 people. The rest were still practicing in the Taichu Golden Pond, so not all of them were dispatched. It is basically enough to have 100 strong men who are at least 5 levels of Master Realm to cooperate with Long Yu's actions, and the 100 people in the Ghost Shadow Department are extremely powerful, and each of them has some special magical powers and abilities. Hidden and surrounded by a foreign master army, it is absolutely impossible for any of them to escape. Long Yu still remembers that the members of the Ghost Shadow Department are all good at setting up formations. And now the Ghost Shadow Department will arrange a powerful formation called Prison Ghost Ceiling, which can block the space within a certain range so that the alien master army cannot escape. With the help of the Ghost Shadow Department, Long Yu would have enough time to kill all the dominating legions. The Prison Ghost Ceiling formation requires 88 people to set up the formation together. The remaining 12 people are mainly responsible for dealing with the more powerful alien masters who are alone. These 12 people are all the elites of the Ghost Shadow Department, including Diao Fei and Xuanhuan Bai. After Long Yu came out of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, he immediately counted the number of people and led them to teleport away from the Void Galaxy. Everyone in the Ghost Shadow Department had complete and absolute trust in Long Yu, so they directly entered Long Yu's small world. Long Yu, on the other hand, relied on the Void Nether Dragon Blade to travel through the Void and quickly arrived at the edge of the Void Galaxy. Then he took out the miracle fragments, opened the spirit barrier, left the scope of the Void Galaxy, and headed to the outside starry sky. Middle. Void travel can travel millions of miles in one go. Therefore, it only takes one time for Long Yu to reach one of the alien Master Legions. This is something that others cannot do at all. After all, the Void Dragon Blade is an extremely powerful warrior. The second level of Taichu Divine Awakening plus compatibility unparalleled, not everyone can have it. In particular, the Void Ghost Dragon Blade itself is already filled with the power of the water element, making it effortless to travel through the void. Get ready, start taking action immediately. Long Yu was also a little excited in his heart. He had just mastered the Dark Flame Guisua, and unexpectedly 3 foreign Master Legions came to his door. He was still looking forward to the advanced transformation of the Dark Flame Guisua, a godlike source. The power of the product. It's a pity that the Shadow Source cannot provide the 6 times the power bonus to the Dark Flame Guisua. Otherwise, Long Yu would basically be able to kill these 3 foreign Master Legions without spending too much effort. Everyone in the Ghost Shadow Department has already made preparations in Long Yu's small world. As soon as Long Yu teleports over, they will disperse and surround the alien Master Army. Long Yu Xin chose the dominant legion in the direction of the Xinshui tribe. After all, he had already killed the patrol team of the Xinshui tribe, so he was more familiar with this race. There were also the Silverstone tribe and the Soul tribe, and they were not particularly difficult to deal with. Simply After all, every individual of the Silverstone clan is too big, and its dominant army is huge. It is difficult to surround the opponent, so it is better to solve it in the end. As for the Soul clan, since it has no body, it is easy for fish to slip through the net. The most important thing for Long Yu's action this time was to be fast. He couldn't give the other party the slightest chance, and he couldn't let anyone on the other side escape. Otherwise, when he kills one of the dominating legions, the other two foreign dominating legions will probably be ready, and there will be some trouble by then. Before Long Yu traveled through the void, he first began to gather demon dust clones in the small world. These demon dust clones were also the key to Long Yu's planned actions. It was really impossible for him to take the entire process by himself. The 10,000-strong domination army was wiped out in one fell swoop. But with these demon dust clones, the situation will be completely different. Let's go, take action. Long Yu notified everyone in the Ghost Shadow Department in the small world, and then connected with Xiaxu's mind, letting the Void Dragon Blade directly activate the void to travel to where the Xinshui tribe's dominant army is now. The members of the Ghost Shadow Department immediately came out of the small world of Long Yu after completing their journey through the void. Then the 88 members of the Ghost Shadow Department dispersed in all directions, preparing to arrange the magic circle for the prison ghosts to be banned. The other 12 strong men from the Ghost Shadow Department scattered around. Their duty in the early stage of the mutual confrontation was to clean up the patrol team of the Xinshui tribe. According to the detection, the Xinshui tribe's 10,000 dominated army had a total of 3 patrol teams of dozens of people walking in front. These were the 12th the opponent that the powerful Mingue Shadow Club needs to deal with in the early stage. A total of 11 Long Yu's demon dust clones appeared in the void around the Xinshui tribe's dominant legion. The Xinshui tribe's 10,000 Lords Legion is led by a total of 5 7th-level Lords, and 12 commanders of the 6th-level Lords. The total number of Lords is 100. For Long Yu, it is generally very easy to deal with. At least with his current physical strength, basically, all attacks below the 4th level of Grand Dominator are ineffective against him. As for the mental attack and control methods, due to the pure body, it is even less likely to have any impact on Long Yu. After the demon dust clone appeared, Long Yu directly activated the 8th magical power, the 9 Nether Sphere. A total of 12 9 Nether orbs appeared around the Xinshui tribe dominator legion in an instant, surrounding them and slowing down the flow of time in this area. The 9 Nether Sphere covered the space area where tens of thousands of people from the Divine Water tribe dominate the legion were located, and the flow of time in the entire area was slowed down by twice as a result. In addition to Long Yu himself, all the powerful men of the Xinshui tribe who dominate the secret realm will be affected, and any action will be slowed down by twice. For Long Yu, this is the most basic ability. There is no time flow like the 9 Nether Ball. If it slows down, it is very likely that some special events will occur that Long Yu will not be able to deal with. In such an ordinary domination army, there is no existence that can break Long Yu's 9 Nether Ball. Even if those strong men who dominate the secret realm join forces to attack a 9 Nether Ball, it is impossible to kill it because they do not have enough time to attack the 9 Nether Ball. After all, the moment the 9 Nether Ball appeared, Long Yu immediately started to activate the Dark Flame Gueso. The Dark Flame Ghost Rope, after Long Yu activated it, instantly became longer and longer. The long chain wrapped in pitch black flames actually extended to the entire void, thousands of miles long, and set off in the pitch black void. There was a wave of flames. Countless chains wrapped in pitch black flames surrounded the entire Xinshui tribe's dominant army. At this time, the 88 members of the Peripheral Ghost Department finally completed the arrangement of the Prison Ghost Forbidden Array. A large ghost array instantly appeared in the field, covering the entire place. Spaces blocked. The chains wrapped in endless black flames were instantly locked and rolled towards the center. Most of the members of the Xinshui tribe's dominant legion had already touched the chains wrapped in black flames before they could react, and then their entire souls began to vanish into ashes. The strongest point of Dark Flame Ginsu is that it attacks completely against the opponent's spiritual soul, burning the opponent's life and soul. No matter how powerful the opponent's physical defense is, it is of no use. For the Soul Clan, with a relatively strong spiritual soul, the lethality of the Dark Flame Guesua will hit some. After all, the Soul Clan's defense in this aspect is still very good. But dealing with these Xinshui tribe is like a tiger attacking a flock of sheep, without any suspense. None of the Master Secret Realm cultivators in the Xinshui tribe's Dominion Legion expected to encounter such an offensive here. Even if a godlike person appeared, they would have corresponding ways to deal with it. But what appears now is not a god, but a human race with a mere 6th level master. This made these Xinshui tribe masters confused. How could this guy be so strong? A 6th level master singled out the entire Xinshui tribe's master army? Although their ability to dominate the legion is relatively weak, this kind of thing has never happened before. For these masters of the Xinshui tribe, even the 7th stage master of the master army has never seen an advanced modified godlike source product. When the Dark Flame Guesua appeared and burned with dark flames, sealing and entangling the entire space, the entire Xinshui tribe's dominating army was in chaos. Those Xinshui tribe's Master Secret Realm cultivators moved towards the Dark Flame Guesua. Attacks and various divine powers fell on the Dark Flame Ghost Rope like a heavy rain. However, the Dark Flame Gueso is an advanced modified godlike source product, and even the gods can hardly destroy it, let alone these guys who dominate the secret realm. Even if nearly 10,000 gods and water tribes that dominate the secret realm attack at the same time, they will not be able to destroy it. The Dark Flame Gueso is also unable to cause any damage. This is not a matter of strength, but a matter of strength level. Unless one uses the power possessed by a god with 10 times the density, it would be impossible to have any impact on the Dark Flame Guesua. On the contrary, after the Dark Flame Ghost cord is stretched out, it only needs to be gently carried over, so that the dark flames on it can completely incinerate the spirit and soul of the Lord of the Divine Water Tribe, leaving not a trace of ashes, only the death of the physical body, floating in this dark void. Then, the closer 9 nether ball will devour its body and use it to strengthen itself. The body of the 9 nether ball condensed by Long Yu's demon dust clone is also the fruit of the 9 nether ball's magical power in Long Yu's small world. Therefore, the alien corpses absorbed and devoured by it will also strengthen the 9 nether ball. The magical power of the nether ball. The Dark Flame Guesua was dispatched, and in just a moment, more than 2,000 Xinshui tribe masters of the secret realm were wiped out. It is indeed a high-level transformation of a godlike source product. This thing is one of the best things that can be produced in the entire Eclipse Ancient domain. Of course, things like the eternal source of divine texts are also one of the most precious treasures, but for the improvement of personal combat power, the source of eternal level divine writings is also far inferior to the high-level modified divine-like source products. This is also the reason why Long Yu would choose the Dark Flame Guesua as the most important target. Not only the members of the Xinshui tribe's dominant legion were shocked by the power of the Dark Flame Guesua. Even Long Yu himself was shocked. After all, this was the first time he used this high-level source item. He could only guess at its power beforehand, but he didn't expect that he could kill 2,000 Xinshui tribesmen who dominated the secret realm in the blink of an eye. What was even more shocking were the 88 members of the Ghost Shadow Department who surrounded the outer circle and arranged the prison ghost sealing circle. Although they obeyed Long Yu's orders and came here to help set up the prison ghost sealing circle, they still had doubts about Long Yu's plan. Can he really kill the entire alien race that dominates the army with one person? They were very suspicious. But after seeing the dark flame ghost cord spiraling out like a dragon of black flames, using its supreme terrifying power to directly kill over 2,000 god water tribe lords in the field. Their doubts were completely dispelled, and were replaced by something difficult to the feeling of calmness, and the shock that came from their bones filled their minds. The entire scene was filled with a dark and fiery murderous intent. The dark flame ghost cord was like a life-threatening scythe, killing a large area of the Xinshui tribe who dominated the secret realm wherever it was thrown. At this moment, the dark flame ghost cord had stretched to dozens of miles long, surrounded by 9 curves, and was traveling among the tens of thousands of Xinshui tribe's dominating legion. After another moment, more than half of the entire Xinshui tribe's dominating legion had been killed or injured. The ruler of the Xinshui tribe, who was near the demon dust clone, had begun to focus on Long Yu's demon dust clone. Because they can see that the key to everything lies in this human cultivator who is the master of the 6th level. However, they were unable to tell which Long Yu was the real body, so they could only unite and attack the nearest demon dust clone. Unfortunately, the physical strength of these demon dust clones was not as strong as that of Long Yu itself. Exactly the same. Even if hundreds of ordinary masters of the secret realm joined forces, it is impossible to defeat any demon dust clone. There are also some 5th-level masters and 6th-level masters who attack the demon dust clones, but under the influence of the 9 nether balls, these Xinshui tribe cannot exert their full power, not to mention, the demon dust clones are also capable of fighting. It is impossible to stand there and be beaten. Once attacked, the demon dust clone activates the divine inscriptions and displays the boundless grip. If you are dealing with a 6th-level master or a 7th-level master, use the eternal level hell-shaking divine inscriptions. If it is an ordinary master, just use the apocalyptic level divine inscriptions. Basically, no fish will slip through the net. Gradually, the entire Xinshui tribe's dominant army in the field was in disarray, and they could not organize any effective counterattack at all. Diao Fei, Si Yuanbai, and the other 12 people originally wanted to come back to protect Long Yu. But when they cleared out the 3 patrol teams and returned to Long Yu, they found that they didn't need their help at all. Long Yu gently raised his hand, the void dragon blade appeared, and the void burial exploded directly in front of him. Come out, cover the attacking Xinshui tribe masters, and completely annihilate and kill them. The 9 nether orb exuded a faint light, absorbing and swallowing all the alien corpses of the Xinshui tribe in the audience. Long Yu can feel the rapid improvement of the magical power of the 9 nether ball, but it is still in the process of improvement. He doesn't know how much it has improved. He can only wait for the battle to be completely over before feeling it carefully. The most critical thing now is to completely annihilate the Xinshui tribe masters in the field as soon as possible, and not let even one of them go. Under the magic circle sealed by the Hell Ghost, these Xinshui tribe masters could not leave the void at all and could only resist desperately. However, because too many people died at the beginning, they could not organize any effective resistance now. The largest one, that is, a mixed impact of the 500-headed God Water Tribe Master and the Great Master, was aimed at one of the Demon Dust clones. Although this Demon Dust clone is very strong, it was still completely killed by the 500-headed Master of the Water Tribe. After all, its combined power is still very terrifying. Although it cannot destroy the Dark Flame Guesua, it can't deal with the Demon Dust. There is still no problem with the clone. It is a pity that Long Yu had already noticed this group of Xinshui tribe masters when they gathered, and then waved the dark flame ghost rope to wrap around the 500 Xinshui tribe masters. As if they were will-o'-the-wisps from the underworld, under the burning of the dark flames, these gods and water tribe masters had no ability to resist at all. Their souls were burned one by one, leaving only empty shells, which were swallowed and absorbed by the 9 nether balls. After the death of these 500 divine water tribe masters, there was no decent resistance in the field. There were only scattered masters of the divine water tribe who relied on some special means to survive, and some of them were not caught by dark flame Guesua. Barely survived. They have no chance to escape. The last chance is to kill Long Yu, but unfortunately they can't do this. The entire Xinshui tribe's 10,000 dominated army will soon be completely destroyed. At this time, Long Yu finally began to carefully feel the growth of his 9 nether ball after devouring nearly 10,000 divine water tribe masters. The results were undoubtedly gratifying. Long Yu calculated that he had probably devoured a total of about 9,000 Xinshui tribe masters in the secret realm. The remaining 1,000-headed gods of the water tribe were all wiped out by his other attacks, mainly because the bodies of those opponents who were not killed by the dark flame Guesua were difficult to preserve. He used the ancient-level prison-shaking divine inscriptions to activate the Unbounded. If you hold it, your opponent will basically be dead. But even if he only swallowed the master secret realm monk of the 9,000-headed god water tribe, Long Yu's 9 nether balls had already been significantly improved. If the power of the original 9 nether ball was 100, then before the start of this battle, after Long Yu had devoured so many opponents sporadically, its power had become about 105. And now that it has devoured these 9,000 gods and water tribe masters, the power of the 9 nether balls can be said to have been increased to 150 at once. In other words, it is half as powerful as before. This power is not only reflected in the winding beam effect of the 9 nether ball, but also in its devouring power, and most importantly, the slowdown of the time flow. Degree. Long Yu clearly felt that the time flow near the 9 nether ball was now slowing down. It was no longer half of what it was before, but about 60%. In other words, as the 9 nether ball devoured and improved, he could make the 9 nether ball, the time controlled by the nether ball is even slower. This is great. According to this situation, if I practice for 10 days now, only 4 days have passed in the outside world. If more foreign races dominate the secret realm, the slowing effect of the time flow will be even more powerful. Long Yu is now even more looking forward to swallowing the 9 nether ball. And all this is because he has the dark flame Guesua, this advanced modified godlike source product, which allows him to kill the entire alien master army with a little help. The next target is the soul master army on the other side. Long Yu used to prefer to deal with this Dominator Legion, but now that he thinks about it, this alien race of the soul race does not have a physical body. If the spiritual soul is completely wiped out by the dark flame Guesua, will there be nothing that can be swallowed up by the 9 nether ball? Long Yu had dealt with many soul clan before when he was training in the seminary. However, his method at that time was not enough to completely destroy the spirit and soul of the soul clan. He only killed the opponent and destroyed the soul in them. Forget it, the spiritual power still exists, so it can be swallowed. But now, if Dark Flame Guesua takes action, it will obviously destroy the spirit and soul together. In this case, there will probably be nothing left that can be swallowed by the 9 nether ball. But no matter what, the dominant army of the Soul Clan still has to kill them. And compared to the Silverstone Clan's dominant legion, the Soul Clan's dominant legion was actually less difficult to kill, so Long Yu dealt with it as the second target. Clear the battlefield. This kind of work is left to others. What Long Yu has devoured is only the physical bodies of the masters of the Xinshui tribe. Each of them still has a lot of elixirs, soldiers, and other things left. These things are excellent. For Void Galaxy, it can be regarded as a large amount of war property and materials. When Long Yu ended this war, other people from the Void Galaxy soon flew out from the Void Galaxy, preparing to clean the battlefield and take away everything in the field without leaving any traces. Then, Long Yu took the members of the Ghost Shadow Department into his small world and allowed Xiaoshu to travel through the void. He chose to cross the Void Galaxy and head to another direction to block the Soul Clan Dominator Legion. This Dominator Legion should be confronting the White Feather Monster tribe now, but there was no direct conflict, but they were weighing each other's strength. Long Yu possesses the Nether Dragon Blade of the Void, and since he has awakened to the second level, the distance he can travel through the void has become extremely far, and even crossing the entire void galaxy does not take long. In less than an hour, he crossed the void galaxy, arrived outside the void galaxy, and then shuttled towards the reported location of the Soul Clan Dominator Legion. When he arrived at the field, he found that the dominant army of the White Feather Monster Clan had been dispersed into 10 square formations, scattered in a large void in front of them, seeming to surround a void, but Long Yu knew very well that in that void there are invisible soul races. Line up, prepare, and kill them all at once. Long Yu gave orders to everyone in the Ghost Shadow Department, and then everyone obeyed his orders and dispersed around. If it is a small-scale space blockade, Long Yu Guang can just use the ancient dragon skeleton tower. Unfortunately, this is a war between the Dominating Legion and the Dominating Legion, with a total of 10,000 people fighting against each other. The skyless domain of the Dragon Bone's ancient pagoda cannot cover such a large area. Therefore, the Ghost Shadow Department's prison ghost sealing circle is a must. Once one of the alien races escapes, Long Yu's combat effectiveness will be exposed, which is definitely not a good thing for future confrontations with the three races. We must not let any opponent go. The Ghost Shadow Department began to take action. Of course, Long Yu couldn't waste any time. He first hid aside, and after all the 88 members of the Ghost Shadow Department were in place around them, he once again condensed 10 demon dust clone. These 11 demon dust clones were sent to all directions in the field by the Void Nether Dragon Blade with the power of the water system, and surrounded the entire Soul Master army. Originally, the Soul Clan's 10,000-strong dominant army was confronting the surrounding White Feather Demon Clan's dominant army. They didn't expect that the one who really came to deal with them was not the dominant legion of the White Feather Monster Clan, but other beings. It is naturally impossible for this Soul Clan Dominator Legion to start a war easily. Before starting a war, they must carefully weigh the strength of the White Feather Demon Clan Dominator Legion in front of them. But before they could finish assessing the threat posed by the White Feather Monster Clan's dominant army, Long Yu had already arrived. 11 demonic dust clones appeared around the entire void, surrounding the 10,000 Soul Clan Dominator Legion. Then, together with Long Yu himself, a total of 12 nether orbs appeared, and the flow of time instantly slowed down. Moreover, the current time flow slowing effect is more powerful than when dealing with the Shinshui tribe before. Kill. Without any hesitation, Long Yu directly activated the Dark Flame Ghost Cord to come out. The Ghost Cord with jet black flames stretched instantly, extending unlimitedly into the void. It was as if a chain had bound the space. Although the souls in it could not see it with the naked eye, nor could they hear any sounds from them, a killing spree had already begun. The Dark Flame Ghost Cord stretched instantly, like an iron lock the cage and locked the entire space. Black flames filled the entire place. It can be felt that one after another Soul Clan creatures in the field died in the dark flames, and the entire Soul Clan's 10,000-man domination army has become completely chaotic. The result made Long Yu very sad. Because, the Soul Clan killed by the Dark Flame Guesua cannot be swallowed and absorbed by the 9 Nether Ball, because after the Soul Clan is killed by the Dark Flame Guesua, it is equivalent to the death of all spiritual souls, and nothing remains. But no matter what, it is necessary to use the Dark Flame Guesua to deal with the opponent. Otherwise, there will definitely be some casualties and attrition in the Void Galaxy. This is not what Long Yu wants to see. If he wants the 9 Nether Ball to devour his opponent, there will be many opportunities in the future, so he is not in a hurry. These 30,000-man dominating legions are just tentative actions by the 3 alien races. After these 3 dominating legions are destroyed here, the other side will definitely make follow-up actions. By then, Long Yu will have the opportunity to devour those alien races. It is even possible that some alien gods will appear. I wonder what kind of effect it would have if the 9 Nether Ball swallowed an alien god. Long Yu is still looking forward to this. After killing the entire Shinshui tribe's 10,000-man army, Long Yu was already familiar with this kind of thing. Now he had no omissions in dealing with the Soul Tribe's 10,000-dominated legion, killing more than half of the Soul Tribe's lords in one go. This situation made the members of the White Feather Demon Clan's Dominator Corps who were watching widen their eyes. They simply couldn't believe that this was done by a human race who was a 6th-level master. Even if he is a strong man in the godlike realm, that's nothing more than that, right? The existence of the Soul Clan cannot be sensed with the naked eye, but for practitioners who can reach the secret realm of domination, their spiritual sense perception is strong enough, so it is not a problem to feel the existence of the Soul Clan. But now, everyone in the White Feather Demon Clan can clearly feel that the number of soul tribes in the field is constantly decreasing, and the rate of decrease is unexpectedly fast. When they accepted this time-delaying task, they were already prepared for a long confrontation, but they didn't expect that less than 2 hours later, Long Yu rushed over from the other side, and responded like this using powerful methods. The Soul Clan's 10,000-strong domination army was brutally slaughtered. Long Yu's astonishing strength made these people from the White Feather Demon Clan realize that they might really be following an amazing guy. Originally, they came to the Void Galaxy just to leave White Feather Star and find another way out. However, they did not expect that after arriving, they would have such rich training resources, allowing their martial arts realm to improve several times faster than before. And now, Long Yu has returned from the Human Seminary and the Eclipse Ancient Territory, and has become even more powerful. He is actually able to single-handedly defeat the entire alien domination army of 10,000 people. If they weren't worried about being run away by their opponents, they had no doubt that Long Yu alone could completely wipe out the 10,000-man army of the Soul Clan. This kind of strength is really surprising. Is it all because of the chain soldier burning with dark flames? Many people looked at the chain warrior with some fiery eyes, but in fact, it was not just this dark flame ghost rope. The reason why Long Yu was able to deal so powerfully with the foreign domination army of 10,000 people was not only because of the dark flame Guesua, but also because of the Shenbrand pattern that was opened in his ancient god's brain. Square root. The effect of the Shenbrand mark is to weaken the strength density of the opponent it comes into contact with by half. Without reaching the godlike realm, everyone's power density is the same, but when fighting against Long Yu, due to the effect of the Shenbrand, the opponent's power density will be reduced by half, which leads to the power of any magical means by the opponent will be weakened by half. Calculated, this means that Long Yu's power density is twice that of the opponent, and the gap is huge. Even without the dark flame Guesua, Long Yu can casually use some methods, such as the crazy fighting boxing cannon, the unbounded grip, etc., and he can directly kill the opponent in an instant, even if the opponent is a 6th-level master or even a 7th-level master. The same goes for powerful beings. As long as the opponent doesn't have any special means, to Long Yu, it's just a second-hand gift. Unless it is in existence at the peak of the 7th-level master like the one encountered in the Eclipse Ancient Domain before, it is possible to fight against the current Long Yu. And such a powerful existence, the entire Soul Clan, Silver Stone Clan, and God, the Water Tribe together, don't have much. There are at most 200 people who can participate in the Eclipse Ancient Territory, and among the 200 foreign races, there are at most 20 or 30 people who have relatively strong combat effectiveness. Compared to Long Yu, there are only 4 or 5 who can compete with them. He matched it a little bit. It has to be said that the current Long Yu has basically reached the level of invincibility below that of a god, and even if he faces a god, he dares to fight. When he officially enters the realm of the 7th-level master, he will be more confident in dealing with the gods. In the field, the Soul Clan's 10,000-man dominant army has fallen apart. They can't withstand the endless killings of Dark Flame Guesua. Even though some strong Soul Clan want to unite and attack the demon dust clones around them, the body of the pure world cannot become an obstacle to them all. The demon dust clones also continued to use magical martial arts to kill the soul masters. The soul clans killed by the demon dust clones could be swallowed up by the 9 nether balls. Long Yu did not let go of any of them, and finally swallowed the spiritual power of about 1,000 soul clans, which was used to strengthen the Jiryo ball. However, as the 9 nether ball devoured more opponents, the effect of devouring it would become weaker and weaker. There is no doubt about this. If you want the power of the 9 nether sphere to double what it was at the beginning, you will need at least 4 or 5 tens of thousands of dominating legions like the Shinshui tribe. Of course, Long Yu was not particularly anxious. Just take your time. After he devoured about 1,000 soul clan, the entire soul clan's 10,000 dominated army was almost wiped out. Immediately after, Long Yu let his demon dust clone dissipate, put away the dark flame ghost rope, and then took it with him. He killed the members of the Ghost Shadow Department and continued to move towards the last alien Master Legion. Silverstone Clan. After Long Yu and others left, the White Feather Demon Clan's dominant army began to discuss heatedly. Shi Qingfeng and Shi Tianlei, father and son, were among them. I didn't expect that he is already so strong. Alas! When I first met him, I never thought that he could grow to this point. Shi Tianlei looked towards the direction where Long Yu disappeared, smiled and shook his head. I did foresee it, but I didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Shi Qingfeng said with a smile. He has always been very optimistic about Long Yu, and knew that Long Yu would definitely rise, but he did not expect that Long Yu would be able to reach a level close to that of a god so quickly, not to mention the current human race and demon race. Even if it is in the entire history of the human race and the demon race, there has probably never been such a terrifying existence. Anyway, our void galaxy should be able to gain a firm foothold in this star field. It is said that the 3 strongest races in our star domain are the 6-winged race, the mechanical race, and the sword race. These 3 races seem to have plans to attack the human race and the demon race. I don't know if it is true. Whether it's true or not, we just need to do what we should do. If they really come, I will have to fight for my life as much as possible. Shi Tianlei said with a somewhat ferocious expression. Dad, why don't you give it a try and see if you can break through to the level of a god? I think you've been a 7th level master for a long time. Like Qingfeng smiled. How is it so easy to break through to the godlike realm? If it were so easy to break through, our human race and demon race wouldn't each have only 7 godlike ones. Shi Tianlei shook his head and sighed. No matter how many cultivation resources you have, if you don't have enough talent, you will not be able to step into the realm of gods. But you, boy, your bloodline is the purest among this generation of White Feather Monster Clan. Yeah, if I want to break through to the level of God, I can only count on you. When Shi Qingfeng heard this, he shook his head. He was only a 5th level master now, and it was still a bit far away to become a god. Instead, he thought of one person, the Holy Emperor. The woman who followed Long Yu and came out of the 9 nether realm. What's going on now? In fact, Long Yu did not see the Holy Emperor when he came back this time, and the Holy Emperor seemed to have never come to the Void Galaxy. This made Long Yu faintly worried, not knowing what the Holy Emperor was like in the outside world. Of course, no matter in the territory of the human race or the demon race, with the Holy Emperor's natural strength and temperament, he should not encounter any great danger. Everyone has their own trajectory, and Long Yu does not want to bring everyone to the Void Galaxy. But for the White Feather Monster Clan, the Holy Emperor is an extraordinary source of sustenance. After all, her bloodline is extremely pure and she is a descendant of the ancient White Feather Monster Clan, which is of great significance to the current White Feather Monster Clan. It seems that Qingfeng had already told Long Yu when he met him last time that if possible, he would find where the Holy Emperor was now. Long Yu agreed, but now he really doesn't have time to look for it, because the attacks from the Six Wings tribe, the Mechanical tribe and the Sword tribe will come at some time. Even if we don't mention these three powerful races, even if they only come from the offensives of the Silver Stone tribe, Shinshui tribe and Soul tribe also left him no time to leave the Void Galaxy to find someone. An hour later, Long Yu came to the direction of the Silverstone clan's territory. However, when he came here, he found that the dominant legions of the Silverstone clan and the violent Bear Demon clan were already engaged in a small-scale battle, which made Long Yu quite embarrassed. Because the opponent is already fighting in a group, if you want to use the Dark Flame Gueso, it will not be so easy, otherwise you will accidentally injure one of your own, or it cannot be said to be an accidental injury, but a manslaughter. Once the Dark Flame Ghost Rope is used, it will kill everyone. Even the 7th level master of the violent Bear Demon clan cannot withstand Long Yu's offensive. In the field, every Silverstone tribe is very huge. In front of the Silverstone tribe, the violent Bear Monster tribe looks like a small child. However, its strength still depends on the level of martial arts cultivation. It does not mean that the bigger the body is, the stronger the strength. After Long Yu came over, Boss Xiong found him immediately. "Brother Long, the Silverstone tribe is like crazy. They rushed up to us when they saw us. We have no choice. We didn't mean to fight with them. Moreover, both sides have already been injured. About 1 or 2 people died. That's it." Boss Xiong looked distressed. "Fine." Long Yu shook his head, but his expression was still solemn. "Let the brothers retreat as soon as they can, otherwise, this battle will not be able to continue." Boss Xiong chuckled. "Don't worry, I've been letting the brothers feint to attack. They can leave as soon as they want. I'm just waiting for you to come. But you have to be careful, Brother Long, these guys from the Silverstone tribe are not very capable in combat. Weak, and fight like crazy." Long Yu nodded and narrowed his eyes. He looked at the Silverstone clan masters in the field, and they were indeed like madmen. After the violent Bear Demon clan members began to retreat, some Silverstone clan members teleported directly to the bears and began to self-destruct, killing several of them at once. The master of the secret realm of the violent Bear Demon clan. This surprised Long Yu. How could these Silverstone people have such a strong determination to die? What is driving them? But no matter what, the violent Bear Demon tribe retreated very quickly, and the 88 people from the Ghost Shadow Department were already around and ready. The prison ghost sealing circle is activated directly. This is a targeted magic circle. The 88 people from the Ghost Shadow Department who arranged the magic circle can completely make the people of the violent Bear Demon tribe leave the magic circle, and then trap all the Silverstone tribe people in the magic circle. Countless Silverstone tribes chased to the edge of the Hell Ghost Forbidden Array and launched an offensive towards this array. Unfortunately, most of the Silverstone tribe's dominating legions were ordinary dominating Secret Realm monks, and they had no idea what the 88 5-member Silverstone tribe would do. The prison ghost sealing circle arranged by the great masters above the rank of Duan. Moreover, this magic circle was specially created by Old Man Tianhua, based on the characteristics of the members of the Ghost Shadow Department. Its effect and stability are first class. It was arranged by the members of the Ghost Shadow Department and has a certain degree of power improvement. Soon, all the members of the Dominator Legion of the violent Bear Demon clan flew out from the Hell Ghost Forbidden Array. A total of about 9,500 Silverstone clan members launched an offensive towards the Hell Ghost Forbidden Array. As a result, everyone in the Ghost Shadow Department couldn't hold on any longer, but Long Yu quickly arrived with support. 11 demonic dust clones appeared outside the Hell Ghost's confinement circle, then entered the circle and directly activated the 9 nether balls to come out. Throughout the Hell Ghost Forbidden Array, the flow of time began to slow down, and the Silverstone clan's actions seemed to slow down to outsiders. The 10,000 dominated legion of the Silverstone clan is the last alien legion to be attacked this time. As long as this group of Silverstone aliens are eliminated, Long Yu will be able to practice for a while, and what he expects is that Joyo can the ball swallows this group of Silverstones and then increases their power. Dark Flame Guesua appears again. When dealing with the Silverstone clan, even Dark Flame Guesua is no longer so straightforward. Because the size of the Silverstone tribe is so large, the entire Silverstone tribe's 10,000-man dominated army occupies an area that is too vast in space. Even if the Dark Flame Ghost Cord extends to the same extent as before, it will not be able to cover the entire Silverstone tribe. The dominant army of the Stone clan surrounded them. He can only eliminate them part by part. In the past, Long Yu's 9 nether balls had a cooldown time if he wanted to devour other aliens to improve, so he could not devour opponents one after another. However, after Long Yu came out of the Eclipse Ancient Domain, there was no such cooldown time. Long Yu already knew this from the beginning, so he wanted to devour these alien master legions. The specific reason is related to the essence of the beginning of the water system. After being integrated into the essence of the beginning of the water system, the 9 nether ball has the effect of slowing down the time flow when activated, but at the same time, it also eliminates the cooling time for swallowing aliens. He didn't care about it at the time, but after discovering it later, Long Yu knew that integrating the power of the water element into the 9 nether ball was definitely the right choice. Otherwise, it would be a long process for the 9 nether sphere to swallow enough powerful beings to produce a qualitative change. The Dark Flame Guesua appeared again, surrounding the entire void, killing the masters of the Silverstone tribe one after another, and then completely swallowing their bodies by the 9 nether ball, turning into the 9 nether ball's magical power of nutrients. Just like the White Feather Monster clan before. Seeing that Long Yu was so powerful and easily wiped out these Silverstone clans, every member of the Violent Bear Demon clan's dominant army that had just retreated could not conceal the deep shock in their eyes. They did not expect that Long Yu would be so powerful. If they had known this earlier, they would have just retreated when the Silverstone tribe attacked, just to delay the attack. In that case, more than 200 people from the Violent Bear Demon clan would not have been killed or injured. However, seeing Long Yu so powerfully annihilate the entire Silverstone clan's 10,000 dominated legion, everyone in the Violent Bear Demon clan's dominated legion was still extremely excited. After all, this represents the overall strength of the entire Void Galaxy. Ba Xiong can see from this that following Long Yu, Shui Luo, and others to develop in this Void Galaxy is definitely the most correct decision in his life. Now, there are already 3 strong men in the godlike realm in the Void Galaxy. Now with such a powerful dragon control, they can definitely plunder more cultivation resources in the surrounding stars, making the entire Void Galaxy develop faster. It is true that Void Galaxy is still far behind compared with the human race or the demon clan, but in terms of peak combat, it has already reached nearly half of the human race or the demon clan, and this is only a year of development. The Void Galaxy. What would the situation be like if another year passed? It is said that there are already 3 strong men in the Void Galaxy who are trying to break through to the realm of gods. Relying on the top-quality creations brought from the Eclipse Ancient Domain, it is very likely that there will be 3 more gods in the Void Galaxy. A powerful existence in the realm. All this makes Ba Xiong full of expectations. Now Ba Xiong is also at the peak of the 7th stage master. If he continues like this, does it mean that he may also enter the godlike realm? Everything is moving in the planned good direction. Just when Ba Xiong was thinking this, the Dark Flame Guesua had gradually killed all the 10,000 people of the Silverstone clan's dominant army in the field. It stretched for thousands of miles, and the dark flames almost burned the void. Countless silver stones, the spirit and soul of the master of the secret realm of the Stone clan was burned to the ground, leaving nothing behind. Not a single Silverstone clan member could escape. When they escaped, the time flow slowing effect of the 9 nether balls shrouded them, and the prison ghost sealing circle constructed by the 88 members of the Ghost Shadow Department also became an insurmountable barrier for them. All the Silverstone clan died. Long Yu's 9 nether ball once again swallowed up all the bones of more than 9,000 Silverstone clan members. He felt the 9 nether balls' continuous improvement, and there was a faint excitement in his heart. The 9 nether ball, this extremely special, what can the 8th magical power transform into in the end? He could feel that the power of the 9 nether balls' magical power had now reached about double what it was at the beginning. After successively devouring 3 foreign master legions, the power of the 9 nether ball finally doubled. And the time flow slowing area it constructed has been able to slow down 70% of the time flow in the area. This means that Long Yu's cultivation efficiency has been further improved. It's done. Everyone searches for the loot and takes away everything they can. Even the soldiers we can't mobilize and the elixirs we can't take are all taken back and given to Old Man Tianhua and Liao Lele to smelt them into something for us. Useful basic material. Ba Xiong saw that all the Silverstone tribesmen in the field were killed, and he immediately issued an order to clean up the battlefield. And this is exactly what Long Yu wants to say. Anyway, no matter what beings the 3 alien races send to attack Void Galaxy, it is impossible for them to come back alive. Even if they send out a godlike creature, Long Yu will make it impossible for the other party to come back. Void Galaxy definitely has this strength. Now, it can be said that the opponent knows nothing about the overall strength of Void Galaxy, which is absolutely beneficial to Void Galaxy. You guys clean up the battlefield, I'm going back first. Long Yu left all the benefits to others. As for himself, he did not need the soldiers or elixirs and other resources of these alien Master Legion members. For him, these resources were of little use, or in other words, I no longer like these things. After coming out of the Eclipse Ancient territory, all kinds of resources have been very sufficient for him. What he needs to do now is to make use of all these resources. He returned to his own little world and began to practice other things. Now, although he has practiced powerful martial arts secrets such as the Shadow Source, although he has successfully learned the 4 phases of killing prison for beginners, and has mastered the advanced modified godlike source product such as the Dark Flame Guesua, there are still some things. What he wants to master, but hasn't mastered yet. That is the mark of the Flame God and the divine power of the Golden Flame. This is the most powerful method in his body now. Among them, the Golden Flame divine power is a powerful force with 100 times density. Even if it is used to deal with strong men in the godlike realm, it can crush the opponent. No matter how slow he is to comprehend this power, he will eventually comprehend it. Before that, he had to make some preparations. The more important thing is to collect some spiritual wine. He can get this from the seminary, but there is only a little bit every 6 months. He feels it is not enough. If possible, he wants to get more. Therefore, the seminary must pay a visit and find out where the spiritual wine comes from. Secondly, he still has 4 magical powers that have not been deified. If you add the 9 nether balls, it will be 5. He is also more concerned about this. Moreover, the fruits of innate magical powers can also incorporate some divine essence or Taichu essence to make the supernatural powers, become stronger. If he wants to become stronger next, it is nothing more than to upgrade his martial arts realm to the 7th level master, then continue to improve the 4-phase killing prison, and finally realize the divine power of the Golden Flame. But no matter which one it is, it cannot be achieved in a short time. In comparison, it is better to collect some divine essence or Taichu essence first. Remember that in the Soul Clan territory, a lot of shadow essence will be produced. This is still a good thing for Long Yu, at least it can allow him to survive. The 3 magical powers below are improved. Among his 8 innate magical powers, he currently possesses 2 shadow essences, 1 space essence, 1 water-based primordial essence, and 1 gold-based primordial essence. The 9 nether ball, strengthened by the water-based absolute beginning essence, has the effect of slowing down the flow of time, and eliminates the cooling time of swallowing. The magical power of the 9 nether hands, enhanced by the golden essence of the beginning, has the effect of forcibly imprisoning the opponent for 3 breathing periods. This is also a major means for him to face the gods in the future, at least against the strong ones in the godlike realm. All have a certain containment effect. Then there is the magical power of the 9 nether path, which is strengthened by the essence of space. It can disintegrate any divine power of space attributes, which is enough for Long Yu to have enough capital to escape when he is at a disadvantage. The 2 shadow essences strengthened the Eye of Shadow and the Book of Shadow, respectively. The Book of Shadows incorporates the essence of shadow, which allows Long Yu to simulate some rather peculiar beings, allowing him to comprehend certain specific powers at a faster speed in this state. For example, he can simulate becoming an ice god, and then comprehend the ice attribute god. The speed of writing speeds up. Or it could be simulated into a giant skeletal life, to speed up his ability to comprehend the divine text of the Mad War attribute. However, Long Yu rarely uses this function, and only simulates it when comprehending power. For example, when he comprehends the divine power of the shadow attribute, or comprehends the method of 4 phases killing prison from the 9 nether prison monument, he will simulate the appearance of the 9 nether dragon, allowing him to speed up his comprehension. The effect is quite good, it can at least increase his comprehension level by 30%. As for the Eye of Shadow, it makes Long Yu's detection ability sharper and can reveal things around him that would otherwise be invisible. It allows him to still have the ability to detect his surroundings even when his spiritual perception is limited. There are still soul seal siphons, 9 nether dragon breaths and 9 nether hunters left. Long Yu did not use divine essence or Taichu essence to strengthen them. Let's strengthen it first and then talk about it. Long Yu thought in his mind, so he decided to go to the territory of the Soul Clan soon. Now, as long as he is not surrounded by the gods of the Soul Clan, his life will never be threatened. This also gives him the confidence to go to the territory of the Soul Clan. Of course, before Long Yu goes to the Soul Clan territory, he must reach the peak of the 7th stage master. Only in this way can he have the strongest combat effectiveness and the best survival guarantee. Otherwise, he will really encounter some extreme situations. If so, something might still happen. Now the power of his 9 nether ball has been doubled, and the time flow slowing effect has been increased to more than 3 times. If he stays in the area where the time flow is slowed, he only needs a month to absorb the power of creation. To break through to the 7th level master. Because, in the outside world, in the past month, he has been practicing for 3 months, which is enough for him to consolidate his current level of cultivation as a 6th level master. The further the realm of the Great Overlord goes, the more time it will take to consolidate it. When you were a 3rd level master or 4th level master, it would take more than 1 or 2 months to consolidate your cultivation. But now, it will take at least 3 months. If you forcibly improve your cultivation before then, the basic strength will be improved. There will be restrictions, which is not a good idea. Fortunately, Long Yu could still afford to wait for a month. It's just time to see if the Xuanhuan tribe, Silverstone tribe and Soul tribe have any new actions. When their respective dominant legions are completely wiped out and no one can escape, what measures will they take? Long Yu is quite looking forward to the fact that these 3 alien races can send out gods. That is the real confrontation between strong men. And if the strong gods are swallowed up, what changes will happen to the 9 nether ball? Long Yu didn't know, so he was looking forward to it. However, even for alien races such as the Silverstone tribe, Xuanhuan tribe, and Soul tribe, the godlike people cannot be used casually. Even if the dominant legion is completely wiped out, it is not necessarily possible to send out strong men in the godlike realm. Long Yu didn't know what specific actions the other party would take. Therefore, it is better to stay in the Void Galaxy for a month, lest something happens to him as soon as he leaves here, and the situation will not be good. He returned to the small world and continued to the third core space of the Nine Nether Prison Monument. He activated the Nine Nether Ball, slowed down the time flow in the area, and simulated the appearance of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor. He continued after understanding the 4 phases of Killing Prison. I hope to be able to cultivate the 4 phases of Killing Prison to a small level of success. This is certainly not an easy task, but there is nothing else important right now anyway. If he wanted to understand the hell-shaking divine text, the divine power of the golden flame, etc., he planned to wait until he had the divine wine, and then just drink the divine wine directly. There was no need to waste too much time on it. I just don't know, will the spiritual wine be helpful in understanding the divine power of the golden flame? Long Yu didn't know this. After all, the golden flame divine power was the power controlled by the gods. Except for the time when he transformed into the golden flame giant, he had never tried it again. He transformed into the black dragon body of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor, suspended in the third-level core space of the Nine Nether Prison Monument, surrounded by 4 ancient palaces. He had transformed into an endless-level top-notch warrior, even allowing the 4 of them to dance in the sunset. All have improved a lot. The 4 of them have not only comprehended their respective apocalyptic divine inscriptions, including the Underworld divine inscriptions, the Hell divine inscriptions, the Azura divine inscriptions, and the Death divine inscriptions, but they have also begun to comprehend the other 3 apocalyptic level divine inscriptions. If they can comprehend them all, it will be very difficult for them. Which is tantamount to a great enhancement. Perhaps they might even be able to perform the ancient god's forbidden art of 4 phases Killing Prison. It is a pity that, except Long Yu himself, others cannot enjoy the time flow slowing effect of the Nine Nether Ball. Because if other people are in this area, the time flow will be slowed down, which will also affect them. The circulation of power in the body, the means of performing moves, etc. will all be affected. Compared with Long Yu, their speed is reduced by 70%, but to the outside world, their attitude is still the same. Even if Long Yu wants to restrict the Nine Nether Ball so that its effect does not affect life such as sunset dance, there is no way. The magical power of the Nine Nether Ball is not completely controlled by Long Yu. In particular, the impact of slowing down the time flow will be reduced by everyone except Long Yu. This led to the fact that no one else could practice through this method except Long Yu himself. This was a pity and made Long Yu quite puzzled. Otherwise, he would have been able to make the entire Void Galaxy, the power become stronger 3 times more quickly. However, it is already very good that the Nine Nether Ball can affect time, and Long Yu cannot be so dissatisfied. Anyway, he himself can practice in the area where the time flow is slowed down, as if he is not affected, thus increasing his cultivation speed by 3 times compared to the outside world. This state greatly increases his cultivation speed. In addition, Long Yu has changed into the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor, and his speed will be improved to a certain extent when he understands various methods or powers related to the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor. The former Nine Nether Dragon Emperor was not able to fully understand the 4 phases of Killing Prison, but he must have at least understood it. The Nine Nether Dragon Emperor must have entered the 4 core spaces of the Nine Nether Prison Monument. Therefore, when he transformed into the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor, Long Yu was able to get close to the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor's insights from a certain aspect, allowing him to gain understanding of the 4 phases of Killing Prison more quickly. A month in the outside world passed quickly. But Long Yu has been practicing for 3 months. During this period of time, he still made good gains. Although the 4-phase Killing Prison is still a long way from the completion stage, it also allowed him to gain a lot of understanding of the ancient god's forbidden technique. The lethality he exerted was at least as high as it was 50% stronger before. The current dragon control, whether it is the four-phase killing prison or the dark flame ghost rope, is considered to be an extremely powerful method. However, to really deal with the strong men in the godlike realm, the dark flame ghost rope is probably not enough, and can only be used. Only the 4 phases of killing prison can be used, and only with the Xian brand mark and the martial arts secrets of the Shadow Source can it be possible to fight. The dark flame Guesua is okay against ordinary aliens, but it is not very effective against gods, unless he can step into the realm of gods. In that case, he can maximize the power of the dark flame Guesua and encounter the gods. You can win easily. My cultivation has finally been consolidated. Let's upgrade to the 7th level master first. At this time, Long Yu had all the first grade and first grade Tianjing level creations on his body. There was no shortage of creations at all, so after feeling that his cultivation was completely consolidated, he immediately began to absorb these creations. As the power of creation continued to pour into his dantian and circulate throughout his body, his small world continued to expand. Finally, after a muffled sound was heard all over his body, Long Yu's martial arts realm entered the level of a 7th level master. This is the pinnacle of domination of the secret realm, and one step further up is the existence of a godlike level. There is still a long way to go before the godlike dragon master, not because of bottlenecks like others, but because the cultivation time to consolidate the peak of the 7th level master is longer than before, and some people even take several years. Generally speaking, it is not a big deal to spend a few years consolidating the cultivation level of the 7th level master. After all, most cultivators will maintain the peak of the 7th level master for hundreds of years and a lifetime. But for Long Yu, this time is a bit long. After all, he has no bottlenecks. As long as he consolidates his cultivation level, he can improve his realm. However, this consolidation of cultivation level must be done. Otherwise, Long Yu feels that even if he steps into the godlike realm, his power density will not be able to reach it. 10 times that of ordinary practitioners. This is the same as before. If the promotion is too early and the cultivation is not stable enough, then the improvement of basic strength will be less than others. The same is true for promotion from the 7th level master to the godlike realm. If it is not consolidated well, then the power density will be lower than others. Much weaker. This is something Long Yushua cannot tolerate. After all, so far, apart from the magic pill, he doesn't know any other way to increase the power density, so Long Yu is not willing to see even a 10th less improvement in power density. Anyway, now he already has a certain resistance against powerful gods, so there is no need to pursue such speed. Just when Long Yu officially entered the realm of the 7th level master, news came again from outside the Void Galaxy. This time, it was the second joint action of the Shinshui tribe, the Silverstone tribe, and the Soul tribe. This time, they did not separate, but gathered together. 3 Dominator legions were dispatched, respectively, for a total of 9 Dominator legions. Led by 3 godlike warriors. This time, when the 3 major clans join forces, it will be at least 10 times more difficult to deal with than before. The most important thing is that there are 3 godlike people participating in the battle, which is a bit tricky. It has to be said that after Concubine Yu enters the realm of gods, she will finally face a real battle. The girl Jitao controls the black dragon body of Joyo Dragon Emperor and will also participate in this battle, and that the stone statue of the Yi clan is controlled by Concubine Yu, and must also go to war. This battle is basically to let Void Galaxy fight with all its strength, without leaving any room. If the opponent cannot be repulsed, then even if there is a spirit barrier, it will be broken by the opponent sooner or later. By then, the entire situation in the Void Galaxy will be extremely bad. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party has only sent out 1 god each, give the other party a head-on blow and let them know how powerful they are. If you want to gain a foothold in this star field, you must let the other party know that Void Galaxy has the power to cause them heavy losses. Naturally, Long Yu cannot leave the Void Galaxy at this time. Of course, he wants to join the battle together. What he is looking forward to is, how many lives can the 9 Nether Ball devour in this battle? That's a total of 9,000 people dominating the army, 3 alien gods. This made Long Yu look forward to it. What surprised him even more was that just when the news of the godlike attack came, another strong man in the godlike realm was finally born in the Void Galaxy. Long Yu never asked who the supreme creation of Concubine Yu was given to. But now I finally know. Just when the 3 races of gods led the 9 master legions to arrive, a burst of thunderous rays of light burst out from the Void Galaxy, flashing in almost every inch of the Void Galaxy, attracting everyone's attention. It was in the Void Galaxy, in a group of void buildings where Chi Hua, Man Xian, and others lived. From this group of buildings, the sky was dyed with the color of thunder, and the light was like the coming of the god of thunder. In the bright thunder, a delicate figure slowly walked out. The person was someone Long Yu had never thought of. Yi Ziwei. On this woman's smooth forehead, there is still the astonishing Taichu thunder seal, which is like the explosion of divine thunder when the world first opened. Her purple hair is flying behind her back, and the thunder is overflowing. She is cultivated to the godlike realm. Exist. It turned out to be her. Long Yu really didn't expect that Concubine Yu would give that top-quality creation to Yi Ziwei. This reminded him of the scene he saw in the deepest part of the Eclipse ancient territory. What happened to the young man who looked like himself and Yi Ziwei? He couldn't figure it out. It made him feel a little different about Yi Ziwei. Yi Ziwei controls the thunder of the beginning. From the moment he enters the godlike realm, his power density has reached 10 times that of ordinary practitioners. She walked out of the lightning and caught a glimpse of Long Yu, who was waiting for her. Then she saw Concubine Yu, the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, and the multi-winged stone statue of the gods flashing out from the distance. She couldn't help but smile. Slightly tilted. I succeeded. Yi Ziwei walked towards the crowd. Congratulations. Long Yu felt happy in his heart, smiled slightly, and stepped forward to greet him. It's just right that we can fight against the aliens together. The body of the dragon of the 9 Nethers, controlled by the girl Jitao, is hovering in the void. There is a faint tendency to control the void. The black dragon body exudes the aura of the 9 Nethers. In these days, Jitao has also unlocked the 9 Nethers after being free. Some imprisonments in the dragon's body. She was able to use most of the original powers belonging to the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, including 2 of the ancient-level Shadow Attribute divine powers. However, it was a pity that she had no choice in terms of martial arts and magical powers. Fortunately, Long Yu taught her a divine martial skill, which is the aura of concentration. Now she has cultivated the aura of concentration to the peak level. This comprehension ability is definitely beyond that of ordinary practitioners. How about it, a surprise? Concubine Yu came to Long Yu's side and smiled softly. I gave her the best creation because I feel that she can step into the godlike realm the fastest. As for the others, I can only make way for her first. It's really surprising and happy. Long Yu smiled and shook his head. He was always thinking about the scene he saw on the 6th floor of the Eclipse ancient domain. The young man who looked like him and Yi Ziwei was a little entangled. Yi Ziwei stepped forward, gently brushed her long purple hair flying behind her back, and stared at Long Yu with a pair of smart eyes. Brother Long, what's wrong with you, looking at me with such strange eyes? Long Yu came back to his senses, and scratched his head in embarrassment. Nothing, let's go. He put the matter aside for the time being. No matter what will happen to him and Yi Ziwei in the future, they are just friends now. As for what will happen in the future, let's wait until later. It is useless to think about it now. Yiziwei felt a little strange, but didn't take it to heart. In fact, she herself never thought that she would step into the godlike realm so quickly. The key lies in her always practicing hard, and the top-quality creation that concubine you gave her a boost. Sexual effect. If it weren't for that top-quality creation, it would have taken at least a few years for her to step into the godlike realm. This was still under the condition that she did her best in everything. Generally speaking, she can only reach the level of godlike cultivation when the ancient realm is open during the next lunar eclipse, that is, 20 years later. The four gods, plus Long Yu, an existence far superior to all the great masters, finally took action. Not just them, when the three alien gods came with the 9 master legions, the entire void galaxy was mobilized. The 4 dominant legions of the Violent Bear Demon Clan, the Fox Fairy Demon Clan, the Blood Demon Clan, and the White Feather Demon Clan set out collectively. Xiangwu, Shuchan, Yanhuanma, and Duguijian all carried their ancient palaces and followed the dragon. Go out to fight. This battle is the most critical battle that the Void Galaxy has encountered since it began to develop. The situation is extremely serious. You must know that they are facing existences like alien gods. In recent years, it is unlikely that even the borders between humans and demons will encounter godlike alien races. Only on rare occasions will there be a head-on confrontation between godlike and godlike races. But now, the Void Galaxy has encountered a joint attack from 3 alien gods. This is because although Void Galaxy was strong before, it did not show strength at the godlike level. This made the 3 races not regard the forces of Void Galaxy as real opponents. They wanted to rely on these 3 alien gods. Come and wipe out their entire Void Galaxy forces. But it is a pity that this time, Long Yu wants to let the 3 alien races know that the current Void Galaxy forces are definitely not something they can make decisions about. If they want to kill the Void Galaxy forces, they will at least cause them to kill and injure a large number of gods. Strong. This will also make the opponent reconsider the issue of attacking the Void Galaxy. Everyone gathered in the Void Galaxy, and then marched towards the outside of the Void Galaxy, preparing to face the 3 alien gods from the front, plus the 9 alien master legions. Long Yu's arrangement is like this. Concubine Yu was alone against the godlike gods of the Soul Clan, Ji Tao was also alone against the godlike gods of the Silver Stone Clan, and the strong godlike gods of the Shinshui Clan were the newly promoted godlike god Jiziwei, plus the godlike gods of the Multi-Wing Clan. The stone statues joined forces to deal with it. With the 3 gods arranged in this way, it won't be a big problem. Of course, it is still very difficult to kill each other, so they have to wait for Long Yu to take action. It has to be said that the existence of the Shanluo mark has doubled the peak combat power of Void Galaxy. After all, the effect of the Shanluo pattern is to weaken the opponent's power density, not to increase Long Yu's own power density. In other words, Long Yu can completely weaken the opponent's power density to 5 times that of ordinary practitioners, that is, weakened by half. Then, letting Concubine Yu and others perform their killing moves is definitely a way to crush the opponent. Of course, Long Yu had no way to help at first. Because the opponent's 3 powerful alien godlike men each brought 3 10,000-person domination legions. This total of 9 10,000-person domination legions was what Long Yu had to deal with first. Long Yu's duty is to first kill these 9,000 people dominating the army, and then join the godlike battlefield. By then, his 9 nether balls have devoured enough foreign corpses, and they will definitely become more powerful. It will also play a greater role in the battle against gods. Then, let's go. Long Yu gave an order, and then together with Concubine Yu, they used the miracle fragments to open the spirit barrier, allowing everyone to fly out from the Void Galaxy and face the invading enemy from the alien race. Long Yu still brought 88 strong men from the Ghost Shadow Division, but this time there were 4 more people, namely Sunset Dance and the others. In this battle, these four people were also an indispensable part. Long Yu transformed into nothingness and teleported directly towards the opponent's location. The incarnation of the Book of Shadows has no means. Except for gods, there are only a handful of people who can see him. Until now, Long Yu has only encountered one situation where he was seen through by cultivators below gods, and that was the silver six-winged head. And the silver six-winged one has been killed by him. He keeps traveling through the void. Concubine Yu, Yiziwei, and Jitao also followed closely with the godlike stone statues of the multi-wing clan, but the dominant legions of the other four demon clans came a little slowly and couldn't keep up, but this was not a big problem. Originally, in this battle, the dominant legions of the four demon clans only played a diversionary role and did not need them to participate in the fierce battle. After leaving the Void Galaxy, the dominant legions of the four demon clans dispersed around. Their main task was to set up a trap around them so that none of the alien races could escape when they wanted to escape. Because the next battle will definitely be very fierce, so fierce that the guys who dominate the alien army will not see any hope. Long Yu alone can kill an army of 10,000 people. When such a scene occurs, how can other domination armies not be tempted to escape? In the distant void, the Xinshui tribe, Silverstone tribe and Soul tribe phalanx quickly appeared in the eyes of Long Yu, and also in the eyes of Concubine Yu and the others. The leader was a powerful alien race in the realm of three-headed gods. Among them, the soul race cannot be observed with the naked eye, but with the help of spiritual perception, the existence of the powerful godlike soul race can be easily discovered. The Silverstone godlike figure is huge, moving forward in the void, like a small star, holding a huge silver stone hammer in his hand. This silver stone hammer may be able to completely smash some stars with just one hit. Extremely powerful. The gods of the Xinshui tribe completely turned into a huge wave, a pool of liquid moving rapidly in the void. They looked much stronger than other Xinshui tribes. The huge gray waves rolled across the void, carrying a wave of waves. The ripples of the divine text in the formation space seemed to shake the space. Get ready to fight, Ziwei, be careful. After all, you have just stepped into the realm of God, and you are not even familiar with the power yet. Just let the stone statue take your place for a while. Concubine Yu reminded Ziwei. After all, the godlike stone statue of the multi-wing clan is just a stone statue. Even if it is destroyed, it is not a big problem. The key is that Ziwei must not have any accidents. Good. Ziwei was not willful, but nodded solemnly. She herself also knew that she had not yet fully mastered the power of a god. Moreover, she was not like a god who had been promoted in the Eclipse ancient domain. She had only relied on the best creations to forcibly deify a magical power. And the other party is very likely to be a powerful godlike person who has deified several magical powers. Concubine Yu first faced off against the powerful man in the godlike realm from the Soul Clan. Due to the fact that the Soul Clan has no body, among the three tribes that came to attack the Void Galaxy, the Soul Clan was at the forefront. Because of this, Concubine Yu stepped forward first and stopped the Soul Clan god, otherwise she would have waited for if the Soul Clan god takes action, it is likely to have a big impact on everyone. If the Soul-like god charged directly into the Void Galaxy's Dominator's army, he might be able to completely kill the tens of thousands of people's Dominator's legion in a short period of time, just like Long Yu. That's a true godlike thing. Even the current Long Yu can only barely fight against the gods, and this is just his own guess. The real situation is still unknown. The black and white fairy energy on Concubine Yu's body condensed, and instantly turned into two long rivers of power, one black and one white. In an instant, they penetrated the galaxy and flowed through the void, like two long dragons, one black and one white. They cross in front of each other, forming a black and white cage. This black and white cage is one of the deified supernatural powers possessed by Concubine Yu. When it is displayed at this moment, it immediately arouses the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, and the void seems to be filled with a terrifying aura of a mixture of immortals and demons. The spiritual body of the soul-like god is trapped in a black and white prison. But the next moment, a shadowless spiritual storm burst out from the black and white cage, like a hurricane tornado, breaking through the black and white cage from one direction, and the tornado enveloped the vicinity of Concubine Yu. A mental storm fell from the sky, and an indescribable sense of urgency made Concubine Yu feel great pressure. After she entered the realm of gods, she rarely fought against powerful gods. Except when she was a newly promoted god, she fought against those new alien gods in the death match in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. She had only fought with the godlike stone statues of the Multi-Wing clan. But now, she is facing a powerful soul race who has already achieved the god-like realm. The two powers of black and white fairy and demon, with extremely high power density, formed a circle around her. This circle was filled with the aura of immortal and demon. Now Concubine Yu's two kinds of aura of immortal and demon are both at the revelation level. The power of the divine inscriptions, and the cooperation and promotion of each other, just like the Ice and Fire clan that Long Yu had seen before, could actually burst out a power similar to the eternal level divine inscriptions. Black and white are intertwined, and the entire starry sky seems to be reversed with this black and white color. The reversal of immortality and evil. Concubine Yu displayed another move of deification. She raised her hand, and the black and white fairy and demon energy turned the starry sky upside down. She completely absorbed the incoming spiritual storm, and then released it again to counterattack the soul-like god. Past. It turned out to be a 100% rebound effect. In the past, this innate magical power was just useless to Concubine Yu, but after it became a deified magical power, the rebound effect reached 100%, which was countless times stronger than before. If the Soul Tribe's godlike spiritual attack storm were unleashed against Long Yu, then even if Long Yu activated the purifying soul mirror, it would not be able to rebound tenfold, and he would even suffer soul damage as a result. But Concubine Yu's immortal demon reversal completely rebounded her. This also allowed her to finally hold back the soul-like god. Immediately afterwards, she took out a primary modified godlike source item from the small world. This godlike source item was the Long Yu from the ancient eclipse moon. It was given to her after she came out of the domain. Compared with the weak power of Long Yu's use of the dark flame ghost cord now, even if Concubine Yu only uses this elementary modified godlike source product, it is much more powerful than Long Yu's dark flame ghost cord. This is a snow-white mountain seal called the Seal of the Immortal Mountain. At this moment, after being activated by Concubine Yu, the Immortal Mountain Seal was like a giant snow mountain, carrying endless immortal energy, falling from the sky and shrouding the soul race. Countless snow-white immortal energy enveloped the nearby people. The space was condensed into a realm of ice and snow. The godlike source products in the hands of godlike gods are the real god-like source products. This scene made Long Yu very fascinated. If he could step into the godlike realm, what kind of power would it have if he activated the dark flame ghost cord? The advanced modified godlike source product is at least 10 times more powerful than the primary source product. The Immortal Mountain Seal in front of you is already so powerful, not to mention his dark flame ghost cord. After Concubine Yu stopped the Soul Clan god, the Silver Stone Clan god rushed forward. This is a giant silver stone man dragging a giant stone hammer. It looks like a huge star walking in the void. It may be comparable to some small stars. The body of the Nine Nether Dragon, under the control of the remnant soul of the girl Jitao, galloped towards this star-sized silver stone human god. During the gallop, the body of the Nine Nether Dragon quickly grew in size, and eventually became like the silver stone god, reaching the terrifying level of being 10,000 feet long. The physical body of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor does not belong to the human race or the demon race, but to the dragon race. The dragon clan has long since disappeared in this world. Now I suddenly saw such a nine-nether dragon appearing. Moreover, it was a powerful existence at the godlike level. The god of the Silver Stone tribe let out a roar of surprise. The silver stone hammer that was dragged behind him suddenly disappeared. It slammed towards the nine-nether dragon. For the dragon clan, the Silverstone clan has no concept. This race has only been around for a relatively short time. Although it has been able to establish a foothold in this area, there are no rumors or other research on many ancient races. Although the overall strength of the human race and the demon race is not strong now, they have a long history, origin and foundation, and there are also some connections with the dragon race. Therefore, the Silverstone clan did not have much reaction to the appearance of the nine-nether dragon. They just thought it was a race they had never seen before, and they became a little wary. The giant silver stone hammer crossed the void, poured in with huge force, and was about to smash down from the center of the nine-nether dragon's body. But at this moment, the dragon of nine netherworlds roared out with a dragon roar, and an ancient level of shadow attribute divine inscriptions roared out from its body, as if the ghosts of the nine netherworlds of all ages were concentrated in the body of dragon of nine netherworlds. On top of it, a domain surrounded by ghosts was constructed. The giant silver stone hammer hit the ghost realm, and was actually bound and locked by the endless nine ghosts, unable to move any further. This nine-nether ghost realm is not its magical powers or martial arts, it is just the effect of the eternal level shadow attribute divine script. It can be seen that the power of the eternal level divine script is extremely terrifying, if long you expected it to be true. It should be possible to see this kind of ancient level shadow attribute divine text in the fourth core space of the nine-nether hell monument. The ancient level divine power is already the strongest existence, besides the power of gods. But now, the Joyo Dragon Emperor controlled by Jitao controls the ancient level divine text. The power density of the ancient level divine text actually exceeds that of ordinary gods, and even reaches more than double that of ordinary gods. This is why Jitao can temporarily suppress the opponent even without using any magical martial arts. But the next moment, the giant silver stone god descended to earth like a god from heaven, his whole body emitting a stunning silver light that illuminated the entire void. The giant silver stone hammer in his hand also emitted a silver brilliance. This was the deified magical power of the godlike strongman of the Silver Stone tribe. After this stunning silver light covered the whole body, the entire silver stone, the body of the race god, became stronger, and the power density instantly increased by 30 to 40%. Although it is still not as good as the nine-nether dragon, it has narrowed the gap between the two sides. Immediately afterwards, the godlike expert from the Silverstone clan directly activated an endless level martial skill, and it turned out to be an endless level supergrade martial skill, which was stronger than the boundless grip and crazy battle celestial body practiced by Long Yu. This endless level supergrade martial skill can even be regarded as a divine martial skill. It can also be regarded as a very powerful method for the god of the Silver Stone tribe. When this method was used, the silver light all over the Silver Stone clan became even brighter, like a silver star, instantly bursting out of the void. Countless cracked silver stone pillars attacked the nine-nether dragon from all directions. The girl Jidao's dragon body jumped, and immediately another kind of ancient level shadow attribute divine power swept away, like a shadow storm. Any existence that came into contact with this shadow storm, even the void, was cut. Became fragments one by one. The same was true for the silver stone pillars released by the Silver Stone clan. They were cut into pieces of broken silver stones and lost all their power. Two ancient level shadow attribute divine texts, coupled with the powerful power density originally cultivated by the nine-nether dragon emperor, allowed the girl Jitao to fight against the tyrannical godlike warrior of the Silverstone clan without falling behind in a short period of time. Wind. Immediately afterwards, the godlike powerful men of the Shinshui tribe came in waves, like gray waves in the void, rolling in. Yi Ziwei bravely walked forward with the godlike stone statue of the multi-winged clan. The godlike stone statue of the multi-winged clan was the first to encounter the powerful godlike man of the Xinshui tribe. Before any power emerged from the stone statue, it was swallowed by the godlike god of the Xinshui tribe. The god of the water tribe is originally a beach of ocean waves and liquid life. At this moment, it is wrapping the godlike stone statue of the multi-wing clan. You can feel the extremely strong corrosive power in its body, which makes the multi-wing clan. The godlike stone statue was quickly corroded. However, this stone statue would not be so unbearable, otherwise it would not require the previous girl Jitao's remnant soul to spend so much effort to suppress it. As if she was aware of the situation here, concubine Yu, who was fighting against the soul-like god over there, raised her hand, and the immortal and demonic energy burst out instantly, activating the power she had left in the godlike stone statue. The next moment, not only did a burst of immortal and demonic energy burst out from the stone statue, but there was also a burst of multi-winged clan power belonging to the ancient stone statue itself, which condensed into a hurricane and broke through the liquid body of the god of the water tribe. The multi-winged godlike stone statue broke out, and the next moment, countless yellow sand filled the sky, rolling out from the void, covering the sky and the sun, as if the end was coming. When the multi-winged godlike stone statue was confronting the powerful god-like person from the water god, Yi Ziwei was also preparing on the side. It was at this moment that the Taichu thunder seal on her forehead really showed its terrifying power. After stepping into the godlike state, the power of the Taichu thunder seal increased by at least 10 times. Coupled with the increase in power density, the power is naturally much stronger than that of ordinary gods. When the Taichu thunder seal turned into rolling thunder, filling the entire void and rolling towards the Xinshui tribe, the gods of the Xinshui tribe suddenly became serious, and even the stone statue of the gods of the multi-winged tribe ignored the rolling yellow sand for the time being, but chose to deal with the bursts of terrifying thunder first. The godlike warriors of the Xinshui tribe directly condensed several water arrows. After these water arrows, a huge phantom of the Xinshui tribe condensed out of the void. This is the deified magical power of the Xinshui tribe. The phantom of a deity is the most conspicuous symbol of deification. At this time, a total of 7 beings in the godlike realm were using their own methods. Various huge shadows appeared from the void, with such majestic momentum that almost no one else could get close to them within 100 miles. The 90,000-man domination army brought by the 3 alien gods did not dare to reach the area where the gods were fighting at this moment, and they all stopped in the distance. It's our turn. The corner of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and he reminded everyone in the small world, and then rushed directly to the opponent's left wing, where the Xinshui tribe's 10,000 dominant legion on the far left was, and flew directly over. He did not turn into nothingness, because there was a godlike existence in the field. Even if he turned into nothingness and passed by, the other party would definitely be able to detect it. There is no need to waste any power. Long Yu flew straight over without anyone following him. The 4 demon cultivating races, including the violent bear demon clan, can only choose to bypass the fierce battle area of the gods at this moment. It is impossible to go directly through the center like Long Yu, this is too bold. However, Long Yu trusted concubine Yu, Yi Ziwei, and Jitao. Since they had blocked these 3 alien gods, it was impossible for the other party to be distracted and deal with Long Yu. Even if the opponent wants to attack Long Yu can fight back immediately, at least weakening the opponent's power density by half while ensuring his own safety. In this case, they will not be able to fight against Yu Fei and the others. Of course, the effect of having the power density of the Xian brand mark can only last for a short period of time, but it can definitely put the opponent at a disadvantage within this period of time. Obviously, the 3 alien gods were too lazy to pay attention to a boy like Long Yu. After all, on the surface, he is just a 7th level master, and he poses no threat to them at all. Even if he passes through their godlike combat area, so what? Could it be that this human race still wants to fight against the 9 foreign master legions alone? Long Yu took the lead and flew towards the opponent's dominant army. The Tyrannosaurus demon clan and 4 other demon cultivator dominator legions went around the side, probably a stick of incense late. After all, they were in the void. The Dominator Legion was a large force after all, and it was impossible to move as fast as Long Yu. But when Long Yu was about to arrive in front of the opponent's dominant legion, those dominant legions did not pay much attention to him. In the direction of the Xinshui tribe Dominator Legion that he flew directly to, among the tens of thousands of people who dominated the legion, they only sent 3 deputy commanders of the 7th Stage Master to stop Long Yu. He wanted to rely on their numerical advantage to defeat him with 3 enemy 1, kill Long Yu. However, the corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't take these 3 guys seriously at all. Since the other party asked these 3-headed and 7-stage masters to take action, he would kill these 3 guys first, and during this period, he released the 88 members of the Ghost Shadow Department in the small world. These 88 people fell directly into the void the next moment, disappeared without a trace, and disappeared without a trace from the dominant legion of the Xinshui tribe. At this time, Long Yu was no longer afraid of those gods complaining. If he was the only one flying over and hiding just now, those gods would definitely be able to remind him of his location. But now there are a total of 88 people in the Ghost Shadow Department. Even if the human god can feel their existence, it is impossible to tell the locations of the 88 people one by one and tell all the members of the God's Water Tribe Dominator Legion to know. Therefore, now in the Xinshui tribe's 10,000 dominant legion, we only know that there are nearly 100 strong human race people scattered around and hiding, but they don't know where they are. In order to prevent them from sneak attacks, all the powerful dominators of the Xinshui tribe are on guard. Various defensive barriers condensed to form an impregnable legion barrier. This made Long Yu smile instead. Because these Xinshui tribe people didn't know at all that the people from the Ghost Shadow Department were going to set up a sealing circle for the Hell Ghosts to prevent them from escaping. They now condense a defensive barrier and are of no use at all. Because these defensive barriers are completely unable to withstand the killing of Dark Flame Guesua. The next moment, Long Yu raised his hand and took action directly with the 4 phases killing prison. After he successfully learned it for the first time, the casting speed of this ancient divine forbidden technique became very fast. The 4 divine powers of hell, underworld, Shura, and death were instantly present. Intertwined together, creating a killing hell. The 4 phases of killing prison, the forbidden technique of the ancient gods. Kill. Long Yu scolded lowly, and the 3 powerful 7th stage master gods of the water tribe who rushed towards him were completely trapped in the 4-phase killing prison. These 3-headed 7th level masters of the Xinshui tribe are stronger than the patrol team they encountered before, and their various magical powers are at least twice as powerful. However, Long Yu is much stronger now than he was then. He has finally grown from a 6th level master. The master has been promoted to the 7th level master. Therefore, the 4-phase killing prison was released, and the aura of death enveloped the entire place, instantly engulfing the 3-headed and 7-segment dominant Xinshui tribe. This is a feast of death. Without any suspense, Long Yu just raised his hand, and the 4-phase killing prison was dispatched. In just 3 breaths, the 3-headed 7-segment master Xinshui tribe had been completely killed, and even Long Yu's 9 even the nether ball couldn't swallow it up. Under the 4-phase killing prison, these 3-headed and 7-segment masters of the Xinshui tribe were completely wiped out without even a hint of resistance. Not only was their spirit and soul wiped out, but their physical bodies were completely dissipated, and even the dust and not even a scent was left behind. But Long Yu didn't stop at all. While he was activating the 4-phase killing prison, he ignored the Xinshui tribe, the 3-headed 7-segment master, and directly activated the Dark Flame Ghost Cord. The opponent has a total of 9,000 people dominating the legion. Long Yu must seize the time to kill them all, otherwise, there may be some problems in the godlike confrontation. Even for Long Yu, it is not an easy task to destroy these 90,000 strong domination army. He can easily destroy one of them, or if the opponent's legions come one by one, he can directly destroy as many as they come. But if the opponent's 9 dominating legions launch a flanking attack on him, he can't bear it, no matter what. No matter how powerful the Dark Flame Guesua is, it can only kill one alien Master Legion in a short time. If the second one comes, it will pose a threat to Long Yu. At this moment, the aliens who dominated the Legion had no defense at all. When the Dark Flame Guesua appeared, it was already like a long dragon burning with dark flames, instantly covering the Xinshui tribe's dominant army that had condensed a defensive barrier. At the same time, the Hell Ghost Sealing Circle also activated. A seemingly translucent magic circle surrounded the dominant legion of the Xinshui tribe, but the Dark Flame Guesua easily shuttled through it and wreaked havoc in the opponent's formation. The defensive barrier that was previously used to prevent the Ghost Shadow Department didn't even have the power to resist in front of the Dark Flame Gueso, and was completely destroyed. The tens of thousands of Xinshui tribe's dominant army lost more than 1,000 members in just an instant, and they died extremely quickly. The terrifying power of the Dark Flame Guesua made it impossible for them to withstand even one breath. With just a flick of this ghost-like Dark Flame Ghost Cord, it was able to kill dozens of monks who dominated the secret realm of the Xinshui tribe. Their spiritual souls were directly destroyed and burned to death by the Dark Flame divine inscriptions. This kind of scene has long been extremely familiar to many beings in the Void Galaxy, but I didn't expect that Long Yu could still use it in front of a god like him, and he was too brave. The fact is that when the 3 alien gods felt the power of the Dark Flame Guesua, they were all shocked from the bottom of their hearts. This is an advanced transformation of a godlike source product. The 3 alien gods taking action now are all relatively weak among the gods of their respective races. Not to mention the advanced transformed godlike products, there is not even an ordinary godlike product. Suddenly I saw this. The terrifying mass murderer made their hearts flutter at once. In particular, the person who currently holds this high-level transformational godlike product is only a 7th-level master of the human race, not even a god. If they want to snatch it, wouldn't it be easy? It's a pity that as soon as these 3 alien gods made a move, they were tightly entangled by their respective opponents, and based on this flaw, they were severely beaten. The giant silver stone hammer in the hands of the godlike strongman of the Silver Stone tribe was completely thrown away, and then was caught in the net by the endless ancient-level Ghost Realm divine inscriptions. He was locked in the void, and then used the move of concentrated spiritual light. The divine martial arts are activated. The ancient level of shadow attribute divine power, coupled with the higher power density than ordinary gods cultivated by the 9 nether dragon itself, coupled with the peak level of divine martial arts gathering aura, this move is used to make that person the distracted godlike expert from the Silverstone tribe was instantly dumbfounded. It's too late to use power for defense now. A jet-black brilliance of ancient-level divine writings burst through the void, landed suddenly on the back of the giant Silverstone tribe strongman, and punched through a large hole. The Silverstone fragments were scattered in the dark and empty void, and the aura of the giant Silverstone godlike man was greatly weakened. However, he was a godlike man after all and could not be killed like this. This time it was so severe that it realized that it was impossible for it to lead this strange-shaped 9 nether dragon-like god to snatch the godlike origin product from the human boy's hand. But in that case, let's kill this strange-shaped godlike thing first. Although the powerful godlike man of the Silverstone clan was seriously injured and the giant silver stone hammer in his hand was also blocked, these had little effect on it. A burst of eternal silver light instantly erupted from the body of the Silverstone tribe's godlike warrior. This silver light blasted away the 9 nether dragon's offensive as soon as it appeared, and then covered the Silver Stone tribe's body. It recovered quickly from the injuries it had just suffered. At the same time, the figure of the god of the Silver Stone tribe flashed and instantly appeared next to the Dragon of 9 Netherworlds. A silver bolt came across and landed directly on the body of the Dragon of 9 Netherworlds. They were almost split into 2 pieces. Fortunately, the 9 Nether Dragon's eternal ghost domain divine inscriptions finally appeared on his body, and while resisting the offensive of the silver divine inscriptions, he quickly recovered his black dragon body. At the same time, the 9 Nether Dragon's figure flickered, and the next moment it was at the side, keeping distance from the giant Silver Stone human god. The Silver Stone god erupted, and silver light continued to erupt from its body, filling the nearby void space with murderous intent, and even affecting the battles between other nearby gods. These silver rays of light not only exploded towards the 9 Nether Dragons, but also towards Yi Ziwei and Concubine Yu, causing a considerable impact on both women. Fortunately, the problem is not big for the time being. But with the explosion of the giant Silverstone godlike creature, the other 2 godlike creatures seemed to also begin to explode. Like the Silverstone clan, they wanted to snatch the dark flame ghost cord in Long Yu's hand, but they were stopped by Yi Ziwei and Yu Fei, and gave them a heavy blow. Then, like crazy, he launched an offensive towards the 2 women. As for the multi-winged godlike stone statue, it can only play a containment role now, because the water-like god knows very well that this stone statue is only controlled by others. As long as the other 3-headed gods are killed, they can start to snatch the advanced modified godlike source product. Once they obtain that godlike source product, how will their strength be improved? This is simply unimaginable. This will also greatly enhance their status in the clan. Even if they can get some insights from this kind of divine source products, it is unknown that they will eventually become the strongest godlike gods in their clan. The temptation is too great. After reaching the godlike level, it is not that easy to improve, and the godlike source product is one of the ways to quickly improve. And if it is an advanced modified godlike source product, it can completely improve their strength by several levels. You must know that they have never even seen a godlike source product of this level, let alone own it. Even the super races of the Langyastar territory, such as the Sword Clan, the Mechanical Clan, and the Six-Wing Clan do not have many godlike origin products of this level. It can even be said that if you get this advanced modified godlike source product, whether it is the Shinshui tribe, the Silverstone tribe, or even the Soul tribe that is more difficult to use this godlike source article, the overall strength of their race can be increased by 1. Big steps. The Shinshui tribe and the Silverstone tribe can rely on the enhancement brought by this godlike source product to conquer more territories and obtain more training resources. In just 10 years, the overall strength of the race will be greatly improved. As for the Soul Clan, they can also use this godlike product to exchange for some extremely precious cultivation resources. After all, the Soul Clan cannot use the advanced modified godlike product of Dark Flame Guesua too easily. You must know that they are pure spiritual soul life forms. From this perspective, these 3 alien gods can now be said to be competitors, because if any party obtains this godlike source product, there will be earth-shaking changes. But for the time being, they are still united together. After all, they have to kill Concubine Yu and the others first before they can pursue Yen Guesua's plan. Therefore, Long Yu's time is very tight now. Kill, kill, kill. Long Yu was equally anxious in his heart. The dark flame ghost rope stretched out in his hand, like a long black dragon across the sky, burning with death flames that burned all souls, passing through the dominant legion of the Shinshui tribe. In a short period of time, has killed more than 5,000 of the Shinshui tribe that dominates the secret realm. At the same time, Long Yu also activated the secret martial arts of Mo Chen's heart to continuously condense the demon dust clones, causing the demon dust clones to throw the 9 nether balls directly in other directions one after another. After all, there are a total of 8 Dominator legions in the field, which are not under his control, and the other two Xuanhuan tribe dominator legions are still very close to each other. They immediately took action when Long Yu activated the Dark Flame Ghost Rope. Rolled towards Long Yushi. However, Long Yu threw a few 9 nether balls, which instantly slowed down the time in the void by 70%. For a moment, the foreign race that dominated the legion was unable to get close to him. Of course, this is not a long-term solution. Fortunately, at this time, the 4 demon cultivator master legions, including the violent bear demon clan, finally arrived. Ha ha ha, come on, brother-in-law, I'll block it for you. In the midst of a loud laugh, Xuelua arrived in an instant, leading the blood demon clan's tens of thousands of dominator legions past Long Yu's side, and then flew directly towards the dominator legions in other directions. Now no more than before, Xuelua has clearly seen the situation of the war between gods. Although Yu Fei, Jitao, and Yi Ziwei are all very strong, the other party is stronger. After all, they have been powerful beings who have been in the class of gods for a long time. They definitely have an advantage against Yu Fei and the other new class gods. If this continues, it is very likely that Concubine Yu and the others will lose as a whole. Now, the 3 alien godlike warriors from the Xuanhuan tribe, the Silver Stone tribe, and the Soul tribe are already desperately trying to kill their respective opponents, because whoever kills the opponent first will be able to kill Long Yu first and kill the advanced transformed humanoid. Grab the divine source product. Even the Xuanhuan tribe tried to use clones to deal with Long Yu, but unfortunately Yi Ziwei tried his best to block it. In addition, the yellow sand was rolling in the field, and the multi-winged godlike stone statues were also able to cause some harassment to the godlike god of the Xuanhuan tribe. Otherwise, the clones of the Xuanhuan tribe would have already arrived behind Long Yu. Xuelua laughed loudly, and thousands of strong men from the blood demon tribe who dominated the secret realm passed by. With their hot-blooded momentum, they directly blocked another Xuanhuan tribe and fell into the influence of the nearby 9 nether ball. Under the effect of time slowing down, coupled with the restraint of the blood demon clan's dominant army, it was not so easy for the dominant army to get close to Long Yu. Now Xuelua's personal strength is also very strong. Although like Long Yu, he is also at the peak of the 7th level master and has not stepped into the godlike state, he has no disadvantage at all when facing the 7th level masters of the Xuanhuan tribe and can even easily fight 1 against 2 and kill the opponent in a short time. Xuelua's time during this period was definitely not in vain. He practiced some divine formations, including the methods of the 1st grade divine formation and the 2nd grade divine formation. He also understood the revelation-level divine texts and Taichu Golden Pool. At the level of the 7th level master, basically at its peak. Xuelua in this state could definitely go to the Eclipse Ancient Domain to participate in the competition. Unfortunately, there were not enough places at that time. The human race and demon race combined only had 400 places. Xuelua was not invited, so there was nothing he could do. On the other side, Shi Tianlei and Shi Qingfeng, who had been promoted to the 5th stage of Grand Master, and his son, father and son, also led the White Feather Demon Clan's Master Legion to fly past Long Yu's back and quickly approached the other Xuanhuan clan's Master Legion. Brother Long, come on. When Shi Qingfeng passed by, he also shouted cheerfully. The White Feather Monster Clan is developing well. All this is because of Long Yu. Without Long Yu, the scattered members of the White Feather Monster Clan would probably not be able to settle down now. Place. You guys, come on too. Long Yu nodded, feeling the passion in the hearts of the people around him. He would never let them down. The remaining 2 Demon Clan Dominator Legions went straight towards the Silverstone Clan Dominator Legion to intercept them. As for the Soul Clan Dominator Legion, no one could stop them. They quickly approached the location of Long Yu from above. Fortunately, at this time, Long Yu had already relied on the Dark Flame Guesua to almost eliminate the 1st Xuanhuan tribe's dominant legion. Let's come together. The Soul Clan, who has no body, can just rely on the dark flame ghost rope to catch them all in one fell swoop. There was calmness in Long Yu's eyes. He didn't even call the 88 people from the Ghost Shadow Department, but took the initiative to rush into the encirclement of the 3 Soul Master Legions. This scene shocked everyone present. Why was Long Yu so trusting? That is the Soul Clan, a very powerful race that is extremely difficult to deal with. If the entire Dominion army unites to carry out spiritual shocks, even the dragon you will be likely to be taken away in one wave. Why did he take the initiative to rush into the opponent's encirclement? As everyone knows, Long Yu is the most comfortable opponent to the Soul Clan, because he has now reached the peak of the 7th level master, plus he has cultivated the world-purifying body to its peak, and he has the ancient god's seal of the world-purifying body in his mind. All of this combined makes him fearless of any mental attack methods below godlike level. No matter how large the number is, it won't work. The silver radiance of the pure body emerges from the surface of Long Yu's body. Ahead, there is an empty and silent galaxy. In the darkness, there are 3 master legions of the Soul Clan hidden. Even though their bodies cannot be seen, their strong mental fluctuations can be felt. The 10,000-strong master army of these 3 Soul Clans has surrounded Long Yu in 3 directions. Long Yu refused to retreat but advanced, rushing into the opponent's encirclement. These Soul Masters all felt a little strange. Could this kid have come here to die? But they don't have much time to think. Because if they don't take action, Dark Flame Guesua, an advanced modified divine source item, will fall on them. They have no doubt whether this kind of divine source item can kill them. Just looking at this battle, the power of the Xinshui tribe's Dominator Legion that the soldiers had just destroyed was not something that the existence of the mere Dominator in the secret realm could withstand. Therefore, nearly 30,000 Soul Masters, whether they were powerful beings who dominated the secret realm or great masters, launched an offensive towards Long Yu at this moment. Endless spiritual shock waves entangled each other and condensed in the void. Countless powerful spiritual shock storms formed. These spiritual impact storms also have different attributes. The spiritual powers of different attributes cannot be integrated together, so large and small ones swept towards Long Yu overwhelmingly, completely covering the space around him. Dragon Royal. Many people around were extremely surprised when they felt this scene. Some of them didn't know Long Yu's methods, so they didn't understand Long Yu's almost death behavior, but soon something happened that shocked them all. As the silvery light on the surface of Long Yu's body condensed, a mirror was formed. After the silver mirror appeared, the countless mental shock storms that swept over actually rebounded back with 10 times the power, roaring in. Among the dominant legions of the 3 Soul Clans. So strong. Everyone was stunned. The dominant legions of the 4 demon clans have even forgotten their respective opponents at this moment. Even the remaining dominant legions of the Silver Stone tribe and the Xinshui tribe are looking in this direction in great surprise. The extremely powerful human race, he actually resisted the simultaneous attacks of 3 Soul Master legions with one person. And even more shockingly, he seemed to resist. Even the 3 alien gods couldn't believe that they had seen such a scene at this moment. With 1 against 30,000, even if they were on the scene, they might not be able to do it, right? What is going on with this human race? First, he showed an advanced transformation of a godlike source product. And then he did something horrific like one man fighting against 3 Dominator legions. Could it be that this place is a training base for secretly powerful people from the human race and the demon race? Moreover, these 3 gods in front of me have never been seen before. The Xinshui tribe, the Silver Stone tribe and the human race and the monster tribe are relatively far away from each other and encounter relatively few encounters. However, the Soul tribe is different. The Soul tribe and the monster tribe are often at war. How many kilograms are there for the monster tribe and the human tribe? It's so clear. Why did such a powerful existence suddenly appear now? And these gods are definitely not bad at fighting ability. Could it be that they are new gods? The eclipse ancient domain has just ended. It is normal to say that each major race will have some new gods. But even if the human race and demon race have new gods, shouldn't they be trained and improved within their territories now? How could it be possible to come to a place so far away from the territory of the human race and the demon race? Unless a powerful godlike person activates the space-time tunnel, it would be possible for them to cross such a long distance, but what are they doing here? Long Yu's performance shocked the three-headed gods in the field, and they thought of more things. They all showed great vigilance towards Long Yu. If they were on the safe side, they would turn around and run away now, letting the remaining Dominator legions intercept the human race and demon race. Their three-headed gods would definitely be able to run away. After all, what they see now is beyond them. Originally thought, it might pose a great threat to all three races. However, the desire for advanced transformation of godlike source products made them stay at the risk. They won't just give up. Even if Long Yu can fight one against 30,000, so what? Their three-headed godlike beings are also able to do this kind of thing. As long as they kill their respective godlike opponents, they will be able to easily obtain the advanced modified godlike source product, the Dark Flame Gueso. This road looks easy to walk, and it seems that high-end source products are within easy reach. But they don't know that they are really far away from the advanced modified godlike source products. In the field, Long Yu activated the soul-purifying mirror, which bounced back a large part of the spiritual shock storm, instantly sweeping away a large area of soul masters nearby. However, the soul-purifying mirror soon lost its power, and more a violent storm of mental shock bombarded him. The realm of illusion. Long Yu activated the Dark Flame Guesua and began to roar and kill in the field. As for himself, under the cover of this divine formation, he completely became a void existence. Even those mental shock storms cannot harm him in a short period of time. However, the first-level divine formation in the virtual reality illusion realm cannot make Long Yu invincible, because among the three dominating legions, there are actually some soul clans who understand the way of nothingness in this regard and can activate special spiritual souls. The power disintegrated the entire illusory realm of reality and reality. Dark Flame Guesua instantly became furious, roared, and devoured group after group of soul masters. The three soul master legions have long been in a mess. They are basically avoiding the sweep of Dark Flame Guesua. They have even forgotten about dealing with Long Yu. After all, after the wave of world-purifying soul mirrors just rebounded, more than half of the soul masters in the field have been killed. The rest of them were scared out of their wits and had no courage to confront Long Yu head-on. The three soul clan master legions began to disperse. But of course Long Yu will not let them escape easily. Even the 88 members of the previous Ghost Shadow Department have now rushed over and activated the Hell Ghost Forbidden Array, covering a large area of the nearby starry sky. As for the Soul Masters who had escaped before, Diao Fei and Si Yuan Bai, as well as Xiang Wu, Xu Chan, Du Guijian and Yan Huanma were responsible for cleaning up. The Void Dragon Blade led everyone back and forth. In the void, one can catch up to the Soul Master who has escaped the furthest away with just one step. The result Long Yu wants is not to miss a single thing. On the other side, the four demon clans have also faced off against the remaining alien master legions, but they are only delaying the opponent's actions. With the cooperation of the 9 nether balls, there is no need to fight hard with the opponent. Although the opponent was advancing bit by bit, approaching Long Yu had already killed more than 90% of the soul masters in the field before the rest of the alien master army could approach. Even if the illusory realm of reality and reality is destroyed, he still has a way to transform into nothingness. However, when he transformed into nothingness, the god of the Silver Stone clan not far away was distracted and threw a shockwave of silver light towards where Long Yu was. This shockwave directly knocked out half of his void space. Shattered, thus making other Soul Clan aware of his location. Unfortunately, this can't delay things for long. The silver light on the surface of Long Yu kept flashing, and any mental impact bombarded on his body was blocked by the silver light of this world-purifying body, unable to penetrate and harm his spiritual soul. The defense of the pure world body has exceeded the level that these soul clans can break through. However, within half a quarter of an hour, the 3 Soul Master Legions in the field combined had less than 1,000 masters left. The remaining ones were relatively scattered, so Long Yu didn't bother to pay attention to them. He left them to Sunset Dance and the others. Enough. The ancient Shura Palace suddenly grew larger in size, and the Enlightenment-level Shura divine power quickly gathered from the scene. From the ancient Shura Palace, the light of Shura is continuously released, and each dark ray of light of Shura divine inscriptions can completely kill a soul clan that is about to escape. The 4 forces that make up the 4-phase killing prison are extremely lethal to spiritual souls, and it is easy to use them to deal with the Soul Clan. With a few of them cleaning the battlefield, Long Yu no longer needs to pay attention to the remaining battlefield here. He flew at the fastest speed towards the Blood Demon Clan's dominant army where Xuanhuan was. With his body flashing, he arrived in front of the Blood Demon Clan's dominant army and faced the second Shinshui Clan's dominant army, Anyun. Guiso immediately started waving. We must use the fastest speed to clean up all these dominating legions. Long Yu did not pause at all. After the dark flame Guisua appeared, the dark flames burned all over the sky instantly. The entire void was filled with the breath of death. The spiritual souls of the gods and water tribe masters were completely destroyed, and then were destroyed by Long Yu's 9. The ball of darkness swallowed up the body. In this area, Long Yu has gathered a lot of 9 nether balls, so the flow of time in the entire area is slowed down. Compared to Long Yu, it was as if the movements of these aliens were slowed down by 70%. They did not have the strength to dodge or counterattack, and they were cleared extremely quickly by him. However, Long Yu condensed so many demon dust clones and consumed countless pills. These pills have the effect of restoring energy, and each pill has different medicinal properties and is not of the same type. It was specially refined by Liao Lele and prepared for this fierce battle. After countless pills, Long Yu could barely maintain the consumption of power in his body. When he almost wiped out the dominant army of the Shinshui tribe, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. With a bang, he directly chose to self-destruct in the void. He needed to reshape his body so that he could swallow the pills he had swallowed before. Replenish strength. But this scene made all the remaining aliens stunned. What did this guy do to suddenly blow himself up? Long Yu's sudden self-destruction left the surrounding foreigners confused. Even the many people in the Void Galaxy who didn't know the truth were dumbfounded. What is this Lord Long Yu doing? Why did he suddenly self-destruct after playing well? But before they all recovered, Long Yu's body was quickly reshaped in the void. He has reached the pinnacle of martial arts secrets in the demonic heart, and many of the ancient god's patterns are engraved in the brain of the ancient god, which increases the physical reshaping effect of the demonic heart by more than 5 times. Even after self-destruction, Long Yu, it only takes 2 breaths to reshape the physical body. As long as the devil's heart is immortal, he will be immortal. At least that can be said about the physical body. Just like the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, even though his spiritual soul was sealed into the 9 Nether prison monument by the Death Emissary back then, his physical body still broke through the seal and appeared to be reshaped. This is the power of demonic heart. After all, this is the secret martial art obtained from the 9 Nether prison monument. After 2 breaths, Long Yu completed the reshaping of his body, and the next battle was not too difficult for him. After all, with the assistance of the Blood Demon clan and other 4 Demon Cultivator Corps, he could restrain his opponent. It is only a matter of time before he wants to kill the remaining alien masters. He must hurry up before Concubine Yu and the others fall into a disadvantage. At this moment, the battle between the humanoid gods in the field has begun to sway in the direction of the alien race. The 3 alien race-like gods are displaying various deified magical powers, and their power density is 12 to 13 times that of ordinary people, which is much higher than the 10 times power density of new gods like Yiziwei and Yufei. After they exerted their full strength, Concubine Yu, Yiziwei, and Jitao were all unable to resist. Long Yu must speed up. The Dark Flame Ginsu is only his most commonly used method to eliminate large-scale enemies, but he still has other methods that can eliminate large-scale opponents. Although it is not as powerful as the Dark Flame Ginsu, it can still kill many aliens. Dominate. Deified magical power, 9 Nether Dragon Breath. A huge phantom of the 9 Nether Dragon emerged from the void behind him, and then a terrifying burst of 9 Nether Dragon Breath burst out, instantly penetrating the nearby void for hundreds of miles, killing more than 100 people on the path. The masters of the Xuanhuan tribe killed them one after another. Divine power. Without becoming a god, only Long Yu can display it. These are all rewards obtained in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. It is impossible for those foreign races to imagine such power, let alone resist it. When Long Yu reaches the peak of the 7th level master, it means that in this world, except for the gods, no one is his opponent. The pattern of Xian Brand continued to take effect, weakening the power density of the opponents he touched by half, turning them into existences that were cottonier than cotton. He could easily penetrate them, kill them, and burn them to death. It is a pity that under the offensive of Joyo Dragon Breath, the aliens who were killed were completely destroyed physically and mentally, and even the 9 Nether Ball could not swallow anything. There is nothing we can do about this. Fortunately, we can quickly devour the aliens in the godlike realm. Long Yu thought in his mind that the 3 deified magical powers of 9 Netherworld Dragon Breath, Soul Seal Siphon and 9 Netherworld Hand were constantly activated. However, the one that killed the most opponents the fastest was the 9 Netherworld Dragon Breath move. With magical powers, whether it is Soul Seal Siphon or 9 Nether Hands, although they can kill some alien masters, the number is not large and they are ineffective. Only the 9 Nether Dragon Breath, this magical power, is completely offensive, and it is the most efficient to eliminate. The 3 major magical powers took action together, and together with the high-level source item, the Dark Flame Ghost Cord, Long Yu's speed in killing the foreign masters increased by at least 1/3. This was already a very good result. The Dark Flame Ghost alone, if you use Su'a, the elimination speed will be very fast, but Long Yu feels that it is still not enough. Must be as fast as possible. All the alien master armies collapsed. Even the dominant legion that had not been targeted by Long Yu felt timid at this moment and fled towards the void in the distance. These aliens, Long Yu asked the 4 demon clan masters to intercept them, but they couldn't stop them. Then Void Dragon Blade led Sunset Dance and the 4 of them to pursue them. Under the pursuit of Void Crossing, no aliens could be found. Had the ability to escape from this void. The strong man of the Ghost Shadow Department also hid in the nearby space, specifically targeting those aliens who escaped. More importantly, Long Yu had already ordered Man Xian and Chi Hua's group of hundreds of people to distribute themselves on the escape route of these foreign masters. No matter where the other party escaped from, the scattered existence would eventually be destroyed. Eliminate them all, leaving no one behind. The dominant alien army has completely collapsed. After Long Yu eliminated the 2 dominant legions of the Xuanhuan tribe, he no longer paid attention to the remaining 3 dominant legions of the Silverstone tribe. These 3 dominant legions of the Silverstone tribe were frightened and had already been defeated. It's time for the 4 demon cultivators to master the army and practice their skills. It would be best for them to take action. If they can't even defeat such a defeated opponent, then they are too bad. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu turned around and headed in the direction of the fierce battle between the godlike warriors. This scene shocked everyone else in the room once again. Does this kid think that dealing with the Dominator Legion is no longer enough, so he wants to provoke the gods? If it were the existence of other 7-stage masters, even if they were just close to the battlefield where gods were fighting, they would probably be affected to death in an instant, but Long Yu was not afraid at all. Long Yu, he is really strong. It's hard to imagine what kind of superpower he would be if he could become a god. It seems that the territory of our void galaxy should be expanded. The training resources previously taken from the human race and monster race have almost been exhausted. That's right. Having said that, we have to work hard, but we can't completely rely on Long Yu and the others to survive. In the dominant army of the 4 demon cultivators, conversations like this kept happening. Some people originally felt unhappy. They didn't want to wait for a good battlefield legion. What were they doing in this remote little place? And now, they finally truly regard the Void Galaxy as their home and the base for their development. This feeling is completely different from when I was in the Battlefield Legion before. At that time, this group of guys mainly thought about working for others, and rarely thought about things like the survival of the human race, because even without them, the Battlefield Legion was still a solid barrier that would not let the aliens break through easily. But it's different now. The Void Galaxy is their current home, the back garden. Absolutely no foreigners are allowed to set foot. Now, they are protecting their homeland by themselves and participating in the battle in person. Once they retreat, the entire battlefield situation may be rewritten. This sense of honor spurs and inspires them to fight to the death with the aliens and not let anyone go. An alien. When they saw Long Yu flying towards the godlike battlefield, they were even more impressed. As expected of Long Yu, he actually dared to fight against powerful alien gods when he was the 7th level master. I once heard that he helped kill 2 Ice God clan gods and 1 Origami clan god. It was not a lie. At that time, Long Yu only played a weak restraining role. But now, once he takes action, he will win. The 9 nether ball appeared above his head, like a black hole, swallowing up all the surrounding light, time and space. As Long Yu stepped forward, the influence of the 9 nether ball on the flow of time was also directly covered into the nearest god, the Water Tribe god. Court death. The Water Tribe god was extremely angry. It didn't expect that before it even went to trouble Long Yu, this kid would actually come to the door. He simply looked down on it, right? Its eyes immediately focused on the dark flame ghost rope on Long Yu's body. At this moment, the dark flame ghost rope was like a giant snake covered in pitch-black flames, wrapping around Long Yu's body, making him look like a messenger from hell. In the mind of Long Yu ancient god, the effect of the Shanluo pattern was activated. The Shinshui tribe, who was covered by the effect of the 9 nether ball, suddenly found that their power density dropped sharply. It was originally 12 times the density, but now it is only 6 times the density. If they face Long Yu, there is still no big problem, but the key is that there are Yi Ziwei and the godlike stone statues of the Duoying clan dealing with it. The next moment, Yi Ziwei knew that this was the best time. Taking advantage of the Shinshui tribe's god being temporarily distracted, she finally unleashed her long-hidden killer move. Thousands of thunder suppresses. The Taichu Thunder seal on her forehead instantly burst out with the extremely terrifying power of the Taichu Thunder. This is a derivative of the power of the Taichu Thunder in the metal system, and the most important move of 10,000 Thunder suppression is between her and her own Taichu Thunder seal. The ultimate awakening skill that has awakened to the 12th level. Although the power of this move is not particularly powerful, it is already the strongest method for Yi Ziwei now. Moreover, it was used to deal with the gods of the Divine Water Tribe whose power density had been weakened by half. The effect was extremely obvious. Countless divine thunders blasted out from the Taichu thunder seal, like countless giant thunder peaks, crackling from all directions, destroying the divine water tribe. God was completely suppressed in it. Woo! A painful howl erupted from the Xinshui tribe. The pain suppressed by Wan Lei made his whole body bear it. The entire godlike body of the Xinshui tribe in the shape of a gray giant wave shrank a lot at once, and was inexorably crushed. God's thunder devoured everything. Then came the yellow sand that filled the sky. The godlike stone statue of the multi-winged clan, under the control of Concubine Yu in the distance, also burst out with its strongest strength. At this moment, the yellow sand storm gathered into a yellow sand sword light, falling from the sky, suddenly slashed at the Xinshui tribe who was suppressed by Wan Lei. The entire body of the Xinshui tribe was cut into 2 pieces. Give me, devour. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the terrifying power of the 9 nether balls finally fell on the god of the divine water tribe. Amidst the endless thunder and lightning, it could be seen that Long Yu's eyes were full of expectation. From the 9 nether balls, jet-black entwining beams of light continued to bloom, quickly enveloping the gods of the water tribe in them. The god of the divine water tribe, who was originally cut into 2 pieces, still struggled to unite and regain his physical body. However, the dark entwining beam of light that bloomed from the 9 nether sphere completely separated the 2 bodies of the divine water tribe. It opened up and devoured it with extremely terrifying power. This was Long Yu's first attempt to kill a god with his own strength, and it was also his first attempt at a powerful existence in the godlike realm. He could feel that the power from the aquatic god was constantly being introduced into the 9 nether ball, and the various divine powers and various physical tissues in his body were being swallowed up by the 9 nether ball. Although the godlike warriors of the Xinshui tribe are still struggling, they cannot stop the process of being devoured. When Yiziwei saw this, he immediately stepped aside and no longer paid attention to the godlike god from the water tribe. Instead, he went to help Concubine Yu to fight against the crazy godlike man from the Silver Stone tribe. As for the godlike stone statue of the multi-wing clan, under the control of Concubine Yu, they left the area and went to Yufei's side to help resist the powerful godlike figure of the Soul clan, who burst out with all his power. The godlike stone statues of the multi-wing clan have no spiritual soul, so the attack launched by the Soul clan's godlike statues against them is of no use at all. No matter what kind of offensive the soul-like gods launch against Yufei, they will be easily resisted by the multi-winged godlike stone statues, and then try to counterattack. With 2 against 1, Concubine Yu gradually gained the upper hand. Jitao and Yiziwei joined forces, and gradually suppressed the godlike strongman from the Silver Stone tribe. As for Long Yu, he could clearly feel that the magical power of the 9 nether ball was devouring more and more powerful power. When the Xinshui tribe suffered heavy losses, it was impossible to resist the devouring of the 9 nether ball. After about a stick of incense, the entire Xinshui tribe's godlike powerhouses were finally completely swallowed up by the 9 nether balls. At this point, the entire Xinshui tribe army that came to attack the Void Galaxy was wiped out, from the godlike ones to the Dominator Legion. None of the divine water tribes in the field can survive. And Long Yu's 9 nether ball, after swallowing the gods of the Xinshui tribe, has reached the strongest level in history. Within the scope of its power, the flow of time has been slowed down by more than 80%. In other words, Long Yu now can activate 5 times the time flow slowing effect. When practicing, 1 day of cultivation for others is equivalent to 5 days of cultivation for him. When others practice for 1 year, it is equivalent to 5 years for him. This effect is simply invincible, but it is a pity that this method is only suitable for him. Otherwise, the entire Void Galaxy will fall into such a time slowdown area. How quickly will the cultivation of everyone in the Void Galaxy improve? If we devour that Silverstone clan god again. Long Yu couldn't help but think like this, and then, the Silverstone tribe godlike person was in bad luck. Originally, the godlike creature from the Silver Stone tribe was at a disadvantage when facing Jitao and Yiziwei at the same time. Now that Long Yu was involved, it directly weakened half of its power density, leaving it completely without the ability to resist. Jitao instantly exploded with the ancient ghost domain divine text. Yiziwei once again used the final awakening technique of 10,000 thunder suppression, smashing the Silver Stone god into pieces, and then the power of the 9 nether balls covered it, and countless dark entanglements. The beam of light shrouded it like a dark sky and the end of the world, enveloping the huge body of the Silver Stone godlike creature and began to devour it. Swallow. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, the 9 netherworld ball grew again, and the godlike strongman from the Silver Stone tribe became the nourishment of the 9 netherworld ball in this irresistible force. In the end, there is still one soul-like god left, so there is no need to say more. It is a pity that this godlike creature has no body and cannot be swallowed by the 9 nether ball. However, everyone worked together to deal with it and quickly killed it completely. Its spirit and soul were completely destroyed, and it no longer existed in this world. Traces of passing. In this battle, Void Galaxy won a complete victory, and everyone who participated in the battle gained a lot. After all, the opponent has a total of 9 foreign master legions. Even if most of them are swallowed up by Long Yu, there are still 30,000 to 40,000 alien small worlds left. A lot of things can be searched from them. Just the creations can be searched. There are a lot of them coming out, and there may also be divine essences, and so on. All in all, these things belong to other people going out to fight, and Long Yu doesn't need those things. These resources are all used by other people in the Void Galaxy to develop and become stronger. This is the best use. On the other hand, Yiziwei, Yufei, and the others did not get anything useful from this battle. After all, the 2 gods were swallowed by Long Yu's 9 nether ball, and the small world was swallowed up together and became the nutrients of the 9 nether ball. Nothing left. Only the small world of the Soul Clan remains, and you can enter it and search it. Of course, after all, it is a small world of gods, and there must be a lot of good things in it. Just the essence of divine texts and the essence of the beginning can be found at least a few pieces. For gods, getting some of the essence of divine texts, the essence of Taichu, is really too easy. And every piece of divine essence is of considerable value. Long Yu was also too lazy to search this part, leaving it to Yiziwei and Concubine Yu. As for Long Yu, he was digesting the changes brought about by the devouring of the 9 nether balls. There is no doubt that the 9 nether balls devoured 30,000 to 40,000 foreign masters, and also swallowed 2 alien gods. Almost earth-shaking changes took place. The change. The current 9 nether ball can create an area where the time flow rate is 6 times faster. For Long Yu, the time required for him to improve is shorter. If the 9 nether ball is always by his side, Long Yu will be able to try to reach the godlike realm in at most 1 month. In this month, Long Yu plans to go to the Soul Clan territory to spend time, and he can also get some shadow essence and so on, which is quite useful to him. The most important thing is that he still wants to let the 9 nether ball devour more. If the Soul Clan is killed by the Dark Flame Guesua, the 9 nether ball will have nothing to swallow, but if the Soul Clan is killed by other methods, if the spiritual soul power is only destroyed but not annihilated, some power can still be swallowed. In the battle just now, time was too tight, so Long Yu could only give up on those Soul Clans and clean them up one after another. But if he enters the territory of the Soul Clan alone, there is no need to be in such a hurry. He can take his time and let the 9 nether ball devour some powerful Soul Clans. The effect should be good. However, Long Yu must be careful in all his actions. If he encounters a god of the soul race, the situation will be worse. After all, the life-saving method of incarnation into nothingness is ineffective in the face of a strong person in the godlike realm. Of Of course, Long Yu still had to deal with some things, before officially setting off. The war is over. I don't know when the next wave of attacks from the Shinshui tribe, Silverstone tribe and Soul tribe will be, but during this period, Void Galaxy will receive a relatively large development. After all, many people in this battle will got a lot of good stuff. Long Yu and others first went back and held a celebration banquet for everyone, and then celebrated that Yi Ziwei was able to step into the realm of gods and become the pinnacle existence in the Void Galaxy and even the entire human race and monster race. I didn't expect that you gave Yi Ziwei that top-quality creation. Long Yu said to Concubine Yu with a smile. Her talent is indeed the best among the people I know here. Concubine Yu pursed her lips and smiled. Yi Ziwei toasted to Long Yu from the side. Long Yu, I'm one step ahead of you, but you will catch up soon. By then, I'm afraid I won't be your opponent. We are all our own people, so we can talk about whether we are rivals or not. Long Yu smiled and shook his head, picked up the wine glass and drank in one gulp. At the same time, he thought of Hong Ying and Yu Ge. These two women were also absorbing the best creations. They should be about to break through to the level of gods, right? Although Hong Ying and Yu Ge are a bit slower than Yi Ziwei, it does not mean that they are weaker than Yi Zi. The main reason is that Yi Ziwei has been practicing with great concentration and reached the realm of the 7th level master before the two girls. He started some time earlier than them. Consolidate your cultivation. But if you count, Red Warbler and Yuga should be fast. Long Yu did not plan to wait for them to leave seclusion, but planned to leave first and go to the Soul Clan territory for a tour. Before leaving, he wanted to seek some more benefits for the people of Void Galaxy. He returned to his own little world, came to the area where the Bone Clan survivors lived, and called out Jia Wufeng. You have also seen the current situation. I am about to enter the realm of gods. Even in the Eclipse ancient domain, I have even obtained the divine martial arts. Those endless martial arts in your hands are not suitable for me. It doesn't have much use for me anymore. Through the void nether dragon blade, Long Yu conveyed these words to Yu Wufeng indifferently. Long Yu had no sympathy for foreigners. Even though they had given him a lot of benefits, they were of no use now, so Long Yu was naturally too lazy to keep them. When Jia Wufeng heard the news, he was naturally extremely panicked, but he did not panic and quickly thought of a solution. Among our Bone Clan, there is a technique of swearing allegiance. If we swear allegiance to you, can we continue to have the right to survive? Ji Wufeng conveyed his intention to Void Dragon Blade, and then Xiaoshu conveyed it to Long Yu. Oh? When Long Yu heard this, he was a little interested. Then Jia Wufeng explained that the so-called Oath of Allegiance was to allow him to know all the thoughts and the minds of these Bone Clan survivors, which naturally included the whereabouts of the remaining endless level martial arts that they had not handed over. Simply put, if the Bone Clan survivors swear allegiance to Long Yu, then he is equivalent to controlling everything about the Bone Clan survivors. In this case, Long Yu was quite interested. However, there are now a total of 300,000 Bone Clan survivors. Long Yu is too lazy to control all 300,000 in his own hands. In this case, he can just let these Bone Clan become the followers of others. After swearing allegiance, these Bone Clan survivors are completely equivalent to followers. Jia Wufeng, you first swear allegiance to me. As for the other Bone Clan survivors, I will let my people choose freely. Those who are willing to swear allegiance can continue to survive as my followers. Those who are not willing to swear allegiance can continue to live as my followers. Those who are unwilling to swear allegiance can continue to live as my followers. It can only be completely annihilated from this void. Long Yu said to Ji Wufeng. There is no way to go to prison but to accept the order. His whole body began to exude a strange aura, and then this strange aura spread towards Long Yu. Due to the existence of the pure world body, if these breaths are harmful to him, they will never harm him. After all, even the remains of the Bone Clan who have no way to lead the prison are only at the level of a 5-star emperor, and have not even reached the level of dominating the secret realm. So he generously asked the other party to take the oath. If there were any problems, he would immediately destroy all the remaining members of the Bone Clan, and there would be no big loss to him. Soon, the awe-inspiring aura of Ji Wufeng enveloped Long Yu's whole body. Then, Long Yu felt that a spiritual soul was completely linked to him. Through this Bone Clan link, Long Yu could clearly feel any thought that goes to hell, can even dig out his deep memories, including where the endless level martial arts mastered by the Bone Clan survivors are hidden. He knows them all. This is a true pledge of allegiance. In this case, there is no need to kill them all. Long Yu nodded with satisfaction. There are 300,000 Bone Clan remnants here, and if they are all distributed to the people of Void Galaxy, each person can have several followers. After all, Long Yu is only prepared to distribute them to those fighting elements, and there is no need for the civilians of the White Feather Monster Clan. The cultivation level of these Bone Clan survivors is not high, but if they are given enough resources, they can still rise. According to the current situation, as long as there are enough resources, the strength of each warrior in the Void Galaxy can be greatly improved. After all, as long as the followers of the Bone Clan survivors are trained to dominate the secret realm, they will have good combat effectiveness. Moreover, the followers can also help with many things, helping them save time in training and improve their martial arts realm faster. This kind of thing is very cost-effective no matter how you look at it. The main reason is that Long Yu is now completely sure that the Bone Clan's oath of allegiance will have no harm to Long Yu and the others. Otherwise, the body of the pure world will not be lost. Reaction. This technique of swearing allegiance should be used by Bone Clan civilians or warriors in ancient times to swear allegiance to Bone Clan nobles and royal families. Now there is no other way but to swear allegiance to Long Yu and the others. Otherwise, once Long Yu takes action, none of the 300,000 remaining members of the Bone Clan will be able to survive. Nowadays, most of these bone race remnants are only at the level of the mystical realm of mystical powers, but as long as there are enough resources, it is not too difficult for them to become the existence of the mystical realm of the King's realm or even to dominate the secret realm. Then, after Ji Wufeng completely swore allegiance to Long Yu knew where the Bone Clan survivors had stored their endless level martial arts. It turned out to be in their bodies. There is a relatively special group of Bone Clan survivors. That group is not very powerful in combat, but they hide all the jade slips of endless level martial arts in their bodies. If Long Yu wants to completely eliminate the Bone Clan survivors, he will definitely not noticing these inconspicuous guys led to destroying the jade slips together. But now, Long Yu can let Ji Wufeng take out all these martial arts jade slips. It has to be said that the remains of the Bone Clan are quite useful to dragon control. At least the crazy battle celestial body and unbounded grip that he used for a long time were all obtained from them, and now he has obtained more martial arts. Among them, there are even endless grade products and top-notch martial arts. The martial arts of the endless grade and the best martial arts of the endless grade can basically be said to be divine martial arts. Long Yu's previous guess was correct. Among the martial arts preserved by these Bone Clan survivors, there is one martial skill of the endless grade and 3 more endless level martial arts. These 4 martial arts, Long Yu feels at least on the same level as gathering spiritual light. Divine martial arts are endless grade and top grade martial arts. In other words, it can be said that endless level martial arts are godlike martial arts, just like concentrated aura. Neither the power nor the effect nor the difficulty of training are particularly high. The ultimate martial arts of the endless level are real divine martial arts. There is actually a jade slip with such martial skills among the Bone Clan survivors, which even exceeds those obtained from the Eclipse ancient domain. It can be seen that Long Yu conquered these Bone Clan survivors. The behavior is not bad. In addition, this Bone Clan remnant also has dozens of endless-level high-grade martial arts collections, which are on the same level as the Crazy Battle Celestial Body and the Unbounded Grip. These martial arts are all now owned by the forces of the Void Galaxy. There are Demon Cultivator martial arts, Human martial arts, and martial arts shared by the two races. To put it simply, almost all the warriors of the Void Galaxy will be able to practice endless-level high-grade martial arts. Opportunity. There are also many endless-level middle-grade martial arts. Although they are not particularly strong, they are definitely rare martial arts for ordinary practitioners. Long Yu is very confident that with these jade slips for cultivating endless-level martial arts and the followers of the Bone Clan survivors, the overall strength of the entire Void Galaxy can at least double in 3 months. This is already an extremely terrifying speed. When it comes to ordinary humans and monsters, even if it is just a dominating legion that wants to double its combat effectiveness, it will take at least 3 or 4 years of preparation. Then, Long Yu spread the news to the Void Galaxy that he could obtain the followers of the Bone Clan survivors, making every warrior in the Void Galaxy rejoice. Alien followers, this kind of thing is extremely rare. Even in the borders of the human race and the demon race, it seems that such a thing has never been encountered for thousands of years. Long Yu can still get so many bone races. Entourage is really amazing. Since it was Long Yu who said it, they wouldn't doubt whether there would be danger or anything like that. They trust Long Yu. Starting from Long Yu's amazing combat power in the previous battle, his status in the entire Void Galaxy has rapidly risen, even to the point of being higher than several gods, because they clearly saw Long Yu combat effectiveness. He has not yet stepped into the godlike realm, but with his talent, it will only be a matter of time before he steps into the godlike realm. If Long Yu steps into the category of god, then there will definitely not be many existences in the world that can match Long Yu. You must know that the current Dragon Yu, who is only a 7th level master, can go head-to-head with an alien human god. What a terrifying method this is. On the premise of trusting Long Yu, everyone expressed their willingness to accept these Bone Race followers. And Long Yu released all 300,000 Bone Clan survivors from the small world and lined up in the Void Galaxy. These Bone Clan survivors also have relatives, friends, lovers, and are basically related to each other. Long Yu tried his best to keep them together, and then they could be selected by the warriors of the same Void Galaxy. These followers of the Bone Clan survivors can be used to improve their combat power. Of course, they can also be treated as servants or servants, without cultivating their combat power. But no matter what, the existence of these followers will definitely make the overall strength of Void Galaxy stronger. What's more, Long Yu also added hundreds of jade slips of endless-level martial arts to the library of Void Galaxy. As for the 3 endless-level jade slips and one of the best endless-level martial arts jade slips, they were kept by Long Yu himself. Down. Long Yu does not plan to practice these 4 martial arts skills for the time being, but he must not give them to ordinary practitioners to practice. If he is not an important person in Void Galaxy or has made great achievements, Long Yu will not teach these 4 divine martial arts skills to others. Long Yu himself first practiced the ancient god's forbidden technique, the 4-phase killing prison, and if he had time, he could also take a look at the endless-level divine martial arts, but now Long Yu has no time. After 7 days, Long Yu finally sold out all the 300,000 Bone Clan survivors. Basically, every Void Galaxy warrior received 6 or 7 Bone Clan followers and was happily trained. After taking the oath of the Bone Clan followers can easily communicate with everyone, and there is no need to use the Void Nether Dragon Blade like Long Yu. After the matter was settled, Long Yu took a prisoner with him and left the Void Galaxy directly, heading towards the Soul Clan's territory. My lord, are you planning to go to a foreign territory? Ji Wufeng was a little surprised when he saw Long Yu's movements. Yes, you don't need to worry about this matter. Let's improve our cultivation in my little world first. At least, we must first reach the secret realm of domination. Otherwise, it will be useless for me to ask you to be my follower. Long Yu said calmly, and provided Jia Wufang with a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, as well as many created things, all of which were used to improve his cultivation. Jia Wufang's cultivation talent is very high. As one of the few remaining leaders of the Bone Clan and a descendant of the Bone Clan royal family, once he is given enough training resources, he can quickly improve his martial arts realm, and he does not need to consolidate his cultivation for too long, and his improvement is extremely rapid. Of course, after arriving in the Dominion secret realm, no matter how many cultivation resources there are, the martial arts will not advance too quickly, but that is after the Dominion secret realm. At least at this stage, Jia Wufang must first reach the secret realm of domination, and from this goal, Jia Wufang is not too far away. There is a tradition in these 3 nearby star fields. Regardless of whether there is an alliance between races, as long as you enter the territory of another race, it is a great provocation, unless you have been invited in advance. And this also shows from the side how good the relationship between the human race and the demon race is now. Basically, the human race and the demon race can be called the same race, but they still maintain their own culture and history, and there is no way to completely unify the elixirs and martial arts. At this moment, Long Yu quickly flew towards the edge of the Soul Clan's territory. The Nether Dragon Blade of the Void constantly urges the Void to travel, and every teleportation can bring the dragon control away from a distance of millions of miles. However, this distance is still too small compared to the vastness of the Void. If you want to officially enter, it will take several days to reach the Soul Clan's territory. Long Yu felt that the speed was a little slow, so he simply came up with the idea of some time and space teleportation arrays along the way. These time and space teleportation arrays are things built by the Soul Clan, which can allow any being to teleport over long distances. However, for Long Yu, if you want to use this kind of teleportation array, you have to do something every time you use it. Good preparation for 2 fierce battles. Because these time and space teleportation arrays must be guarded by many powerful Soul Clans. The farther away the time and space teleportation array is, the stronger the Soul Clans guarding it are. But there will never be a soul race in the godlike realm appearing in a place like this. Long Yu thought in his heart and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. With his current strength, as long as there are no strong men in the godlike realm, everything will be fine. It's not a big deal to rob 1 or 2 time and space teleportation arrays, but this will alarm the Soul Clan and the dragon. You must make sure not to let the other party send the message out. In this way, the sky domain formed by the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower is extremely important. Just like before, Long Yu cannot let go of any Soul Clan. Soon, Long Yu found a time and space teleportation array. This was the outermost time and space teleportation array of the Soul Clan. If he passed this time and space teleportation array, Long Yu should be able to save at least 3 or 4 days to go to the Soul Clan within the territory. This was good for him, and he came here to kill the Soul Clan anyway. It made no difference to him whether he started killing now or after entering the Soul Clan's territory. After transforming into nothingness, Long Yu gradually approached the space-time teleportation array. What was more troublesome was that there were many wandering soul patrols in the void nearby. Although they were invisible to the naked eye, Long Yu could easily sense their existence. If they were to attack the space-time teleportation array directly, the soul patrols outside would survive. This was not what Long Yu wanted to see. In the state of being transformed into nothingness, he approached the soul patrollers one after another. These soul patrollers were all 3rd-level masters. The existence of 4th-level masters was already very strong in terms of cultivation. Otherwise, patrols would not be arranged in the outermost space-time teleportation array. But for Long Yu, it is extremely easy to kill these guys, and he can even kill them all silently. Long Yu did not use the 9 nether sphere or the dark flame ghost cord. Instead, he directly used the unbounded grip. The forest demon divine text specifically targeted at spiritual and soul power could instantly kill any soul monk who dominated the secret realm. Almost only one stick of incense later, Long Yu killed all the soul clans patrolling outside. However, at this time, the defending soul clans in the time and space teleportation array also discovered something was wrong. One by one, the combat teams came out of the time and space teleportation array. Filed out. Without any hesitation, Long Yu directly activated the sky domain of the ancient Dragon Bone Tower, covering the entire space-time teleportation array within it. This time and space teleportation array is relatively important to the Soul Clan, but it only arranges 1,000 Soul Clan to guard it. The overall combat effectiveness of the defenders here is much weaker than that of a Soul Clan's dominant army. And there is no threat to Long Yu. Moreover, the space-time teleportation array is considered a relatively small thing, and the Ju Kong domain can completely envelop it, and then let Long Yu slowly use his methods. In the realm of absolute space, the power of any space attribute divine text will be blocked, and the power of the space-time teleportation array is no exception. As long as the realm of absolute space is not destroyed, then the space-time teleportation array cannot be activated. After arranging everything, Long Yu began to use various means to kill the thousands of soul masters who dominated the secret realm here. The first was the dark flame Guesua, which swept over and directly eliminated 800 of the powerful soul masters who dominated the secret realm. After all, the pressure on dragon control was also quite high, so it was better to use the dark flame Guesua to eliminate some of them first. Then he used other means, such as the 9 nether ball, to completely devour the remaining soul clan and become the nourishment for this 8th magical power. For Long Yu, who has faced 3 soul master legions head-on, as long as a non-godlike soul master appears, he is almost invincible, at least in a short period of time, as long as the protection of the pure world body the barrier cannot be broken by the opponent. But with his current strength, even if an army of dominators attack him together, it will take some time to break down his protective barrier of the pure world body. Right now, these few hundred soul race dominators are no match for him at all. It only took less than a quarter of an hour in total for Long Yu to kill all the soul masters near the time and space teleportation array. No one was left behind. They were basically either completely wiped out by the dark flame Guesua or by the 9 nether balls. It was devoured, and not even the small world remained. Long Yu didn't care. These soul masters were not powerful beings, and their innate magical powers did not incorporate any divine essence or primordial essence. There was no need to waste time searching their small world. Now, when the opponent uses his innate magical power, if there is the power of divine essence or absolute beginning essence, Long Yu can feel it, so he can completely keep this kind of stronger soul clan and kill all the others. Die, or be devoured. Long Yu is still short of 3 shadow essences, which is not so easy to obtain. After snatching the time and space teleportation array, Long Yu removed the Ju Kong realm, and then asked the Void Dragon Blade to activate the time and space teleportation array. He knew very well that if it was teleported from this time and space teleportation array, it would be very possible. He would encounter a large army of soul tribes, but he was not afraid. You can't just run into the soul master directly, right? What's more, even if he is the master of the soul clan, Long Yu may not be able to escape from the opponent. Although he cannot kill the opponent, it is extremely difficult for the opponent to kill Long Yu. With a flash of space-time power, Long Yu's body was absorbed into the space-time teleportation array. The next moment, he appeared at an extremely far distance away. This place was no longer close to the territory of the Soul Clan. It's far away, even beyond the edge of the Soul Clan's territory, which happens to be the Soul Clan's last line of defense in this direction. Long Yu didn't wait for his body to appear, and immediately transformed into nothingness, without letting any soul clan feel his presence. However, the movement of the space-time teleportation array still made the soul masters stationed here feel something was wrong. They knew something was coming, but they didn't see anything, which surprised them. Then, someone quickly went to the previous teleportation array to check, only to find that the area around the space-time teleportation array was empty. The thousands of souls that were supposed to be stationed here have now completely disappeared, leaving only the tragic atmosphere of battle. Someone has invaded. This news was quickly spread to the inner territory of the Soul Clan, but they have not paid attention to it yet, because this kind of thing has happened before, and there is no need to make a fuss, at least there is no need for godlike to take action. In their view, being able to easily kill thousands of soul masters without making any movement must mean that an unknown enemy force has arrived. But they didn't notice anything appearing, which surprised them. Contacting the recently discovered divine barrier outside the void galaxy, could it be that the things inside were counterattacking? But obviously, they all sent the gods plus 3 domination legions to attack, as well as the Silverstone tribe and the Shinshui tribe. Logically speaking, it is impossible not to send back any news, right? No matter what, the war legions near the Soul Clan's territory mobilized one after another and began to look for the foreign legion that had seized the time and space teleportation array. But they didn't know that the invasion near their territory was not a legion. It's just one person. It's all just because nothing of Long Yu's battle outside the Void Galaxy was transmitted back to the ears of these soul tribes. They have no idea what kind of existence there is on the other side of the Void Galaxy. When the Soul Clan began to mobilize, Long Yu had completely disappeared and flew towards the interior of the Soul Clan's territory. Even the spiritual perception of a godlike person cannot reach millions of miles away, so relying on the Void Dragon Blade, Long Yu can still easily miss the mark with the soul-like god. He knows very well that on the boundary of the Soul Clan's territory, there will definitely be powerful beings in the godlike realm stationed there. He was no match for a head-on confrontation, and it was not appropriate to run away, so of course he had no choice but to go around. He found a Soul Clan patrol team, and then killed all the other Soul Clans, leaving only one of the Soul Clan masters, and then used the Void Ghost Dragon Blade to question him with his spiritual thoughts. On the border of the Soul Clan's territory, similar people wherever the gods are stationed. Facing Long Yu's questioning, these Soul Clans basically would rather die than surrender. But after Long Yu cleared up the 7th Soul Clan patrol team one after another, a weakling finally told Long Yu the relevant information, allowing Long Yu to figure out the distribution of nearby gods. Of course, Long Yu would not believe this first weakling. He continued to search for the Soul Patrol team in a nearby void area. Finally, when he cleared the 15th patrol team, he met a soft man again. Under questioning, he told him about the distribution of gods in the nearby area. What makes Long Yu feel puzzled is that this guy has completely different information from the previous guy. Even the information about the number of gods is different. This made Long Yu understand that these guys were not really soft-headed. They just wanted to deceive Long Yu and let Long Yu crash directly in front of the god. Fortunately, he was very thoughtful, so he asked more questions, and then wanted to confirm. If so, we must find some Soul Clansmen to interrogate. Long Yu was not in a hurry. After all, it would be very troublesome if he accidentally broke into the jurisdiction of the god. So he kept looking for the patrolling Soul Clan team in the void at the edge of the Soul Clan's territory, and then asked for news. He soon discovered that it was useless. Because when faced with the interrogation of a foreign race like him, even if a soul race revealed some information, the information revealed by each soul race was different. It was obvious that they were all trying to deceive him, making it difficult for him to confirm. In 3 days, he got 7 or 8 pieces of news, but every piece of news was different. These Soul Clans really think about their race. I have to say that the other party's spirit really moved Long Yu, but it was useless to move Long Yu. He still wanted to kill these soul tribes. For the Soul Tribe and the Human Demon Tribe, the two sides have been hostile to each other for so many years. The number of clan members who died at the hands of the other party was definitely in the hundreds of millions. This kind of blood feud is absolutely impossible to reconcile. In addition to the two sides continuing to fight, another result is that one of them is completely destroyed by the other. Of course, the situation in the nearby star field is still relatively complicated. Even if one of the races is about to be exterminated, it is likely to set off a big storm. Speaking of which, looking at the records of the seminary, no race has been wiped out in this area for thousands of years. Now that the overall strength of the human race and monster race has increased a lot, I wonder if they will take any action. Long Yu thought to himself that he decided not to pry for information anymore, because it was useless for him to pry further under such circumstances. No Soul Clan would tell him the truth. Only then did he realize why basically there is no communication between aliens and aliens, because even if they communicate, the other party will not tell you the truth. What is there to communicate with? All you have to do is kill when you encounter one, it's that simple. As for cooperation, it is difficult to cooperate with a race like the Soul Clan. Without a common enemy, it can be said that there is nothing in common between the human race, the Demon Clan and the Soul Clan, and there is no use in cooperating. With no other option, Long Yu could only rely on luck. Fortunately, although these Soul Clans did not reveal key information to him, they still allowed him to figure out the boundary line of the Soul Clan's territory. Even if the other party lies, there is a premise, which is to use the boundary line to determine the location and inform Long Yu of some wrong godlike location information. Therefore, it was up to Long Yu to figure out the boundary line of the Soul Clan's territory. He only needs to cross this boundary line to bypass the area where the opponent's godlike experts are stationed with the highest probability, and safely enter the Soul Clan's territory. Speaking of which, I haven't had a good trip to the human race and demon race territories yet. Unexpectedly, I came to the Soul Clan territory first. Long Yu felt a little funny. Next, if he wants to search for the existence of Shadow Essence in the Soul Clan territory, he will definitely have to move around. By then, he will probably be more familiar with the situation in the Soul Clan territory than in the Human and Demon Clan territories. Although he is considered a member of the human race, he has basically not stayed in the human race territory for long. Even in the Demon Clan territory, he has only stayed in the outer galaxy and alien battlefields for a longer time, and is not particularly familiar with the situation and environment in the territory. By using the Void Dragon Blade to travel through the void, Long Yu could fly millions of miles in one go, which could be said to be across the galaxy. Although the speed is fast, there are still some risks. It would be more tragic if he happened to teleport in front of the soul-like god. Therefore, every time Long Yu teleports, he will subconsciously transform into nothingness, hide first, and observe the surroundings clearly. Situation before continuing to act. Long Yu followed suit when moving near the border of the Soul Clan's territory, but once he entered the interior of the Soul Clan's territory, the situation would be much better. Because the territory of the Soul Clan is extremely vast, and the entire territory of the Soul Clan is only about 20 gods. At least half of them are guarding the borders of the territory, and the remaining half are distributed in the vast galaxy. Obviously, it is not so easy to be controlled by a dragon. Bump into. 2 days later. Long Yu could be sure that he had teleported all the way to the interior of the Soul Clan's territory, because he had seen the stars getting closer and closer to him, and the colors of the stars' light were relatively dim, which was very different from the situation in the human race and demon clan's territory. The Soul Clan is a special alien race that gradually developed from the nearby star area. Each of the incorporeal Soul Clan monks is a pure spiritual soul life form, and they can use relatively few types of divine texts. Within this star area, there is basically a source of divine inscriptions, condensed from divine inscriptions, with the attributes of life or shadow. According to the sayings among the human race and the demon race, the source of the divine text is the surviving product of the failure of ancient gods to transform the power of Tai Chu. Then it can be speculated that in the territory of the soul race, there should have been a powerful spiritual type in the past. The gods, transforming the power of Tai Chu here, will leave behind so many sources of spiritual attributes. In addition, there are shadow attribute divine scripts, which are also common in the Soul Clan territory. Shadow attribute divine scripts are one of the divine powers that Soul Clan cultivators can rarely use in addition to spiritual attribute divine scripts. Long Yu crossed the void and traveled continuously within the territory of the Soul Clan. He saw one cultivation planet after another, rotating around the sources of divine texts. There were many tribes of the Soul Clan on these cultivation planets. However, Long Yu didn't even attack them. Because these guys are too weak. Long Yu might be able to shatter the entire planet with one move. If Dark Flame Guesua takes action, he can easily kill all the Soul Clans on the entire planet. However, this is meaningless because his purpose is to find Shadow Essence or Wood-type Primordial Essence. Therefore, there is no need for him to go to ordinary cultivation planets, as such treasures cannot exist. As for those larger cultivation planets, there is no need for him to go, because there is a high possibility that there will be gods of the Soul Clan. His target is blatantly aimed at the source of divine writing. Whether it is the Shadow Essence or the Wood-type Absolute Essence, they are all born from the source of divine writings, so being near the source of divine writings is the most likely place to get what Long Yu wants. The sources of divine texts are usually very tightly guarded, which makes them a good place for Long Yu to plunder and devour. If we say where the powerful Soul Clan men are concentrated within the Soul Clan territory, then most of them are definitely near the source of divine texts. They are either comprehending the power of the source of divine texts, or they are sent to garrison and protect them. The source of divine literature. Of course, these guards are basically to prevent the Soul Clan's own people. For example, in the realm of the Demon Clan, the source of divine writings has limited power. Only qualified practitioners can go to the source of divine writings to understand it. This requires the deployment of some relatively strong guards to protect the source of divine writings. Source, and other unrelated persons, cannot be allowed to enter the source of divine texts. This is the same situation among the Soul Clan. But today, they welcomed a strong foreigner like Long Yu, which they had never thought of. Soon, Long Yu found his first target. It was a relatively dim source of divine writings. There were a total of 4 cultivation planets orbiting nearby. It looked like a good source of divine writings. The strong Soul Clan warriors, guarding nearby, also had extraordinary auras. This is exactly what Long Yu wants to do. He waited quietly for 3 days. During these 3 days, he figured out all the nearby situations and the movements of the Soul Clan. It happened that a group of selected genius descendants of the Soul Clan were coming to this divine place. Cultivate in the source and understand the divine inscriptions of this spiritual attribute. Although it is only the source-level divine power, for ordinary practitioners, the source-level divine power is already very good. If you want to understand the stronger power of the 5 elements of Tai Chu, or the more advanced revelation-level divine power, or even the eternal-level divine inscriptions, are simply impossible in a place like this. Long Yu managed to obtain 3 of the sources of revelation-level divine texts from the Eclipse Ancient Domain, and gave 1 to the human race, 1 to the demon race, and 1 to the Void Galaxy. In the entire Soul Clan territory, it is difficult to say whether there is a source of revelation-level divine texts. Even if it exists, there must be a godlike Soul Clan guarding it. It is impossible for Long Yu to plan such a thing. After he inquired about the situation nearby, he started to take action. After the younger generation of Soul Clan geniuses entered, there were still many family elders and bodyguards who had sent them here waiting outside. These were considered Long Yu's targets. He wanted to see if any of these guys there will be the existence of shadow essence. Liu Shuang, the former leader of the seminary faction, went to the Ice God clan's territory and obtained a lot of ice essence. Now, Long Yuza has come to the Soul Clan territory, preparing to seize the shadow essence. There are 1,200 Soul Clan guards, including 100 Grand Masters of level 5 or above, all of whom are at the level of squad captains. Now there are also the bodyguards of the elders of the Soul Clan families who have been escorted over. There are a total of 2,000 Soul Clan members. They are all concentrated in this small area. Long Yu inquired about it clearly, and when he was ready to take action. Dragonbone Ancient Tower, attack. The realm of absolute space, open it up. Another killing without any resistance was about to begin, and as soon as Long Yu appeared, he discovered that the innate magical power displayed by a soul race with a 6th-level master was somewhat abnormal, and it seemed that it should be an existence that was fused with the essence of divine literature. The divine essence needed by dragon control is mainly the essence of shadow, or the essence of Tai Chu. If it were just the essence of life, it would be of little use to him. What burst out from the relatively special 6th-level master of the Soul Clan was the power of the shadow essence. If this Soul Clan was a 7th-level master, it might still pose a little threat to Long Yu, but now, which has no ability to resist at all in front of Long Yu. The dark flame ghost rope burst out instantly, and the iron chain burning with dark flames quickly extended in the void, like a long snake, winding and swallowing, completely burning all the powerful Soul Clansmen along the way, leaving no trace of their spiritual souls remaining. However, due to Long Yu's deliberate decision, the Soul Clan's 6th-level master, who possessed the power of shadow essence, was spared his life. Of course, this is only temporary. After Long Yu killed the other Soul Clans, he used his boundless grip to kill the 6th-level master of the Soul Clan. Then he took the 6th-level Soul Clan master with him into his small world and left the source of the divine text. In this source of divine texts, there are still many younger generations of the Soul Clan who are cultivating and understanding. They have no idea that all the elders of the Soul Clan who protect them from the outside world have been killed. Moreover, Long Yu did not let any Soul Clan escape, and wiped out this large group of Soul Clan in a short period of time, which can be said to be extremely efficient. After killing a large group of Soul Clan here, Long Yu left this place without leaving a trace of his breath. Even if a powerful godlike person came over afterwards, he could not trace Long Yu's location through any information. The Dragon Blood Holy Wind diagram on Long Yu's body is a very useful tool for cleaning traces. Although the grade is slightly lower, the Dragon Blood Holy Wind diagram is still very convenient to use and can completely eliminate traces of existence. Make it impossible for the opponent to deduce any information about him. No wonder even the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor kept this weapon. After all, it was very useful in many cases. After Long Yu left the source of the divine text, he traveled continuously, flying over billions of miles in 2 days, and arrived in a silent and uninhabited void. This void was surrounded by billions of miles of nothingness. Even if Long Yu wants to rely on void travel to leave this uninhabited area, it will take 2 days. Once here, he can safely search the small world of the 6th-level Soul Master. If you just search for the divine essence in the opponent's small world, the speed will be much faster. After all, you only need to find the 7 innate magical fruits in the opponent's small world. Long Yu quickly arrived in the opponent's small world and felt a burst of strange shadow attribute divine words rushed towards him, surrounding him. However, these shadow attribute divine texts are now the power of no one, and they are no threat to Long Yu. He passed directly through these shadow attribute divine texts and quickly found the opponent's first innate magical power. The fruit. 3 days later, Long Yu appeared near another source of divine text. It seems that due to the last action, he found that the source of the divine text seemed to be much more heavily guarded than before, and there were many hidden sentries. If Long Yu took action like last time, he would definitely be discovered by the opponent, thus revealing the whereabouts. This arrangement is quite sophisticated. Long Yu's heart moved. This source of divine text seems to be too difficult to get hold of. If Long Yu wants to forcibly snatch this source of divine text, his whereabouts may be revealed as a result. Of course, this refers to the former Long Yu. He searched for a shadow essence from the previous 6th level master of the Soul Clan, and then directly integrated this shadow essence into the innate magical power of the Joyo Hunter, allowing the Joyo Hunter to possess this innate magical power. A special effect. That is, as long as the Joyo Hunter kills any opponent, the opponent's remaining power can be transformed into another Joyo Hunter. This is a completely magical skill for the situation Long Yu is facing now. If all are solved by Joyo Hunters, Long Yu himself will be able to kill all the Soul Clans in the field without having to step forward. Even if Joyo Hunters fails, Long Yu will not be in danger of being exposed. Actions in the Soul Clan's territory, with this method, can be said to be invincible. Long Yu transformed into nothingness and hid in the void. After investigating the situation clearly, he gathered 10 Joyo Hunters at once. These 10 Nine Nether Hunters were holding double knives, like the shadow of the god of death. They quickly rushed towards the nearby Soul Clan, and used their heart knives to chop the souls of the opponents. Almost in an instant, they had already killed the 10 souls. Completely killed a clan. Long Yu hasn't used Joyo Hunter's magical power much recently, because it's not of much use. It's better to condense the magic dust clone. However, the 9 Nether Hunter's supernatural powers after incorporating the shadow essence are extremely suitable for combat in certain specific situations. For example, if Long Yu himself is not suitable to appear now, then using Joyo Hunter can completely solve the situation he is currently facing. In just one breath, the 10 Nine Nether Hunters had transformed into 29 Nether Hunters, and then these 29 Nether Hunters pounced on the other Soul Masters who dominated the secret realm with lightning speed. Long Yu is now at the level of a 7th level master, and is already at the peak of the godlike realm. The 9 Nether Hunters he originally summoned can easily kill most existences below the godlike realm in seconds. Now after incorporating the shadow essence, the 9 Nether Hunter not only has the characteristics of occupying and dividing, but the power of the 2 swords in his hands is even more tyrannical. Basically, as long as the Soul Clan is not at the peak of the 7th level master, there is no way to survive if it is chopped off by the Joyo Hunter with the heart knife. Unless some Soul Clan masters are more powerful and can avoid this attack, but they cannot escape. The next shot. Long Yu himself did not take any action at all. After 4 or 5 breaths, the field was already filled with Joyo Hunters, at least 50 of them. This meant that 40 Soul Masters had been killed by Joyo Hunters. Then he turned into the 9 Nether Hunter. The power of the Shadow Essence is constantly condensed into 9 Ghost Hunters in the field, 50 heads, 60 heads, 70 heads. Although Joyo Hunters are constantly being killed by strong Soul Tribesmen, there are still more and more Joyo Hunters in the field. Even if there are stronger Soul Tribes, they will encounter the joint efforts of 3 or 4 Joyo Hunters. Attack, kill the opponent easily, and then transform into a new 9 Nether Hunter. The starry sky is filled with the figures of Joyo Hunters. This shocked the Soul Clan cultivators. They had never seen an alien like the 9 Nether Hunters. Immediately, some Soul Clan cultivators wanted to escape from here and report the news to the higher-ups of the Soul Clan. Long Yu didn't stop him. Anyway, the Joyo Hunter was not him. Even if he was eliminated, there would be no problem. It was just that his innate magical power would be studied by the other party, and it was completely impossible for the other party to capture the Joyo Hunter alive. Because the Joyo Hunter has no life, even if it falls into the opponent's hands, it will immediately self-destruct. It is impossible to truly study the characteristics of the Joyo Hunter. After Long Yu condensed the initial 9 nether hunters, he had already used the Dragon Blood Holy Wind chart to erase the connection between himself and these 9 nether hunters. Even if the other party made deductions based on the 9 nether hunters, they would not be able to deduce it. On Long Yu's body. Long Yu even wanted to use this magical power to massacre the Soul Clan's training planet and cause them a major blow. But this idea is still unrealistic. After all, the existence time of each Jiryo hunter will never pass an hour. Then the opponent killed by the Jiryo hunter has nothing to do with the strength of the Jiryo hunter, but Long Yu. It is related to the strength of the dead person. If a 9 nether hunter kills a 5th stage Great Master Soul Clan, then the new 9 nether hunter that is born will have the combat power of the 5th stage Great Master realm. The new 9 nether hunters are just the fighting power of the king's secret realm. Long Yu wanted to massacre some soul cultivation planets, but unfortunately, even he couldn't massacre all the Soul Clan on the entire cultivation planet within an hour, just by relying on the splitting characteristics of the 9 nether hunters. Unless the 9 nether hunters condensed by Long Yu can exist for a longer period of time, in that case, it is still possible to massacre the cultivation planet. If the 9 nether hunters become deified, will they have such power? Long Yu thought so in his heart, but unfortunately at this stage, he didn't know how to turn an innate magical power into a deified magical power. Apart from being in the Eclipse Ancient domain, he had not found any other way to achieve this. Although it is not possible to massacre the cultivation planet for the time being, there are only 1,000 soul tribes in front of Long Yu now, and the 9 nether hunters alone are completely enough to deal with them. In the field, the 9 nether hunters danced wildly like a group of demons, their swords traveling through the void. One by one, the powerful Soul Clan members drank in their hatred. Then, from the remains of the spiritual souls of the powerful Soul Clan warriors, a new 9 netherworld hunter appeared. Such a hellish scene scared the spirits out of the Soul Clan's powerful men when there were only half of them left. The 9 nether hunters are not invincible. But the advantage is that the number is increasing and there is an endless supply. As long as the Soul Clans die, they will immediately become new Jiryo hunters. In this situation, the Soul Clans in the field will almost collapse. During this process, Long Yu did not feel that any of the Soul Clan's innate magical powers were special. In other words, during this operation, Long Yu did not get any news about the divine essence, so I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seems like we have to find the next target. Long Yu's eyes flashed, and a new plan formed in his mind. Long Yu's actions in the Soul Clan's territory must have alarmed the upper echelons of the Soul Clan. Just like when he performed the training mission in the seminary before, once any trace of a foreign race is found in the territory of the human race or the demon race, strong men will definitely be dispatched to hunt and kill them, and will not give the foreign race any chance to survive. Even though seemingly harmless traces of aliens will not be let go, not to mention that Long Yu has already caused extremely serious damage to the Soul Clan. A total of 3,000 Soul Masters have died in his hands. If the Soul Clan had not dealt with such an incident seriously, then this race would have disappeared from this world long ago, and it would be impossible to maintain its development until now. So what Long Yu will face next will definitely be some talented and powerful people in the Soul Clan. Perhaps among the Soul Clan, there are also organizations similar to seminaries, and there are also existences similar to the Human Guard Corps. The existence of these organizations is basically to fight against aliens. No matter how powerful the invading aliens are, they will eventually be killed by these organizations. Therefore, Long Yu's current situation must be very dangerous. However, he did not worry about his own safety, because no matter which time, he did not reveal any clues about himself, and he was not going to use his own body in his next actions. After all, now that he has such a powerful weapon as the 9 nether hunters, there is no way he would risk his own exposure. Things happened twice in succession near the source of the divine text, and the entire Soul Clan territory has been mobilized. I am afraid that if Long Yu takes action next, he will immediately be attacked by many prepared strong men. However, Long Yu's plan will definitely make the entire Soul Clan confused. Because he planned to visit other places before his next action, for example, randomly dropping some Joyo hunters on some nearby cultivation planets. For some ordinary cultivation planets, the 9 nether hunters condensed by Long Yu can be said to be a god of death. No monks can fight against them, and the soul monks killed by these 9 nether hunters will also be transformed. For the 9 nether hunters, Long Yu shuttled between some nearby training planets. During this period, he saw many patrolling powerful Soul Clan teams, but they were unable to find any traces of him. After all, his incarnation of nihilistic means is not a joke, unless the gods come. Otherwise his whereabouts would never be exposed. Then, every time he passed a cultivation planet, he would drop 9 nether hunters and let the 9 nether hunters wreak havoc on the cultivation planet. If one of them is not handled well, these 9 nether hunters can sweep across the entire cultivation planet and kill all the hundreds of millions of soul tribesmen on that cultivation planet. Of course, most of them are Soul Tribe civilians with little fighting ability. But Long Yu believed that it was absolutely impossible for the Soul Clan to just sit idly by. His purpose in doing this was to attract the attention of the Soul Clan experts patrolling nearby to these cultivation planets, thereby minimizing the resistance to subsequent actions, and this had a great benefit. That is, for Long Yu, his goal is to find the essence of divine literature, or the essence of Tai Chu. If he casts a wide net in this way, the situation encountered by the Joyo hunters will actually fall into his eyes. Once the divine essence or the essence of Tai Chu appears nearby, he will be able to detect it immediately, and then rush to the destination. Kill the opponent and seize the divine essence or the essence of Tai Chu in the opponent's small world. In this way, Long Yu spread the 9 nether hunters all the way to the nearby Soul Clan territory, and this also led to the beginning of a scene in which the people in the Soul Clan territory were in dire straits. Even though the soul monks are all incorporeal spiritual soul life forms, at this moment, extremely strong death energy can be felt everywhere in this star field. Some cultivating planets failed to deal with the 9 nether hunters, resulting in extremely heavy casualties. Even in most areas of a cultivation planet, a large number of Joyo hunters have gathered, spreading and killing towards the periphery. Under such circumstances, the Soul Clan has only one way to deal with it, and that is to have a relatively powerful Soul Clan training team come over, first evacuate the other Soul Clan who are still alive, and then set up a magic circle to eliminate those 9 nether hunters at once. To be honest, Long Yu didn't know that Joyo Hunter would be so powerful after fusing the Shadow Essence. Otherwise, he would have fused with Joyo Hunter first. But it's not too late now. After all, even if the Joyo Hunter's innate magical power was integrated with the Shadow Essence, he didn't have a good chance to use it. 3 days later, Long Yu had spread the 9 nether hunters to dozens of nearby cultivation planets, causing an uproar in the Soul Clan territory. 2 Soul Clan gods had even arrived in the nearby Star Sea. Long Yu himself was not encountered, but those Joyo hunters encountered 2 powerful godlike souls, and were directly blasted into pieces, leaving no room for resistance. Just when the 2 soul race godlike warriors appeared, Long Yu finally discovered that the second soul race warrior with innate magical powers and divine essence was not near the 2 soul race godlike warriors. This made Long Yu came up with his idea. At this time, Long Yu was like a locust, spreading the 9 nether hunters into the nearby starry sky with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, acting as his eyes and ears, allowing him to grasp the trends in the nearby starry sky at any time. For the Soul Clan, this is already an extremely serious alien invasion. Even in the past 100 years, such a thing has not happened. This made the Soul Clan's senior officials furious and vowed to eradicate the culprit of this incident. It's a pity that these Soul Clan practitioners, even if they are 2-headed gods, still don't know who the culprit is until now. Countless 9 nether hunters were wreaking havoc in the void. When they encountered some weaker soul clan, they would directly kill them and then split into more 9 nether hunters. Such a situation simply made the Soul Clan despair and caused the Soul Clan to suffer huge losses. Heavy. Unknowingly, Long Yu appeared near the great master of the soul race who possessed the essence of divine writings. After ensuring that there was no danger around him, he personally took action and killed him with the unbounded grip. This 7th-level master of the Soul Clan is quite strong, and he reacted immediately and launched an invisible spiritual attack at Long Yu. Unfortunately, Long Yu's world-purifying body made the opponent's attack in vain, and then the spirit and soul were completely destroyed by Long Yu's forest demon Divine Wen, leaving only a small world behind. Long Yu took Little World away, and then used the Dragon Blood Holy Wind diagram to completely cover up any traces of his appearance. This series of actions made Long Yu seem to have found a familiar feeling. This feeling came from a long, long time ago when the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor alone entered the territory of the Outer Gods and robbed the creatures of the Outer Gods. At that time, the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor was already in the realm of gods. One can imagine how terrifying the killing storm would be when he entered the territory of the Outer God clan. The 9 Nether Dragon Emperor can be said to be a nightmare for the Outer Gods. And the current Long Yu's actions in the territory of the Soul Clan will definitely write a heavy chapter in the history of the Soul Clan. At least 50 cultivation planets were killed by the 9 Nether Hunters in this storm. Most of them were destroyed. The number of soul cultivators who were killed or injured must be in the billions or more. At this time, Long Yu also discovered that his innate magical powers were actually much more powerful and special than others. Other people's innate magical powers, even if they are integrated with the essence of Tai Chu, cannot have such terrifying power, and can even bring a huge disaster to the entire Soul Clan. Including the Book of Shadows, the Path of 9 Netherworlds, and most importantly the Ball of 9 Netherworlds that Long Yu has been using before. Basically every one of the innate magical powers in his body seems to be different from others and surpasses others. A large level of innate magical power. The fruit of innate magical powers is said to be a gift given by this world to every cultivator. Everyone has 7 magical seeds that can produce 7 innate magical powers. No matter from which aspect, Long Yu seems to be very abnormal. Forget about the 8th magical power. His 3 advanced magical powers, namely 9 Nether Hunter, Book of Shadows and 9 Nether Path, are simply too powerful. This made Long Yu couldn't help but think, is this because he is not a native of this world? After all, he came from another world, so it is normal to have some special things. He shook his head. Now is not the time to think about this. Even if he keeps thinking, he can't get the answer to the question now. At least he has to wait until he reaches the godlike realm, and then touch the level of the god. Only then can he get the answer. You may get some answers about your own time travel and the fruits of your innate supernatural powers. After Long Yu killed the Soul Clan, he directly took away its small world, and then found a relatively safe place to enter it and search it. He quickly found a piece of life essence from it. This thing was nothing to Long Yu. It is useful, but if it is sent back to the Void Galaxy, it can greatly improve the strength of some cultivators who understand the divine inscriptions of life attributes. But when Long Yu came out of the small world, he suddenly discovered that his whereabouts seemed to have been exposed. From all directions, there were some powerful Soul Clan teams surrounding him, and even the 2 Soul Clan gods teleported towards his direction. The distance between the 2 soul-like gods is still relatively far away at the moment, but with the speed of the gods, they will soon catch up with Long Yu. Oops. Without any hesitation, Long Yu immediately cleaned up all traces in the field, and then started teleporting in a certain direction as quickly as possible. Facing the godlike creature, he had only one way to go, and that was to run away. If he were in the godlike realm now, there would be no need to run away and easily kill the 2 godlike creatures. It's a pity that the current Dragon Master is still a short distance away from the godlike ones.